Zhou Xiaoxiao was reborn. In her previous life, her unworthy father feigned death, retreating to live a carefree life with his mistress, abandoning his son to be raised by his mother. Her mother toiled in the Marquis' household, exhausting her dowry while diligently educating her adopted son. Both her grandmother and aunt, aware of the truth, squandered her mother's dowry while mocking her behind her back for her naivety. Her maternal grandparents and 6 uncles were secretly plotted against by the scoundrel, meeting tragic ends. 18 years later, her adopted son excelled in the imperial examination, while her disgraceful father and his mistress shamelessly appeared at their door with the adopted son, declaring the mistress to be his true mother. Meanwhile, her mother was falsely accused and tormented, ultimately dying in a dilapidated courtyard on the same day. In this life, her mother could hear her thoughts. Jiang Wanqing was aware of her daughter's inner voice. Would she raise the child of the mistress? Very well, she would mold him into a spoiled scion, a street bully. If her sister-in-law despised her for being frugal, then fine, she would relinquish control to her. What she consumed was her own dowry. If they claimed her family's achievements, threatened the throne, and sought to harm her kin, she would show them what it meant to wield power in the court. After sending that scoundrel's family to hell, she only desired to safeguard her wealth and distance herself from men. Yet, why were the chief of the Eastern Depot, a hostage from an enemy nation, and her childhood friend all converging upon her? All she wished for was to be a wealthy, single matriarch with a daughter. Chapter 1. The Tragic Demise in the Marquis' Household. In the 21st year of the Xuanhe era, winter's chill reigned, with wind and snow raging, causing all things to tremble beneath the biting cold. Leaves had withered, branches stood desolate, and the dry twigs swayed in the cold wind, creating a scene of desolation. In a dilapidated courtyard, Jiang Wanqing, barely 33 years of age, appeared like a withered old crone, huddled in a corner of her bed. The bedding was still the thin coverings used in summer, unable to shield her from the piercing cold that seeped through the broken windows, tormenting her severed limbs. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Zhou Xiaoxiao, the top scholar, adorned in the robes of honor and a cap upon his head, wielded a fan of distinction, his face glowing with subtle joy and pride as he paraded through the streets on horseback, surrounded by admirers in a display of grandeur. Jiang Wanqing listened to the jubilant cheers of the crowd outside, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was the adoptive mother of Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had now gained favor with the imperial court. While she lay here, her limbs severed, cast into this dilapidated courtyard, unable to live or die. What kind of injustice was this? With a creak, the already drafty door was pushed open. Jiang Wanqing lifted her gaze to see Zhou Xiaoxiao, her husband who had been missing for 18 years and the master of the Marquis' household. Jiang Wanqing squinted at him, offering a cold laugh. Zhou Xiaoxiao, nearing 40, yet still possessing a handsome visage, looked upon the haggard Jiang Wanqing with a detached expression, devoid of any sympathy. He waved his hand, signaling a young servant who approached with a bowl in hand. As Jiang Wanqing beheld the medicine in the servant's grasp, a flicker of hatred crossed her eyes. She turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao, her voice hoarse. "Where's Xiaoxiao? I demand to see Xiaoxiao." Zhou Xiaoxiao furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased. He then addressed Jiang Wanqing. "Xiaoxiao is now a favored figure at court. You have poisoned your mother-in-law, and it is I who, out of respect for our years together, have allowed you to remain in this courtyard. Jiang, now that Xiaoxiao has achieved the top scholar title, do not jeopardize his future." This is also Xiaoxiang's wish. The address of Jiang alone spoke volumes of their estranged relationship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing felt as though all strength had drained from her. Indeed, it had been over a year since she had her limbs severed and had been confined to this courtyard. If Zhou Xiaoxiao truly wished to rescue her, how could he have waited until after becoming the top scholar to not even pay her a visit? With that thought, she cast a fierce glare at Zhou Xiaoxiao. He had severed her limbs and allowed her to endure this torment while speaking of affection. Just then, with another creak, a beautiful woman entered from outside. Upon seeing her, Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression shifted immediately. He hastily took the hand of Song Nansheng, his eyes softening with affection. "Nansheng, what brings you here? Today you are the mother of the top scholar and must properly entertain the guests in the front hall." Song Nansheng smiled at Zhou Xiaoxiao before turning her gaze toward Jiang Wanqing. With a gentle smile in her enchanting eyes, she slightly bowed. "Sister Wanqing, I thank you for nurturing Mushing with such care. Song Nanxing's etiquette was impeccable, polite, and thoughtful. If it were not for the fact that she had instigated the severing of Jiang Wanqing's limbs, one might have genuinely believed her to be a virtuous young woman. Noticing Jiang Wanqing's expression of indifference, Song Nanxing continued, Sister Wanqing, out of respect for your role in raising my son, allow me to clarify something. The demise of the Duke of the State's family was no mere accident, if one is to blame. It is your father who wielded too much military power and drew too much attention. Our families merely delivered the fatal blow as they descend into the underworld. Do not hold a grudge against us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. This year, everything became clear to her. Once a cherished daughter of the Duke of the State, with 6 brothers doting on her, she had grown up in a gilded cage. Yet everything changed after marrying Zhou Xiaoxiao. Just 3 days into their marriage, he had died unexpectedly. To her surprise, on their wedding night, she had conceived a child. From then on, she had carried the burden of pregnancy while managing the vast Marquis. She had even used her dowry to sustain the entire household. After the untimely death of her biological daughter at the age of 5, she was coerced by her mother-in-law to adopt a child from the side branch. Little did she know, this child was the offspring of the supposedly deceased Zhou Xiaoxiao and Song Nanxing. Her mother-in-law was aware, but kept it hidden. They frolicked in the world outside, leaving Jiang Wanqing alone to manage the Marquis. In subsequent years, her brothers met with accidents or suffered misfortunes. Eventually, Jiang Wanqing was accused of poisoning her mother-in-law. The Zhou family publicly declared Jiang Wanqing had died, yet they imprisoned her in this courtyard to torment her. To claim she poisoned her mother-in-law? When her mother-in-law fell ill, she had devotedly served her for 7 days and nights while heavily pregnant. For 18 years, she had served her daily, yet she received not an ounce of compassion in return. Jiang Wanqing felt her heart grow cold, colder than the harsh winter. Zhou Xiaoxiao waved his hand dismissively, casting a cold gaze upon Jiang Wanqing. Jiang, you have occupied the position of mother to my son for many years. Nansheng is my true wife. Once you are gone, everything will return to its rightful order. Jiang Wanqing, it is time for you to depart. Song Nanxing Zhou Mushing, Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart yearned for Song Nanxing. Jiang Wanqing understood everything and wept with laughter. Meanwhile, at Zhou Xiaoxiao's command, the servant forcibly administered a bowl of poison to Jiang Wanqing. After everyone departed, Jiang Wanqing, on the brink of death, gazed out the window, yearning for freedom. With a sudden spurt of blood, she stained the peach blossom tree outside with crimson. In her final moments, Jiang Wanqing recalled her deceased daughter, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. That obedient child had not even seen 5 summers. Mother, at the moment Jiang Wanqing closed her eyes, she seemed to hear her daughter, Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice. Perhaps her beloved daughter had come to guide her home. Mother longs to see you once more. A tear rolled down Jiang Wanqing's cheek. Beneath the peach blossom tree, a figure of a 5-year-old girl suddenly appeared. Zhou Xiaoxiao floated gently to her deceased mother's side, her youthful face glistening with tears. Mother came the soft sob. Chapter 2. Rebirth. In the year she passed away at the tender age of 5, her soul was confined within the Marquis of Xingchang's estate. Just when her mother had finally managed to persevere, she was subjected to the cruelty of a wicked father, a malevolent brother, and a treacherous woman, ultimately meeting a tragic end without a glimmer of reprieve. Zhou Xiaoxiao, filled with sorrow, gently caressed Jiang Wanqing's face, resting her head against her mother's shoulder, sobbing, "Oh, mother, in the next life, please do not encounter a wicked father again." After weeping for a considerable time, Zhou Xiaoxiao gradually drifted into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, everything had transformed. "Good little Xiaoxiao," came a tender voice. Zhou Xiaoxiao, still drowsy, blinked and found herself gazing upon an enlarged visage before her. The woman, adorned with a golden hairpin and delicately painted features, embodied the grace of a gentle Jiangnan lady. Yet, this familiar countenance belonged to her mother in her youth. "Oh, mother, Xiaoxiao misses you dearly," Zhou Xiaoxiao thought instinctively, yearning to rise and embrace Jiang Wanqing, only to find herself utterly immobile. She could only flail her tiny fists, babbling incoherently. Upon realizing her diminutive hands, Her expression froze in disbelief. How could she be in the body of an infant? Jiang Wanqing, holding Zhou Xiaoxiao, stiffened momentarily, turning to the side to glance at the old nanny, inquiring with confusion, "Su nanny, did you hear anyone speaking just now?" Shaking her head, the nanny replied, "Madam, this old servant did not hear anyone speaking." Jiang Wanqing's expression deepened in perplexity. Just moments ago, she had distinctly heard the voice of a tender child. Yet, her daughter, merely 3 months old, could not possibly speak. The old nanny chuckled softly. "Madam must be weary from managing the vast Marquis of Xingchang estate, perhaps hearing illusions? You have only just completed your confinement. It would be best to rest and not rush into the responsibilities of the estate." The Marquis of Xingchang, just out of confinement. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt as if struck by lightning once more, having to accept the reality of her infantile existence. Alas, could it be that after my mother and I met our tragic fates in the previous life, the heavens, unable to bear it, had granted me a chance at rebirth to rescue her? She pondered. Mother? A tragic death in the past? Rebirth? Jiang Wanqing gazed down at the infant in her arms, her expression complex, feeling the warmth of the child. She began to question whether the voice she had just heard truly belonged to the little one she held. Zhou Xiaoxiao, with wide eyes, observed Jiang Wanqing. "Oh, mother, you truly are stunning. No wonder you are the 7th miss of the Duke of the State." Hearing the clear words, Jiang Wanqing became increasingly convinced that the speaker was indeed her daughter, for only the little one before her could call her mother. Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows and glanced at the old nanny, realizing that it seemed only she could hear the child's voice, while Su nanny displayed no signs of awareness. "I wonder how that wicked father failed to appreciate such a beautiful mother, instead choosing to raise a wicked woman outside." Zhou Xiaoxiao's tiny lips pouted. In her previous life, her scoundrel father had feigned death just 3 days after marrying her mother. Though their marriage was brief, it had indeed been consummated. Who would have known that this act resulted in her existence? If her father had truly loved her mother, he should never have entangled himself with her. Marrying her mother, yet treating her poorly, these were grievances Zhou Xiaoxiao had overheard daily from Su nanny after her death. Jiang Wanqing's eyelids fluttered at the mention of Zhou Zigu's extramarital affairs. However, Zhou Zigu was now deceased, and such matters were merely relics of the past, not to mention the need to cherish what remained. Unexpectedly, this little one displayed a fierce protectiveness. Jiang Wanqing regarded the infant in her arms with a glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. At that moment, a servant approached Jiang Wanqing. With a slight bow, she announced, "Madam, the old lady requests your presence for a conversation." Jiang Wanqing nodded, rising from the stone bench. "Oh no, according to what Su nanny recounted from the past, that wicked grandmother will surely insist on my beautiful mother adopting a child from the side branch." "No, mother, you mustn't," Zhou Xiaoxiao lamented, surrendering to Su nanny's embrace. Jiang Wanqing, eager to hear what Zhou Xiaoxiao had to say, wished to understand why it was not permissible to adopt that child. Yet, she noticed the voice dwindling until it was no longer audible. Glancing at Zhou Xiaoxiao, she saw the infant waving her small, delicate hands, her large, dark eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Turning once more to the seemingly unperturbed Su nanny, Jiang Wanqing said, "Su nanny, let me hold Xiaoxiao." Su nanny hesitated, her expression conflicted. "Madam, perhaps I should hold her instead. Though the infant is small, it can be quite taxing to carry for long." Jiang Wanqing smiled gently. "It's quite all right, Su nanny. Xiaoxiao is my child. I wish to bond more closely with her." Perhaps, through contact with Xiaoxiao, she could hear the child's voice. She yearned to discover why it was inadvisable to adopt that child. Would her mother indeed consider passing on a child from the side branch, as Xiaoxiao had suggested? With these thoughts, Jiang Wanqing exited her courtyard, traversing the bluestone path and the purple bamboo grove, ultimately arriving at the old lady's quarters in the Marquis of Xingchang estate. The maid at the entrance slightly inclined her body. "Madam, the old lady awaits you in the Buddhist hall." The old lady of the Marquis of Xingchang was a devout Buddhist, often spending her days in prayer. Jiang Wanqing, cradling Zhou Xiaoxiao, followed the maid to the Buddhist hall behind the house. The room was shrouded in incense smoke. Hearing the commotion, the kneeling old lady slowly rose. "That you're here?" Chapter 3. Preventing Mother from Adopting a Child. Jiang Wanqing offered a slight bow to the old lady. Mother, did you summon your daughter-in-law for a matter of importance? Then, noticing the infant in Jiang Wanqing's arms, she furrowed her brow, letting out a sigh. You have completed your confinement. It is time to attend to serious matters. How can you spend every day idly around a little girl? Jiang Wanqing's hands, which had been cradling Zhou Xiaoxiao, fell to her sides, her gaze cast downward. Ever since she married into the Zhou family, she had been tirelessly laboring, even while pregnant. Even during her confinement, she was still involved in the affairs of the household. It had barely been a short while since her confinement, yet the first thing her mother-in-law remarked was that she was idle. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but feel her mother-in-law was being somewhat unreasonable. Zhou Xiaoxiao, in her infant state, yawned widely. Infants inevitably grow weary. Jiang Wanqing exchanged confused glances with Su Nanny, but followed suit. The old lady entered the hall and took a seat. Jiang Wanqing, still holding Zhou Xiaoxiao, stood before her. The old lady cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Wanqing. I understand that managing the vast Marquis of Xingchang estate alone is quite arduous for you. However, our family is the Marquis of Xingchang. Every action of yours is under scrutiny. Jiang Wanqing hesitated for a moment. What did mother wish to discuss with me? The old matriarch glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao and continued, I have made my decision. The Marquis of Xingchang cannot be without a man. We shall adopt a boy from the Zhou clan's collateral branch. There is no need to waste time on daughters. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you should focus on arranging the marriages of the two younger sisters of Zigu. Adopting a child, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had been drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, invigorated. Her round, sparkling eyes blinked. Oof. Beautiful mother, see, I told you this wicked grandmother wanted you to adopt a child. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Jiang Wanqing paused, and indeed, Xiaoxiao had guessed correctly. Jiang Wanqing increasingly believed in Zhou Xiaoxiao's words. After all, Xiaoxiao was her own flesh and blood. Recalling what Zhou Xiaoxiao had mentioned before about their tragic deaths in their past lives, Jiang Wanqing's heart grew cold. No matter what had transpired in their previous lives, this time, no one would be allowed to harm her daughter. Come in, commanded the old matriarch. Before long, a maid entered, leading a boy of about 4 years old. The previously stern old lady beamed upon seeing the boy. She waved at him, Mu Sheng, come a grandmother. Zhou Mu Sheng walked slowly to the old matriarch, obediently bowing his head, greetings, grandmother. Mu Sheng pays his respects. What a despicable little ingrate. Oomph. Beautiful mother treats you so well, finding you the best teachers and purchasing the finest writing materials. Yet after becoming a top scholar, you disregard the kindness of your upbringing and care not for your mother's death. Upon seeing Zhou Mu Sheng, Zhou Xiaoxiao angrily shook her fists, looking furious yet undeniably adorable. Jiang Wanqing, hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts and observing the docile Zhou Mu Sheng before her, found it difficult to reconcile the obedient child with the character Zhou Xiaoxiao described. The old matriarch hugged Zhou Mu Sheng and looked up at Jiang Wanqing. This is the child I have selected for you from the Zhou clan. You shall adopt him as your legitimate son, for in the future, the responsibilities of the Marquis of Xingchang will fall upon him. Jiang Wanqing's eyelids twitched. Mother, is this decision not a bit hasty? Shouldn't the heir of the Marquis of Xingchang be chosen with care? A legitimate son implies he would inherit the glory of the Marquis of Xingchang in the future. Foolish mother. This Zhou Mu Sheng is the biological son of Zhou Zigu. Of course, the wicked grandmother would be eager to entrust the Marquis of Xingchang to her own grandson. Moreover, that bad brother is destined to be a top scholar. Biological son? Jiang Wanqing instantly lifted her head, her gaze fixated on Zhou Mu Sheng, momentarily unable to control her emotions, her expression cracking slightly. How could this be? She had married Zhou Zigu over a year ago, and he had been dead for more than a year. This child appeared to be 4 or 5 years old to the old matriarch. Jiang Wanqing's demeanor signaled her disapproval of the matter. The old matriarch snorted coldly. She glanced dismissively at Jiang Wanqing. You have been married to the Marquis of Xingchang for over a year. Naturally, it is unacceptable for the household to lack a man. Adopting Zhou Mu Sheng under your name is a decision that does not require your consent. Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened slightly, though she remained silent. As the 7th daughter of the Duke of the State, she had endured serving her mother-in-law with humility. However, if Zhou Mushang truly was Zhou Zigu's biological son, and they had concealed this from her, forcing her to raise an illegitimate child, that would be too much. She had been wed to Zhou Zigu through an arrangement made by the old Marquis and her father. Their relationship could hardly be described as deep. Before she turned 9, she had lived in a border town and had only moved to the Duke's residence afterward. Yet, as a dignified seventh daughter of the Duke, she would never allow herself to be humiliated in such a manner. That wicked grandmother seeks leisure, leaving the burden of raising that bad brother to mother while she hides in the temple, whispering to the old man. That lazy grandmother and that worthless father only wished to frolic with the bad woman in the countryside, throwing the responsibility of raising that bad brother onto mother. How outrageous! My dear mother, you cannot raise that bad brother. Otherwise, that worthless father and bad brother will bring you to ruin. Zhou Xiaoxiao waved her hands, filled with agitation. Her round little eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Wanqing. How infuriating! Why must I be a child? Why can't I speak to mother? Wah, mother, you cannot fall for these vile people's tricks. Otherwise, following the trajectory of our past lives, neither you nor I would meet a good end after the troubles with the Duke's uncles. Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts thundered in Jiang Wanqing's ears, leaving her incredulous as she looked at the old matriarch. The old matriarch in the temple with the old man? The old Marquis has been deceased for many years. Where did this old man come from since the old Marquis' passing? The old matriarch had devoted herself to prayer. What is this old man she speaks of? Jiang Wanqing felt as if she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Chapter 4. Knowing the truth, however. This wretched father in the novella only wished to hide away in a villa in the southern part of the city with a wicked woman, living a carefree life. Was it referring to Zhou Zigu? After all, the little father was indeed Zhou Zigu. All these matters left Jiang Wanqing momentarily bewildered and hard to accept. The old lady, noticing Jiang Wanqing's prolonged silence, assumed she was unwilling. Enraged, she slammed the table, her gaze sharpening. With a sudden change in demeanor, she admonished, Jiang, you are the head of the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Are you truly unwilling to raise the heir of the Marquis of Xingchang? If you are unwilling, then relinquish the authority of the household. Relinquish the authority of the household? Jiang Wanqing felt speechless within. What authority was there to speak of? The Marquis of Xingchang was merely a hollow shell. For years, she had been utilizing her dowry to sustain the vast estate. Nevertheless, she still needed to verify what Zhou Xiaoxiao had mentioned earlier. For now, she could not afford to sever ties openly. She needed to ascertain whether Zhou Mushang was indeed Zhou Zigu's child, and whether Zhou Zigu truly resided in that southern villa. Contemplating this, Jiang Wanqing, cradling Zhou Xiaoxiao, slightly bowed to the old lady. What my mother said is true. The daughter-in-law has no reluctance. Naturally, the arrival of Mushang is something I cherish. I shall personally prepare a guest room for him. Tomorrow, I will go to the temple to pray for my son and for the prosperity of the Marquis of Xingchang's household. The old lady, hearing this, felt quite satisfied and then patted Zhou Mushang's shoulder. Zhou Mushang, with great courtesy, approached Jiang Wanqing and respectfully knelt before her. Mother. This call of mother stirred ripples in Jiang Wanqing's heart. She herself was now a mother and had a natural affection for children. Yet, little Xiaoxiao was still young. Her heartfelt call of mother was not entirely sincere. Hearing Zhou Mushang's crisp and clear call of mother made Jiang Wanqing's heart soften a bit. Looking at Zhou Mushang before her, it was hard for her to imagine that one day he would conspire with Zhou Zigu to harm her. Zhou Xiaoxiao, observing Jiang Wanqing staring blankly at Zhou Mushang, began to bubble over with commentary. Hypocritical. This bad brother is the child of a wretched father, having learned his father's duplicitous ways from a young age. What a pity. Mother made great efforts to invite Mr. Wuchen as the bad brother's mentor, yet he despises the strict teachings, blaming mother for it. He even thinks it is mother's maliciousness that usurped his mother's position, leading him to coldly witness mother being tormented by the wicked father and the vile ancestors. Listening to Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts, the flicker of emotion in Jiang Wanqing's heart vanished. She stepped back nonchalantly. Since he viewed her kindness as maliciousness and deemed her wicked, she would give him what he desired. How dare Zhou Zigu go so far as to torment her? Jiang Wanqing glanced at her own limbs, alive and well, and felt a surge of anger. A person who had faked their death should have remained thoroughly deceased. Why return to stir up trouble? After leaving the old lady's courtyard, Jiang Wanqing noticed that Zhou Xiaoxiao had fallen asleep in her arms and gently placed her in the cradle, rocking it softly. Beside her, Mammy Su remarked with a smile, "Madam, the young lady looks just like you." Jiang Wanqing's lips curled slightly. "Xiaoxiao's my daughter. She naturally resembles me. She is surely the greatest gift bestowed upon me by heaven. Mammy, please make arrangements. Tomorrow we shall visit the villa in the southern part of the city." Upon hearing about the southern villa, Mammy Su was taken aback and asked, "But didn't you just tell the old lady you were going to the temple to burn incense?" Jiang Wanqing looked up at Mammy Su beside her, outwardly. "We shall claim we are going to the temple in the eastern part of the city, yet our true destination is the southern villa. The truth shall soon be unveiled." Jiang Wanqing was the seventh daughter of the Duke of the State, the cherished jewel of the family. When she married, her dowry was a grand spectacle along the 10-mile-long street. The villa in the southern part of the city was also one of her properties. When she first entered the Marquis of Xingchang's household, her mother-in-law had mentioned a distant cousin seeking refuge, unsure of where to place her. She had thus suggested the idle villa in the south, not realizing it had become a place of merriment for Zhou Xiaoxiao and another woman. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanqing felt a surge of fury. Finally, the carriage came to a halt. Mammy Su lifted the curtain to peek outside. "Let us stop here." Although puzzled, Mammy Su complied. As the carriage came to a stop, Jiang Wanqing, carrying the sleeping Zhou Xiaoxiao, disembarked. The movement stirred Zhou Xiaoxiao awake, her dark eyes scanning the surroundings. Mammy Su, seizing the moment, inquired, "Madam, why are we here at the southern villa?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao perked up, excitedly waving her little hands. "Oh, Mother has come to the southern villa. In my past life, Mother never came here. Will Mother soon discover? I want to see her tear apart that wretched father and the wicked woman." Jiang Wanqing remained composed, unfazed by Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts, and pointed to Mammy Su. "You follow me. The others may wait here." Mammy Su stepped forward, following Jiang Wanqing's lead. The three of them were only about 100 meters from the villa. Jiang Wanqing chose to walk to avoid alarming anyone. Fortunately, the area was suburban, with surrounding trees providing cover. Cradling the obedient Zhou Xiaoxiao, Jiang Wanqing concealed herself behind a tree, her gaze fixed intently on the nearby villa. Mammy Su recalled that this residence was occupied by a cousin. Although curious, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The villa was enclosed by a fence, allowing them to see the courtyard clearly. Two maidservants were tidying up the yard, while a beautiful young woman tended to the flower beds in front of her. After some time, just as Mammy Su was becoming impatient and considering asking about their purpose, she suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again and gasped, her voice trembling, "Miss, isn't that the Marquis?" In her excitement, Mammy Su momentarily forgot to address her as Madam. In the yard not far away, a man affectionately cradling a beautiful woman was none other than Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had supposedly died over a year ago. Chapter 5. The Old Lady's Scheme. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the two in the distance, her eyes flickering as she struggled to suppress her tumultuous emotions. Having heard Zhou Xiaoxiao's words for quite some time, albeit with doubt, she had prepared herself somewhat. Yet now, witnessing a person she believed to be dead standing alive before her, Jiang Wanqing was still taken aback. How dare Zhou Xiaoxiao fake his death? How dare he toy with her emotions? He was the Marquis of Xingchang, and she was the only legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. As Jiang Wanqing watched Zhou Xiaoxiao from afar, she plucked a delicate flower and tucked it into the hair of the beautiful woman beside him. After all, she was still a girl in her teens, her eyes beginning to redden. She murmured, "Mammy Su, if he has someone he loves, I certainly wouldn't humiliate myself by marrying into the Marquis of Xingchang's household. I have only been in the household for less than 2 years. Yet he fakes his death and cavorts with a concubine. What does that say about my family's honor? Why then did he wish for my life on our wedding night?" Mammy Su, momentarily dazed, finally snapped back to reality, processing Jiang Wanqing's words. She tugged at Jiang Wanqing's sleeve, her eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. "Madam, why don't we go and inquire about the intentions of Lord Ho right now? That scoundrel father. He faked his death, undoubtedly to swindle my mother out of her dowry. After all, the Duke of Xingchang has long been in financial ruin. He wishes for my mother to raise a son for that vile woman. Once my mother has nurtured the child, that scoundrel father and his wicked accomplice will seize the fruits of her labor. These two evildoers. It's not enough that they harm my mother. They also aim to jeopardize the entire Duke of Zhengua's household." Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted, venting her frustrations. Upon hearing the mention of the Duke of Zhengua, Jiang Wanqing's eyelids flickered, her composure momentarily shaken. The sorrow she had previously felt dissipated somewhat. Zhou Zigu's desire for her dowry and his intent to harm her, she could remain calm about. However, the thought of him wishing to harm her family was utterly intolerable. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing was convinced that Zhou Xiaoxiao had either been reborn or possessed the gift of foresight. Zhou Zigu had faked his death for the sake of his own dowry. Indeed, with Zhou Zigu's demise, he would no longer receive his court stipend. As the mistress of the Duke of Xingchong, it was her duty to uphold the family's legacy. Yet, the household was already deeply in debt, relying on her dowry to fill the gaps. No wonder her mother-in-law had refrained from cursing her as a husband killer after she entered the household. Instead, she had entrusted her with managing the family's finances. It seemed she had always intended to exploit the dowry. How pitiful that she had been deceived for over a year. Over a year. The mere thought of the money spent on the Duke of Xingchong during that time caused Jiang Wanqing a pang of regret. Now, they expected her to raise an illegitimate child for the Zhou family. How shameless they were. Seeing Jiang Wanqing remain silent, Granny Sue's expression turned cold. A flicker of hatred flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "No need to alarm the snake in the grass. Clearly, my esteemed husband faked his death to hide away here with his mistress, living a leisurely life. We must closely investigate the relationship between Zhou Mushing and Zhou Zigu. This house, after all, is under my name. Such a significant matter as Zhou Zigu's survival should not have escaped my notice. It appears the servants have been replaced long ago." Jiang Wanqing was well aware that Zhou Mushing was Zhou Zigu's child. However, she could not directly tell Granny Sue that she could hear the thoughts of Xiaoxiao. Such a statement would make her appear monstrous, not just Xiaoxiao. Since these individuals wished to use her to nurture Zhou Mushing, she would ensure that the child received the best guidance. Moreover, most importantly, if Xiaoxiao claimed that Zhou Zigu would harm the Duke of Zhenghua, she would remain at the Duke of Xingchong to observe her dear husband's true intentions. Granny Sue, upon Jiang Wanqing's suggestion, immediately grasped the implications, her expression shifting dramatically. "If the Lord is indeed alive, and the old lady wishes for you to raise Zhou Mushing, claiming the identity of the legitimate son, then Zhou Mushing must have some connection to the Lord. Perhaps, just perhaps, Zhou Mushing is indeed the biological child of Zhou Zigu." The remaining words were too difficult for Granny Sue to utter. Finally, she could only murmur, "These people are truly shameless. They want you to sew their wedding garments. They may have such thieving intentions, but they must also possess the ability to carry them out." With that, Jiang Wanqing took Zhou Xiaoxiao and left. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed her mother's footsteps. In Jiang Wanqing's arms, the little one, seeing her mother maintaining a facade, felt somewhat dejected and soon fell back asleep. Her mother-in-law was holding Zhou Muxin's little hand, waiting for Jiang Wanqing in the main hall. Jiang Wanqing greeted the old lady respectfully. The old lady frowned slightly upon seeing the infant in Jiang Wanqing's arms, her voice tinged with discontent as she admonished, "Now that you have Muxing, the legitimate child, you should pay him more attention." Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, replying, "What you say is true, mother. Today, I brought Xiaoxiao to the temple to pray for Muxing, hoping he will bear the responsibilities of the Duke of Xingchong in the future, just like the Lord. I've heard that prayers from young children are the most effective." Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression softened slightly. Yet, upon glancing at the still toothless infant, she scoffed. "What can a toothless little girl pray for? Bad grandmother. Always trying to trip up my mother. I want to pray. Even if I did, I'd pray for all your teeth to fall out." Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her daughter was simply adorable. The old lady frowned. "Jiang, do you have an issue with me?" Jiang Wanqing quickly shook her head. "I would not dare." She certainly could not express her desire to witness the old lady's teeth falling out and becoming incapable of chewing. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's respectful demeanor, the old lady settled back in her seat. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Wanqing, you have truly worked hard to manage the vast Duke of Xingchong these years. Therefore, regarding Muxing, I wish to share some of the burden with you. Your elder brother has studied under Master Wuchen and became the top scholar a few years ago. I wonder if you could invite him to be Muxing's tutor." Chapter 6. The true face of the adopted son. Jiang Wanqing's elder brother was the young lord of the Duke of Zhenghua, taking the scholarly path unlike the old duke's martial pursuits. Jiang Wanqing raised her eyelids, realizing they were waiting for this moment. Inviting Master Wuchen was easy, but persuading him to take on a disciple was exceedingly difficult. "Mother, please do not agree. You previously promised Master Wuchen would teach the bad brother. Master Wuchen is quite strict, and it was you who encouraged the bad brother to persevere. Yet he has blamed you for Master Wuchen's harshness." Jiang Wanqing frowned. Glancing at the well-behaved Zhou Mushing, unable to envision him holding a grudge. The old lady raised her voice. Jiang Wanqing, do you not wish to? You must understand that Zhou Muxing is your child now. As his mother, you naturally must. Your daughter-in-law can indeed speak with Master Wuchen. Jiang Wanqing interrupted the old lady's incessant chatter. Even if she was willing, it depended on whether Zhou Muxing, without her intervention, could be smoothly accepted as Master Wuchen's student. Seeing Jiang Wanqing acquiesce, Zhou Xiaoxiao's little face scrunched up in dismay. Oh, if only I could speak. Then my mother wouldn't be deceived by these bad people. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing pursed her lips. She would never again be deceived by these individuals. The old lady, sensing Jiang Wanqing's agreement, let out a sigh of relief. She then lowered her head, affectionately glancing at Zhou Muxing, stroking his head and directing him towards Jiang Wanqing. Good grandson, you will follow your mother from now on. Zhou Muxing looked at the old lady and then at Jiang Wanqing. The old lady nodded at him. Only then did Zhou Muxing slowly approach Jiang Wanqing. With a tender expression, he bowed his head and said, Mother. The old lady timely added, You are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua, a model for the noble ladies of the capital. I believe my grandson will achieve great things under your guidance. Pausing, the old lady continued, When Muxing receives guidance from Master Wuchen and earns recognition, you too will share in the glory. Treat Muxing as your own child. In the future, spend more time with him. After delivering her lengthy speech, the old lady squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Wanqing closely. Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, meeting the eyes of Zhou Muxing. A mere child of 4 or 5, he was blissfully unaware of the complexities of life, his eyes reflecting a naive clarity. Beside them, Xiaoxiao, noticing Jiang Wanqing's emotional state, grew anxious and waved her hands energetically. Mother, do not be deceived by his current appearance, she exclaimed. In our past life, the wicked brother was celebrated as the top scholar while you, just a wall away, suffered torment and met a tragic end, all tacitly permitted by that vile brother. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's heartfelt words, the last vestiges of Jiang Wanqing's sentiment dissipated. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed smile, turning to Zhou Muxing. Fear not, my dear Muxing, for I shall be a devoted mother to you. Whatever you wish, I will strive to fulfill. In the distance, the old matriarch observed the scene, her worries alleviating as she sighed in relief. With a sense of satisfaction in her eyes, she watched as Jiang Wanqing departed with Zhou Muxing. As they made their way to Zhou Muxing's chamber, the previously silent child suddenly spoke up. Mother, he said, prompting Jiang Wanqing to halt and regard him with curiosity. What is it? She gently inquired. Zhou Muxing, with innocent eyes wide open, asked, Why do other ladies have husbands, but you do not, mother? Jiang Wanqing found herself momentarily speechless. The question, posed by a child barely over 4, left her uncertain whether it was intentional or innocent. Preserving her dignified smile, she replied, That was your father. He passed away long ago, which is why there is no father present. Zhou Muxing grinned brightly. That is all right, mother. Even without a father, Muxing will grow to be a man and will protect you well. Xiao Zhao's voice interjected. How despicable. That wicked brother knows full well that the father, who is secretly with mother, is actually your husband. And yet he pretends otherwise. Mother, he is destined to be the youngest top scholar, not just an ordinary child. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's thoughts, Jiang Wanqing narrowed her eyes. If Zhou Muxing was aware that his father was still alive, yet spoke those words, was he not deliberately aiming to pierce her heart, presenting himself as the obedient child? For the first time, she scrutinized Zhou Muxing carefully. This 4.5-year-old child appeared sincere and innocent, yet his mind harbored such intricate thoughts. Realizing Jiang Wanqing's gaze was fixed upon him, Zhou Muxing hesitated, then cautiously asked, Mother, did Muxing say something wrong? Jiang Wanqing smiled softly. No, I merely find you quite sensible. Meanwhile, the child in her arms, Xiaoxiao, began to protest, kicking her legs in agitation. Her small face puffed up in frustration, her round, dark eyes glaring at Jiang Wanqing. How infuriating. Mother, if you continue down this path, even your beloved daughter cannot save you. Not only will you face a dire fate, but your dear daughter may also meet an untimely end. Jiang Wanqing, who had been smiling, suddenly turned cold. Who dared to threaten her daughter? Holding Xiaoxiao tightly, she felt a profound sense of happiness in that moment. She would not allow anyone to shatter this precious joy. An old maid approached, and upon noticing Zhou Muxing, Jiang Wanqing instinctively shielded him behind her. Realizing her reaction might have been excessive, she quickly inclined her head in respect towards Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing scrutinized the maid before her, finding her appearance unfamiliar. "Are you a new maid?" she inquired, furrowing her brow. The maid lowered her head swiftly. "Yes, madam. I was previously in charge of Master Mushing and have now entered the household to continue caring for him." Understanding dawned on Jiang Wanqing. She simply stated, "From now on, Mushing shall be the young master of the Xingqiang Marquis. Please take good care of him." The maid nodded vigorously in agreement. Afterward, as Jiang Wanqing turned to leave the courtyard, she paused when she overheard the maid's hushed voice from behind the wall. "Master, you did not say anything inappropriate to madam, did you? Do you remember what your parents told you before you came?" Jiang Wanqing's pupils constricted slightly. What had Zhou Xiaoxiao instructed him? Meanwhile, nestled in her arms, Xiaoxiao perked up her ears. "Nanny, I understand. I will win the madam's favor and make her treat me like her own child. But when will father and mother be able to live together with me? It may take a long time yet. Can we not drive the madam out of the Xingqiang Marquis? If it were not for her, I would not be separated from my mother. Oh dear young master. The madam hails from the Duke of the State's residence. The Xingqiang Marquis cannot afford to offend her." As their whispered conversation faded, Jiang Wanqing, concealed behind the wall, revealed a cold smile. She raised her brows and gazed at the now closed door, the last traces of tenderness vanishing from her eyes. Ah, indeed, like father, like son. Just over a year since her marriage, and she found herself burdened with a 4-year-old child from a concubine. These people, while coveting her dowry, still sought to deceive her. Did they truly believe this was her fault? How dare they impose such teachings upon Zhou Mushing? It was sheer absurdity. Jiang Wanqing felt her teeth clench in anger. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao in her arms pouted. Although her mother seemed fearsome at that moment, she felt a fleeting sense of relief. Finally, mother has discovered the wicked brother's true nature. Jiang Wanqing seemed to sense Xiaoxiao's thoughts. She lowered her head to gaze at the child in her arms. The once stern expression melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. "My dear Xiaoxiao, fret not. No one can harm us. Your mother will protect us both." As they walked through the courtyard, Jiang Wanqing raised her brows, her understanding deepening. Subsequently, she dismissed all the maids. Suma, looking anxious, approached Jiang Wanqing. Once the maids had left, she furrowed her brow and began to voice her grievances. "Madam, those shameless people have played us for fools. They claim to owe their lives to the madam's cousin. But I have investigated thoroughly. That is the old matriarch's cousin, Song Nansheng, who grew up with Zhou Xiaoxiao. If not for the prospect of marrying into the Duke of the State's family, Zhou Xiaoxiao would have wed her. They have been secretly meeting and have had a child together. Zhou Mushing is their offspring. The old matriarch has hidden this well. The servants from the southern village had reported that over a year ago, they were gradually driven away from the estate under various pretenses, allegedly at your behest. Thus, we have been left without news from the estate for so long. However, rest assured, I have already turned one of our maids to our side. Any future news from the estate will reach us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing remained calm and collected. She looked at Xiaoxiao in her arms and smiled in relief. "It matters not. I have never held any expectations for Zhou Xiaoxiao. If I had a choice, he would not be the man I would marry. The only decision I have never regretted in this past year is giving birth to Xiaoxiao." Suma stared in astonishment as Jiang Wanqing's face shifted from anger to a gentle smile. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. "Madam, if you are feeling angry, you may express it. It is imperative not to bottle it up inside, for that can be detrimental to your health. Alternatively, we could certainly seek the Duke and his wife to intercede on your behalf." Jiang Wanqing, noticing the worry on Su Mama's face, shook her head. "Do not fret. Su Mama, I am not heartbroken." Su Mama seemed unconvinced. "How could you not be saddened? After all, Zhou Xiaoxiao is your husband and the father of your child." Jiang Wanqing replied with a shake of her head. "Before I turned 9, I lived in the border town, and to me, a husband is not the entirety of a woman's world. If he betrays me, I shall have no affection for him. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoxiao has plotted against me and led to the tragic demise of myself and my daughter. A husband who cannot protect his wife and child, and who brings harm to them, is better left behind." As these thoughts crossed her mind, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on Jiang Wanqing's face. Upon her return at the age of 9, she became a paragon of noble women in the capital. Yet, she had never been a sheltered flower. She was a thorny rose that grew amidst the winds and sands of the borderlands. Jiang Wanqing gazed down at her small infant. If her little one were to have an inadequate father, a man who had never cared for her since birth, only seeking to indulge with his mistress, then I believe my little one would disdain such a man as her father. Zhou Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, glistening with tears. Whoa, if only Xiaoxiao had her mother. In my previous life, when Xiaoxiao left, that wicked father never thought of her. He only had mother, who every year on my birthday would burn a few garments she had sewn herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's heart softened a little. She grasped Xiaoxiao's tiny hand. Her voice tender, "My dear daughter, in the future, with your mother by your side, I shall protect you well." Observing Jiang Wanqing in this state, Su Mama, who had cared for her since childhood, understood a part of her feelings. Thus, it was clear that Madame desired. Jiang Wanqing gently held Xiaoxiao's hand, her eyes reflecting a trace of bitterness, exuding the demeanor befitting the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. If he does not provoke me, I shall allow him his romances. However, if he insists on sending his mistress before me to repulse me, then I shall comply with his wishes. I shall properly educate his child. I shall not endorse the glories of their past lives nor their tragedies. In this life, I am determined to protect my daughter. Just as she spoke, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. "Sister-in-law, I have come to see you." Hearing this voice, Jiang Wanqing exchanged a glance with Su Mama. Su Mama scoffed. "Another one seeking money has arrived." Chapter 8. A shift in the Marquis's household. Every time Zhou Xiaoxiao's presence was announced, her voice arrived long before her. By the time Zhou Xiaoxiao appeared before Jiang Wanqing, she had already linked her arm with Jiang Wanqing's, displaying an exaggerated affection. The Marquis of Xingchang had 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter was already married, while 2 remained unwed. Zhou Xiaoxiao was the second daughter. Wicked aunt. Every time you claim to visit mother, it is merely for her money. You are well aware that wicked father is still alive and with that vile woman. Yet you do not inform mother, instead laughing at her secretly. While spending mother's money, you treat her in this manner, wicked aunt. Over the past year, Zhou Xiaoxiao had occasionally sought Jiang Wanqing for conversation. Although there were words of concern, they always circled back to matters of wealth. Either she had seen a beautiful piece of jewelry or a lovely garment. Perhaps Zhou Xiaoxiao truly regarded Jiang Wanqing as a fool, believing her to have abundant wealth, as if spending a little would not matter. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao knew that Zhou Xiaoxiao was still alive, yet chose to conceal this from Jiang Wanqing while reveling in her misfortune. This was intolerable. Noticing Jiang Wanqing's silence, Zhou Xiaoxiao's smile returned. Little Xiaoxiao was growing more beautiful, resembling her sister-in-law. Jiang Wanqing smiled mildly. "My daughter is naturally beautiful." Zhou Xiaoxiao affectionately clung to Jiang Wanqing's arm. Adopting a whiny tone, "Sister-in-law, a few days ago, I saw a stunning garment at Baiyatang that suited me perfectly. Sister-in-law, could you kindly have the steward provide me with some silver?" Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was once again about money that she sought her out. She was curious to see what would unfold if she refused. The finances of the Marquis of Xingchang were already limited, relying on the profits from a few shops to sustain them. With your brother's passing, the income has diminished further, and this money is no longer available. Zhou Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Jiang Wanqing's audacity to refuse her. In disbelief, she asked, "Sister-in-law, you never denied me when I wished to buy clothes before." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Xiaoxiao became flustered and indignant. Is the prestigious Marquis of Xingchang truly lacking the silver of its second daughter? If the funds are insufficient, do you not still possess your dowry? Realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, Zhou Xiaoxiao hastily shifted the topic. "I thought you were a good sister-in-law. I even praised you in front of my friends, calling you a paragon of noble women and a model of a marquis's wife. Today, I only ask for a single garment, and you deny me? Sister-in-law, you are being rather stingy." With those words, Zhou Xiaoxiao stormed out in a huff. She knew that had she spoken this way in the past, feigning anger would have led Jiang Wanqing to quickly appease her with silver. Left standing there, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Am I stingy? She. Over the past year, how much of her dowry had she expended? Just for once denying Zhou Xiaoxiao a dress, and she is deemed stingy? Beside her, Su Mama found great satisfaction. "Madam, you should have refused the second daughter long ago. She has always flattered you to obtain this and that. You see, now that you have not complied, she displays this attitude toward you. It appears that those who demand money have become the revered ones." Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly. "It shall not happen again. Mama, please summon the steward." Upon hearing this, Mama promptly agreed. Zhou Xiaoxiao cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Wanqing. "Mother will not give that wicked aunt any silver, will she? In my previous life, the second aunt deliberately framed the second uncle at the spring banquet, claiming he had tarnished her reputation, wanting to marry him. When he denied it, his future was ruined, and he was banished to a harsh place. ultimately meeting a tragic end. Woo, my second uncle was so unfortunate. Little Xiaoxiao suddenly began sobbing softly. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened. Zhou Xiaoxiao was, after all, a lady of the Marquis of Xinjiang. She knew her second brother was a young general, with countless noble women in the capital desiring to marry him. When the steward arrived, he found Jiang Wanqing with a stormy expression. He quickly knelt before her, fear evident on his face, and pleaded, "Madam, I was wrong. I shall provide the second daughter with the silver for her garment right away." Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly, realizing her demeanor had led the steward to misinterpret her. She said, "Please rise. That is not what I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the steward breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wanqing had been managing the vast estate of the Marquis of Xinjiang at such a young age for over a year, and he approached her with both fear and respect. In the present moment, I rise and stand aside, saying, "Madam's orders shall certainly be obeyed." Jiang Wanqing inquires, "From today onwards, the expenditures of the Marquis of Xinjiang's household shall solely rely on the profits from the shops under its name. My dowry shall no longer be drawn upon." Upon hearing this, the accountant appears taken aback, discreetly scrutinizing Jiang Wanqing. He tentatively responds, "Madam, the Marquis of Xinjiang's estate possesses fewer than 10 shops. Excluding those that incur losses, only 2 or 3 yield profits. In previous times, your financial support has ensured the estate's monetary abundance. If we rely solely on these, the household's provisions may be halved, if not more." Zhou Xiaoxiao also casts a doubtful glance at Jiang Wanqing, thinking, "Mother has finally seen the light." Jiang Wanqing raises an eyebrow, asserting, "Simply do as I instruct. The treatment of the household servants shall be no different from that of other marquisates. The only difference lies with the old lady and the young ladies." The accountant comprehends the situation and promptly replies, "I shall proceed as you command, madam." He wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, contemplating the impending changes within the marquisate. Chapter 9. Withholding food. Old Madame Zhou gazes at the meager fare on the dining table, a plate of greens, a plate of tofu, and a bowl of plain congee. Her expression darkens, unable to maintain her composure. She slams her chopsticks onto the table and glances at the maid beside her. The maid lowers her head and hastily explains, "Madam, the kitchen has stated that the available funds can only accommodate these dishes. Anything more extravagant is simply unattainable." Hearing this, old Madame Zhou furrows her brow, displeased. "What do you mean by can only arrange these dishes? The same amount of silver used to yield far superior meals in the past. Is the kitchen slacking off again?" Before the maid can respond, a voice of complaint echoes from afar. "Mother, the kitchen has truly gone too far. For 2 consecutive days, we have not had a hint of meat. Has the Marquis of Xinjiang's household truly become so miserly as to deny us even that?" As the words fall, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Zian arrive at the Marquis of Xinjiang's estate. Zhou Xiaoxiao wears a disgruntled expression, while Zhou Zian, the youngest of the Zhou sisters, bows respectfully to old Madame Zhou, saying, "Mother, the provisions in my courtyard have been dwindling day by day. Continuous meals of greens and congee are becoming a source of ridicule for the Marquis of Xinjiang's household." Zhou Zian, the youngest of the 3 Zhou sisters, and Zhou Xiaoxiao dined separately from old Madame Zhou, with each courtyard receiving meals from the kitchen. Since Zhou Xiaoxiao's absence from the Marquis of Xinjiang's estate, the habit of dining together has faded away. Zhou Xiaoxiao continues her complaints, while Zhou Zian gently tugs at her sleeve. Zhou Xiaoxiao, frowning, retorts, "What are you stopping me for?" Zhou Zian points at the food on old Madame Zhou's table, her eyes flickering. "Sister, do you not see that what mother has is exactly the same as ours?" Zhou Xiaoxiao follows Zhou Zian's gesture and sees that the dishes are indeed identical. 2 vegetarian dishes and a soup. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression shifts to one of amusement, exclaiming, "Even mother is served this meager fare. How much silver has the kitchen pocketed?" Old Madame Zhou gives a glance to the maid beside her. Shortly, the head cook from the kitchen appears. Before old Madame Zhou can inquire, the cook kneels before her, a plea evident on her face. "Madam, this matter is beyond my control." Zhou Xiaoxiao interjects, frowning. "You, cook, are quite amusing. We haven't even asked you anything, yet you seem to know what is going on. I see you are quite aware." Zhou Zian adds, "Sister, the cook does not possess such audacity. She wouldn't dare undermine mother." Old Madame Zhou, hearing their exchanges, slams the table and looks at the cook. "Enough. Explain why the kitchen has continuously sent these meager dishes. Has the Marquis of Xinjiang's household truly fallen to the point of being unable to afford meat? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall accuse you of embezzlement and have you punished." The cook immediately closes her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she hurriedly explains, "Madam, I am wronged. When preparing these dishes, I anticipated this day would come, but the funds allocated by the accountant to the kitchen only suffice for these ingredients. If you do not believe me, summon the accountant for a confrontation." Zhou Xiaoxiao retorts, "Nonsense. The kitchen's funds have always been sufficient. How can it only cover these dishes?" Zhou Xian, seemingly struck by a thought, tugs at Zhou Xiaoxiao's sleeve and whispers, "Sister, even if you bring the accountant, it will be of no use. The funds of the Marquis of Xingchang are managed by our sister-in-law. Without her consent, the accountant would not dare to allocate these funds." Zhou Xian, though the least noticeable among the Zhou family, is not as docile as one might presume. Her two statements highlight the underlying issue. Upon hearing this, old Madame Zhou and Zhou Xiaoxiao exchange glances, both realizing the crux of the problem. Zhou Xiaoxiao, infuriated, remarks, "Sister-in-law has become increasingly miserly. The last time I sought funds to purchase a garment, she refused. Now, she has even reduced mother's food. Mother, you must make her pay for this. Do not allow her to trample upon your dignity." Old Madame Zhou, upon hearing this, snorts softly and, without further words, rises to her feet. She has grown accustomed to sumptuous delicacies. Although a rare vegetarian meal may pique her curiosity, enduring several consecutive days of such fare is intolerable. Together with Zhou Xiaoxiao and a few maids and servants, they make their way to Jiang Wanqing's courtyard. As the leading maid pushes open the door, she immediately spots Jiang Wanqing seated at the table, dining, while Su Mama cradles a child nearby. Zhou Xiaoxiao, prepared to confront Jiang Wanqing angrily, is momentarily taken aback by the array of exquisite dishes before her. After a moment of astonishment, she becomes exceedingly agitated, pointing at the food and exclaiming to old Madame Zhou, "Mother, look! The 8 treasures duck and roasted mountain chicken from Baochui Lu, the spicy pork belly from Baixianggu, and the sweet preserves from Ruji. Each of these dishes costs several taels of silver. While we have only been served 3 vegetarian dishes, she has 8 or 9. Old Madame Zhou follows Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze, her expression darkening. With a cold laugh, she turns to Jiang Wanqing. "Jiang, do you not owe us an explanation?" Zhou Xian remains silent, merely supporting old Madame Zhou from behind. Jiang Wanqing, holding a delicate jade bowl, gazes at the imposing group before her, some still in shock. She swallows her last bite, elegantly dabs her mouth with a handkerchief, and then stands. Bowing to old Madame Zhou, she smiles, "Mother, have you come to my courtyard to digest after an early meal?" Old Madame Zhou sneers, "Digest? I fear my stomach is already grumbling before I've even reached your courtyard. Can a few bites of greens and tofu truly satiate?" Chapter 10. Demanding control over the household, old Madame Zhou harbors doubts about Jiang Wanqing's intentions, pondering whether this was a deliberate act on her part. Yet, throughout the past year, Jiang Wanqing has consistently behaved with decorum, and her demeanor now appears genuinely sincere. In a fleeting moment of doubt, the venerable matriarch, Madame Zhou, questioned whether she had misjudged the situation. Consequently, she suppressed her simmering anger and endeavored to compose herself. Gradually, she spoke. "Wanqing, why is it that the dishes sent from the kitchen consist of so few selections, and notably, only vegetarian fare?" Jiang Wanqing cast a glance at the modest meal before her and then turned to Madame Zhou, her expression betraying a hint of innocence. "Mother, as a daughter-in-law, I wish to provide something delightful for everyone. However, the accounts reveal an insufficiency of funds. Vegetables and plain congee are quite commendable." Instantly, Madame Zhou's countenance fell, realizing that this was entirely Jiang Wanqing's arrangement. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to voice her discontent. With biting sarcasm, she retorted, "If the accounts lack silver, then we all must subsist on vegetables. Why does sister-in-law feast on such exquisite dishes while we are relegated to this fare? Is it possible that sister-in-law has withheld our portions for her own indulgence?" Both Madame Zhou and Zhou Xian turned their gazes towards Jiang Wanqing, awaiting her explanation. Observing their accusatory stares, Jiang Wanqing replied with measured calm, "Indeed, the account of the Xingchang Marquis lacks available funds. The dishes I partake are purchased from my dowry. If my sister and mother desire better meals, perhaps some silver could be temporarily drawn from the dowry." Zhou Xiaoxiao, incensed, laughed derisively and questioned, "Has the Xingchang Marquis fallen to such depths of poverty that we cannot afford meat?" Jiang Wanqing interjected, "Sister, the funds in the household accounts were indeed sufficient for our family's needs, including meat. However, this month, You have spent extravagantly on clothing and jewelry, depleting the available resources. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's assertion, Zhou Ziki hastily protested. Even if I purchased clothing and accessories, how could I have spent so much? I suspect you intentionally allocated us meager rations while indulging yourself. Doubts also clouded Madame Zhou's mind. Even without drawing from Jiang Wanqing's dowry, could the Xinjiang Marquis truly be incapable of supporting its members? The household still had some shop income. Madame Zhou then remarked, Jiang, do you not understand the sin of mistreating your mother-in-law? Upon hearing such an accusation, Jiang Wanqing feigned tears, her voice resounding with a false lament. Mother, I am wronged. The funds are indeed limited, and I have endeavored to ensure everyone eats well. If my sister could refrain from excess purchases, I believe we could all enjoy a better meal. I wish to treat my mother-in-law well, but after more than a year, my dowry is nearly exhausted. And I must also consider Xiaoxiao's future. Surely, you would not want to squander Xiaoxiao's dowry? Jiang Wanqing's tearful plea effectively silenced Madame Zhou, who, despite her ulterior motives regarding Jiang Wanqing's dowry, could not openly admit such intentions. Moreover, she found it hard to believe that Jiang Wanqing's dowry could be so swiftly depleted within a year and a half. After all, Jiang Wanqing had brought an impressive dowry of over 100 loads when she married. Did the Duchess not provide her with ample wealth? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Madame Zhou's complexion paled. She had hoped for Jiang Wanqing to properly nurture Zhou Mushing, yet the current circumstances seemed dire. What if Xiaoxiao were no longer here? Would Jiang Wanqing then neglect her dowry? With this troubling notion, Madame Zhou cast a furtive glance at the child in Su Momo's arms. Xiaoxiao, with her round, glistening eyes, beamed at Madame Zhou, yet the matriarch couldn't shake the feeling that the child's smile carried an unsettling hint of schadenfreude. Madame Zhou reassured herself that her suspicions were unfounded. After all, Xiaoxiao was merely a girl and of little consequence. If her sacrifice could benefit her elder grandson, it would be a worthy fate. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao, sensing the gaze upon her, felt a chill run down her spine. If only her mother had finished her meal, she would have sought refuge in her embrace. Instead, she waved her tiny hands toward Jiang Wanqing, yearning for the warmth of her mother's loving arms. Jiang Wanqing, hearing the infant's coos, turned to see Xiaoxiao waving energetically. She stepped forward and gathered the child into her embrace, calming her. Observing the silence that enveloped Madame Zhou, Zhou Zian, who had remained quiet until now, took a step forward and addressed Jiang Wanqing, sister-in-law. While it may not matter to us adults if we do not eat meat, we must consider Mushing, our future heir, and the only legitimate son, even if adopted. He is at a critical stage of growth, and it is unacceptable for him to go without meat. At the mention of Zhou Mushing, Madame Zhou's composure faltered. Yes, starving herself was inconsequential, but her grandson must not be deprived. Realizing this, Madame Zhou spoke again. Jiang, since Zhou Mushing is your adopted child, much like your own, should you not allocate some funds for him as well? I believe it would be better to procure more food for him now, rather than wait until later. Jiang Wanqing felt a chill run through her at these words, yet she maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Mother need not worry about Mushing going hungry. With next month's arrival, if my sister could limit her purchases of jewelry and clothing, it would be sufficient for our family to enjoy ample provisions. Zhou Ziki, agitated, retorted, is it truly the case that the Xinjiang Marquis' sustenance must be drawn from the meager allowances of a mere second daughter? Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow and sighed before responding. Sister, the circumstances of the Xinjiang Marquis are not what they once were. However, Zhou Ziki dismissed her explanation, leaving behind a scathing remark. I suspect you are merely cutting our rations to satisfy your own appetite. Sister-in-law, if you cannot manage this household properly, perhaps you should relinquish the authority to me. As Zhou Ziki's words echoed, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, each harboring their own motives. Madame Zhou, reflecting on Jiang Wanqing's unwillingness to draw from her dowry, pondered whether this situation could serve as leverage to compel Jiang Wanqing to relinquish her authority, thereby reprimanding her effectively. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziki, still resentful over Jiang Wanqing's previous refusal to provide her with funds for clothing, felt humiliated before her sisters. In this intricate web of schemes, Jiang Wanqing found herself fervently wishing to relinquish her authority over the household. Yet, she had to temper her enthusiasm, feigning reluctance. After a moment of hesitation, she offered disingenuous reassurance. Sister, managing the household is not as simple as you think. If you wish to learn, I can guide you step by step. There is no need to rush. Zhou Ziki, hearing this, scoffed, "What? Am I to let you continue managing the household while we subsist on this meager vegetarian fare?" To Zhou Ziki, Jiang Wanqing's reluctance appeared as a refusal to yield her control. Fearing the relinquishment of her household authority, Jiang Wanqing dreaded that she might never again partake in such a sumptuous feast. Before she could voice her objections, the matriarch, old Madame Zhou, interjected, "Jiang family. Ziki speaks wisely. At her age, it is indeed time for her to learn the intricacies of managing the household. It would be prudent to entrust her with the affairs of this residence, allowing her to prepare for her future responsibilities." Old Madame Zhou was aware of the financial shortfalls previously endured by the household, which Jiang Wanqing had already rectified using her dowry. Despite the decline of the Marquis of Xingchang's estate, there remained a few shops under their purview. Even if Zhou Ziki lacked experience in household management, it was unlikely she would fare worse than the current fare of plain vegetables and congee. Moreover, she aimed to refine Jiang Wanqing's understanding of the situation. Once Jiang Wanqing realized her missteps and was willing to contribute her dowry to restore the Marquis of Xingchang's estate, she could then be entrusted with the household authority. The scheming of old Madame Zhou and Zhou Ziki did not escape Jiang Wanqing's keen perception. Her eyes harbored a glint of coldness, though her demeanor feigned uncertainty. "But mother, my second sister has never managed a household before. To hastily bestow upon her such authority." Old Madame Zhou, not pleased, let out a scoff. "What? Do you have reservations? I recall when you first entered the Jiang family, I entrusted you with the household authority, placing my trust in you. Why? Now that it is your sister's turn, do you doubt her?" Zhou Ziki chimed in, glaring at Jiang Wanqing with indignation. "Exactly. Now that mother has decreed it, sister-in-law. Do you dare to defy her? If you could manage the Marquis' residence well, why can't I? This household is mine. Jiang family, surrender the authority of the household. If you refuse to relinquish this power, it will only indicate your selfishness." The duo of old Madame Zhou and Zhou Ziki, through a relentless barrage of words, sought to force Jiang Wanqing into submission. Jiang Wanqing maintained her composure, yet within her heart, she felt a surge of disdain. She had no desire to assume the role of head of the household. Moreover, a year ago, she had just taken on this responsibility. The circumstances then were incomparable to now. At that time, the accounts of the Marquis of Xingchang were in severe deficit. Having just taken up the mantle of authority, she was determined not to be looked down upon by her in-laws. Thus, she had gritted her teeth and utilized her dowry to cover the substantial losses. Now, Jiang Wanqing understood the implications of her mother's prior remarks. To manipulate a woman's dowry was hardly the conduct of respectable kin, even without the previous debts. She was keen to observe how Zhou Ziki intended to sustain such a large family with the few underperforming shops tied to the Marquis of Xingchang. Jiang Wanqing smirked slightly, her expression compliant. "As a dutiful daughter-in-law, I shall heed my mother's wishes and relinquish the authority of the household." With that, she cradled her little daughter, casting a glance at Nurse Su. In the next moment, Nurse Su presented a set of keys to Zhou Ziki. As the keys were passed, the little one in Jiang Wanqing's arms excitedly waved her hands. "Huh. These fools will find themselves unable to enjoy even 3 dishes for the rest of their lives without mother's support." Jiang Wanqing mused inwardly. "Mother, have you finally awakened to the truth? In the past, these individuals squandered your dowry without a second thought." She could not help but look down at her daughter, sighing within. "From now on, all the money shall be spent on my dear daughter's new garments. I shall no longer finance others." The moment Zhou Ziki received the keys, her face blossomed with uncontainable delight. She eagerly turned to old Madame Zhou. "Mother, I shall promptly visit the accountant and request some funds for the kitchen. Let us ensure you are well taken care of." Jiang Wanqing, witnessing this scene, chuckled softly. She hoped her younger sister could indeed manage the vast estate of the Marquis of Xingchang. This laughter, of course, captured Zhou Ziki's attention. With a haughty lift of her chin, she regarded Jiang Wanqing, her lips curling into a slow smile. "Sister-in-law, with all this leftover food on the table, I suppose there will be no need for the kitchen to send more dishes for the next 3 days. In fact, I shall only instruct them to deliver a platter of greens for you." Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, recognizing Zhou Ziki's new authority as a means of asserting dominance. Zhou Ziki momentarily found herself at a loss for words, eyeing the abundance of delicious dishes left uneaten. She perceived Jiang Wanqing's lavish spending as excessive. She had never consumed such a variety of dishes at once. But that was of little concern. Once she held the reins of authority, she would ensure her day would come. With this thought, Zhou Ziki proudly lifted her head and departed from Jiang Wanqing's presence with great fanfare. Zhou Zian glanced at Jiang Wanqing, then at Zhou Ziki's retreating figure, performed a respectful bow to old Madame Zhou, and likewise took her leave. Meanwhile, old Madame Zhou remained unmoved. Jiang Wanqing, her eyes twinkling with mirth, gestured towards the remaining food on the table. Mother, if you have not had your fill, would you care to join me for a little more? Upon hearing this, old Madame Zhou stepped back in indignation, pointing at Jiang Wanqing with fury. Jiang family, you dare to offer me your leftover food. Chapter 12. A subtle whiff of conspiracy cradling her child. Jiang Wanqing felt a tremor in her pupils. Observing the sincerity etched upon her face, old Madame Zhou experienced a fleeting moment of doubt. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing was genuinely oblivious? Yet, if one considered her past actions, would she not have utilized her dowry to arrange a lavish meal for herself? For reasons unknown, old Madame Zhou sensed that Jiang Wanqing had changed in some indefinable way. She had intended to use the household authority to teach Jiang Wanqing a lesson. Yet now that it was in Zhou Ziki's hands, Jiang Wanqing appeared remarkably unperturbed. Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, feigning anxiety. Mother, I assure you I shall reflect deeply on this matter. As for Mu Sheng, I have already sent a letter to Master Wuchen. Seeing Jiang Wanqing in such a state of trepidation and hearing the mention of Zhou Mu Sheng, old Madame Zhou's expression softened somewhat. If they could indeed secure Master Wuchen's assistance, perhaps the Zhou family might eventually produce a top scholar. Old Madame Zhou regarded Jiang Wanqing with a hint of warmth. Wanqing, it is admirable that you consider Mu Sheng's future. In this context, the use of Wanqing was particularly sardonic, as it implied that she was only worthy of being acknowledged when there was a matter at hand. Jiang Wanqing maintained a polite smile. I shall certainly devote myself to guiding this child, Mu Sheng. She felt that over the past year, her genuine affections had been squandered in vain. Content with her visit, old Madame Zhou departed Jiang Wanqing's residence. Jiang Wanqing, gently cradling her little one, stepped softly into the room. The infant remained drowsy, and Jiang Wanqing carefully placed her in the cradle before exiting with Nurse Su. Once outside, Nurse Su immediately inquired, Madam, are we truly going to write to Master Wuchen? Jiang Wanqing smiled. It has been too long since I last saw my teacher. As for Zhou Mu Sheng, whether he can impress the teacher on his own is a test of his own merit. While the world was aware of her elder brother's tutelage under Master Wuchen, few knew she too had been a pupil of his. Though she could not recall how she had previously aided Zhou Mu Sheng in persuading the teacher, this time, he would have to manage without her assistance. Before long, a maid hurriedly approached Jiang Wanqing. In a hushed tone, she reported, Madam, the second young lady just visited the accountant and caused quite a stir. She is currently making her way towards our courtyard. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, anticipating this development. She walked over to the stone table in the courtyard and took a seat, while Grandma Su poured tea beside her. With the sweltering heat of the day, it was essential to drink more water to cool off. The accounts of the Marquis of Xingchang's household were already scant. Aside from the silver that Zhou Ziki had taken this month, what more could possibly remain? Jiang Wanqing, if you do not wish to entrust me with the authority of the housekeeper, simply tell Mother directly. Why must you resort to such oblique methods to trouble me? Before she could even see the person, she heard Zhou Ziki's fierce voice echoing. Moments later, Zhou Ziki appeared before Jiang Wanqing, accompanied by a few young servants. Seeing Jiang Wanqing leisurely sipping tea only fueled her anger further. She threw the account book onto the table in front of Jiang Wanqing, hands on her hips, eyes wide, and exclaimed in a furious tone, in the esteemed Marquis of Xingchang's household, how can there be only this little silver? Who are you trying to deceive? Jiang Wanqing cast a detached glance at the account book and replied in a measured tone, Sister, it seems you have abandoned all pretense and now simply call me by name. Back when you sought silver from me, you called me dear sister repeatedly. How unfair it must have been for you. Zhou Ziki, unfazed by Jiang Wanqing's sardonic remarks, continued her interrogation. Don't give me that nonsense. I only ask you, where's the money? How can the vast estate of the Marquis of Xingchang be so impoverished? Did you swallow it? Swallow it. Jiang Wanqing scoffed, as if hearing the most absurd joke. With a crash, she seized the cup in her hand and hurled it to the ground. Rising to her feet, her eyes glinted coldly as she fixed her gaze upon Zhou Ziki. The sheer pressure emanating from her momentarily startled Zhou Ziki, causing her to take a few steps back. However, recalling that Jiang Wanqing was now a member of the Zhou family, while she was the head of the household, Zhou Ziki regained her confidence and asserted, "If you do not provide me with an explanation, we shall both go to mother to clarify this matter." Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath, her dark eyes locking onto Zhou Ziki's. With a mocking smile, she said, "Very well. Let us ask mother why. Since I married into the Marquis of Xingchang's household, the accounts have shown such a significant deficit. Or perhaps it was my dowry that was appropriated to cover the shortfall. If you wish to know why the accounts reflect such little silver, you ought to examine them yourself. Every detail is meticulously recorded. Each expenditure and the dowry funds that were diverted after each month's overspending are all documented. Sister, are you not the housekeeper? Why do you question me without first reviewing the accounts?" With Jiang Wanqing's eloquent defense, the young servants Zhou Ziki had brought displayed a range of expressions. Few were privy to the fact that Jiang Wanqing had used her dowry to balance the accounts of the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Now, with Jiang Wanqing's revelation, everyone was made aware of this gossip. Had she not spoken up, who would have known that such a grand estate was relying on the bride's dowry? Zhou Ziki was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. The old matriarch had not informed her that the household was in debt. Zhou Ziki murmured, "How could this be? Before you married in, the Marquis's expenditures were quite normal. How could they be in deficit now?" Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing this, sensed something amiss. The expenditures of the Zhou family had been normal before her arrival. Why had the situation changed so drastically since she joined? How could the vast estate of the Marquis of Xingchang possess only 10 shops, most of which were unprofitable? Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing felt as if the Marquis of Xingchang's household had intentionally dug a pit for her to fall into. Chapter 13. Returned to the Duke's residence while Jiang Wanqing was lost in thought. Zhou Ziki seemed to have thought of something, her expression shifting subtly. When she looked up at Jiang Wanqing again, the previous hostility had dissipated, replaced by a complex emotion as she spoke. "Do not be so pleased with yourself. If you were able to manage this household, I certainly can as well." Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing remained ensnared in her earlier reflections. Grandma Su approached Jiang Wanqing's side, echoing her sentiments. However, at that moment, Jiang Wanqing was still preoccupied with Zhou Ziki's earlier words. She then said, "Grandma, please investigate the former properties of the Marquis of Xingchang, those shops, and where they have disappeared to." According to Zhou Ziki, the Zhou family's expenditures were normal before I entered. How could the Marquis's household suddenly find itself in such a deficit? Even if the shops were sold, there should be funds remaining. Surely, even if they were unprofitable, there wouldn't be so many losses. The few remaining shops of the Marquis of Xingchang were all unprofitable and poorly located. Yet, where had those once strategically placed shops vanished to? Jiang Wanqing felt that the underlying reasons were not so simple. Hearing this, Grandma Su contemplated for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, "Could it be that the old matriarch has given those former shops to the external Marquis? The Marquis? Zhou Zigu?" Jiang Wanqing recalled that Xiaoxiao had once mentioned that Zhou Zigu had already aligned himself with the princes. Thus, the previous generation of the Jiang family had become victims of political machinations. If there was a struggle, it would undoubtedly involve a significant amount of money. Perhaps it was indeed possible that the funds had been funneled to Zhou Zigu. The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Wanqing felt frustrated with the Zhou family. They had unwarrantedly made her fill in their gaps while plotting against her own family. Without Xiaoxiao, her family might have been doomed to repeat the same mistakes. With this in mind, Jiang Wanqing turned to Grandma Su. "You must be careful in your investigation into this matter, and also keep a close watch on the residents in the south of the city." Grandma Su nodded promptly and left the courtyard. Without the burden of household authority, Jiang Wanqing felt an unexpected sense of relief. The Duke's residence, an imposing edifice signifying power and status, was situated in the heart of a bustling city. Its vast grounds were enclosed by towering walls, covered in lush vines, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding dwellings. The grand entrance of the estate showcased a pair of resplendent brass door rings. Flanking the entrance were the Duke's emblem, 2 majestic stone lions, embodying the noble status of the owner. Upon entering the Duke's residence, the opulent interior was adorned with lavish decorations. Grandly carved wooden pillars supported the ceiling, and exquisite coffered ceilings depicted auspicious patterns, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Jiang Wanqing's unexpected visit had already been communicated to the steward. Shortly thereafter, the Duchess arrived, accompanied by a young woman of distinguished appearance. Upon noticing Jiang Wanqing enter alone with Xiaoxiao, the Duchess stepped forward and scrutinized Jiang Wanqing intently. Seeing the worried expression on her mother's face and recalling the schemes of those in the Marquis of Xingchang's household, Jiang Wanqing felt a lump in her throat. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes. The Duchess quickly inquired, "Has that Zhou family given you any trouble?" With her mother and elder sister supporting her, Jiang Wanqing momentarily felt that perhaps she was being overly sensitive. She hastily wiped her tears and shook her head. "No, it's just that since having Xiaoxiao, I find myself longing for home even more." Mentioning Xiaoxiao, both the Duchess and the young lady turned their attention to the infant in Jiang Wanqing's arms. The Duchess took hold of Xiaoxiao's hand, her heart melting at the sight. With a deep sigh, she addressed Jiang Wanqing, lamenting, "Alas, you have already given birth to Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, I would surely have collaborated with your father to help you escape from the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. My child, I apologize for the burdens you have borne, becoming a widow so early." Beside her, the young madam could not help but sigh as well. "Grandmother, aunt, you must assist mother in escaping from the Marquis of Xingchang's estate, even if it means leaving Xiaoxiao behind. I do not wish for mother to be distressed." Xiaoxiao waved her hands excitedly, expressing her heartfelt sentiments. Jiang Wanqing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but then she slowly smiled at Xiaoxiao, who had the courage to remain in the perilous Marquis' abode. Why could she not carve out a path for her daughter? In this lifetime, she vowed to protect Xiaoxiao and her family. Jiang Wanqing turned to the two low-spirited individuals before her and spoke. "I regret marrying into the Marquis of Xingchang's residence due to our previous agreement, but I have never regretted giving birth to Xiaoxiao." Despite her words, the Duchess felt a pang of guilt as she regarded her daughter. She then inquired, "How much longer until elder brother returns from court?" Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated through the hall. Dressed in a crimson official's robe, Jiang Lingyi entered the room, his tone softening as he greeted, "Elder brother." Approaching, Jiang Lingyi scrutinized Jiang Wanqing, relieved to see she had not lost weight, indicating that the child had not overly exhausted her. He gently lifted Xiaoxiao from her arms, saying, "Xiaoxiao, let uncle hold you." Xiaoxiao gazed up at the amiable face before her, her large eyes blinking in wonder. Indeed, if mother was so beautiful, uncle must also be quite handsome. Jiang Wanqing interjected, "Elder brother, I have matters I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 14. A brother's assurance. As Jiang Wanqing's words fell, Jiang Lingyi, who had been playfully teasing Xiaoxiao, ceased his actions. It was the first time he had seen his younger sister so serious. The Duchess and the young madam exchanged glances. Jiang Lingyi nodded. Once the Duchess and the young madam departed, the hall was left with only the siblings and Xiaoxiao. Jiang Lingyi's expression turned grave as he slightly furrowed his brows, asking, "Have you faced any grievances at the Marquis of Xingchang's residence? Speak freely, and I shall seek justice for you." Jiang Wanqing felt a lump in her throat. After hesitating momentarily, she decided not to reveal everything just yet, fearing her brother might think she and Xiaoxiao were possessed. She merely replied, "No, I simply miss home." Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Lingyi sighed and spoke gently. "Now that father and our second brother are far away in the border town, and your other brothers are rather unreliable, I, as your elder brother and the heir of the Duke's household, am your support. Remember, even though you have married into the Marquis' residence, you remain the only legitimate daughter of the Duke's household." Jiang Wanqing listened, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, she forced a smile and replied lightly, "Of course. I know, elder brother. However, I have indeed come with a request. I would like you to help me find a maid skilled in martial arts for Xiaoxiao." Jiang Wanqing suddenly recalled her brother's mention of their second brother. Xiaoxiao, agitated, began waving her hands vigorously, her little mouth opening and closing, as if she wished to say something, appearing quite excited. Jiang Lingyi assumed she was merely being playful, while Jiang Wanqing understood that her brother's mention of their second brother had triggered something in Xiaoxiao. She quickly turned to Jiang Lingyi, saying, "Elder brother, let me hold Xiaoxiao." Jiang Lingyi, lacking experience in caring for children, did not refuse and handed Xiaoxiao over to Jiang Wanqing. As soon as she held Xiaoxiao, the child began to voice her thoughts. The wicked aunt has entered the second uncle's room, and everyone is starting to blame the second uncle, forcing him to marry the wicked aunt. The second uncle is unwilling and has been exiled to a desolate place, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Whoa, mother, please do not stop the wicked aunt." Jiang Wanqing's expression turned cold as she gently patted Xiaoxiao. Jiang Lingyi, hearing this, nodded in agreement. "All right." Upon hearing that mother would accompany the second uncle, Xiaoxiao quieted down. After a hearty lunch at the Duke's residence, Enjoying her favorite dishes, Jiang Wanqing's spirits lifted considerably. After the meal, Jiang Lingyi also presented Jiang Wanqing with a maid. He introduced the maid. Mou is the finest servant in the duke's household and quite young. She will stay by Xiao Zhao's side. Mou bowed to Jiang Wanqing, saying, Mou pays her respects to the lady and master. Jiang Wanqing assessed Mou with a nod, and then turned to Jiang Lingyi, saying, Thank you, elder brother. Well, I will, Jiang Wanqing nodded, suppressing the tears brimming in her eyes. There was much she still needed to accomplish. When the day came that she could protect her family, she would cherish every moment with her mother. After bidding farewell to her family, Jiang Wanqing prepared to leave the duke's residence. However, just as she was about to step outside, she noticed a maid picking something up from the ground. Approaching, she realized it was the maid's purse. After the maid retrieved the last copper coin, she noticed Jiang Wanqing before hurriedly kneeling to pay her respects. Jiang Wanqing, however, focused on the copper coins in the maid's hand. In the next moment, Mou had taken a coin from the maid's hand and then retrieved another from her waist to hand to the maid. Mou then passed the maid's coin to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, recognizing Mou's perceptiveness. She accepted the coin and examined it closely. For some reason, she felt something was amiss with this coin. Before Jiang Wanqing could react, Xiao Xiao in her arms began to stir restlessly. Mother, this is a counterfeit coin. Later, the counterfeit coin case will be handed to Uncle, but for some reason, this matter will end up implicating the duke's residence. Uncle even lost his official cap over this. Jiang Wanqing's brow furrowed. The situation regarding her second brother was still unresolved, and now another counterfeit coin case had emerged. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Holding the coin tightly, Jiang Wanqing exited the duke's residence and boarded her carriage. She placed the coin on the table and turned to Mou, saying, Show me all the coins in your purse. Mou nodded and, in the next moment, unfastened her purse, emptying all the coins onto the table. At a glance, they seemed mostly fine, except for 2 coins that appeared slightly off, feeling a bit heavier than the rest. Xiao Xiao, observing the dozen or so coins on the table, and then the 2 held in Jiang Wanqing's hand, yawned and remarked, Mother, all the coins on this table, except for the 2 in your hand, are counterfeit. None of them are issued by the government. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Were all those coins counterfeit, with only 2 being genuine? She looked at Mou, asking, Where did you acquire these coins? Jiang Wanqing's eyelids twitched. How many counterfeit coins must have been made to infiltrate so deeply? Chapter 15. Danger approaches. Seeing Jiang Wanqing silently scrutinizing the coin in her hand, Mou inquired in confusion, Lady, is there something wrong with this coin? Jiang Wanqing remained silent, merely handing 1 coin from her hand and another from the table to Mou. Mou received the copper coins with a perplexed expression, scrutinizing them for a moment. Soon after, her brow furrowed, and she uncertainly inquired, Madam, why do I feel that one of these coins is significantly heavier? A vague suspicion stirred within her, yet she hesitated to voice it. Jiang Wanqing responded directly, Here, only 2 of the coins are genuine. The others are likely replicas. If all of them were counterfeit, it would indicate that fake copper coins have become quite prevalent in the market. But who could possibly have the audacity to counterfeit so many? It seemed improbable that an ordinary person could achieve such a feat. Mou pressed her lips together. Madam, should we report this to the authorities? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wanqing recalled that in her previous life, this matter had ultimately led to the duke's residence. Reporting it now might lead the culprits to deflect blame onto the duke's household. It was better to investigate and uncover the perpetrator while they were still unsuspecting. With this thought, Jiang Wanqing turned to Mou. For now, let us keep this matter discreet. Mou nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, madam. As Jiang Wanqing gazed at the coins on the table, she found herself troubled. With counterfeit coins already circulating in the market, she had no idea where to begin her investigation. Glancing at the little girl in her arms, who was nibbling on her fingers, she mused, My dear daughter, I am at a loss. Perhaps you could shed some light on this. At that moment, Granny Su entered the courtyard, intending to share her findings with Jiang Wanqing. However, she noticed an unfamiliar maid standing beside her. She bowed to Jiang Wanqing. Madam, I have made some progress regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. Granny Su then cast a wary glance at Mou. Jiang Wanqing explained, This is Mou, a maid my elder brother found to protect Xiao Xiao. She is one of us. By the way, Granny, what have you discovered? Naturally, anyone chosen by her brother was trustworthy. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Granny Sue relaxed her guard and, somewhat indignant, began, I inquired about the locations of the previous shops associated with the Xingchong Marquis estate. Upon further investigation, I was quite astonished to find that these shops are all linked to a woman surnamed Song. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Song? It must be that wicked woman, Song Nanxing, the one my father has been supporting outside. The only connection to the Zhou family is this woman with the surname Song. Little Xiaoxiao began to stir with excitement in Jiang Wanqing's arms. Jiang Wanqing comforted her with gentle pats. If it were indeed Song Nanxing, the mistress, Zhou Zigu had entrusted all the profitable shops of the Xingchong Marquis estate to her, yet still sought to find a reason for Jiang Wanqing to send money from her dowry to repay the old lady's debts in the southern residence. This was exceedingly outrageous. Those shops were indeed profitable, yet they still dared to covet her dowry. Thankfully, she had relinquished her control over the household matters. From now on, she certainly would not allocate a single coin from her dowry to the Xingchong Marquis estate. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow and turned to Granny Sue. By the way, Granny, what about the surveillance on Zhou Zigu and Song Nanxing that I asked you to conduct? Granny Sue suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in disbelief. The master of those shops is surnamed Song. It can't possibly be the mistress the Marquis is keeping, can it? Upon this revelation, Granny Sue grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, These scoundrels, giving all the profitable shops to a mistress and creating the illusion of financial strain within the Xingchong Marquis estate. Forcing you to use your dowry to fill the gaps. How dare they? The more she spoke, the darker her expression became. Meanwhile, Mou listened in growing confusion, murmuring, But didn't the Marquis die long ago? Jiang Wanqing, with keen ears, caught Mou's words and turned to her. Since you are to be Xiao Zhao's close protector, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Zhou Zigu is not dead. He merely faked his death and is living comfortably with his mistress in the southern residence. However, do not mention this to my elder brother. I will tell him at the appropriate moment. Hearing this, Mou immediately bowed respectfully. Madam, the eldest young master has stated that my allegiance lies with the young lady. Your words hold more weight than his in my view. Jiang Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, though she remained curious about Zhou Zigu's daily activities. She asked Granny Sue, Have you seen where Zhou Zigu goes? Granny Sue shook her head. The person I dispatched to follow him lost track after being shaken off. The last sighting was near the bamboo grove close to the southern residence. I feared that following too closely might raise suspicions, so I did not pursue further. Mother, I remember, in my previous life, the counterfeit coin case led to the bamboo grove in the southern region because the land deed was part of your dowry, which implicated the Duke's estate. And my wicked father, due to his ties with the eldest prince, actively provided leads, allowing the Zhou family to wash away suspicion, leaving only the Duke's estate to bear the blame. Little Xiao Zhao's mouth moved excitedly as she stared intensely at her legs, and Jiang Wanqing felt a cold chill in her heart. Everything began to make sense. She had likely pieced together the truth. Chapter 16. Apprenticeship. The counterfeit coin case pointed to the southern residence, which was home to only Zhou Zigu and Song Nanxing. Its secluded location made it exceedingly easy to execute any plans. Furthermore, Zhou Zigu had previously transferred all valuable shops to Song Nanxing. It was evident that Zhou Zigu had secretly minted coins for the eldest prince. Minting coins required substantial silver, likely derived from the profits of those shops. Perhaps the considerable debt that the Xingchong Marquis estate owed was also orchestrated by Zhou Zigu. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhou Zigu was allied with the eldest prince, presenting a facade of death while acting as the princess underling. He even intended to step over the Duke's estate to elevate his own status. Jiang Wanqing felt a wave of unease wash over her, unable to suppress a sigh at Zhou Zigu's cunning schemes. If she had not heard Xiaoxiao's thoughts, her entire family at the Duke's estate might have remained oblivious to the extent of Zhou Zigu's machinations. The Duke's estate had always refrained from involving itself in the power struggles among the princes. Currently, there were 4 princes vying for the throne, with the most promising candidates being the favored son of the concubine, the eldest Prince Chang'an, and the empress's son, the second prince. She had not anticipated that Zhou Zigu would align with the eldest prince. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the concubine was the emperor's most beloved, and even though the second prince had been established as the crown prince, it was common knowledge in the court that the emperor favored the eldest Prince Chang'an. Jiang Wanqing suddenly felt as though she had plunged into a political struggle. Granny Sue's pupils constricted. No, madam, you cannot put yourself in danger. Mou chimed in. Madam, Allow me to investigate this matter. I am confident in my abilities. Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing the words, turned to Mou with utmost seriousness. Mou, I shall speak these words to you only once. You must remember, your sole task is to protect Xiaoxiao closely. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Your singular duty is to safeguard Xiaoxiao. She felt uncertain about the hardships Xiaoxiao endured in her past life. Thus, in this life, she resolved to protect her daughter without a moment's hesitation. Mou nodded in acknowledgement. However, Su Mama grew somewhat anxious. Madam, perhaps you should inform the eldest son of this matter, so he can assign more people to assist you. Jiang Wanqing shook her head. No, Mama, it is not yet time. Speaking to too many people now would only raise suspicions. Moreover, have you forgotten? I am the daughter of the Duke of the State. I grew up in the border town, and my skills are not inferior to others. She needed to ascertain whether Zhou Zigu's involvement in the counterfeit coin case was indeed true before making any decisions. Only then did Su Mama realize her excessive worry had caused her to overlook something significant. Jiang Wanqing was, after all, the daughter of the Duke of the State. However, before she could begin investigating the case in the southern part of the city, Mr. Wuchen arrived ahead of her. On the day Mr. Wuchen arrived, the usually reclusive old Madame Zhou finally emerged from her small Buddhist hall to greet him at the gates of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Zhou Mushing stood obediently by Jiang Wanqing's side. Mr. Wuchen, clad in white garments and with a head of white hair, descended from his carriage, surveying the gathered crowd before making his way directly to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing bowed respectfully to Mr. Wuchen, greeting him warmly. Sir, it has been a long time. I hope you are in good health. Mr. Wuchen nodded, glancing at the child in Jiang Wanqing's arms, a rare smile breaking his stern demeanor. What a well-behaved child. Seeing Mr. Wuchen's attention solely on Jiang Wanqing and her daughter, old Madame Zhou felt a surge of unease. She quickly interjected, Mr. Wuchen, you must be weary from your journey. Why not come inside and rest? Mr. Wuchen nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded into the residence. Once they arrived in the hall, Mr. Wuchen's gaze shifted to Zhou Mushing. He scrutinized the boy before turning to Jiang Wanqing. Is this the student you wish for me to accept? Jiang Wanqing, holding the child before Mr. Wuchen, was keenly aware of the presence of old Madame Zhou and thus made every effort to maintain decorum. Yes, sir, I wonder if you would be willing to accept him. Old Madame Zhou, upon hearing Jiang Wanqing bring up this matter, stood up excitedly and approached Mr. Wuchen, smilingly stating, Mr. Wuchen, this child, Mushing, is exceptionally bright. If you were to take him under your wing, he would certainly bring you honor. At old Madame Zhou's urging, Zhou Mushing knelt before Mr. Wuchen in respect. Mr. Wuchen remained silent, merely looking at Jiang Wanqing before speaking slowly. For your sake, I am willing to grant this opportunity, but you know my rules. Old Madame Zhou, oblivious to what these rules entailed, leaned closer to Jiang Wanqing and cautiously inquired, What are Mr. Wuchen's rules? Jiang Wanqing then turned to Mr. Wuchen and smiled. Sir has already extended an opportunity. That is sufficient. The rest is in his hands. If fate allows, you will gain a student. If not, then consider my invitation as merely a courtesy. Upon hearing the latter, old Madame Zhou quickly scoffed twice. Surely, if Mr. Wuchen had come, he intended to accept Mushing as a student. Mr. Wuchen said nothing further but addressed Zhou Mushing. Tomorrow, come to my courtyard, and I shall begin your instruction. By the way, where is my courtyard? A maid promptly stepped forward to lead the way, and Mr. Wuchen departed the hall. Looking at Jiang Wanqing, he still asked uncertainly, Is Mr. Wuchen willing to teach Mushing? If Mr. Wuchen truly accepted him as a student, gaining admission to the top tier would be a certainty. The Zhou family would finally produce a scholar of distinction. Jiang Wanqing smiled and nodded. Mr. Wuchen would teach, but whether Mushing could pass the test remained uncertain. Regardless of old Madame Zhou's excited demeanor, she stated, I will guide Mr. Wuchen. Old Madame Zhou eagerly agreed, urging, Hurry, do not keep Mr. Wuchen waiting. Chapter 17. Zhou Mushing's initial display of cunning. Mr. Wuchen accompanied Jiang Wanqing to a residence, where she dismissed the servants. Holding Xiaoxiao, she respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to my master. Mr. Wuchen's acceptance of Jiang Wanqing as a disciple was unknown to outsiders. Thus he had not revealed this identity earlier. Observing the child in Jiang Wanqing's arms, Mr. Wuchen sighed. What a pity. If only Qing'er were a boy. She would not be confined to this limited world. Your father is quite foolish. insisting on honoring the promises of old by marrying you to the Marquis of Xingchang without considering your wishes. Jiang Wanqing smiled bitterly. Master knows well that my father values promises above all. Mr. Wuchen shook his head in resignation. Very well, I shall instruct Zhou Mushing diligently, hoping that you may find some ease within the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Jiang Wanqing felt a twinge of distress. This implied that he did not intend to test Zhou Mushing after all. Yet, this was not in accordance with her desires. Xiaoxiao, nestled in her arms, protested with a determined kick of her legs. Master Ancestor, do not teach my brother poorly. He might bully mother. Jiang Wanqing quickly replied, there is no need, Master. You should treat Zhou Mushing equally. If he lacks the aptitude, it cannot be forced. Please do not compromise your own principles. Thank goodness mother is so clever. She rejected Master Ancestor. I hope this time, she will not interfere with brother's trials. Xiaoxiao beamed, revealing a toothless smile. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's steadfastness, Mr. Wuchen nodded. If so, I shall see if he can pass my test. If he cannot, I shall not consider your face. Jiang Wanqing, suppressing her delight, replied, yes, Master. Treat him as an ordinary student. In this lifetime, I shall not plead for your leniency again. As for your test, I will not intervene. After parting from Mr. Wuchen, she heard Xiaoxiao's thoughts along the way. How strange, how did mother suddenly become so wise in this life? She even sensed the news of the bad father still being alive so early. She is no longer blindly assisting the bad brother. I truly wish to grow up quickly to protect mother. But can I grow up? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing embraced Xiaoxiao tightly, a mix of anxiety and anger surging within her heart. In this life, no one shall harm her dear daughter. She looked down at the small figure, her eyes cold, yet managing a smile as she leaned closer. Mushing, did you come to find me for something? Zhou Mushing approached Jiang Wanqing with a hint of trepidation, kneeling respectfully before her with a clear smile. I pay my respects to mother. Mushing has wanted to greet you these past 2 days, but you were not in the courtyard, so I waited here for you today. Observing Zhou Mushing's innocent demeanor, Jiang Wanqing's heart was devoid of tenderness. The words she had overheard between Zhou Mushing and the mama had made her see through the boy. He seemed to have gained a bit of weight compared to before. Although she entrusted the role of housekeeper to her second sister, Jiang Wanqing still allocated a considerable sum of silver for Zhou Mushing as provisions. After all, she remained his official mother and could not allow his sustenance to suffer. Contemplating this, Jiang Wanqing revealed a gentle smile. Your courtyard is a distance from here. There is no need to make a special trip unless necessary. However, you should visit the old lady more often. Zhou Mushing rose, tilting his head slightly, his expression earnest. I wish to show filial piety before my mother. Jiang Wanqing nearly stifled a laugh. This dutiful son was quite the performer. Filial piety? Perhaps he intended to drain his own vitality before finding a way to extinguish himself. Nonetheless, Jiang Wanqing's countenance remained unchanged, maintaining her maternal demeanor as she replied. Mother has already felt your filial intentions, Mushing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushing could not contain his smile. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted to one of disappointment, akin to that of an adult sighing deeply. Mother, do you think Master Wuchen will take me as a disciple? If I become his student and later achieve success, I shall surely repay you with my filial devotion. Mother, I heard you have some connection with Master Wuchen. Do you know what his trials entail? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing instantly understood Zhou Mushing's intentions. He sought a shortcut through her. Meanwhile, the little one in her arms felt a surge of anxiety. She furrowed her brows, her expression filled with worry. Mother, please don't assist the bad brother. I don't want to help him. Jiang Wanqing chuckled softly and turned to Zhou Mushing. I am not certain what the trials entail, but you are the son of the Marquis of Xingchang. Have faith in yourself. You are intelligent, and Master Wuchen will undoubtedly accept you as a disciple. Zhou Mushing, having not received the answer he sought, felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he managed a forced smile. What mother says is true. Although I do not know what Master Wuchen's trials are, I shall strive earnestly. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. The following morning, Zhou Mushing made his way to Master Wuchen's residence. As Jiang Wanqing glanced at the time, estimating it to be nearing noon, she too visited Master Wuchen's quarters. In the courtyard, she found a solitary writing desk positioned in the center, where Zhou Mushing sat diligently. Surrounding the desk, the artificial mountains pool had inexplicably transformed into a sea of ink. However, Master Wuchen was absent from the courtyard, likely still asleep in his chambers. Achoo! Zhou Mushing suddenly sneezed. Sitting in the courtyard exposed to the elements, how could he not feel the chill? Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Jiang Wanqing, instantly revealing a look of grievance. Observing this, Jiang Wanqing approached Zhou Mushing with the little one in her arms. Zhou Mushing halted his brush, voicing a hint of complaint. "Mother, Master Wuchen has made me practice my calligraphy here for an entire morning. He said that I can only learn from him once I've used up all this ink. But look, Mother, even if I wrote for a year and a half, I could never finish this pool of ink." Chapter 18. Withdrawing from the trial following Zhou Mushing's gaze, Jiang Wanqing looked at the pool of ink and smiled. In truth, a year and a half was quite unnecessary. If one were to write day and night, it would take no more than 3 months. After all, it had taken her and her elder brother 3 months to finish a similar pool of ink. In Master Wuchen's words, it was a test of patience. To become a good scholar, patience was indispensable. Clearly, Zhou Mushing was already struggling on the first day. "Oh no, in my past life." Mother consoled the bad brother during his moments of despair, urging him to persist, and that is how he passed the trial. "Mother, please don't encourage the bad brother. Otherwise, not only will you help him become Master Wuchen's student, but you might also jeopardize your life. When he becomes the top scholar, that will be your demise." The little one waved her arms, expressing her discontent, her lips moving but failing to form coherent words, merely displaying her anxious demeanor. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Were it not for her knowledge of the child before her being Zhou Zigu's offspring and of Zhou Mushing's potential future actions, she might have earnestly urged him to persist. However, this time, she would not. Jiang Wanqing gently ruffled Zhou Mushing's hair, speaking in an affectionate tone. "What is there to fear? Just do your best. You are the son of the Marquis of Xingchong, and you will not lack for wealth in the future. Becoming Master Wuchen's student is merely an embellishment. Should it not come to pass, it would be no loss. If you do not wish to continue, I shall find you another teacher." Zhou Mushing was somewhat swayed by Jiang Wanqing's words, his face reflecting hesitation. He glanced back at the room where Master Wuchen had left him alone to practice, while he himself rested. Zhou Mushing found himself questioning whether such a teacher could truly impart anything of value. Nevertheless, since his grandmother and father had urged him to do this, he was willing to persevere. Shaking his head, he declared with determination, "No, I am the son of the Marquis of Xingchong. I cannot concede defeat now. I will persist. I must use up this pool of ink." Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brows, surprised by Zhou Mushing's resolve. She found herself curious about how long he could maintain this tenacity. She refrained from saying more, simply advising, "Mushing, you are the son of the Marquis of Xingchong. Even if you do not achieve success, you will still be the future little Marquis of Xingchong. Just do your best, and do not overexert yourself. Mother will be concerned for you." Zhou Mushing nodded vigorously. Even if he did not pursue academic honors, he would still live a life free from want, wouldn't he? At that moment, Zhou Mushing's ambition seemed to dwindle significantly. Jiang Wanqing added, "Perhaps Master Wuchen already has a fondness for you, Mushing. His request for you to write this is merely a way to see how long you can endure. It's just a formality." With each passing word, Zhou Mushing's brush stilled. Jiang Wanqing exchanged a knowing glance with Mama Su, who presented a bowl of nourishing soup to Zhou Mushing. "Good child, you have endured much today. Come, drink this soup that your mother specially prepared for you. It is still early spring, so be cautious of the wind and chill in this courtyard." Zhou Mushing set down his brush and accepted the nourishing soup, his eyes subtly reddening. "Thank you, Mother, for preparing this soup." Jiang Wanqing reached out to stroke Zhou Mushing's head. "You are my child, the sole son of the Marquis of Xingchong. If I do not care for you, who else shall I care for? At worst, we shall abandon this endeavor. The Marquis of Xingchong can provide for you throughout your life." Having heard this, Zhou Mushing's resolve began to waver. He gazed at the pool of ink, feeling some trepidation. After a moment of struggle, he finally spoke. "Mother, I still wish to persist. Perhaps this is merely Master Wuchen's test for me." Jiang Wanqing smiled. "Very well, our Mushing possesses such ambition. You are a good child. However, I hope you have the patience to endure for the next 3 months." Indeed, as the days rolled by, just shy of a month, Zhou Mushing began to falter in his resolve. Master Wuchen had brought Zhou Mushing to his quarters, and aside from practicing his writing, he had taught him nothing else. The pool of water showed no signs of diminishing. When Zhou Mushing once again saw Jiang Wanqing appear in the courtyard, he could hardly contain himself. He rushed to Jiang Wanqing's side. Gazing up at her with a hint of grievance in his voice, he lamented, "Mother, Master Wuchen never intended to teach me properly. For 3 consecutive days, I have been left here all alone while he remains asleep in his room." Jiang Wanqing stifled a laugh. In truth, Master Wuchen's test was merely that pool of ink. If one truly wished to finish the ink within, Master Wuchen would undoubtedly accept them as a disciple. However, outsiders were unaware that this was indeed a test. Jiang Wanxing feigned nonchalance and replied, "It matters not. If you truly do not wish to persist, we need not continue. After all, you can live comfortably in the Marquis of Xingchang's residence for the rest of your life." Zhou Mushing nodded in agreement, echoing, "What you say is true, mother. I see that Master Wuchen has been here for 3 days without imparting any useful knowledge to me. Either he does not wish to teach me." Jiang Wansheng pretended to be angry. "How dare he? You are to be the future of the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Does he dare to toy with you? If not, I shall find you a suitable teacher and prevent Master Wuchen from instructing you." Zhou Mushing pouted, but Jiang Wansheng looked earnestly at him. "In the future, you will be the master of the Marquis of Xingchang's household. You are now a grown man and should have your own choices. You cannot rely on us for everything." After a pause, Jiang Wansheng glanced towards the area where Master Wuchen resided and continued, "Zhou Musheng, if you do not wish to continue your studies with Master Wuchen, you may inform your grandmother that you failed his test, and that would resolve the issue." Zhou Musheng blinked, puzzled as to why his mother was so supportive of him. Chapter 19. A request for money. In response to Zhou Musheng's inquiry, Jiang Wansheng endeavored to suppress her amusement, adopting a loving expression as she gazed at him. "I have told you before, you are my child, the sole young master of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Naturally, I cannot bear to see you suffer. Even if you achieve nothing in this life, you will always be the young master of the Marquis of Xingchang's household, never wanting for food or clothing. As long as you are happy." Zhou Musheng could not conceal his delight. The nursemaid had said that he must study diligently, and only then would Jiang Wansheng regard him as her own son. Yet now, having achieved nothing, Jiang Wansheng had already embraced him as her own. What then was the purpose of his arduous studies? With this thought, Zhou Musheng's gaze towards Jiang Wansheng softened. "Mother, I shall surely treat you well in the future." Jiang Wansheng nodded. "Good. I know that our Musheng is a filial son. However, all I hope is for you to grow up happily." She was curious to see how, in this lifetime, she would raise Zhou Musheng in a honeyed environment, and whether he would resent her for not being strict with him, as he had in his previous life, when he had excelled in his studies. After hinting to Zhou Musheng, Jiang Wansheng left the courtyard. As anticipated, once she departed, Zhou Musheng set down his brush and began playing with a grasshopper on the table, entirely devoid of ambition. Nurse Su approached Jiang Wansheng with a troubled expression. Lowering her voice to explain, "Madam, someone from the southern residence has come." "The southern residence?" Jiang Wansheng inquired. "Isn't that where Zhou Zigu and Song Nashing reside? What could bring them here?" Jiang Wansheng lifted her gaze to see a maid dressed in livery. "The people from the southern residence do not usually visit uninvited. Why has the young lady from the southern residence sent someone to me?" The maid slightly bent forward, bowing to Jiang Wansheng. "Madam, it is because the southern residence has not received living expenses from the Marquis of Xingchang's household for 2 months, so I was sent to inquire. So it was a request for money." Jiang Wansheng could not help but let out a cold laugh internally. In the past, old Lady Zhou had often said that the household owed the young lady a debt of gratitude and thus should treat her a little better. Therefore, they would send her a monthly allowance of 100 taels. It should be noted that an ordinary family would spend only a few taels in a year. A monthly allowance of 100 taels was already more than sufficient for this young lady. Moreover, had Zhou Zigu not transferred all the profitable businesses of the Marquis of Xingchang's household to Song Nashing? Why then did they still send someone to ask her for this 100 taels? Or had the profits from those shops been squandered on counterfeit coins? Jiang Wansheng found it difficult to comprehend. Nonetheless, she would absolutely not part with any money. At that moment, Jiang Wansheng almost spoke. "If you have come to ask for money, you have come to the wrong person. The management of the household's finances has now been entrusted to the second young lady of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. You should request it from her." The maid's expression showed slight surprise upon hearing this. Nurse Su interjected, "If you don't believe us, you may ask any of the maids in the household. The management is indeed in the hands of the second young lady. It would be unreasonable for our madam to use her dowry to subsidize the young lady." The maid nodded repeatedly, seeking an excuse to leave. Jiang Wansheng, holding the little one, sat down. She chuckled softly, without the burden of managing the household. "Things have become a bit easier." Nurse Su shook her head in resignation. "I truly do not understand the young lady's intentions. She controls so many shops. Yet she still insists on coming to ask our madam for this 100 taels. Is she deliberately trying to irritate her?" Mou stood silently to one side. completely absorbed by the little one blowing bubbles. Jiang Wansheng, holding the little one's hand, leaned down to gently comfort him, smiling as she said, "There is no need to worry about such matters. We should simply focus on living well in our little courtyard." Just as her words fell, a commotion erupted nearby. Jiang Wansheng could not help but furrow her brows. Nurse Su, upon hearing the noise, shook her head with a tone of helplessness. "Madam, it seems that even if we wish to enjoy our little courtyard life, others are not inclined to grant us that opportunity." As her words concluded, Zhou Xiaoxiao and her entourage barged into the room. Zhou Xiaoxiao approached Jiang Wansheng with an imposing demeanor and immediately inquired, "The young lady from the southern residence has done us a kindness, yet you refuse to give her the money?" Zhou Xiaoxiao's opening statement was accusatory. Jiang Wansheng remained seated, looking up at Zhou Xiaoxiao with a slow smile. "Dear sister, you exhibit such good upbringing. You do not even address me as sister-in-law. I think our mother need not spend all her time in the Buddhist hall and should come out to teach you some manners." Zhou Xiaoxiao's neck stiffened, and she coldly huffed, "If you were a good sister-in-law, I would naturally address you as such. However, I did not expect you to be so selfish. The young lady has shown us kindness, yet you refuse to provide her with funds. If this were to spread, we would surely be labeled as ungrateful. What is your true intention?" Hearing this, Jiang Wansheng felt a wave of exasperation mixed with amusement. Tears of laughter welled in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao. "The young lady from the southern residence has done a kindness to the Marquis of Xinjiang's household, not to me." Zhou Xiaoxiao frowned. "Now that you have married into our family, you are naturally part of the Marquis of Xinjiang's household." Jiang Wansheng replied, "However, the management of the household is now entrusted to you, dear sister. You may draw the young lady's living expenses from the accounts." Although the Marquis of Xinjiang's residence was devoid of funds, Jiang Wanjing recalled that the 100 taels of silver should still be available from the accounting office. However, in the next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao boldly declared, "The accounting office is out of money, so you must cover this silver. The funds previously in your possession were sufficient. Thus, I shall not contest the matter of the steward's authority any longer. I will return it to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanjing fell into a prolonged silence. She had not anticipated that someone could be so shameless. She then inquired, "If I recall correctly, it is still the beginning of the month. How could the accounting office possibly be unable to produce 100 taels of silver?" Facing Jiang Wanjing's question, Zhou Xiaoxiao replied with unyielding composure, "I spent it all." Jiang Wanjing was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she stood up and asked, "What did you say?" The Marquis of Xinjiang's income, even in dire straits, was still several hundred taels monthly. With a little frugality, the household expenses were manageable. How could the funds be depleted so early in the month? Zhou Xiaoxiao shrugged. "How was I to know the household had such little silver? In any case, the money is gone now, and the steward's authority is yours again." At this moment, Mama Su approached Jiang Wanjing, whispering something in her ear. Jiang Wanjing's pupils constricted. It was indeed the beginning of the month, and Zhou Xiaoxiao had squandered several hundred taels on clothing and accessories. Would they have to let the household subsist on thin air for the remainder of the month? Zhou Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, incredulously exclaiming, "You are willing to relinquish the steward's authority of the Marquis of Xinjiang? Weren't you so eager to manage it before?" Jiang Wanjing suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. It had been foolish of her to accept this stewardship, using her dowry to support the entire household, along with the expenses of the concubines, was a foolish endeavor that she would not repeat. She turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao and stated firmly, "In any case, I shall not take on the stewardship. Sister, you have squandered the money from the accounting office. How can I manage this household? Are you suggesting that I should use my dowry to subsidize the family?" Zhou Xiaoxiao's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Although she indeed harbored such thoughts, it was embarrassing to directly suggest that Jiang Wanjing should contribute her dowry. Biting her lip, Zhou Xiaoxiao glared at Jiang Wanjing and tentatively remarked, "You managed quite well before. Why are you unwilling now?" Jiang Wanjing slowly smiled. "Has sister forgotten that it was you who sought the steward's authority, bestowed upon you by our mother? If you cannot manage it well, you must learn more. Otherwise, when you go to your husband's house, you cannot possibly present yourself before your mother-in-law in tears over financial woes." Zhou Xiaoxiao was left speechless by Jiang Wanjing's retort and, feeling humiliated, declared, "If you refuse to take on this stewardship, I will tell mother that you are bullying me. Who dares bully my daughter?" A sudden voice rang out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with triumph. She cast a glance at Jiang Wanjing, relishing the moment. "You're finished, Prepare your explanation for mother. Mama Su glanced worriedly at Jiang Wanjing, concerned that she would be unable to contend with this shameless family. Jiang Wanjing shook her head at Mama Su, offering a reassuring look. Just then, the old matriarch Zhou entered, holding Zhou Muxing's hand. She surveyed the room and frowned. What commotion is going on today? Upon seeing the old matriarch, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt bolstered and stepped forward, grasping the old matriarch's arm. With a tone laden with complaints, she said, "Mother, do you know what sister has done? She has not provided any money to cousin for 2 months, and now the maidservants are coming to our residence to demand payment. If this matter spreads, it would tarnish the reputation of the Marquis of Xingchang, suggesting we are ungrateful." The old matriarch narrowed her eyes, glancing at Jiang Wanjing. Jiang Wanjing nodded, "Indeed. Preposterous." The old matriarch rebuked, "Jiang, have you forgotten that you have married into the Marquis of Xingchang? Your fortunes are tied together. If we lose face, you lose face too." Jiang Wanjing suppressed her anger and, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "Mother, have you forgotten that the stewardship now belongs to sister? Shouldn't the maids be asking her for funds?" Upon hearing Jiang Wanjing's words, the old matriarch seemed to realize something. Furrowing her brow, she shot a glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Unbeknownst to the old matriarch, Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered something in her ear. The old matriarch sighed, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's face quickly darkened with anger as she glared at Jiang Wanjing. "Mind your own business." The old matriarch looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao in disbelief. "It is only the beginning of the month, and you have spent all the money on clothes? What are you thinking? Do you eat clothes?" Zhou Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, lost her composure, and by the end, she sheepishly fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanjing noticed the little one in her arms glaring at her legs. Jiang Wanjing frowned, realizing she was cornered. The old matriarch attempted to mediate, casting a disapproving glance at the ungrateful Zhou Xiaoxiao before turning to Jiang Wanjing and gently saying, "Wanjing, I see that you have acknowledged your faults. If not, I will still entrust the stewardship to you." The old matriarch's words hung in the air, and Jiang Wanjing held the little one, genuinely smiling. "Mother, where have I erred? I have pondered this for so long and still do not understand my mistake. If there is something, please enlighten me." The old matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, not anticipating Jiang Wanjing would speak to her in this manner. She incredulously asked, "Jiang, do you even realize what you are saying?" Jiang Wanjing smiled gently at the old matriarch. "Mother, are you perhaps becoming forgetful in your old age?" The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief deepening. Jiang Wanjing's words were increasingly outrageous. The old matriarch, her thoughts racing, retorted, "Jiang Wanjing, is this how your family educates its daughters?" Zhou Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, felt no anger but rather a sense of sorrow washed over her face. Slowly, she inquired, "Mother, since I married into the Marquis of Xingchang and took on the responsibility of managing such a vast estate, the debts recorded in the accounts are those I have covered. The shops under the Marquis have been operating at a loss, and every month the funds are insufficient, which I have compensated with my dowry. When my 2 sisters lacked funds, I also used my own money. You stated that the Marquis requires an heir, which is why I complied and even went to great lengths to invite Mr. Wuchen. While I was with child, I managed the numerous affairs of the Marquis of Xingchang. Mother, I have devoted my heart to the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Yet, as a daughter-in-law, I remain perplexed as to where I have erred. Is it a fault to have treated the Marquis's family with such kindness? Is it a transgression to have opened my heart to them?" In the end, tears welled at the corners of Jiang Wanjing's eyes. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence. The maidservants and young attendants were oblivious to the underlying complexities. Should a new bride encounter such matters, she would only swallow her grievances in silence, for these issues are hardly matters of pride. The onlookers felt that since Jiang Wanjing had married into the Marquis of Xingchang's household, she should share in both their honors and their misfortunes. Such sordid affairs ought not to be aired publicly. Neither Zhou Xiaoxiao nor the elderly matriarch spoke up. The matriarch furrowed her brow and retorted, "Since you have married into the Marquis of Xingchang's household, isn't it your duty as a woman of the Zhou family to fulfill these obligations? Even if it were someone else marrying into the household today, they might perform even better than you." Zhou Xiaoxiao, beside her, clasped the matriarch's arm, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. Jiang Wanjing, I once praised you before many sisters. What is your intention in bringing up these matters now? To tarnish the reputation of the Marquis of Xingchang's household?" Jiang Wanjing observed the expressions of the mother and daughter, a mocking smile playing at her lips. To her astonishment, after all she had said, they still believed themselves blameless. It seemed that merely articulating her grievances was insufficient to illuminate their errors. With a feigned air of grievance, she wiped away her tears and said, "Since both mother-in-law and my second sister believe I am at fault, I truly do not know how I might change. If not, perhaps mother-in-law could grant my husband a divorce, claiming it is due to my disrespect." Upon hearing the mention of a divorce, the elderly matriarch's eyes widened in shock. She merely wished to teach Jiang Wanjing a lesson, to soften her resolve, but the notion of a divorce was beyond her intentions. Zhou Xiaoxiao, too, was concerned. If Jiang Wanjing were indeed divorced, whom would the stewardship of the household fall to? She glanced at her mother. Knowing well that her mother would not generously part with her own funds for clothing and jewelry already purchased. Moreover, she had come to understand that the finances of the Marquis of Xingchang's household were indeed dire. If she relied solely on their meager resources, she would truly have to sell her jewelry. That was unacceptable. She wished to don the finest garments and the most exquisite adornments to meet the young general she admired. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao cast a pleading look at the elderly matriarch, mother. Meanwhile, Zhou Musheng, who had been quietly standing behind the matriarch, suddenly tugged at her sleeve. The matriarch looked down to see Zhou Musheng and was struck by inspiration. She had initially sought out Jiang Wanjing not for the matter of stewardship, but for Zhou Musheng. Today, Mr. Wuchen had unexpectedly approached her, stating he could not teach Zhou Musheng any longer. What could be done? Mr. Wuchen was not one to form deep connections with others, and she was unfamiliar with his other students. The only connection she had was through Jiang Wanjing's elder brother, which allowed her to request Mr. Wuchen's assistance for Zhou Musheng. Now, with Mr. Wuchen declaring that Zhou Musheng had not passed his assessment and was preparing to leave that afternoon, the matriarch's original intention to seek Jiang Wanjing's intercession became paramount. With this realization, the matriarch's earlier haughtiness vanished. Zhou Musheng's education was far more important. Upon seeing her daughter's anxious expression, the matriarch considered that if Jiang Wanjing were truly driven to desperation, prompting her to request a divorce, the Marquis of Xingchang's household would descend into chaos. Contemplating this, the matriarch pressed her lips together and allowed a hint of a gentle smile to grace her face as she addressed Jiang Wanjing in an unusually soft tone. "Wanjing, how could you say such things? Over the years, I have witnessed your tireless efforts to uphold the vast household of the Marquis of Xingchang. Who would dare to suggest your divorce? I would be the first to oppose it." Seeing the matriarch's swift change of demeanor, Jiang Wanjing's eyes sparkled with derision. Yet, this reaction was precisely what she had anticipated. From the very beginning, she had been certain that even if she did demand a divorce, the matriarch would never consent. After all, the household's finances were already irreparably damaged. The matriarch was confined to a modest Buddhist hall day in and day out. While Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Zian had never managed a household, how could they possibly do so now? Most importantly, the scheming Zhou Zigu was lurking in the shadows, eager to elevate herself by stepping on the Duke of Zhen's family. Chapter 22. Wealth, Widowhood, and the elderly matriarch having not achieved their aims. These individuals would not release her so easily. With a deep sigh, Jiang Wanjing wept softly, her voice choked with emotion. "Mother, it is my fault. It is my inability to meet everyone's expectations that has led to this. Please grant me a divorce and find a more suitable mother for Musheng." In the end, Jiang Wanjing deliberately mentioned Zhou Musheng once more, knowing full well that he, the sole grandson, was the matriarch's Achilles heel. As expected, the matriarch's expression stiffened at once, and she hurried to clarify, "Wanjing, that is not what I meant. You have done enough. Musheng already regards you as his true mother. If you were to leave now, what would become of him?" Wanjing, she had earlier referred to her as Jiang, yet when faced with her demands, she reverted to this term of endearment. How convenient it was to call her Wanjing when it suited her needs. Seeing that Jiang Wanjing remained unmoved, the matriarch tugged at Zhou Musheng's sleeve, signaling him to intervene. He stepped forward, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and with a quivering voice pleaded, "Mother, please don't leave Musheng. You are already like a real mother to me." Witnessing their theatrical display, Jiang Wanjing's child, Xiaoxiao, grinned broadly, her little mouth beaming with delight. "Bah, these vile creatures still wish to drain their mother dry. All this pretense is merely for mother's dowry. Mother, disregard these wicked souls. Let us leave the Marquis of Xingchang's household." Jiang Wanjing's gaze flickered as she contemplated leaving. Yet, her desires were not as simple as a mere divorce. She sought a separation or perhaps the demise of her husband, and the elderly matriarch would serve as excellent alternatives. More importantly, She needed to remain hidden within the Marquis of Xingchang's household to investigate the counterfeit coin case and navigate the impending schemes. Although she found the idea of leaving the household enticing, she understood that the time was not yet ripe. Looking at Zhou Muxing's innocent face, she couldn't shake the thought of him watching her demise with cold indifference as he grew older. At that moment, she found him insufferably pretentious. However, the performance was far from over, and she had to continue her role. Jiang Wanjing reached out, gently ruffling Zhou Muxing's hair. Upon the mere mention of Mr. Wuchen, the composure of the matriarch, Madame Zhou, was instantly disrupted. If this matter continued to entangle them, it was likely that Mr. Wuchen would depart from the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Madame Zhou's gaze flickered with unease. Suddenly, she seized Zhou Xiren and, with a sharp slap, struck her. Zhou Xiren, still somewhat dazed, was abruptly jolted into awareness by the stinging pain on her face. It was only then that she comprehended the gravity of her recent experience. She instinctively covered her swollen cheek, looking at Madame Zhou in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mother, you hit me." Madame Zhou cast a cold glance at her daughter. Zhou Xiren, still clutching her face, widened her eyes in shock. Was it not her mother who disapproved of Jiang Wanqing? Was it not the butler's authority that her mother had entrusted to her? Why, then, had all the blame fallen upon her? She wished to argue further. "Mother, it was you." Silence. Madame Zhou interjected sharply. "You shall apologize to your sister-in-law at once. Do you want the Marquis of Xingchang's residence to descend further into chaos? Or do you believe you can manage the household from here on?" Zhou Xiren, biting her lip and suppressing tears, listened intently to her mother's final words while observing the subtle signals directed at her. In a moment of realization, she understood that her mother was feigning concession to place the burden of the Marquis's mismanagement back onto Jiang Wanqing. Though aware of the pretense, Zhou Xiren could not quell her indignation. She glanced at Jiang Wanqing, who appeared wronged, her brow furrowed, on the verge of collapse, and felt a surge of anger. Was she not the more aggrieved party? Jiang Wanqing observed the spectacle of Zhou Xiren and Madame Zhou, a scene of mutual hostility. She awaited Zhou Xiren's apology with keen anticipation. Under the scrutiny of both Madame Zhou and Jiang Wanqing, Zhou Xiren reluctantly approached Jiang Wanqing, lowering her head. "I am sorry, sister-in-law. It is all my fault for coveting the butler's authority over trivial matters, which has caused discord between you and our mother." Madame Zhou, upon hearing Zhou Xiren's reluctant submission, let out a sigh of relief. She then signaled to Zhou Masheng, who tugged at Jiang Wanqing's sleeve, her voice sweet and pleading. "Mother, I hope you will continue to guide me. Now that my second aunt has apologized, please do not speak of leaving the Marquis anymore. I beg you, Mother." Madame Zhou, smiling awkwardly, quickly responded, "Wanqing, see, your second sister has acknowledged her mistakes and even apologized." With Masheng also pleading, "You should let go of any grievances." Jiang Wanqing shot a glance at both Zhou Xiren and Zhou Masheng before casting her gaze downward, her tone tinged with sadness. "As a daughter-in-law, I cannot truly harbor anger against my second sister." Seeing Madame Zhou's delighted expression, Jiang Wanqing shook her head slightly, then nodded. Madame Zhou, confused, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Wanqing lowered her eyes to Zhou Masheng and slowly replied, "I will remain for Masheng's sake, but I shall not assume the butler's authority." Upon hearing this refusal to take on the butler's duties, Madame Zhou's composure once again faltered. The Marquis of Xingchang's residence, after all, was a noble household, and the expenses of so many people were not negligible. Her own private savings could only cover a month or two. If this continued, she would find it untenable. Alas, the shops that once profited had all. At this thought, Madame Zhou furrowed her brow and sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiren, feeling a mix of impatience and the lingering sting on her face, suppressed her resentment. Although her eyes held a glimmer of discontent, she maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, "Sister-in-law, I have already humbly apologized and Mother has punished me. I acknowledge my mistake. Why do you still refuse to forgive me? Do you still harbor grievances against me?" Despite her outward politeness, Zhou Xiren's mind was filled with scathing thoughts directed at Jiang Wanqing's family. Were it not for Jiang Wanqing's dowry, which she hoped could help fill the Marquis's financial gaps, she would never deign to speak so submissively. As Zhou Xiren glanced at her mother, a flicker of an inscrutable emotion crossed her eyes. The exchange between Zhou Xiren and Madame Zhou intensified, seemingly pushing Jiang Wanqing into a corner. Holding her child, Jiang Wanqing's tears began to flow, her expression one of profound sorrow. The moment the tears fell, they became an unstoppable cascade. Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao, she asked, "What are you saying, second sister? How could I possibly not forgive you? After all, we are still family." With that, Jiang Wanqing turned to Madame Zhou, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief and tenderly soothing her child. She continued, "Mother, ever since I gave birth to Xiaoxiao, my health has been quite frail, and I often dream of my husband, lamenting that I have not provided the Zhou family with a son." Jiang Wanqing understood Zhou Xiaoxiao's interest in her elder brother and knew that she would not readily accept the marriage. Zhou Xiaoxiao, upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, felt a sudden rush of agitation and glared at her sister-in-law. "With the Marquis in such financial disarray, how can I manage if you do not assist me?" Jiang Wanqing, seemingly amused, found the situation almost laughable. The butler's authority had initially been Zhou Xiaoxiao's desire, yet now, having mismanaged the household funds, she sought to pass the burden onto Jiang Wanqing. Such a situation was hardly equitable. Jiang Wanqing, suppressing her sarcasm, feigned concern for Zhou Xiaoxiao, saying to Madame Zhou, "Mother, the more this unfolds, the more you should allow my second sister to manage the household. Was it not the same when I first entered the Marquis of Xinjiang's residence? You ought to let her familiarize herself with the responsibilities." Madame Zhou, considering Jiang Wanqing's reasoning, found some merit in her argument and hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wanqing added, "Perhaps it would be best for my sister to manage the household until she is married. Do not worry, mother. I will personally care for Mashing, and all expenses will be covered by me." Upon hearing that Jiang Wanqing was willing to use her dowry to support Zhou Mashing, Madame Zhou's expression brightened considerably. If Zhou Mashing's needs were met, her own expenditures would also be manageable. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, her financial mismanagement would have to be addressed by herself. Madame Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. However, once Mashing's education stabilized, she would need to find a reason to compel Jiang Wanqing to take over the butler's duties again. Otherwise, her own funds would soon dwindle. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing's ample dowry was what afforded her a comfortable existence. Watching as Jiang Wanqing and her mother reached an agreement, it was evident that the tides were shifting. Beside her, Zhou Xiaoxiao began to grow increasingly anxious, and she questioned, "Have you truly entrusted the stewardship to me without any consideration for how I am to support my family? The estate's finances are already depleted, and it's only the beginning of the month. How am I to manage?" The matriarch, Lady Zhou, darkened in countenance, glancing at Zhou Xiaoxiao as though she resembled a debt collector. She retorted sharply, "Your sister has already stated that although the properties do not yield profit, if we all exercise a little restraint, it should suffice. You wretch, upon receiving the stewardship, you squander it on jewelry and clothing without a thought for the rest of the family, who might go hungry." Lady Zhou's face fell even further at these words. "How shameful it is for you to voice such sentiments here." Zhou Xiaoxiao, biting her lip, felt a wave of indignation wash over her. She countered, "Is it not because my elder brother passed away early, leaving no male heirs, that people believe the Marquis of Xinjiang has fallen? Thus, the noble families disdain me and my sister. Yet how could the common folk possibly be worthy of us? Mother, you now dote on Zhou Mukin daily, leaving no concern for my sisters and my matrimonial prospects." Chapter 24. Contemplations. Lady Zhou was unaware of the turmoil in Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart. With a hint of reproach in her gaze, she said, "If you seek to establish a family, you must rely on your parents' matchmaking. If not, your sister will surely find you a suitable match." As she concluded, Lady Zhou's frustration peaked. "In any case, this matter is not something you can handle alone, especially not in front of so many servants. Do you wish to disgrace yourself as the second daughter of the Marquis?" Surveying the surrounding maids and servants, her eyes held a threatening glint. They all lowered their heads, feigning ignorance of the previous exchange. Zhou Xiaoxiao, suddenly struck by an idea, wore a sardonic smile as she addressed Lady Zhou. "Face, do we, of the Marquis, still possess any dignity? If we did, it has surely been lost long ago. Is this not your teaching, to squander on personal adornments? After all, silence." Lady Zhou interrupted, her voice sharp as she cut off Zhou Xiaoxiao's words. She feared that the girl might utter something inappropriate. Noticing Lady Zhou's serious demeanor, Zhou Xiaoxiao grew increasingly alarmed. "Mother, are you truly placing the stewardship in my hands? The accounts reflect a deficit. How am I to manage? You must provide funds for me to do so." Lady Zhou cast Zhou Xiaoxiao a cold glance. Before she could speak, Jiang Wanqing interjected kindly, "Sister, that statement is inaccurate. The monthly accounts cover the household's expenses, but with your immediate spending, it is naturally insufficient." Zhou Xiaoxiao suppressed her rising anger and turned to Jiang Wanqing with a forced smile. "Sister-in-law, How astute of you to bring that up. Jiang Wanqing maintained a subtle smile. Understanding as she explained, I merely wish to ensure you know how to manage the household. The funds are adequate for normal expenses. Remember to conserve some for next month. Zhou Xiaoxiao perceived this as a deliberate mockery, her frustration palpable. Even if normal expenses suffice, that pertains to next month. The funds for this month are already exhausted. Shall we all starve for the remaining days? Jiang Wanqing remained unfazed by Zhou Xiaoxiao's tone. Meanwhile, the small child in her arms, Xiaoxiao, found the scene exhilarating. Waving her little hands and gleefully chattering, Mother is finally standing up for herself. One cannot simply acquiesce to everything. Let us see what storms arise without Mother's support. Jiang Wanqing, discerning the child's thoughts, smiled. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward. Are you truly forcing the second daughter of the Marquis to pawn her belongings to sustain the family? Do you wish to present this farce for all to see? Suddenly, Lady Zhou struck the ground with her cane, her voice resonating. Enough. Xiaoxiao, do you not feel there are already enough jokes at our expense? Your antics today have already brought shame upon our house. Zhou Xiaoxiao gazed at her mother in disbelief. Mother, why do you favor Jiang Wanqing? Lady Zhou inhaled deeply. Glancing at the obedient Zhou Muqin by Jiang Wanqing's side, her expression wavering. It was, after all, because she hoped Jiang Wanqing could persuade Master Wuchen to mentor Zhou Muqin. Lady Zhou furrowed her brow, turning to Zhou Xiaoxiao. You must heed your sister, sell a few pieces of jewelry and endure this month. Next month. Do not act so recklessly. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression gradually cracked, her pupils narrowing as she tentatively asked, does this mean the stewardship will still be mine next month? Do you truly intend for me to manage the Marquis until my marriage? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a wave of despair wash over her. Lady Zhou, observing her daughter's despondence, attempted to convey a reassuring glance. Zhou Xiaoxiao's earlier despair began to wane, and ultimately, she departed, accompanied by her maids and servants, albeit reluctantly. Once Zhou Xiaoxiao left, the courtyard felt considerably emptier. Lady Zhou turned her gaze toward Zhou Muqin, who obediently approached her side. Lady Zhou's eyes softened with fondness. But realization soon dawned upon her regarding the purpose of her visit. Her demeanor shifted to one of anxiety as she addressed Jiang Wanqing, speaking in a conciliatory tone. Wanqing, since you are unwilling to manage the household, I have entrusted it to Zhou Xiaoxiao, who has also apologized. Yet, concerning Muqin, Master Wuchen expressed this morning that he feels no connection with her. He will not accept her as a student. As she spoke, a trace of worry creased Lady Zhou's features. She yearned to secure Master Wuchen as a mentor for Zhou Muqin. For every student he had taken had excelled in the imperial examinations. With a heavy sigh, Lady Zhou continued, Wanqing, please advocate for Muqin with Master Wuchen. Perhaps he might reconsider and grant her another opportunity. Jiang Wanqing, cradling Xiaoxiao, shook her head with resignation. Mother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. Master Wuchen only offers one chance. If he feels no connection with Muqin, it cannot be forced. However, rest assured, before Master Wuchen departs, I will inquire once more about his intentions regarding Muqin. Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled with mischief, for as a student, one should always see off their mentor, should they not? Lady Zhou eagerly responded, excellent. Wanqing, if you can persuade Master Wuchen, you shall be hailed as a great benefactor of our Marquis. Chapter 25. Grievances. Seeing Jiang Wanqing agree to speak on behalf of Zhou Muqin, Lady Zhou regarded her with newfound appreciation, urging her to hasten. Jiang Wanqing entrusted Xiaoxiao to Lady Zhou's embrace and took Zhou Muqin's hand, preparing to depart. Madame Zhou, upon hearing the news, did not dwell too much on it, nodding repeatedly with a hint of concern in her eyes. It's fine, you can take Mu Sheng with you. As long as you can persuade Master Wuchen, everything will be all right. Jiang Wanqing smiled and nodded, reassuring her mother. Subsequently, Jiang Wanqing left the courtyard together with Zhou Mushing, heading towards the residence of Master Wuchen. Along the way, Jiang Wanqing gently inquired, Mushing, why not speak to your mother about your desire to learn from Master Wuchen? Jiang Wanqing was forced to halt her steps. Looking down at Zhou Mushing, who was casting her eyes down, filled with hesitation, Jiang Wanqing encouraged her, it's all right, your grandmother is not present now. If you have anything to say, you can confide in me. Zhou Mushing's face briefly reflected her internal struggle. Master Wuchen does not teach me earnestly. He only makes me practice writing every day. I no longer wish to take him as my master. However, my grandmother insists that I must study under Master Wuchen, claiming that doing so will ensure a bright future for me. Yet, I truly do not want to learn from him. his temperament is rather peculiar. After all, Zhou Mushing was merely a child. It is only natural for young ones to find it challenging to adhere to months of relentless practice. However, it was precisely this patience that Master Wuchen valued. Jiang Wanjing reflected on her previous life, realizing that she had been aware of Master Wuchen's trials, which led her to find ways to encourage Zhou Mushing to persevere, ultimately causing resentment. It doesn't matter. This time, I will allow her to follow her heart. Jiang Wanjing thought to herself, speaking softly, what does it matter if the future is bright? My dear Mushing is destined to be the future of the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Even without doing anything, she already possesses a promising future. Mushing, you only need to ask yourself, do you want to take him as your master? When faced with Jiang Wanjing's question once more, Zhou Mushing resolutely shook her head. Mother, I do not wish to take him as my master. He will be the master of the Marquis of Xingchang in the future. Why must I toil over my studies now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushing glanced at Jiang Wanjing, and a flicker of change appeared in her eyes. She suddenly felt that Jiang Wanjing was not as harsh as her mother and grandmother had described. She seemed to genuinely care for her. The things she did not want to do, Jiang Wanjing never forced upon her. Instead, she often spoke fondly of her grandmother. Yet, she also compelled her to take an unlikable person as her master. Zhou Mushing hesitated. Perhaps Jiang Wanjing was not that bad after all, aside from the fact that she had taken her father away. With this thought, Zhou Mushing released Jiang Wanjing's hand and bowed respectfully, a smile gracing her small face. Thank you, mother. Jiang Wanjing affectionately patted her head. You may go play for now. I will speak with Master Wuchen. Zhou Mushing nodded and departed. Jiang Wanjing watched her leave, letting out a sigh of relief, her expression complex. Holding the small Su Mama, witnessing Jiang Wanjing's demeanor, she asked, Madam, are you unwilling to part with her? Indulging a child is undoubtedly harmful to them, even if the child is an outsider. Jiang Wanjing scoffed lightly, Mama. What is there to be unwilling about? I am merely doing what brings joy to the child. This is a good thing. Why would I feel remorse? Su Mama nodded in agreement. Indeed, moreover, this child has her own mother. If her own mother does not come to educate her, why should we worry so much? It is already sufficient to raise her plump and healthy. Yet, Zhou Mushing's little kitchen was still well stocked with delicious food and drink every day. Zhou Mushing had become much more robust than when she first entered the household. Jiang Wanjing then embraced the little one and made her way to Master Wuchen's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw that Master Wuchen had already packed his belongings and was about to take his leave. Jiang Wanjing stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Surprised to ask, Master, did my mother not say that you would leave after lunch? Master Wuchen smiled, explaining, I came this time merely to see how you were faring. Now that I have seen, I shall take my leave. I initially thought you wished for me to accept that child named Zhou Mushing, but seeing your lack of intention, I shall let it be. Jiang Wanjing felt a pause in her heart. She was Master Wuchen's only female student, which could be considered a privilege. Now, with Master Wuchen having gone out of his way to visit her, she regretted not having properly entertained him. She felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, suppressing her remorse. Jiang Wanjing looked at Master Wuchen and said, Master, once I have settled my affairs, I will certainly invite you to visit the estate. Master Wuchen hesitated momentarily before asking, have you encountered some difficulties? If it is convenient, you may share them with me. You know I have numerous students who may be of assistance. Mother, you can speak with Ancestor Master. Ancestor Master dotes on you, and is not one to speak much. He can keep your secrets safe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanjing looked down at the sincere little face in her arms and then raised her gaze to Master Wuchen. She had not anticipated that in her previous life, Master Wuchen had treated her with such affection. The thought of the elderly master, still toiling for her sake at his age, intensified her feelings of guilt. Her expression turned quite aggrieved. Chapter 26, Lord Fengsu. Master Wuchen observed Jiang Wanjing's unusual emotional state and promptly inquired, what exactly has transpired that you cannot share with your master? If you do not speak, how can I possibly assist you? Master Wuchen held a deep-seated affection for Jiang Wanjing, who was more intelligent and resilient than any of his students. In her past, Jiang Wanjing had wished to join his tutelage when seeing her second brother do so. However, she had never accepted female students. Stubbornly, she had written from early autumn until the spring of the following year, using an entire pool of ink. Despite the biting winter winds, she persevered. Ultimately, she had moved him. To his surprise, the knowledge he imparted to her, which others needed to hear thrice to comprehend, she grasped immediately. Not to mention, in the 6 arts, she was equally proficient, excelling in the skills expected of highborn ladies. Jiang Wanjing was unlike the other girls in the capital, which he lamented more than once. A woman as brilliant as Jiang Wanjing, destined to be confined to the small world of the Marquis estate. Hearing his profound concern, with no one else in the courtyard, Jiang Wanjing finally poured out her grievances. Master, Zhou Mushing is the child born to Zhou Zigu and his concubine. Zhou Zigu faked his death and has been living carefreely with the concubine. My mother-in-law is aware yet deceived me, even convincing me that Zhou Mushing is a child of the clan. This time, my mother-in-law wanted me to invite you to teach Zhou Mushing, but I was reluctant, hence saying to you that it depends on fate and not to consider my feelings. Master Wuchen took some time to digest her words, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Zhou family dares to treat you so unjustly. Zhou Zigu faked his death, forcing you to bear the stigma of bringing misfortune to your husband, and now entrusting his concubine's child to your care. This is utterly disgraceful. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Jiang Wanjing hurriedly stopped Master Wuchen, her expression serious. Master, no, the matters behind this are not so simple. Zhou Zigu's intentions are directed towards the Duke of Jinghua's estate. He is not merely targeting me, but also those behind me. It is not just him, but the mastermind orchestrating everything. Mr. Wuchen furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity behind the words spoken. He then inquired, what do you intend to do? Is there anything you require of me? Jiang Wanjing shook her head, responding, for now, we can only observe how things unfold. She had not yet planned to confide in her master about the copper coin case. The matter was too intricate, and she was reluctant to involve him. Mr. Wuchen, being astute, recognized her reticence. Finally, he produced a jade pendant intricately carved in a verdant hue from his waist and handed it to Jiang Wanjing. Confused, she looked at him. Mr. Wuchen said, take this. I cannot bear to see you harmed. While I prefer not to engage in courtly affairs, you and your brother are still my students. Should you ever require assistance, present this pendant to Feng Shu. Feng Shu. Jiang Wanjing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that the name Feng Shu would be uttered by her master. After all, Feng Shu was the chief of the Eastern Depot, a ruthless enforcer for the emperor, known for his cold demeanor and violent temperament. Such were the public's descriptions of him. Yet, how could such a formidable eunuch possibly know her master? Jiang Wanjing was perplexed. However, Mr. Wuchen offered no further explanation, merely stating, he owes me a few favors. So if you find yourself in need, I believe he will assist you within his means. Jiang Wanjing accepted the pendant without pretense, bowing once more to Mr. Wuchen. Thank you, master. Mr. Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the little one in her arms. He remarked, if you wish to express your gratitude, let her come to me when she grows up. I can see she possesses a keen intellect. Jiang Wanjing envisioned the invisible tail of the little one, nearly soaring to the heavens, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. Looking at the child, she addressed Mr. Wuchen. It is a privilege for her to receive your guidance. I have conveyed my gratitude on her behalf. Mr. Wuchen prepared to take his leave, but Jiang Wanjing urged him once more. If not, please stay for lunch before you depart. Mr. Wuchen declined her invitation and left the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Jiang Wanjing held the jade pendant tightly, admiring its intricate carvings and the luster of the stone. This pendant, crafted from imperial green jade, was a treasure few could possess. Yet, how could a mere eunuch like Feng Shu be acquainted with her master? Moreover, how did her master come to know such a perilous figure? Jiang Wanjing was genuinely at a loss. Nevertheless, her master had entrusted her with this token, which could potentially secure the aid of the powerful Feng Shu, a tremendous favor indeed. Unexpectedly, she found the old matriarch Zhou waiting for her in the courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Wanjing approach, the matriarch quickly stood and rushed to her side. Jiang Wanjing, noticing the worry etched on the matriarch's face, greeted her calmly. The matriarch grasped Jiang Wanjing's arm, her brow furrowed. What news? Did Mr. Wuchen agree? Facing the matriarch's hopeful gaze, Jiang Wanjing shook her head. The matriarch, hearing this, immediately released her grip and murmured, how could this be? Since Mr. Wuchen has taught your brother, surely he might consider it for that reason? Jiang Wanjing sighed. Mother, I apologize, but I have done my utmost. He said our Muxing did not pass his test. The matriarch's countenance shifted to one of urgency. If he did not pass, then ask Mr. Wuchen to set additional tests. Our Muxing is quite clever. Did you emphasize that to him? Jiang Wanjing's expression darkened. Every parent believes their child to be the brightest. However, only outsiders can truly assess such matters. Yet, To maintain appearances, Jiang Wanjing complied with the matriarch's wishes, expressing, I have mentioned this, but Mr. Wuchen simply believes there is no connection with our Muxing. Mother, countless individuals wish to study under Mr. Wuchen. Even if this does not work out, we can seek other mentors for Mushang. Chapter 27. The secrets of the Buddhist hall. Jiang Wanjing's words instantly unsettled the matriarch, who furrowed her brow and cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Wanjing. I thought you treated Mushang as your own child, yet it seems you are indifferent. No other teacher can compare to Mr. Wuchen. You simply cannot bear to see Mushang thrive. Jiang Wanjing, holding the little one, felt a wave of frustration. Her master did not regard Zhou Mushang highly, nor did Zhou Mushang seek Mr. Wuchen as a mentor. What could she do? Would she force Zhou Mushang into mentorship as in a past life, only to foster resentment? Moreover, she was aware that Zhou Mushang was the illegitimate child of Zhou Zigu. Thus, Jiang Wanjing defended herself. Mother, I have praised Mushang to Mr. Wuchen. It is simply that they are not fated to be. If you think I have not tried earnestly, perhaps you should persuade Mr. Wuchen yourself. The matriarch fell silent. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Wanjing smirked inwardly, knowing that if the matriarch approached, Mr. Wuchen would likely not even grant her an audience. By stepping in herself, she at least afforded the matriarch a chance to meet her master. The matriarch scoffed, if I could persuade Mr. Wuchen, would I need you to intervene? It seemed that the matter of requesting Mr. Wuchen's tutelage would remain unresolved. The matriarch sighed, glancing at Jiang Wanjing, since we cannot secure Mr. Wuchen, you must exert yourself to find more suitable teachers for Muxing. Jiang Wanjing nodded in agreement, of course. Previously, it had been agreed that after Zhou Xiaoxiao's marriage, the authority of the household would be handed over to Jiang Wanjing. Yet, if Zhou Xiaoxiao never married, would that authority remain with him indefinitely? The thought of the household under Zhou Xiaoxiao's control and the meal she consumed caused the matriarch distress. She needed to devise a plan to transfer authority to Jiang Wanjing as soon as possible. In light of the matriarch's directive, Jiang Wanjing obediently acknowledged, I understand, mother. The matriarch huffed and departed the courtyard. After her exit, Mama Su, who had been nearby, remarked with a smile, I heard that the second young lady has already sent someone to pawn some jewelry. I must say, the old matriarch is rather heartless. The second young lady is yet to be married, lacking a dowry, yet the old matriarch, with some funds herself, stands by as the second young lady sells her jewelry. I wonder what the old matriarch occupies herself with in that little Buddhist hall. At the end of her words, Mama Su shook her head in disapproval of such actions. Jiang Wanjing, cradling the little one, seated herself and lifted a teacup. The little one suddenly chimed in, of course, I'm whispering secrets with Grandpa. Jiang Wanjing, taken aback by the child's unexpected comment, choked on her tea. Mama Su quickly patted Jiang Wanjing's back to ease her. Madam, take your time. No one is competing with you. Why the rush? Jiang Wanjing offered an awkward smile, feeling embarrassed to share what she had just heard. However, with Mama Su and the little one's reminder, she recalled that the old Marquis of Xingchang had passed away several years prior. Who, indeed, is the grandfather spoken of by the little one? Before the Buddha hall, is it not a bold venture to fear the wrath of the Buddha? Jiang Wanjing hesitated for a moment, then turned to Mama Su and said, Mama, please arrange for someone to go to the old lady and see what she is doing in the Buddha hall. I cannot believe that she is genuinely devoted to the Buddha. Naturally, Jiang Wanjing could not voice her suspicion that the old matriarch might be entangled with another man in the hall, so she sought a more casual pretext. Mama Su's expression reflected her hesitation. After careful consideration, she replied, it may be somewhat difficult regarding the old lady. Her Buddha hall has always prohibited anyone from approaching. Even the maids who have served her for many years are not permitted to enter. It would be quite challenging to insert someone there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanjing pressed her lips together. If we cannot place someone inside, then we shall turn the servants in her courtyard. Surely one or two can be persuaded. At that moment, Mou interjected, Madam, if I may, I could investigate this evening. My skills are quite adept, and I have become very familiar with the location of the Xingchang Marquis. Jiang Wanjing glanced at the little one, considering for a moment. Remembering that the little one had encountered trouble after a certain age in her previous life, she felt that as long as Mou was merely absent for a short while, the risk was minimal. She then said to Mou, very well. Go check the Buddha hall tonight. There is no rush, just ensure you are not discovered. Mou nodded in agreement. Before long, a commotion was heard outside the room. Everyone turned to see Zhou Mushing stealthily peeking into the room. Jiang Wanjing restored her smile and beckoned to Zhou Mushing. Mushing, what are you doing there? Come to your mother. Zhou Mushing scanned the room, noting that the old matriarch was absent, and thus bravely entered. Jiang Wanqing observed the quiet Zhou Mushing and inquired, "What is the matter? You seem rather listless." Zhou Mushing respectfully bowed to Jiang Wanqing, saying, "Mother, I fear grandmother's presence here. I worry she will blame me for not being accepted as a disciple of Master Wuchen." Jiang Wanqing initially thought something serious had occurred, only to find it was this. She chuckled lightly. "If it is for this reason, you need not worry. I have already spoken with your grandmother. There will be no more talk of Master Wuchen. Mother will find you several teachers that you prefer." Zhou Musheng, who had been somewhat lackluster, immediately brightened at this news. His eyes wide with disbelief, he asked, "Really?" Grandmother has agreed. Previously, his grandmother had insisted he must become a disciple of Master Wuchen, whom he did not like. That master only required him to practice calligraphy alone and did not assist him with his studies. Seeing the flicker of excitement in Zhou Mushen's gaze, Jiang Wanqing nodded with a smile. "Indeed, whatever kind of teacher you wish for, Mother will procure for you." Zhou Mushing promptly replied, "Mother, I just want a teacher who is not too strict." Chapter 28. The Family Reunites. Upon hearing Zhou Mushen's request, Jiang Wanqing blinked. Of course, that is entirely possible. She had come to understand Zhou Mushing well. He was not a self-disciplined child. In her previous life, he had been a top scholar. She believed she must have forced him to study rigorously. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such results. However, in this life, without the strict Master Wuchen, she would also refrain from imposing harsh discipline upon Zhou Mushing. What fate awaited him in this life? She was genuinely curious. "Mother, why are you so good to me?" Zhou Mushing asked. Jiang Wanqing smiled tenderly. "Because you are the little one's brother, my child, in the future of the Xinjiang Marquis. As long as you are happy, nothing else matters." Zhou Musheng, who had previously held some reservations, now displayed a sincere smile towards Jiang Wanqing. "Thank you, Mother. You are truly wonderful." Jiang Wanqing looked at the somewhat plump Zhou Mushing, and as he smiled, his features seemed to blend together. Zhou Mushing felt a touch of emotion. He had not expected to be rejected by Master Wuchen, only to be reprimanded by his grandmother. Yet here was Jiang Wanqing, comforting him, offering him his favorite dish, the large pig trotter, to soothe his heart. Zhou Mushing blinked, feeling increasingly that Jiang Wanqing was an exceptionally good person, far from the villain others had described. She always arranged for him to have what he desired, allowing him to play and eat happily, never scolding him. Wasn't this the ideal mother he had envisioned? Zhou Mushing took a step forward, tugging at Jiang Wanqing's sleeve, his eyes sparkling. "Thank you, Mother." After Zhou Mushing departed, the gentle smile on Jiang Wanqing's lips faded. She sensed that Zhou Mushing was increasingly letting down his guard around her, shedding the initial pretense of seeking her approval. Yet, as she glanced down at the little one in her arms, her resolve strengthened. In her past life, despite her earnest efforts to educate Zhou Mushing, he had held resentment towards her. Since this version of Zhou Mushing preferred her treatment, she would comply with his wishes. Anyone who sought to harm her and the little one would be cast aside. Before long, a maid entered the room. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Mama Su, suddenly realizing something, quickly said, "I just remembered. Today we received word from the southern estate that Song Nanxing has gone to a tavern. Now that young Master Zhou Mushing has also been taken out by his wet nurse, might it be?" The outcome was self-evident. Jiang Wanqing looked at Mama Su. "Which tavern did they go to? We must go take a look." Mama Su nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Wanqing, holding the little one, arrived at a private room in a tavern. Coincidentally, this tavern was one of Jiang Wanqing's properties. Mama Su remarked, "Madam, Song Nanxing and Zhou Zigu are in the adjacent room. Young Master Zhou Mushing has also been brought into the adjacent room by his wet nurse." Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Zhou Zigu dares to show himself? After all, he was considered a dead man. Did he not fear scaring anyone in broad daylight? Mama Su explained, "He is wearing a veil and a hat. Others cannot recognize him." As she spoke, Mama Su opened a partition. Instantly, the voices from the adjacent room became clear. "Mushing, Mother misses you dearly. It is fortunate you have not lost weight. It seems that woman has not denied you food. However, Mushing, you must exercise some restraint. If you keep eating like this, look at what you are becoming." "Mother, are you criticizing me for eating too much?" "That is not my intention. It is just, all right. Let us not dwell on this. Our time out is limited." "Mushing, how do you get along with Jiang Wanqing?" Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows, recognizing Zhou Zigu's voice. The next moment, Zhou Mushin's voice echoed back. "Father, Mother treats me very well." In an instant, a pained voice responded. "Mushing, How can you refer to her as mother in my presence? I am your mother. Jiang Wanqing found the eavesdropping insufficiently satisfying and, still holding the little one, moved closer to the partition. The partition was uniquely crafted, allowing Jiang Wanqing to glimpse the scene in the adjacent room through a small hole. She saw Zhou Xiaoxiao with an arm around Song Nanshan's waist, his eyes filled with tenderness. It is only temporary. Mushing is your child, he reassured her. Zhou Mushing appeared to realize he had erred, lowering his head as he stood before Song Nanshan. Zhou Xiaoxiao coaxed Song Nanshan, then approached Zhou Mushing. He squatted before her, meeting her gaze directly. Mushing, you must remember, if it weren't for Jiang Wanqing, our family could have remained united. Understand that your father and mother had no choice but to send you to her. You have but one mother? Do you comprehend? Zhou Mushing lifted her head, cautiously glancing at Song Nanshan, and nodded slightly at Zhou Xiaoxiao. I understand, father. A hint of a smile graced Zhou Xiaoxiao's lips. Now that you have taken Mr. Wuchen as your master, we are one step closer to reuniting as a family. If you study diligently and inherit the title of Marquis Xingchong, we shall be together once more. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushing lowered her head again, murmuring, Father, Mr. Wuchen has not accepted me as a disciple. What? Zhou Xiaoxiao rose, frowning in disbelief. Mr. Wuchen is Jiang Wanqing's mentor. If she regarded you as her own child, how could she not recommend you to him? Jiang Wanqing was surprised. Her mouth agape. Zhou Xiaoxiao knew she was a disciple of Mr. Wuchen. No wonder they had insisted she invite him. She peered through a small opening to observe the box nearby. Perhaps Zhou Mushing was too shy to admit that she did not wish to become Mr. Wuchen's student. Hence her silence, her head bowed in embarrassment, ears flushed. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Xiaoxiao composed himself and squatted down again, looking at Zhou Mushing. It matters not, Mushing. Even if Mr. Wuchen does not accept you, you can express to Jiang Wanqing your desire to study under her elder brother. Chapter 29. A new persuasion upon hearing this. Jiang Wanqing snickered softly. Zhou Xiaoxiao certainly had a clever scheme in mind. Was he determined to cling to the Duke of the State's residence? Was it to facilitate future actions against them? She continued to observe the adjacent room. Zhou Mushing looked up at Zhou Xiaoxiao, a troubled expression on her face. Father, why must you decide who my teacher is? Why can't I choose for myself? Zhou Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed at her words. Before he could respond, Song Nanshan interjected, Mushing, what do you mean? Your father has chosen the most knowledgeable teacher for you. Do you even know who the good teachers are? Chastened by Song Nanshan's remarks, Zhou Mushing opened her mouth but found no words to express. She could not comprehend why Jiang Wanqing respected her choices and allowed her to select her own teachers. Yet her parents imposed various restrictions upon her. They had previously claimed that Jiang Wanqing was the reason their family could not reunite, and she had always viewed Jiang Wanqing as a villain. However, now it seemed Jiang Wanqing was not so terrible after all. At least she did not force her to engage in unwanted pursuits. As Zhou Mushing remained silent, Song Nanshan's displeasure deepened, her brow knitting in frustration. Mushing, why do you ignore me when I speak to you? Zhou Xiaoxiao, witnessing the hurt in his beloved's expression, adopted a stern tone, gazing intently at Zhou Mushing. I see you have spent too much time with Jiang Wanqing, perhaps to the point of forgetting who your true mother is. Even now, when Mr. Wuchen has personally gone to the Marquis Xingchong's residence, you have failed to seize the opportunity to become his student. Mushing, your father is quite disappointed in you. At this, Zhou Mushing abruptly raised her head. A fleeting chill crossed Song Nanshan's eyes, and her earlier displeasure dissipated. She feared that her anger might frighten Zhou Mushing. She still harbored thoughts of nurturing Jiang Wanqing's child into the most outstanding individual, so that in due time, she could effortlessly reap the glory. Yet, Zhou Mushing's gaze now bore uncertainty. Having observed the three of them, Jiang Wanqing's lips curled into a smile. After these few days of interaction, she had come to realize that Zhou Mushing was drifting away from Song Nanshan. A 4-year-old child, what could he possibly understand? To him, the one who showered him with unconditional love was undoubtedly the one who held his heart. It seemed that without Mr. Wuchen's endorsement, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Song Nanshan were left somewhat disappointed in Zhou Mushing. In contrast to their criticisms and new demands, Jiang Wanqing offered Zhou Mushing boundless kindness. It remained to be seen whether Song Nanshan could maintain her position in Zhou Mushing's affections. Jiang Wanqing chose not to listen further and departed with Granny Su. Upon returning to the Marquis Xingchong's residence, Jiang Wanqing instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a substantial portion of braised pork knuckle. She and Granny Su waited in the courtyard, the enticing dish displayed on the table. I want to eat braised pork knuckle too, Mother. I want some. I thought mother would continue to dote on the bad brother just as before, but it seems this is all flattery. Oh. The color of this pork knuckle is simply too tempting. I want to take a big bite. The little one in her arms wiggled restlessly. Jiang Wanqing, hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. She tugged at the little one's hand, glancing at the braised pork knuckle on the table. Such a fragrant pork knuckle. Surely our little one wants some too, but alas, you are still too young and must wait a while longer. The little one immediately ceased her smacking lips, casting a wary glance at Jiang Wanqing. How did mother know I wanted to eat pork knuckle? Was I that obvious? Granny Sue, observing, covered her mouth with a smile. Baowan from the kitchen specializes in this braised pork knuckle. It seems this flavor has tempted even the little worm in our young lady's belly. Look how her gaze is fixated on that pork trotter. Upon hearing this, the little one struggled to cover her eyes with her hands. Oh no, I've been discovered. When will I get to eat meat? Jiang Wanqing shook her head affectionately, finding the little one utterly adorable. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Wanqing exchanged a glance with Granny Sue, her eyes narrowing slightly. The next moment, Zhou Mushing entered the room, approaching Jiang Wanqing with a respectful bow. However, as soon as he performed the gesture, he caught the familiar aroma. Before Jiang Wanqing could speak, he looked up, his eyes lighting upon the braised pork knuckle on the table, his appetite unmistakably evident. Mother, this must be Aunt Baojuan's braised pork knuckle, right? Jiang Wanqing smiled, amused by the little glutton. You recognized it by just the scent? How astute of you. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her comment, Zhou Mushing scratched the back of his head, then explained, Aunt Baojuan's braised pork knuckle is visually stunning and appetizing, and it has a hint of sweetness in the aroma. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. You seem quite gifted when it comes to discerning food. Zhou Mushing lowered his head, bashfully fidgeting with his hair. Jiang Wanqing continued, All right, I won't tease you any longer. This braised pork knuckle was specifically prepared for you, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure you don't feel disheartened for not being chosen by Mr. Wuchen. With this reminder from Jiang Wanqing, Zhou Mushing finally came to his senses. In the morning, Jiang Wanqing remarked, glancing at the fragrant red braised pig trotter before her. Just as she was about to reach for it, she hesitated. Chapter 30. The burden of affection. Jiang Wanqing observed Zhou Mushing's actions, her brow furrowing before she inquired, Why aren't you eating? Don't you usually adore the red braised pig trotter prepared by Aunt Baowan? Suddenly, Zhou Mushing recalled his mother's words and looked down at his physique with uncertainty in his eyes. Tentatively, he turned to Jiang Wanqing and asked, Mother, am I really overweight? Who said that? Jiang Wanqing feigned anger. Who spoke such nonsense in your presence? Tell me, and I shall ensure they receive a proper reprimand. Jiang Wanqing had anticipated that Zhou Mushing might bring up this matter, which is why she had intentionally placed the pig trotter in front of herself, hoping to encourage him to eat. Zhou Mushing quickly shook his head. No one said anything. I just feel that I have indeed gained some weight, and should perhaps exercise restraint. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath and explained, This is not fat. It is merely robustness. When you reach your teenage years, your body will grow taller and slimmer. Besides, a bit of extra flesh ensures a sturdier physique. Look at the officials in the court, including His Majesty. Aren't they all quite robust? Eating heartily is beneficial for one's health. However, when the nurse occasionally took him out, he would see many officials, all of whom appeared much more robust than himself, sitting in their sedan chairs, resembling small mountains. This realization made him understand that Jiang Wanqing truly cared for his well-being. Yet, recalling his mother's earlier comments about his weight still made Zhou Mushing feel a twinge of sadness. He pursed his lips, gazing at the tempting pig trotter while torn between the desire to indulge and the recollection of his mother's words. Jiang Wanqing, unfazed by the situation, continued, Go on, eat. Even if you gain a little weight, to me, you will always be my cherished child. Look at your sister. Isn't she chubby and adorable? Jiang Wanqing cradled the little one, showing Zhou Mushing how the infant, still nursing, was adorably round and plump. Zhou Mushing gazed at his chubby sister, finding her irresistibly cute, and pondered why her plumpness seemed endearing while his own did not. Because I love her, that's why she seems cute, he mused inwardly. A sudden pang of realization struck him as he recalled his biological mother, who, upon their first meeting, had not expressed concern or affection but instead remarked on his weight and the need for dietary restraint. Yet Jiang Wanqing had affirmed that he was a beloved child. And even if he were a bit heavier, he remained adorable in her eyes. This thought sank heavily in Zhou Mushing's heart. Did it mean he was no longer a cherished child in his mother's eyes? With this realization, he felt an inexplicable discontent towards the pig trotter before him, as if the affection he had received all this time had suddenly vanished. Noticing Zhou Xiaoxiao's somber demeanor, Jiang Wanqing gently patted his head, offering solace. "What is troubling you, my dear? Who has upset you? Speak to me, and I shall defend you. No one shall bully my child." Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a warmth spread through him, his eyes moistening. He had never felt such protection from Jiang Wanqing before, a sentiment that his biological mother had never provided. He bit his lip, blinking innocently as he tentatively asked, "Mother, you mentioned that I could select my own tutor. Is that still the case?" Jiang Wanqing nodded, "Of course. Which teacher do you have in mind? Share with me, and I will certainly arrange for you to have them." Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply and, with closed eyes, declared, "I want my uncle, your elder brother, to be my teacher." Jiang Wanqing smiled, albeit with a hint of irony. It appeared that Zhou Xiaoxiao had opted for the schemes associated with Song Nanxing and Zhou Ziguo. Nonetheless, if she agreed, should her elder brother truly accept Zhou Xiaoxiao as a pupil, he would then need to study at the Duke of Zhen's residence. Yet before she could fully commit to this, Jiang Wanqing felt the need to clarify the copper coin case. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Xiaoxiao perceived a flicker of coldness in her eyes. Despite her earlier assurances of fulfilling his request for a tutor, her silence now felt like a dismissal. This confirmed his suspicions that Jiang Wanqing was not a benevolent figure, merely lulling him into a false sense of security. However, the very next moment, Jiang Wanqing smiled and said, "Since you wish for your uncle to teach you, then there is no issue at all." Zhou Xiaoxiao belatedly grasped her meaning and realized she truly intended to have his uncle teach him. His uncle had excelled in the imperial examinations years ago and was a disciple of the esteemed Master Wuchen, which meant he would likely possess a very different temperament. The thought of having to practice calligraphy daily under such a teacher made Zhou Xiaoxiao's face pale. He opened his mouth, questioning, "Mother, did you truly agree just because I mentioned it casually? Besides, my uncle is incredibly busy. How could he possibly have time for this?" Jiang Wanqing dismissed his concerns, stroking his head as she reassured him, "Do not fret so much. Even if your uncle is busy, do you think I cannot make time for him to teach you? Most importantly, since this is your wish, as your mother, I will certainly ensure that your uncle becomes your teacher." Chapter 31. What lies behind? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at the red-braised pig trotter on the table, then at Jiang Wanqing, and felt increasingly guilty. His mother disapproved of his weight and urged him to eat less, while Jiang Wanqing merely perceived him as robust. His father was disappointed that he had not sought Master Wuchen as a mentor, while Jiang Wanqing prepared his favorite dish to cheer him up. His father insisted on whom he should study under, whereas Jiang Wanqing allowed him to choose the teachers he liked. In such stark contrast, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a deep imbalance within himself. Did his parents truly care for him? If they did, why would they send him away to be raised by others? Although he had believed Jiang Wanqing to be indifferent, he felt her genuine concern for him. Jiang Wanqing noticed Zhou Xiaoxiao's subtle emotions, but remained silent, instead bringing the red-braised pig trotter closer to him. "Come now. It's only because you Haven Tea entered Master Wuchen's tutelage that your grandmother had a few words with you. Do not be too disheartened. Haven Tea, I already promised to find you a teacher you admire. Now, enjoy your favorite pig trotter while it's hot. It will surely lift your spirits." Zhou Xiaoxiao heard the conversation and glanced at Jiang Wanqing, his gaze lingering on the pig trotter, swallowing hard. He had long yearned for this delicacy. Jiang Wanqing smiled at him, urging him, "Silly child, why are you just staring? Enjoy your favorite pig trotter. It will lose its flavor if it gets cold." Upon hearing her encouragement, Zhou Xiaoxiao ceased to hesitate, reaching out to grasp a large pig trotter. Su Mama, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to roll up his sleeves, teasing him, "Take your time, young master. These treats were specially prepared for you, and no one else gets to enjoy them. Look at you, all greasy." Yet, Zhou Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious to her words, engrossed in devouring the pig trotter. Children are often sensitive, and he found solace in food, escaping from matters he wished to avoid. Jiang Wanqing observed as Zhou Xiaoxiao's hands became greasy, his sleeves stained as well. His already plump visage quivered with each hearty bite of meat. Suddenly, she felt that the pig trotter in his hands appeared excessively greasy. As he gnawed on it, he abruptly halted, standing still with slightly reddened eyes, lost in thought. Perhaps he was reminded of the prolonged absence from his family, and now, upon their sudden encounter, he faced reprimand. Or perhaps he was anxious about the upcoming lessons from his teacher, dreading the challenge of learning. Jiang Wanqing took a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth, her eyes reflecting concern. "What troubles you, Mushing? Has someone bullied you?" Zhou Mushing choked back his words. Mother, no one has bullied me. It's just. He found it difficult to articulate the discomfort he felt within. Jiang Wanjing furrowed her brow. If no one has bullied you, then why are you crying? Zhou Mushing gazed at her in confusion. Jiang Wanjing continued. Good child, have I not told you? You are the future master of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. No one can bully you. If there is something you do not wish to do, you need not do it. As long as the Marquis of Xingchang stands, you shall live without worry. Listening to Jiang Wanjing affirm his identity, Zhou Mushing felt a wave of calm wash over him. He picked up the unfinished pig trotter along with the plate. The reasoning behind her words resonated with him. Previously, when he had not entered Master Wuchen's tutelage, his grandmother had hastily scolded him and brought him to his mother. If she discovered he had indulged in the pig trotter, she would surely accuse him of being unambitious, only thinking of eating day after day. With this thought, Zhou Mushing suddenly perceived that his grandmother, who had always shown him kindness, did not seem so kind after all. He returned to his seat, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and resumed eating the remaining pig trotter in his bowl. Jiang Wanjing observed Zhou Mushing's expression and the greasy pig trotter, suppressing her discomfort as she left the courtyard, accompanied by Su Mama and Mou. The Marquis of Xingchang's residence boasted a garden, every plant and flower a testament to Jiang Wanjing's dedication. She had planted many flowers, seeking a sense of belonging within the vast estate, creating a small sanctuary of her own. Among the flora were precious blooms. As she entered the garden, she spotted a young servant squatting on the ground, his back turned, seemingly engaged in some activity. Before him lay a prized peony, one she had spent considerable time searching for. Instantly, her heart raced, and she called out, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The sudden shout startled the young man, who quickly rose to face Jiang Wanjing, hands tucked behind his back, unsure of what to conceal. Jiang Wanjing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the unfamiliar young servant. She raised her voice, demanding, "What are you doing here? Do you not know this area is off limits?" "Madam, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once," the servant pleaded, bowing his head in supplication. Yet, his hands remained hidden behind him, piquing Jiang Wanjing's curiosity about what he might be concealing. Before she could press further, Su Mama leaned closer, whispering in Jiang Wanjing's ear, "He is unfamiliar. But I recall that an old maid from the kitchen brought her grandson into the residence a few days ago. They say the lad is lazy and has caused quite a bit of trouble. Many want him gone, but he is connected through the old maid." Jiang Wanjing listened to Su Mama's explanation, examining the young servant, who bore a shifty appearance. The three of them felt a sense of displeasure. Just then, the servant suddenly knelt, begging, "Madam, I didn't mean to touch the flowers. I truly didn't. Please don't expel me from the estate." Jiang Wanjing, noticing that he still hid something behind him, furrowed her brow and inquired, "If you wish to remain, then show me what you have concealed." The servant, hearing her words, slowly revealed a small cage. Jiang Wanjing raised an eyebrow as he explained, "Madam, this is merely a cricket I caught. I discovered that this area has the loudest crickets in the entire Marquis of Xingchang's residence, so I broke the rules to come here and catch some." The chirping of the cricket echoed from the cage. Su Mama lowered her voice again, "Madam, I remember now. People in the residence mention that this lad, because of his connection to the elders, never takes his work seriously. He spends his days catching crickets and playing cards with others. Keeping such a troublemaker in the estate is concerning." Jiang Wanjing fell silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the cricket held by the servant. Suddenly, a smirk graced her lips. The servant's pupils constricted as he quickly bowed his head. "Thank you, madam. Rest assured, I will surely win over the young master." Once the servant departed, Su Mama spoke up, "That young lad carries many bad habits. Are you really intending to have him around young Master Zhou?" Though her words were phrased as a question, they carried an undertone of certainty. Jiang Wanjing gazed at the peacefully sleeping child in her arms. Reflecting on Su Mama's mention of her elder brother, the last remnants of her hesitation vanished. If only Zhou Mushing were not so obedient. Perhaps she might have shown him a bit more kindness. However, now that he was set on apprenticing under her elder brother, if Zhou Zigu were to lead him astray in the future, it would only facilitate matters, rather than nurture a cunning and ungrateful child. She preferred to raise one who only sought pleasure and indulgence. This, at least, would be her last act of tenderness towards the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Jiang Wanjing lowered her head, observing the restless slumber of the child in her arms. Her little brows remained perpetually furrowed. Jiang Wanjing reached out, wishing to smooth the small, crinkled forehead, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Dear one, in this lifetime, Your mother will surely protect you well. Anyone who seeks to harm you shall not be spared. Gently, Jiang Wanqing patted the little one. Mama, regarding the matter we discussed earlier, it can now be arranged. Upon hearing this, Granny Su hesitated, but that is indeed perilous. Perhaps the lady should first confer with the eldest son? Jiang Wanqing shook her head, her gaze flickering. I can manage on my own. The following morning, Granny Su, along with Jiang Wanqing and the little one, boarded the carriage and set off. Upon hearing the news, old Madame Zhou hastily urged Jiang Wanqing onward. If they could not secure Mr. Wuchen as a mentor, it would suffice to recognize Mr. Wuchen's disciple instead. After all, the eldest son of the Duke of Zhenguo was at least a top scholar. However, once they departed the Marquis of Xingchang's residence and turned a corner into a less populated area, Jiang Wanqing alighted from the carriage. Granny Su held the little one, while Mou followed closely beside them. Seeing she could not dissuade Jiang Wanqing, Granny Su could only advise, Madam, be cautious. There are contacts waiting at the southern residence. Jiang Wanqing nodded, casting a glance at Granny Su and the little one in her arms. She then instructed Mou, you must protect the young lady well. Remember, do not leave her side. Mou nodded solemnly, rest assured, madam. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Wanqing boarded another carriage that had been prepared in the alley, heading towards the southern part of the city. Beneath the pear blossom trees, 2 miles from the southern residence, she found someone waiting. This must be the contact arranged by Granny Su. Jiang Wanqing halted the carriage, stopping approximately 2 miles away, wary that Zhou Zigu might sense something amiss. As she disembarked, the middle-aged man before her bowed respectfully, madam. He appeared to be someone who worked at the southern residence. Jiang Wanqing directly inquired, where is Zhou Zigu now? Where do you usually lose track of him? The man pointed in a certain direction, explaining, it is always in that bamboo grove where I lose him. But I dare not follow too closely, fearing he might notice me. According to the previous schedule, the Marquis should be heading towards the bamboo grove now. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Wanqing donned a black mask and proceeded towards the bamboo grove, keen to discover what Zhou Zigu was busy with each day and whether it had any relation to the counterfeit coin case. With a heart full of curiosity, Jiang Wanqing cautiously stepped into the bamboo grove. Just as she began to wonder why Zhou Zigu had not yet appeared, he emerged before her, clad in a green round-collared robe, seemingly dressed to blend in with the bamboo. Chapter 33. Encountering the masked man. The vicinity around the southern suburban residence was typically devoid of people. Furthermore, this residence, along with the nearby Bamboo Sea Villa, was private property. Thus, Zhou Zigu's presence was particularly conspicuous. Having changed into plain clothes in the carriage, Jiang Wanqing, wearing her mask, carefully trailed behind Zhou Zigu. Growing up outside the borders of the border city, she possessed some martial skills. However, having spent too long in the capital, she had nearly forgotten her own capabilities. She kept close to Zhou Zigu, who was quite vigilant. Fortunately, Jiang Wanqing reacted swiftly and managed to hide. Eventually, she followed him to the edge of the bamboo grove. Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly. The grove ended abruptly at a bare mountain. What secrets could possibly be hidden there? Filled with confusion, she dared not relax her vigilance and continued to follow Zhou Zigu closely. Upon reaching the mountain, Zhou Zigu halted, surveyed his surroundings, and, seeing no one, pressed a hidden switch on the mountain's wall. To her astonishment, the mountain suddenly revealed a cave. Once Zhou Zigu entered, the entrance closed behind him. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary mountain. The more Jiang Wanqing observed, the more astonished she became. Zhou Zigu was undeniably shameless, hiding in the deep mountains to conduct illicit activities. Who would ever suspect? Perhaps he had hollowed out the entire faux mountain. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, she noted that Zhou Zigu had been inside for quite some time, and nothing seemed amiss outside. Finally, she decided it was time to emerge from her hiding place. She approached the spot where Zhou Zigu had entered the cave. It had returned to its original state, appearing as an unblemished mountain, with no signs of a breach. Noticing a protruding stone near where Zhou Zigu had pressed the switch, she reached out and applied slight pressure. Sure enough, the cave opened once more. Jiang Wanqing's pupils contracted as she beheld the dark cave, suppressing her astonishment as she stepped inside. Once she entered, the cave sealed itself behind her. Inside, it was pitch black, save for a faint light emanating from a narrow path ahead, accompanied by some indistinct sounds. Jiang Wanqing surveyed her surroundings. Noting that some stones provided ample cover, she stealthily concealed herself behind a rock, cautiously advancing forward. After what felt like an eternity of careful movements, she found herself in a wide-open space. Before her lay an expansive area where several men with bare arms were busy crafting something. From a distance, Jiang Wanqing speculated that perhaps these individuals were indeed forging counterfeit coins. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood nearby, overseeing the workers. With this realization, Jiang Wanqing understood that her earlier suspicions were likely correct. The counterfeit coin incident was orchestrated by the crown prince, utilizing Zhou Xiaoxiao as his pawn. Zhou Xiaoxiao had invested his profits from the shops into the production of counterfeit coins. Now comprehending the gravity of the situation, Jiang Wanqing cautiously retreated. Just as she was nearing the exit, she encountered a man clad in dark red attire and wearing a mask. The moment their eyes met, his gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Jiang Wanqing's heart sank. She feared she had been discovered by Zhou Xiaoxiao's associates. Instinctively, she prepared to strike. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could notice, she needed to eliminate this man. Only by silencing him could she remain undetected. Jiang Wanqing launched a lethal attack. But the man merely blocked her moves without uttering a sound. Could it be that this individual was not one of Zhou Xiaoxiao's men? His skills matched her own. And after exchanging several blows, she realized that if he cried out for help now, Zhou Xiaoxiao's men would surely come to his aid. Yet he did not do so, leading her to a singular conclusion. He was not one of Zhou Xiaoxiao's. As her awareness sharpened, Jiang Wanqing sensed the man's intention to kill her. Engaged in a grappling hold, they found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Wanqing cast a glance at the approaching figure in the distance. As she regarded the masked man before her, she lowered her voice, infusing it with a hint of menace. You are not one of Zhou Xiaoxiao's people, nor do you wish to be discovered by him, do you? Should you continue to engage with me, I shall be compelled to summon help. The masked man, upon noticing the jade pendant hanging from Jiang Wanqing's neck, exhibited a flicker of interest in his gaze. When Zhou Xiaoxiao drew near, he surveyed the surroundings, finding no one else present. Perhaps he had misheard something. He felt certain he had detected a sound moments earlier. Unease gnawed at him, prompting him to scrutinize the rocky recesses of the cave once more, before he finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, a man hurriedly approached. My lord, a new batch of minted coins has just been completed. Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart leapt at the news. Excellent. You must hasten your pace. The prince awaits the shipment urgently. The man bowed deeply, responding with utmost respect. Yes. We will ensure that time is not wasted, and the prince's important matters are prioritized. Yet, Zhou Xiaoxiao remained suspicious, casting another wary glance around. Today, I feel an unsettling foreboding. You must keep a vigilant watch here, ensure that no outsiders encroach upon this place. The man, taken aback momentarily by his words, finally chuckled. In truth, there are hardly any visitors to the Bamboo Sea Villa in the southern part of the city, and given our secluded location, it is unlikely anyone would dare to appear here. Zhou Xiaoxiao, still unconvinced, insisted it is prudent to remain vigilant. After speaking, he traversed the cave, inspecting several large stones. The man observed and remarked, My lord, you are being excessively cautious. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied coolly, If something were to go awry, we would both bear the consequences. It is always wise to exercise caution. Now, lead me to see the newly minted coins. With that, Zhou Xiaoxiao departed with the man. Chapter 34. Who exactly are you? Once Zhou Xiaoxiao and his companion exited, Jiang Wanqing, who had been holding her ground alongside the masked man, finally leapt down from the cave's summit. Thankfully, the darkness of the cave concealed them. Had Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced up, he might have seen them. Exchanging a knowing look, the two prepared to leave the cave. Upon reaching the exit, they fumbled along the walls for a mechanism to open the door. In the pitch-black cave, it was their first venture into such a place. Finally, they located it. In the obscurity, their hands simultaneously brushed against a lever, but the warmth transmitted from each other's touch left them momentarily stunned. The man before her was undeniably a stranger. He turned the mechanism, and soon the cave door swung open. They hurriedly stepped outside, and just as they did, the door closed behind them. Before Jiang Wanqing could catch her breath or adjust to the blinding light, a powerful hand seized her throat, pinning her against the mountainside. Instinctively, she grasped the man's arm, squinting at the masked figure before her. Are you insane? She scolded. The masked man seemed to chuckle softly before releasing her. Jiang Wanqing rubbed her neck, glaring at him. Who are you, and why are you investigating this matter? The man remained silent, merely extending his hand towards her. Jiang Wanqing instinctively stepped back, regarding him with suspicion. You don't mean to silence me, do you? If so, let us see who is quicker, your move or my call for help. If I am to die, we shall both meet the same fate. Although she had exchanged blows with him, Jiang Wanqing sensed that he possessed greater strength. If she were to give her all, perhaps victory was still attainable. Hearing her words, the man hesitated, but the next moment, he snatched the jade pendant from her chest. My master's gift. That exquisite emerald jade pendant sparkled in the light. Panic surged in Jiang Wanqing's eyes as she lunged to retrieve it. Return my pendant. The man held it aloft, scrutinizing her with curiosity. Is this your pendant? Of course it is mine. Is it yours? It was a gift from my master. She stood at his chest level, realizing that forcefully reclaiming the pendant was futile. Yet, she was still unable to reach it. The man seemed to stifle a laugh, then actually handed the pendant to Jiang Wanqing. This unexpected gesture left her perplexed. Why would he simply give it to her? What purpose did he have for her pendant? Her master had mentioned that possessing it could lead her to find the eunuch Feng Su. But this man did not appear to be a lowly eunuch. Why did he react so fervently upon seeing the pendant? Who was he? Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Who exactly are you? Who am I? The man smiled, gazing at her. You are the 7th miss of the Jinghua Duke's residence. We shall meet again. Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of murderous intent crossing her gaze. How do you know my identity? Initially, she suspected that this man might be a pawn of the prince, sent to investigate due to some hint of suspicion. However, his immediate recognition of her identity suggested a more intricate connection. Had they crossed paths before? Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, replaying memories in her mind. Yet she could not recall any man who might be linked to him. Observing her silence, the man scoffed lightly, his gaze fixed on her. Jiang Wanqing, open your eyes. Determined, she stared back at him. Who are you? He took 2 steps back, looking at her, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Who am I? We will meet again, and then you shall know. With that, he departed. Jiang Wanqing clutched the jade pendant, deep in thought for an extended moment. Casting one last glance at the mountain behind her, she made her exit. The counterfeit coins had been thoroughly investigated. She could now inform her elder brother and hasten the destruction of this place, diminishing the threat to the Jinghua Duke's residence. Resolute, she proceeded towards the carriage. Once aboard, she instructed the driver to head for the Jinghua Duke's residence and quickly changed into a fresh outfit. By the time she arrived, it was already afternoon. As Jiang Wanqing entered, she found her mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law playfully entertaining the little one, whose laughter echoed joyfully. This scene radiated happiness in Jiang Wanqing's heart, prompting a soft smile to grace her lips as she approached them. It was the Duchess of the Jinghua Duke who first spotted her. Qing'er, you have arrived. I was wondering why Su Mama was alone with the child. I thought something might have happened to you. Her sister-in-law chimed in. Sister, have you eaten yet? Would you like your sister-in-law to prepare some food for you? At that moment, an inappropriate sound interrupted the conversation. Jiang Wanqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched her stomach and glanced at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I am indeed a bit hungry. I haven't had the chance to dine yet. Her sister-in-law, unfazed, looked at Jiang Wanqing and playfully remarked, I shall prepare some food for you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Jiang Lingyi, who had been amusing the child, took little Xiao from Jiang Lingyi's arms. Jiang Lingyi furrowed her brows, sensing that something was amiss with Jiang Wanqing. She then glanced at her mother. Mother, perhaps you should check the small kitchen. The lady may not know 7th sister's tastes. The Duchess of Zhenghua lowered her eyelids. Understanding that her son was trying to divert her attention, she nodded in agreement. All right, I will go take a look. Once the Duchess left, Jiang Lingyi turned back to Jiang Wanqing. Now that both mother and your sister-in-law have been sent away, if you have something to say, please speak directly. When have we needed to beat around the bush? Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, hesitating about how to broach the subject with her elder brother. Noticing her delay in speaking, Jiang Lingyi continued to play with little Xiao, expressing her regret. Now that sister's child has been born, your sister-in-law and I have been married for many years. Yet we still have no children. With a sigh, Jiang Lingyi concluded her statement. Uncle, Aunt's dressing box has been tampered with, and a layer inside has been filled with medicine that prevents pregnancy. How can there be a child of her own? At this rate, Aunt may never have her own children. In my previous life, I heard my father and mother discuss this matter. The emperor is suspicious of the Duke of Zhenghua and does not wish for them to leave a bloodline. Zhou Xiaoxiao, pouting her lips, expressed her frustration. Jiang Wanqing, holding little Xiao, stood frozen in place, her body stiffening. It turned out that her brother and sister-in-law had been childless for years due to someone's deliberate actions. This had become her brother's heartache. Jiang Lingyi and her sister-in-law were a young couple deeply in love. Even without children, her brother had never taken a concubine. She had assumed that the crown prince was using Zhou Zigui to undermine the Duke of Zhenghua. But she never anticipated that the emperor harbored suspicions against them as well. Jiang Wanqing sensed the isolation and helplessness surrounding the Duke of Zhenghua. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's increasingly distressed expression, Jiang Lingyi grew worried and asked, "Sister, what is troubling you? If there is something to discuss with brother, he will take care of it." Jiang Wanqing looked up at her brother, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Such a wonderful brother should not be ensnared by baseless accusations. Jiang Wanqing held little Xiao tightly, biting her lip as tears streamed down her face. "Brother, Zhou Zigui is still alive." "What?" Jiang Lingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did not sister's husband die over a year ago? His grave grass has grown a meter high. How can you claim he is still alive?" Beside them, Granny Su chimed in, "Young master, Our Lady is not deceiving you. That scoundrel is very much alive. He is living with that woman on the outskirts of the South City, in a house that was part of Our Lady's dowry." The revelation exploded in Jiang Lingyi's mind. Zhou Zigui was alive, and he dared to be with another woman? Before he could fully process this information, Jiang Wanqing continued, "When Zhou Zigui faked his death, he transferred all the properties of the Xinqiang Marquis to that woman, leaving the Marquis in significant debt, which I have had to cover with my dowry. The household expenses have already been supplemented by me, and yet they are not satisfied. They have the audacity to demand that I send a sum of silver to the woman living in the house at the outskirts. Furthermore, my mother-in-law is forcing me to accept a foster child, who is the offspring of Zhou Zigui and that woman." Granny Su could not contain her indignation. "Young master, that child is already over 4 years old. By the time Our Lady married, he had already fathered a child with someone else and tricked Our Lady into this predicament. The Xinqiang Marquis is filled with shameless individuals. Our Lady has been covering the household expenses, and the expensive delicacies and clothing that the old lady desires are all funded by Our Lady, just because she did not buy a piece of jewelry for the second daughter last time. That daughter actually complained to the old lady and stripped Our Lady of her authority. In her fervor, Granny Su inadvertently referred to Jiang Wanqing as Miss instead of Madam. Jiang Lingyi remained silent for a long time, absorbing Jiang Wanqing and Granny Su's words. It took him a considerable amount of time to digest this information. A hint of pressure now clouded his previously gentle features. How could these people bully his sister so? He spoke in a low voice. "If Zhou Zigui is alive, does the old lady know?" Upon hearing this, even the usually good-natured Jiang Lingyi's expression darkened with anger. The Xinqiang Marquis has some audacity. How dare they treat the young lady of the Duke of Zhenghua in such a manner? If Zhou Zigui had found someone else, why would he need to trouble our sister? Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's tears flowed once more. Only in front of her closest kin did she feel such grievance. Jiang Lingyi let out a sigh, gently ruffling Jiang Wanqing's hair. "Sister, I shall summon the family to speak on your behalf. I will ensure that you are separated from that scoundrel." At this, Jiang Wanqing raised her gaze but shook her head. Jiang Lingyi furrowed his brows. "Why not? Do you still have feelings for Zhou Zigui?" The expression on Jiang Lingyi's face revealed that if Jiang Wanqing admitted to any lingering affection, he might storm to the outskirts to confront Zhou Zigui. Sensing this, Jiang Wanqing quickly shook her head again. "Am I out of my mind to like someone like him?" Jiang Lingyi, puzzled, responded, "If you do not harbor feelings, then why do you hesitate when I mention separation?" He struggled to comprehend his sister's intentions. "Granny Su, please take little Xiao for a rest." Granny Su nodded and took little Xiao away. Jiang Lingyi's curiosity intensified. What could be so significant that even Granny Su had to be sent away? After all, Granny Su was not only Jiang Wanqing's wet nurse, but also her most trusted confidant. As soon as Granny Su departed, Jiang Lingyi inquired, "So, you have sent away your sister-in-law, mother, and now even Granny Su. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Jiang Wanqing countered, "Brother, do you think Zhou Zigui went to such lengths to transfer all the properties of the Xinqiang Marquis to that woman and faked his death merely to be with her?" Jiang Lingyi hesitated for a moment before asking, could it be that the old lady does not approve of his mistress, so he orchestrated all this just to be with her? But, he paused, if the old lady disapproved, how could Zhou Zigui have transferred those properties to her name? Jiang Wanqing's pale face twisted into a derisive smile. "Speaking of this concubine, dear brother, you may not be aware that she is a distant cousin of our household, a relative of old Madame Zhou's maternal family, who was raised in the Marquis of Xinqiang's residence until now." Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's explanation, Jiang Lingyi grew even more perplexed. But if she is indeed a cousin of old Madame Zhou, it stands to reason that she would support this marriage, so why must it be you that he marries? What is Zhou Zigui's true intent behind faking his death? Jiang Wanqing met Jiang Lingyi's gaze directly, enunciating each word with clarity. "Brother, Zhou Zigui, serves the esteemed Prince Chang'an, and therefore he must marry me. He intends to use our residence to participate in the struggle for succession. Jiang Lingyi's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively covered Jiang Wanjing's mouth with his hand. After surveying the surroundings and ensuring they were alone, he breathed a sigh of relief and spoke sternly, "Sister, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" Jiang Wanjing replied unhurriedly, "Prince Chang'an aims to leverage Zhou Ziguei to elevate himself using our esteemed duke's household. Brother, this is an undeniable fact." Jiang Lingyi furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Wanjing. "What evidence do you have to make such a claim?" Jiang Wanjing merely inquired, "Brother, are you not investigating a recent case? The counterfeit coin case?" Jiang Lingyi's pupils constricted. "How did you know?" This matter had only been discreetly arranged after he was summoned by the emperor following the morning court session, as the counterfeit coin case required a low profile. He had not disclosed it to anyone. Why, then, did his sister possess such knowledge? To his astonishment, Jiang Wanjing's next words left him even more stunned. "Not only do I know that you are investigating this case, but I also know who is behind the counterfeit coins." Jiang Lingyi narrowed his eyes, staring at Jiang Wanjing. "You can't possibly mean that Zhou Ziguei is involved?" Jiang Wanjing nodded. "Yes. The location where they produced the counterfeit coins is near the Bamboo Sea Villa in the southern outskirts of the city. I have investigated and followed Zhou Ziguei, and they hollowed out the middle of that mountain to manufacture coins. Unsurprisingly, all the profits he provided to the concubine were invested into coin production." Jiang Lingyi couldn't help but gasp, then struck Jiang Wanjing lightly on the head. She winced in pain, rubbing her head while looking at him with a frown. "Brother, I've uncovered so much information for you, and instead of praising me, you hit me." Jiang Lingyi's face was flushed with anger as he chided her. "How can you defend yourself? Who told you to follow Zhou Ziguei alone? Do you have any idea how many people he has? How could you dare to bring MOU along?" Jiang Lingyi instinctively assumed that Jiang Wanjing had indeed taken MOU with her. Jiang Wanjing quietly defended herself. "I didn't bring MOU. I went by myself." Hearing this, Jiang Lingyi became even more furious and struck her again. "How can you say that? What if something happened to you?" Jiang Wanjing, nursing her head in pain, explained, "That's not the point. The real issue is that Zhou Ziguei intends to scheme against our duke's household." Jiang Lingyi spoke firmly. "Yes, our family's safety is paramount, but sister, your safety is equally important. I do not wish for you to take such risks." Jiang Wanjing sensed the concern in Jiang Lingyi's words and attempted to lighten the mood. Jiang Lingyi shot her a sidelong glance. "One is not enough. Let me pick a few more for you." Jiang Wanjing pouted. "Keeping someone is quite costly." Hearing this, Jiang Lingyi found it amusing. Jiang Wanjing couldn't help but embrace Jiang Lingyi's arm. "Thank you, brother. I knew you cared for me the most." Observing Jiang Wanjing's return to her innocent demeanor, Jiang Lingyi felt his heart lighten. After a moment, Jiang Wanjing released him and shook her head. "I understand Zhou Ziguei's plans now. Why do you still hesitate to seek a divorce?" Jiang Wanjing explained, "The counterfeit coins were produced at the southern residence. But it must remain undiscovered that it was there. That residence is under my name, and if it is revealed, the emperor will only suspect our duke's household." Jiang Lingyi replied, pursing his lips, "I will find a way to handle this. But why do you refuse to divorce him?" Jiang Wanjing sighed, settling down in a nearby seat. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it all before continuing. "Because I know Zhou Ziguei's schemes against our duke's household extend beyond this issue. We are in the light while they remain in the shadows. If we divorce, they may devise new plans that we cannot anticipate." Her reasoning held merit. Jiang Lingyi's expression remained troubled. "Do you intend to continue enduring mistreatment at the Marquis of Xingchang's residence?" Chapter 37. The secret is about to be revealed. The mention of a small tyrant in the border town reminded Jiang Lingyi of what Jiang Wanjing had once been, someone who wielded a long spear and rode a fine steed into battle alongside their father. The reckless incidents that occurred in the border town had never been spoken of, out of concern for Jiang Wanjing's reputation, but that did not mean they were non-existent. He felt a sense of relief. Jiang Wanjing gazed at her kind-hearted brother, contemplating whether to confide in him about a trivial matter. Ultimately, she chose to express it in a different manner. Jiang Wanjing looked Jiang Lingyi in the eye and said, "Brother, whether you believe it or not, I must tell you that I once had a strange dream. In it, our duke's household faced an unfortunate fate. I discovered the unsavory deeds Zhou Ziguei committed behind my back because of that dream. So, you must believe me and not underestimate Zhou Ziguei and the prince who supports him." Jiang Lingyi fell silent for a long moment before reaching out to gently touch Jiang Wanjing's head, a bitter smile gracing his features. In that dream, did I fail to protect you? Jiang Wanjing's body stiffened. She had not anticipated that her brother's first response would not be whether he believed her, but rather an inquiry about whether he had safeguarded her in the dream. Brother? Jiang Wanjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head. No. You were always there, protecting us. She refrained from mentioning that her brother had already been suppressed due to the counterfeit coin case and later fell victim to an assassination attempt, leading to her own tragic fate. Listening to Jiang Wanjing's words, Jiang Lingyi exhaled quietly, a smile returning to his face. Do not worry, sister. I will not allow the events of your dream to come to pass. I will ensure the safety of our family. Though he spoke with conviction, Jiang Lingyi's heart was burdened with worry. If the entire duke's household were to face an unfortunate end, who could remain unscathed? He concealed his concerns, not wishing to burden his sister. Regardless of the misfortunes portrayed in her dream, he vowed to protect his loved ones in this life. Suddenly, Jiang Wanjing recalled something and turned to Jiang Lingyi. Brother, may I visit your and sister-in-law's chamber? Jiang Lingyi was taken aback, puzzled by her request to enter his room. Nevertheless, since it was his sister's wish, he nodded. Of course, follow me. Allowing Jiang Lingyi to lead the way, Jiang Wanjing accompanied him to his chamber, where he dismissed the maidservants in his courtyard. After that, he pushed open the door and looked at Jiang Wanjing, saying, This is the room where my sister-in-law and I reside. What do you intend to do? Jiang Wanjing remained silent and walked directly into the room. Jiang Lingyi observed this scene, perplexed yet still followed closely behind Jiang Wanjing. Upon entering the room, Jiang Wanjing pointed towards the dressing table and walked over. On the dressing table, there lay many exquisite hairpins and an elegantly designed makeup box. Jiang Wanjing opened the small makeup box, revealing a collection of earrings inside. Jiang Lingyi, noticing this, felt no displeasure. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wanjing hurled the makeup box to the ground, producing a loud crash. Jiang Lingyi's expression shifted slightly, her brow furrowing. Sister, I have already mentioned that this is a treasured possession of your sister-in-law. The meal is ready. Do you wish to dine now? I just want to look for you. And the maid informed me that you were in my room. At this moment, Jiang Lingyi's wife, Lu Yining, also entered the room. She glanced at both Jiang Wanjing and Jiang Lingyi, then at the broken jewelry box on the floor, her face reflecting surprise. Before she could inquire, Jiang Lingyi quickly approached Lu Yining, explaining, I apologize, madam. I was merely showing my sister the beautiful jewelry box you possess. I intended to lift it for her to see, but unfortunately, I slipped and dropped it. Lu Yining appeared somewhat disappointed, and Jiang Lingyi felt at a loss, unsure how to console her. Just as she was about to signal to Jiang Wanjing, she discovered that Jiang Wanjing was already crouched on the floor, picking up the shards of the box, seemingly oblivious to everything else. Jiang Lingyi couldn't help but step closer and asked, Sister, it's already shattered. What more do you seek to observe? Lu Yining sighed, her expression tinged with helplessness. How can you be so clumsy? It would have been better if you had let your sister handle it herself. Jiang Lingyi touched her nose, feeling somewhat awkward. She couldn't simply state that it was her sister who had dropped the box. Instead, she began gathering the fragmented pieces of the box. When she touched one shard of wood, she noticed something unusual. It was the bottom of the makeup box, which surprisingly had a hidden compartment. Nestled within that compartment was something stuffed inside. Yes, this must be it. Jiang Wanjing recalled that the novel had mentioned a substance concealed within a makeup box that rendered women infertile. And indeed, the most eye-catching item on her sister-in-law's table was this very makeup box. Jiang Wanjing finally stood up and approached Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yining, her expression solemn. Elder brother and sister-in-law, I must share something with you, but please remain calm and do not raise your voices. Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yining exchanged glances, both bewildered by what Jiang Wanjing was up to. Nevertheless, they cooperated with her. Jiang Lingyi nodded, saying, Rest assured, I will remain composed and will not raise my voice. Lu Yining echoed, Me too. Dear sister, please do not keep us in suspense. If you do not eat soon, you will surely be famished. At that moment, Lu Yining's concern remained for Jiang Wanjing's well-being, despite the makeup box being her cherished possession. Under the puzzled gazes of Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yining, Jiang Wanjing produced the base of the makeup box and, looking at the two of them, slowly said, Brother and sister-in-law, the reason you have not conceived after many years of marriage is because of this makeup box. Jiang Lingyi's expression changed drastically. Sister, what do you mean by that? Lu Yining furrowed her brows as well. Are you suggesting that it is due to this makeup box? How can that be? The notion that they were unable to conceive had already lodged itself in Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yinin's hearts. However, Jiang Wanjing's assertion that their inability to bear children was entirely due to the makeup box and not their own shortcomings was shocking. Lu Yinin had even contemplated the desperate notion of giving Jiang Lingyi a concubine due to their childlessness. Yet Jiang Lingyi, deeply devoted to Lu Yinin, would never entertain such an idea. Thus, over the years, Lu Yinin had carried a heavy burden of guilt, feeling responsible for Jiang Lingyi's lack of offspring, even as the heir of the Duke of the State. But now, to learn that their inability to have children stemmed from external factors was truly astonishing. Jiang Wanjing opened the hidden compartment, revealing a black, gelatinous substance tightly adhering to the base. Jiang Wanjing pointed at the black object and said to Jiang Lingyi, "Elder brother, you could discreetly invite a doctor to examine this. I am nearly certain that this is the substance that prevents conception." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyi took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anger rising in his chest, and then barked, "Bring someone here." Even the usually gentle and affable Jiang Lingyi could no longer maintain his calm demeanor upon realizing that they had been sabotaged in their hopes of having children. In the next moment, a maid pushed open the door and entered. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Jiang Lingyi glanced at the maid. "Immediately fetch a doctor. Specifically Dr. 1. He has a rapport with the Duke's household and can be trusted. If, as my sister suggests, this is indeed the case, I am sure Dr. 1 will keep it to himself." After the maid left, Lu Yinin collapsed onto the floor. Jiang Lingyi hurriedly stepped forward, supporting her and helping her to a nearby chair. Lu Yinin's eyes were already brimming with tears as she leaned against Jiang Lingyi, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. "Jiang Lang, if this is truly the cause of our plight, it would be devastating." Jiang Lingyi gently patted Lu Yinin's shoulder, while she wrapped her arms around his waist, silently weeping. Dr. 1 was just down the street. When he entered the room, he surveyed the situation before him. Lu Yinin sat on the chair, Jiang Lingyi comforting her, and Jiang Wanjing standing to the side. Dr. 1 stroked his white beard, uncertain whether the young master had summoned him to attend to the 7th miss or the madam. "Neither," Jiang Wanjing interjected, stepping forward. She glanced at the maid trailing behind Dr. 1 and added, "You need not concern yourself with this. You may leave now." The maid nodded and exited the room. Jiang Wanjing then closed the door. Observing this scene, Dr. 1 narrowed his eyes, sensing that the matter was not straightforward. The next moment, Jiang Wanjing handed the shards to Dr. 1. "Could you kindly examine this and determine what the substance in the hidden compartment is?" Dr. 1, intrigued, accepted the fragmented base of the makeup box. At a glance, he noticed the black, gelatinous substance in the middle of the shard. He leaned in closer to sniff it, his expression changing as he realized it was not a trivial matter. Jiang Lingyi, Jiang Wanjing, and Lu Yinin all held their breath, watching Dr. 1's reaction, their hearts racing. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Lingyi asked, "Dr. 1, what do you think? Can you identify what this substance is?" Dr. 1's face displayed a struggle as he pondered the implications. Jiang Wanqing then spoke up, "Mr. 1, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Since we have invited you here, we have prepared ourselves for what you might reveal." Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Dr. 1 cast a glance at Jiang Lingyi before sighing deeply. Shaking his head, his gaze flickered as he said, "This is a matter of grave concern. If I am not mistaken, this is deep-sea red gum." Jiang Lingyi pressed for clarification. "What is deep-sea red gum?" Dr. 1 regarded Jiang Lingyi with a complex expression. It seemed that after all these years, the reason behind Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yinin's childlessness had finally been unveiled. He explained, "Deep-sea red gum is an extremely rare substance. If a woman has prolonged exposure to it, she may completely lose the ability to conceive." Frustrated, he lamented, "If only I had visited this room during my previous examinations of the madam, perhaps I could have discovered it sooner." At this point, a hint of regret crossed Dr. 1's face. Lu Yinin, on the other hand, stood up in a fit of agitation. Jiang Lingyi, concerned, supported her. Lu Yinin approached Dr. 1, her face somewhat flustered and her eyes slightly red. Trembling, she asked, "Dr. 1, I have carried this jewelry box with me for so many years, and I have been in contact with this deep-sea red gum for all this time. Is there still a chance for me to bear a child?" Dr. 1 reassured her, "Madam, please sit down. I will take your pulse." She nodded, trembling. "All right. I will sit down while you check my pulse." Jiang Lingyi looked at Lu Yinin with a pained expression, squeezing her hand and reassuring her, "My dear, regardless of whether we have children in this lifetime, you will always be my one and only wife. I, Jiang Lingyi, will never take a concubine. Chapter 39. Securing a child for you. Dr. 1, unable to bear such an emotional moment, quickly interrupted. Young master, young madam, please cease this for now. I have yet to diagnose the situation, and we do not know the results. Why should you both be saddened before we have any conclusions? It would be better to grieve once we have the facts. At Dr. Wen's words, an awkward expression crossed Lu Yinin's face. Jiang Lingyi, familiar with Dr. Wen's character, discerned a deeper meaning in his words. He suddenly recalled that during the last pulse examination, Dr. Wen did not express any severe concerns. He had merely suggested some adjustments were needed. Thus, Jiang Lingyi gently patted Lu Yinin's shoulder, softly encouraging, "Let us not make a fool of Dr. Wen. First, allow him to check your pulse to see what the situation is." Lu Yinin, still sobbing, tried to stabilize her emotions. Dr. Wen, shaking his head in resignation, sighed and approached Lu Yinin once more. Looking at her, he said, "Please extend your hand, young madam." Lu Yinin nodded and extended her hand. Dr. Wen took a seat beside her, placing a handkerchief on her wrist before beginning to take her pulse. As he did so, he stroked his white beard. Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yinin kept their eyes fixed on Dr. Wen, missing not a single change in his expression. Their eyes were filled with deep concern as they observed him nodding and shaking his head intermittently. Jiang Lingyi could no longer contain himself and finally asked Dr. Wen, "How is my wife's condition? Is her health severely compromised? Whether or not she can bear children is a minor concern. What matters most is her health." Her eyes revealed a flicker of emotion. Jiang Wanqing could not help but glance at her elder brother. Indeed, her brother, a true gentleman, embodied what it meant to be a real man. That Zhou Zigu, it seemed, could hardly compare to her elder brother. Yet, Dr. Wen remained silent. Jiang Wanqing, with a smile in her eyes, could not resist saying, "Mr. Wen, please do not tease my elder brother and sister-in-law any longer." Tease? Upon hearing this word, both Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yinin looked at Jiang Wanqing in confusion. However, Dr. Wen, irritated, raised his beard and snorted, "I cannot abide such displays of affection." Jiang Wanqing chuckled, "If you continue like this, you will certainly make my sister-in-law cry." Listening to the exchange between Jiang Wanqing and Dr. Wen, Jiang Lingyi realized that perhaps his wife's health was not as dire as they had feared. He embraced Lu Yinin, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Lu Yinin turned her gaze back to Dr. Wen, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and tears. Dr. Wen sighed and said, "No wonder it is said that women are made of water. It is my fault. Fortunately, the young madam only comes into contact with this deep-sea red gum during the night when she rests, and not on a daily basis. Therefore, as long as she stays away from it and focuses on her health, the chance to conceive is simply a matter of time." At the end of his explanation, Dr. Wen stroked his beard, his gaze firmly fixed on the deep-sea red gum. He snorted, "Had it not been for discovering this deep-sea red gum, I would have doubted my own medical skills. The young madam's health has always been under my care. Logically speaking, if my methods had been followed, she would have conceived long ago. Yet, I never expected someone would hide deep-sea red gum in this house." Jiang Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. As long as there is still a chance for her to conceive, all is not lost. Lu Yinin, seated nearby, felt her heart lighten upon hearing Dr. Wen's affirming words. In an instant, she seemed to lose all her strength, leaning against Jiang Lingyi, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Jiang Lang, we can finally have our own child. We will not disappoint our parents anymore." Jiang Lingyi comforted her. "Whether or not we have children is in the hands of fate. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. There are many sons born to my father, and he does not lack for one more. They will carry on the family line. If all else fails, we still have Xiaoxiao." Suddenly mentioned, Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Xiaoxiao is still technically under the title of the Marquis of Xinchang. Jiang Lingyi pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Wanqing, scoffing. Just because the Marquis of Xinchang claims him does not mean he truly is. Xiaoxiao is your child. You belong to the Jingwu Duke's household, so naturally, Xiaoxiao is also a child of the Jingwu Duke's household. If he refuses to acknowledge it, I shall simply take him." After saying this, Jiang Lingyi turned to Lu Yinin, softly assuring her, "Do not fear, my dear. Even if we do not have children, I will ensure we acquire one." Jiang Wanqing, observing her elder brother's somewhat childish remarks, found herself at a loss for words. Her elder brother had always been rational, gentle, and wise. Yet when it came to his sister-in-law, he seemed to take on a more childlike demeanor. After calming Lu Yinin, Jiang Lingyi turned his gaze back to Dr. Wen. Considering his words carefully, "Dr. Wen, This matter concerning the heirs of the Jinghua Duke's household is of great importance. I do not wish for this to be spread outside. Dr. Wen nodded. I share a certain rapport with your father, and I know which matters should remain confidential. I have come today solely because the young madam experienced some faintness. In the intricate affairs of noble families, Dr. Wen, as a respected physician, had seen much. Moreover, this involved the heirs of the Jinghua Duke's household, who commanded tens of thousands of troops in suppressed border cities. To tamper with the heirs of the Jinghua Duke was no trivial matter. Some things were better left unspoken. The more one knew, the faster one might meet their demise. Upon hearing Dr. Wen's words, Jiang Lingyi felt a sense of relief. Jiang Lingyi had grown increasingly concerned about Lu Yinin's medicine, which had passed through others' hands. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing, standing nearby, was curious about the origins of the deep-sea red resin. Chapter 40. Suspicion. After Dr. Wen departed, Jiang Lingyi began to reflect on the recent events. He approached Jiang Wanqing, a serious expression briefly crossing his face. Sister, how did you come to know that the deep-sea red resin was concealed within that dressing box? Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows, regarding Jiang Lingyi with a flicker of intrigue. Brother, if I were to say that my knowledge stems from the events of a dream I had, would you believe me? Without hesitation, Jiang Lingyi replied. I believe in whatever you say. She chose not to divulge the trivial details to Jiang Lingyi, but instead revealed the truth through another means. Jiang Lingyi pursed his lips. He had faith in Jiang Wanqing's dream. However, he found it hard to believe that the situation at the Duke of Jinghua's residence could be so dire. Now, even his own offspring was being plotted against. This matter was no longer trivial. Who would dare conspire against the Duke of Jinghua's progeny? Save for those in power and a few princes? Jiang Lingyi inquired. Did you see in your dream who was targeting the Duke of Jinghua's offspring? Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly. What are you two discussing about dreams? Lu Yinin interjected, having composed herself. She stood and approached Jiang Lingyi's side, casting a puzzled look at Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Lingyi took Lu Yinin's hand and smiled gently. It's nothing, Yinin. Do you remember where this dressing box came from? Lu Yinin paused for a moment before responding. Brother Jiang, have you forgotten? This dressing box was a gift from His Majesty several years ago. You found it pleasing and presented it to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyi felt a flash of guilt. He had given Lu Yinin so many gifts that he had momentarily forgotten the origins of this particular box. Yet, he had never anticipated that his thoughtless gesture would lead to his wife suffering for so many years. Jiang Lingyi looked down at Lu Yinin, apologizing. I had no idea this dressing box would bring you so much pain. Lu Yinin shook her head at him, smoothing the furrow in his brow. She then reassured him. If others sincerely wish for us not to bear children, even if we evade this dressing box, they will find other means. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement, adding, Sister-in-law makes a valid point. Perhaps there are spies placed in this courtyard. Brother, I think it prudent to have a craftsman create an identical box to place in the house. Jiang Lingyi nodded. I shall take care of this. However, this dressing box is a royal gift. Surely His Majesty would not wish to see the offspring of the Duke of Jinghua eliminated. At this, Lu Yinin's expression changed dramatically. She quickly covered Jiang Lingyi's mouth, her eyes filled with reproach. What nonsense are you speaking? Jiang Lingyi, undeterred, grasped Lu Yinin's hand. There are only the three of us in this room. Why should we fear discussing such matters? Jiang Wanqing's demeanor remained serious. She recalled what the dream had revealed, the emperor's suspicion of the Duke of Jinghua, stemming from a desire to prevent the lineage from continuing. Reflecting on this, everything began to make sense. The dream had warned of the Duke's family facing a grim fate, with many perishing or suffering grievously. The once mighty Duke of Jinghua had fallen to such depths. If this were merely due to a power struggle among the princes, such a fate seemed implausible. There must have been the tacit approval of a certain individual, emboldening others to act against the Duke of Jinghua. Jiang Lingyi observed Jiang Wanqing's expression, his seriousness deepening. A thought struck him. Could it truly be the case? He patted Lu Yinin's hand and said firmly, Madam, please go to the kitchen and reheat a meal for my sister. Remember, treat today's events as if they never occurred. I will handle the other matters. Lu Yinin nodded. I shall tend to the household affairs and trust you to manage everything else. With that, she departed. Once alone with Jiang Wanqing, Jiang Lingyi pursed his lips before asking, Sister, is it true that His Majesty does not wish for the Duke of Jinghua to have descendants? Jiang Wanqing met Jiang Lingyi's gaze and nodded. Jiang Lingyi took a deep breath and stepped back, scoffing. How dare he? Our father was his brother, the very man who relinquished his claim to the throne to elevate him. If our father desired to be emperor, He could have done so 20 years ago. For decades, he has remained stationed at the border, scarcely spending time with us, his family. How can the emperor harbor such distrust toward the Jiang family? Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, scoffing. Brother, if I were in his position, I too would be suspicious. Our father commands a vast army, and you, as a rising figure in the court, make our family's influence formidable. Such nonsense. Jiang Lingyi, usually composed and gentle, cursed for the first time. Father has long relinquished his military command. Now, the court favors civil over military matters, leaving only incompetent individuals or those beholden to the princes. Moreover, the emperor once intended for you to marry a prince. Fearing our family's entanglement in court politics would compel us to take sides. Thus, he arranged your marriage to the Marquis of Xingqiang, distancing you from the palace's intrigues. Marrying into the Marquis's house may be seen as a lesser match, yet the Duke of Jinghua provides a solid foundation. Were you to wed any prince, you would find yourself amidst a harem of rivals. Therefore, sister, do not resent our father for this arrangement. I will eventually address Zhou Xiaoxiao's treatment of you. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. She had always believed her marriage was a matter of familial honor. Little did she know the complexities entwined within this decision. After a moment, she asked, so, did father not favor any of the princes? Chapter 41. Why can't I occupy that position? Jiang Lingyi's expression slightly shifted, his lips pressed tightly together. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, puzzled. Are you suggesting you wish to marry a prince? Jiang Wanqing quickly realized her brother had misunderstood her. She hastened to clarify that that's not what I meant. I was asking if father has a preference among the 4 princes for who would make the best emperor. Jiang Lingyi raised his eyebrows, unable to suppress a chuckle. You know our father is a man of war, lacking the finesse for such intricacies. If you were to ask him, he would surely reply that he would support whichever prince the emperor chooses. If it were up to him, he wouldn't involve himself in such murky waters. Jiang Wanqing fell silent, her expression contemplative. If their father was indeed a simple man, that was not entirely accurate. After all, he knew to relinquish military power and to avoid unnecessary entanglements by not allowing her to marry a prince. Yet, Jiang Wanqing rubbed her fingers together, a flicker of coldness in her eyes. She looked up at Jiang Lingyi. With a gentle smile, he remarked, Brother, even if father reaches this point, the emperor will still harbor suspicions towards our family. Instead of hesitating, why not seize his position outright? Jiang Lingyi quickly stepped forward, covering Jiang Wanqing's mouth. Her eyes wide with astonishment. Her brows furrowed slightly as she said, Sister, are you aware of what you are suggesting? If father were to hear this, you would certainly face his wrath. Although he wields military power, he has never aspired to that position. Neither have I, nor have your other brothers. Jiang Wanqing pushed Jiang Lingyi's hand away, gazing intently into her eyes, and solemnly declared, What if I do? Jiang Lingyi staggered back, momentarily taken aback, and exclaimed in disbelief. Sister, are you jesting? Jiang Wanqing met Jiang Lingyi's gaze firmly and replied, You know I have never lied to you, brother. I am aware that you have always trusted my words. Jiang Lingyi's expression was complex. After a prolonged silence, she struggled to process the gravity of the revelation. She hesitantly asked, But as a woman, how could you be so audacious? The latter part of her question remained unspoken, and Jiang Wanqing decided it was time to no longer conceal the truth. She looked directly at Jiang Lingyi and admitted, Actually, I have lied to you before. It was about the fate of our family in my dreams. It was not as I described, and you did not protect me. Jiang Lingyi's pupils constricted. Her jaw clenched tightly. Then our family. Before he could finish, Jiang Wanqing's eyes darkened with resentment as she continued, Father and mother meet a tragic end. My brother's either dead or maimed. I languish in the Marquis's residence, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise after having my limbs severed and being forced to drink poison. While Xiaoxiao also passes away prematurely. Jiang Lingyi's complexion changed dramatically. In an instant, his shock transformed into barely contained fury. Initially, he had believed his sister's words. But upon discovering that the jewelry box contained a potion preventing women from conceiving, his conviction solidified. He had thought that the fate of the Duke of the State's residence, given its numerous achievements, would only result in becoming commoners. Yet, he never imagined that his family would face such a tragic fate, nor that his cherished sister, whom he had nurtured with care, would endure such torment. Seeing Jiang Lingyi's silence, Jiang Wanqing feared he did not believe her and sought to reassure him. Brother, everything I have said is true. I have seen it all come to pass. From Zhou Xiaoxiao hiding in the southern mansion to your and sister-in-law's misfortunes regarding heirs. You must trust me. Jiang Lingyi remained silent, stepping closer to Jiang Wanqing, his gaze filled with complexity as he gently ruffled her hair, his voice tinged with guilt. I am sorry, sister. It is my inadequacy that failed to protect our family in the past and left you to navigate this alone. From now on, you need not bear such burdens alone. I will assist you. Feeling the sorrow emanating from Jiang Lingyi, Jiang Wanqing's heart ached momentarily. She forced a smile. But at least we have a chance to start anew, do we not? However, brother, let us keep this matter to ourselves for now. Jiang Lingyi, puzzled, asked why. Jiang Wanqing explained, the more people know, the more unpredictable the situation may become. I fear that issues we might encounter could turn into scenarios I have not foreseen, leaving us unprepared. For now, focus on resolving the counterfeit coin case. I will discuss other matters with you later. Moreover, we must identify a prince to ally with. The Duke of the State's residence is already under suspicion, and the only ones capable of contending with the emperor are his sons. We need to secure a prince to stabilize our position. Jiang Lingyi understood Jiang Wanqing's concerns and nodded in agreement. All right, I comprehend your thoughts, sister. I will give careful consideration to the four princes. At this point, Jiang Lingyi felt uncertain. Having served in the court for several years, he sincerely believed that none of the four were suitable choices. Nevertheless, they had to select the least unsuitable candidate among them. Realizing Jiang Lingyi's point, Jiang Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Lingyi sighed deeply, his brow furrowed with persistent worry. Jiang Wanqing had mentioned that their brothers faced either death or injury, and it seemed that the challenges ahead would be numerous. He then stated earnestly, Sister, I will handle the two matters you mentioned. And if there is anything else you need me to do, please tell me. Indeed, there is something else. Jiang Wanqing recalled something and rose on her toes to whisper in Jiang Lingyi's ear. After sharing her thoughts, she stepped back and looked at him. Brother, remember to execute this task well. Jiang Lingyi's gentle demeanor was tinged with hesitation. Must it truly be done this way? Chapter 42. I have no secret stash of money. Faced with Jiang Lingyi's indecision, Jiang Wanqing clarified, the circumstances I faced were partly her doing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyi's hesitation vanished. Instead, a fleeting glimmer of resolve crossed his gentle features as he replied, Very well, I will see this matter through. He was a kind-hearted man, but he could not allow harm to come to his beloved sister. Jiang Wanqing anxiously reiterated, Brother, the events of today must remain confidential. Agreed. But you must also be cautious of your own safety. After leaving the room, the two returned to their previous light-hearted banter. Jiang Lingyi urged Jiang Wanqing to eat first. When she arrived in the main hall, Lu Yining was already waiting, while Granny Su held a child nearby. Jiang Wanqing greeted Lu Yining warmly. Oh, how I miss Mother. Mother did not accompany me in the morning and left me behind in the afternoon. Bad mother. I must deduct points from my affection for you. Seeing the little one pouting, Jiang Wanqing's heart melted. She quickly kissed the child's cheek and cooed, I haven't seen my precious little one for ages. Come give Mother a kiss. Your uncle just mentioned he would buy you many beautiful little dresses. Hiki, Mother still loves me. Well, in light of how much you miss me, I shall grant you extra points, but I won't give you a full 100. Mother, I love you dearly. The little one beamed, kicking her tiny feet and ringing with laughter. Jiang Wanqing gazed at the child in her arms. The previously pouting face had transformed into one of pure joy. Her eyes softened with affection. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyi, who was somewhat out of the loop, was taken aback. When did I say I would buy anything? However, he was more than willing to indulge the child. With a grand gesture, he declared, Of course, we must buy her whatever she desires. Let us get her the latest dresses from the fabric pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yining gently remarked to Jiang Lingyi, Jiang Lang, did you not say you have no secret stash of money? Where does this money come from? Jiang Lingyi froze momentarily, cursing inwardly about the secret stash of money. In but a fleeting moment, he promptly regained his composure. Approaching Lu Yining, he took her small hand and, with a smile gracing his lips, said, My dear madam, I assure you, I possess no hidden wealth. This is simply my promise to you, my esteemed aunt. Later, he found himself before Jiang Wanqing, grasping the little one's hand. Jiang Wanqing could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The moonlight silk, worth 1,000 taels of gold per foot, if memory serves. This was indeed a part of her sister-in-law's dowry. Immediately, Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, Elder sister, this moonlight silk is far too precious. Lu Yining, however, merely acknowledged the sentiment. Jiang Wanqing had resolved the significant issue of her infertility, and thus, a simple piece of moonlight silk was inconsequential. Beside them, Jiang Lingyi echoed her sentiments, indeed. This is a gift from your sister-in-law to the little one. You cannot refuse it. Jiang Wanqing, recognizing the futility of her objections, accepted gracefully, holding the little one's hand. She waved toward Lu Yinyin, saying, then Xiaoxiao extends her gratitude to her aunt. Moonlight silk. Is it not the luminous garment my aunt gifted me in my past life? Oh, how Xiaoxiao adores it. Thank you, my beautiful aunt. You smell lovely. Oh my, so delightful. In her arms, Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, no matter the age, every girl cherishes beautiful dresses. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. She had assumed that such an extravagant gift of moonlight silk was bestowed upon Xiaoxiao as a gesture of gratitude for her indirect role in alleviating her brother and sister-in-law's infertility. To her surprise, it seemed that in a previous life, Lu Yinyin had also gifted the moonlight silk to Xiaoxiao. Thus, Jiang Wanqing's gaze towards Lu Yinyin was imbued with additional gratitude. Lu Yinyin, feeling the weight of Jiang Wanqing's appreciative look, became somewhat flustered and jestingly urged, now, sister. You have yet to dine. Please partake in your meal. It is rather inconvenient to eat while holding the child. Hand Xiaoxiao over to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing realized that her own stomach felt somewhat uneasy. During her tenure as the steward of the Marquis of Xingchang, she often found herself too busy to dine on time. She had developed a troublesome habit of enduring hunger, leading to discomfort in her abdomen. Thus, she relinquished Xiaoxiao into Lu Yinin's arms and took a seat to begin her meal. As she ate, she observed Jiang Lingyi and Lu Yinyin tending to Xiaoxiao, and the sound of the child's laughter brought a smile to her lips. Even in the absence of Zhou Xiaoxiao, her little one was surrounded by love. She would ensure that Xiaoxiao would never lack for affection. The adoration from all within the Duke of Zhan's household could hardly compare to the singular affection of Zhou Xiaoxiao, could it? As they departed the Duke of Zhan's residence, Jiang Wanqing felt a profound sense of reluctance. Upon seeing the inscription Marquis of Xingchang, her previously buoyant mood dwindled by half. Noticing Jiang Wanqing's discomfort, Granny Su observed her closely. Jiang Wanqing forced a smile and nodded. Granny Su pulled back the curtains of the carriage, observing several young servants in livery, who were in fact guards from the Duke of Zhan's household. She inquired of Jiang Wanqing, Madam, should these gentlemen sent by the eldest son be arranged in our courtyard? Jiang Wanqing nodded. Yes, some will protect Xiaoxiao. If I am not by her side, they must remain close. The rest may be commanded as needed. As they passed through the garden's artificial hills, an inappropriate sound caught their attention. Ah, young Master Mu Xing, you have lost again. Come now, let's continue. But, young Master Mu Sheng, you have no more money. Granny Su turned to Jiang Wanqing, Madam. Chapter 43. Reprogramming the foolish young master. Jiang Wanqing followed the sound. Arriving behind the artificial hill, she observed Zhou Mu Sheng and a young servant engrossed in a game of dice, choosing not to interrupt, but rather standing quietly to watch. When the servant had won 3 consecutive rounds, his excitement bubbled forth, and he grinned at Zhou Mu Xing, young Master Mu Xing. You have lost 3 times in a row. As he prepared to stretch, he turned around and was startled, taking a step back in fright. Before him stood Jiang Wanqing, along with a host of guards. The servant's face turned pale. Could it be that the madam had discovered his deceit in coaxing young Master Mu Sheng to play dice for his money? Now, with so many guards present, he feared he would face dire consequences. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly dropped to his knees, exclaiming, Madam, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beg for your mercy this once. Jiang Wanqing did not spare him a glance, instead walking directly to Zhou Mu Xing, looking up at her. Zhou Mu Sheng then glanced at the kneeling servant, confusion clouding his thoughts. Had he erred in some way? Suppressing his uncertainty, he bowed respectfully. Mother. Jiang Wanqing smiled, ruffling Zhou Mu Sheng's hair before inquiring, Did you have fun just now? Zhou Mu Sheng, though slightly wary, nodded. The servant taught me how to play grasshoppers and dice. It was indeed far more enjoyable than studying. The more he spoke, the more anxious the kneeling servant became, prompting him to plead, Madam, I was wrong to lead young Master Mu Sheng into such games. Jiang Wanqing smiled slyly, turning to the kneeling servant. Why should you not? I have mentioned that your task is to amuse Mu Sheng. Earlier, he said he had a splendid time with you, and that is sufficient. However, indulging in these pastimes may awaken his playful spirit, making it challenging to enforce his studies in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Zhou Mu Sheng looked up, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Biting his lip, he tentatively asked, Then mother, may I still play with him in the future? Facing Zhou Mu Sheng's anxious gaze, Jiang Wanqing nodded reassuringly. Of course, You mentioned that you enjoyed playing with this servant, did you not? Whenever you feel discontent, you may seek him out to play. Zhou Musheng sighed in relief, approaching the servant with a beaming smile. It's settled then. You must come and play with me tomorrow. The servant, still kneeling, managed a pained smile in response. Jiang Wanqing observed this scene with great satisfaction and addressed the servant. What are you still doing on your knees? As you have successfully entertained the young master, you are to be rewarded. Granny Su. Upon hearing this, the servant was taken aback, rising uneasily. Granny Su stepped forward, retrieving a silver ingot from her sleeve and handing it to the servant, lowering her voice. Keep your reward safe. Know what to say and what not to say, understand. Trembling, the servant accepted the silver, bowing his head to Jiang Wanqing. I am grateful for your generosity, madam. Jiang Wanqing merely replied indifferently. Remember, your task is to keep Mu Sheng happy. Whatever he wishes to do, you must accompany him. The servant nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, I will take good care of young Master Mu Sheng and ensure he is always delighted. In this world, such fortune truly exists. Granny Su exchanged knowing glances with the servant, who hurriedly departed with the silver. Meanwhile, Zhou Musheng's curiosity was piqued further by the earlier conversation. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Mother, did you bring that young lad here? Jiang Wanqing lowered her head to look at Zhou Musheng, her lips curling into a smile, tinged with a hint of affection. Indeed, Mother noticed that our Musheng seemed a bit downcast. That young lad possesses various delightful tricks. I thought he might be able to cheer Musheng up. Zhou Musheng felt a surge of emotion within. Compared to her biological mother, who had only brought her disappointment upon their first meeting, this mother truly cared for her. It was only she who would concern herself with Musheng's happiness, pondering ways to brighten her spirits. Unable to contain her feelings, Zhou Musheng exclaimed, Mother, you are so kind to me. Jiang Wanqing smiled, though her expression was somewhat forced. Indeed, was this truly kindness? The stern education Zhou Musheng received would only breed resentment, yet her boundless indulgence made Musheng feel genuinely cherished. Jiang Wanqing then continued, However, your grandmother has always wished for you to focus solely on your studies. Playing with that young lad should not be known to her. If you wish to play in the future, you may do so in my courtyard. Mother only wishes for your happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Musheng looked at Jiang Wanqing with excitement. Thank you, Mother. However, Jiang Wanqing lowered her eyelids, deliberately building suspense. Zhou Musheng, puzzled, inquired, Mother, what do you mean? Jiang Wanqing's expression revealed a trace of distress, and she replied, You know your grandmother has persistently tried to pressure you into studying and wishes for you to study under Master Wuchen. You have escaped him for now, but your grandmother has asked me to find you a new tutor. Soon, you may find yourself confined to the same monotonous routine as before. Zhou Musheng's head drooped, her expression tinged with disappointment. Master Wuchen was dreadfully dull, and she did not wish to engage in the same tiresome studies day after day. Hearing Zhou Musheng's words, Jiang Wanqing's smile deepened. Fear not, Mother will arrange everything for you. I will explain the situation and send that young lad to your side. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the cloud of gloom that had overshadowed Zhou Musheng lifted instantly. She raised her head, looking at Jiang Wanqing, and a smile broke upon her face. She then respectfully bowed to Jiang Wanqing. Thank you, Mother. As she watched Zhou Musheng depart, Granny Su shook her head. This child is doomed. Just as she was about to instruct Granny Su to have the guards taken away, she overheard voices outside. Sister-in-law truly commands great authority. I heard from the maid below that she has brought a whole entourage home. I thought something significant was about to transpire. Chapter 44. Zhou Ziga's night invasion of the Marquis. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow. The previous words had belonged to Zhou Ziran. She wondered what her second sister had come to her courtyard for. It could not be anything good. After all, she had previously come for money and later for the authority to manage the household. Moments later, Zhou Ziran entered the courtyard, accompanied by a few unfamiliar guards. Her expression soured as she scrutinized them, yet she reluctantly called out, Sister-in-law. Jiang Wanqing inquired, What brings you to my courtyard, second sister? Zhou Ziran pointed to the guards behind Granny Su and asked, Sister-in-law, have you hired more guards for yourself? Jiang Wanqing nodded. Zhou Ziran's demeanor shifted as if she had found her footing. Given the tight budget of the household, how can you bring in so many mouths to feed? How will I sustain the vast Marquis of Xinjiang? Jiang Wanqing was taken aback, a faint smile gracing her lips as she asked, What do you suggest we do? Second sister? Zhou Ziran moved closer to Jiang Wanqing, linking her arm with hers, and said cheerfully, So, sister-in-law, should you not give me some money? These people will cost quite a bit each month. Observing Zhou Xiaoxiao's uncontainable glee, Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered with sarcasm. She had suspected as much. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Zhou Xiaoxiao was clearly after money. Jiang Wanqing decided she would not grant her wish so easily. Not to worry. The food for the guards and maids can be managed by my little kitchen. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression turned anxious upon hearing this. If they were to eat in the little kitchen, how could she extract any benefits from Jiang Wanqing? Sister-in-law, your little kitchen may not be able to accommodate so many people, Zhou Xiaoxiao retorted. Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly. Why must you be so roundabout in asking me for money? Second sister, why not just say what you need the money for? Zhou Xiaoxiao was caught off guard, her face flushing with embarrassment. She shot Jiang Wanqing an angry glare. Yes, I want money. Is it not excessive of you, sister-in-law? You neither teach me how to manage the household nor provide me with adequate funds. Jiang Wanqing found the remark somewhat amusing. I recall having told you that the household funds are sufficient for regular expenses. It is your choice to splurge on clothes and jewelry, and now you find yourself lacking. Who can you blame? Zhou Xiaoxiao bit her lip, a flash of coldness crossing her eyes. After taking a deep breath, the chill faded from her expression, replaced by a smile. If she could capture the affection of any young master at the banquet, she would not have to worry about leaving the Marquis of Xinjiang. Having endured the impoverished life of the Marquis, she was ready for a change. Those young masters attending the flower-viewing banquet would not come from humble backgrounds. Surely, she could shake off Jiang Wanqing then. Hearing the mention of the flower-viewing banquet, her spirits lifted. She looked up at Zhou Xiaoxiao with wide eyes, her expression troubled. Wicked aunt, now that mother has become so clever, she should be able to sense something amiss at the banquet. It is all because of my second uncle's good looks that my wicked aunt fell for him at first sight. The wicked father is even worse. Having early on encouraged the wicked aunt to drug my second uncle at the banquet. The moment the wicked aunt saw my second uncle, she was led by the nose. Jiang Wanqing cast a complex glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao. She had initially thought that Zhou Xiaoxiao had harbored feelings for her second brother beforehand, which is why she would resort to underhanded tactics at the banquet. Little did she know that her affections had blossomed only during the event. It was also Zhou Zigu who had urged Zhou Xiaoxiao to drug him, hoping to facilitate her marriage into the Duke of Jinggua's household. Thus, Zhou Xiaoxiao had fallen into the trap. However, Zhou Zigu had yet to meet with Zhou Xiaoxiao, and no news had arrived from the southern part of the city. Observing the calculating expression in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes, Jiang Wanqing felt a cold sneer emerge within her heart. She could only wish to scheme against her second brother. Nevertheless, she would present Zhou Xiaoxiao with a grand surprise. With that thought, a hint of remorse crossed Jiang Wanqing's face. She turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. You make a valid point. Second sister, I should consider your significant matters as well. How could you attend the banquet at the princess's residence without proper attire? Very well. I will gift you a beautiful dress for the occasion. Zhou Xiaoxiao regarded Jiang Wanqing with suspicion. Really? She found it hard to believe. After all, she had attempted various means to extract a single coin from Jiang Wanqing previously, to no avail. Jiang Wanqing had even made her and her mother subsist on plain vegetables and porridge. Now, she was offering her a dress. Noticing Zhou Xiaoxiao's reaction, Jiang Wanqing smiled slyly. Rest assured, this dress will surely meet your expectations. I sincerely hope you can bear the consequences of donning that attire. After achieving what she desired, Zhou Xiaoxiao left the courtyard with satisfaction. Night fell. Granny Su arrived at Jiang Wanqing's chamber, where Jiang Wanqing had just lulled the child to sleep. Observing this, Granny Su approached Jiang Wanqing and lowered her voice. Madam, as you predicted, there is movement from the Marquis. I initially thought he would arrange to meet the second young lady at a tavern, but unexpectedly, he has come directly to the Marquis of Xinjiang's residence. Jiang Wanqing's expression revealed her astonishment, though she quickly regained her composure. After all, Zhou Xiaoxiao was indeed the second young lady of the Marquis of Xinjiang. Meeting at a tavern would certainly attract attention. Zhou Xiaoxiao then inquired, where are they meeting? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing understood and promptly changed into a dark outfit before leaving her chamber. She climbed up to the roof of Zhou Xiaoxiao's room and lifted a tile to peer inside. There she witnessed Zhou Xiaoxiao engaged in a heated argument with Zhou Zigu. This is absolutely unacceptable. When you left home, you handed over all the family assets to that woman without leaving anything for me or mother. In the past, Jiang Wanqing managed the household, but now she refuses to take charge, leaving me to handle this chaos. Enduring such hardships is one thing, but now you wish to meddle in my marriage. Zhou Zigu, have you gone too far? Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze was filled with resentment as she accused Zhou Zigu, seemingly determined to voice all the grievances she had endured. She had thought that Zhou Zigu's sudden appearance after a long absence was due to concern for their well-being. However, Zhou Zigu stepped forward and gently patted Zhou Xiaoxiao's shoulder, calmly advising, "Give me a little more time. Such days will soon come to an end. For now, I need your assistance." Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up and glared at Zhou Zigu, scoffing, "And why should I sacrifice my marriage for your assistance?" Zhou Zigu, unfazed by her reproach, merely chuckled, "Aren't you quite fond of Jiang Wanqing? What if I told you that your marriage partner could cause her to suffer a setback?" The notion of Jiang Wanqing facing a setback piqued Zhou Xiaoxiao's interest. Her eyes sparkled as she asked, "Who are you referring to?" "Jiang Ao, my second brother." From the rooftop, Jiang Wanqing, who had long suspected Zhou Zigu's intentions towards her second brother, felt a wave of indignation upon hearing his name. Suppressing her anger, she shifted her gaze back to the scene below. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression also shifted momentarily at the mention of Jiang Ao. Jiang Ao, the renowned young general from the border city. As she spoke, a smile she struggled to suppress appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiao's face. Indeed, Jiang Ao had gained some renown in the border city, known not only for his bravery and wisdom but also for his striking appearance. It was said that in battle, his fierce visage captivated even the enemy, who mockingly questioned why a beautiful youth was sent to the battlefield. Furthermore, he was the second son of the Duke of the State, a status that endeared him to many noble ladies in the capital. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a flutter of excitement. Yet, being the second son of the Duke of the State, his status seemed somewhat mismatched with hers. She had never considered it before, but now, with her brother bringing it up, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. Tentatively, she asked, "You mean Jiang Ao, the second son of the Duke of the State? But how could he possibly heed my words?" Zhou Zigu understood her hesitance, recognizing that Zhou Xiaoxiao was indeed intrigued. Without any hesitation, she nodded eagerly. "I am willing to marry him." Her willingness stemmed not only from the allure of marrying someone of such stature, but also from the thought of seeing Jiang Wanqing humbled before her. Thus, she agreed almost immediately to the proposal. Upon receiving the answer he had longed for, Zhou Zigu's expression brightened, a smile gracing his lips. Zhou Xiaoxiao, unable to contain herself, questioned, "But brother, with Jiang Ao's status, he could have any woman he desires. Why would he ever want to marry someone like me?" Doubt lingered in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. Though dreams were enticing, the harsh reality loomed large. Zhou Zigu reassured her, "It matters not. As long as you are willing, I will handle the rest. Someone will reach out to you. However, you may need to make some sacrifices, my dear sister." With that, Zhou Zigu leaned in closer, whispering something into Zhou Xiaoxiao's ear. After he finished, he stepped back, leaving her in shock. "Can this truly work?" Zhou Zigu nodded, raising an eyebrow. "This is Jiang Ao we're talking about. Do you not wish to become the mistress of the Duke's residence? To achieve your desires, one must be willing to sacrifice something." Zhou Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long moment, her eyes reflecting inner turmoil. Eventually, she nodded determinedly. "All right, I see." Hearing this, Zhou Zigu's smile widened, and he affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "That's my good sister. Fear not, I shall not endanger you. This is merely your entry into the Duke's residence." However, upon closer inspection, the smile in Zhou Zigu's eyes did not reach his core. Jiang Wanqing, having listened to their exchange, began to suspect that Zhou Zigu's words to Zhou Xiaoxiao involved a scheme to ensnare her second brother. The thought of her brother's downfall due to their machinations, leading to his disgrace and subsequent exile to a harsh land, pained Jiang Wanqing deeply. She longed to leap down and confront Zhou Zigu. Her brother was a celebrated young general, renowned on the battlefield, yet he was to suffer in silence in a desolate place. This was utterly unacceptable. A general ought to meet his end on the heroic battlefield, for that would be worth it. Jiang Lingi lowered her gaze, suppressing the flames of fury burning within, and departed from the rooftop. Upon returning indoors, Granny Su approached and helped Jiang Wanqing change out of her night attire into her regular garments. "Madam, Mou has arrived and is waiting outside," she informed. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow and instructed her to let him in. "Yes." Granny Su exited and soon returned with Mou. Mou bowed to Jiang Wanqing. "Madam, I have indeed uncovered some information regarding the temple." Jiang Wanqing's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Is that true?" Facing Jiang Wanqing's inquiry, Mou nodded and continued. "I have been surveilling the vicinity of the temple for several nights and finally discovered some secrets." Mou paused, struggling to articulate the next part. Who would have thought that a woman in her 40s would still? The memory of what she had witnessed left her feeling rather embarrassed. Jiang Wanqing gestured for Mou to continue. Mou, with a determined demeanor, continued, "The Buddhist hall is a place rarely entered, even by the maidservants in the old lady's courtyard. Only the old lady's dowry nurse is permitted to enter. I initially believed that the old lady spent her late nights in the hall in meditation, but to my surprise, after the maidservants had retired, a man appeared seemingly out of thin air. He appeared to be of a similar age to the old lady. Astonishingly, they shared a small chamber beside the Buddhist hall, engaging in intimate acts as a married couple." Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing this, felt a rush of excitement, while Su Mama's aged visage flushed with embarrassment. She gasped, "My heavens! The old lady, who typically presents herself as a stern figure, is capable of such reckless behavior, engaging in marital acts before the Buddhist hall. Does she not fear the Buddha's wrath?" Jiang Wanqing shook her head and clicked her tongue, remarking, "It is fortunate that the old Marquis has passed. Otherwise, had he discovered this, he would surely have risen from his grave in outrage. However, Mou, did you say this man appeared out of nowhere in the Buddhist hall?" Mou nodded. "Indeed, the man was absent during the day, but he would return at night. Given the comings and goings within the old lady's courtyard, I cannot monitor it constantly, hence I have not witnessed how he arrives." Jiang Wanqing pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps there exists a secret passage within the Buddhist hall. Otherwise, it would be impossible to harbor an outsider in the old lady's courtyard without detection. Only a hidden passage could explain this. We must investigate further to ascertain the identity of this man, and you might explore the hall during the day when the old lady is absent. Additionally, did you get a clear view of the man's face? If so, have someone sketch it for easier identification." Jiang Wanqing turned to Mou. "My brother has brought several guards with him, whom you should be familiar with. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek them out." Mou replied, "Yes, madam. You may leave now." After Mou departed, Su Mama sighed deeply. "Madam, I was previously curious how the Marquis of Xingchang could engage in such treachery, daring to use your dowry to support his household while allowing a mistress to thrive. It seems this behavior is simply a continuation of the old ways, for he is nothing but a lecherous old man." Jiang Wanqing's eyes turned cold as she scoffed. "I am only curious about when the old lady and that man began their liaison. Since the old Marquis's death, the old lady has remained secluded in the Buddhist hall. How could she have begun an affair with that man? Have they been involved long before?" Listening to Jiang Wanqing, Su Mama contemplated for a long while before suddenly realizing, "I recall that the old lady favored the Buddhist hall in her youth. It was rumored that her marriage to the old Marquis was arranged without affection. It is said he once had a beloved, but she came from a brothel, and the Zhou family disapproved of his involvement with her. I only learned of these tales as I grew older. If the old Marquis had a beloved, it raises the question of whether the old lady had someone she cherished before her marriage, but that remains uncertain." Prompted by Su Mama's insights, Jiang Wanqing quickly grasped the implications, though her expression soon turned despondent. She lamented, "Yet, the relationships among women are often shrouded in secrecy. This happened over 20 years ago, making it challenging to uncover the truth." Su Mama smiled, "Leave this matter to me." Jiang Wanqing, surprised, replied, "To you?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It seems you have a plan, Mama." The following day, Jiang Wanqing entertained Xiaoxiao in the courtyard. In moments, Xiaoxiao was laughing heartily at her antics. Nearby, Zhou Mushing played with a servant boy, tossing a grasshopper. At that moment, Su Mama entered the courtyard, holding a box. She placed it on the stone table and lowered her voice. "This is from the eldest son. He has arranged everything. And for the upcoming flower banquet at the princess's residence, there will be arrangements made for you as well." Jiang Wanqing narrowed her eyes. "I have always trusted my brother's judgment." Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao gazed wide-eyed at Su Mama and then at Jiang Wanqing, filled with apprehension. What arrangements for the flower banquet? Could it be that Mother has uncovered the wicked plans of the bad aunt? In the past, Mother never even attended the flower banquet, always busy managing the Marquis of Xingchang's household, and the wicked grandmother forbade her from going out, causing a rift with the aunts. Jiang Wanqing looked down at Xiaoxiao, smiling gently. "Do you like flowers, Xiaoxiao? In a few days, Mother will take you to see the flowers and your second uncle, who is even more handsome than the flowers." "Ah, my charming, valiant second uncle." Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she couldn't help but drool at the thought. Jiang Wanqing stifled a laugh, unaware of Xiaoxiao's deep affection for her second brother. In the next instant, Zhou Ziran rushed before Jiang Wanqing, breathless yet excited. Sister-in-law, what about the clothes you promised to arrange for me? Jiang Wanqing realized that Zhou Xiaoxiao must have learned that she was to be wed to Jiang Ao, and her excitement could hardly wait until the flower banquet. Chapter 47. The debt collector arrives. Zhou Xiaoxiao's smile faltered momentarily, her expression turning tentative. She pressed her lips together and cautiously asked, Sister-in-law, you are not deceiving me, are you? Jiang Wanqing's gaze flickered as she smiled at the wooden box. Here. The clothes in the box are ready for you. They are the latest designs from the Tianyi workshop, and there are hardly any like them in the entire capital. The mention of the Tianyi workshop made Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes gleam with excitement. She stepped forward to embrace the box, looking at Jiang Wanqing in disbelief. Sister-in-law, you truly bought me the new designs from Tianyi workshop. Do you know those garments are the most expensive, let alone the new styles? The new designs are exclusive to select buyers, as they are priceless. Jiang Wanqing nodded. What? Do you not believe me? You can open the box and see for yourself. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaoxiao opened the box to reveal a magnificent red embroidered dress adorned with small flowers and a golden belt. It was indeed the latest creation from Tianyi workshop. Jiang Wanqing's eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, what a beautiful dress. My heavens. The garments I wore before pale in comparison. This is true elegance. Observing Zhou Xiaoxiao's reaction, Jiang Wanqing couldn't suppress a cold smirk. The garments from Tianyi workshop were not only exquisite but also extravagant. However, to her, they held little value, as Tianyi workshop was one of her own enterprises. Jiang Wanqing remained composed, while Xiaoxiao in her arms began to fidget anxiously. Mother, you gifted such a beautiful dress to the bad aunt attending the banquet. Do you not fear she will try to seduce second uncle? Xiaoxiao was terrified, fearing her second aunt might truly become her second mother. Jiang Wanqing gently patted Xiaoxiao, calming her fears. She secretly hoped Zhou Xiaoxiao would not go about seducing anyone. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao suppressed her delight, striving to control her emotions. After a considerable pause, she reluctantly turned her gaze towards Jiang Wanqing. Sister-in-law, you are the finest of sisters-in-law. When we gather at the banquet, I shall certainly extol your virtues to my dear friends. Jiang Wanqing smiled softly, yet the joy in her eyes did not reach their depths. A garment would suffice as a gesture of goodwill. Without one, it feels as though we are adversaries. Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth again. Praises but empty flattery. All I desire is a modicum of respect for my younger sister. If she holds me in esteem, she must relinquish any thoughts of targeting her elder brother. Should Zhou Xiaoxiao refrain from any malicious acts at the banquet, I can tolerate her minor irritations. However, if she insists on making mischief, she shall not find me merciful. A fleeting glint of coldness passed through Jiang Wanqing's eyes at this thought. Zhou Xiaoxiao, with a playful grin, responded, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? My sister has always held you in high regard. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing was struck by a thought and inquired, I intended to prepare a banquet dress for the third sister, but she claims she will not attend this gathering. Zhou Xian's name prompted Zhou Xiaoxiao to furrow her brows, an expression of displeasure crossing her face. I have yet to secure a marriage. Why is she in such a hurry? Let her remain at home for a few more years. Jiang Wanqing's eyes brightened with interest. It appeared that Zhou Xiaoxiao harbored significant disdain for Zhou Xian. The latter was merely 2 years younger than Zhou Xiaoxiao. Outsiders assumed that the matriarch of the Zhou family bore 3 daughters and 1 son. However, the truth was quite different. The third sister, Zhou Xian, was actually the child of a foot servant. At one time, both the matriarch and the servant were pregnant simultaneously, yet the matriarch's child did not survive. Thus, the servant's child was raised under the matriarch's name. This explains Zhou Xiaoxiao's profound disdain for Zhou Xian, as she viewed her as nothing more than a servantess offspring. Just then, Zhou Xiaoxiao noticed Zhou Mushing in the corner. Mushing, what are you doing here? Zhou Mushing called out, snapped back to reality. She shifted her gaze from the grasshopper in her hands to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Approaching Jiang Wanqing, she greeted, second aunt. Zhou Xiaoxiao, puzzled, turned to Jiang Wanqing. Sister-in-law, have you not arranged for Zhou Mushing to have a tutor yet? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao refrained from further comment, glancing at the wooden box in her hands. Jiang Wanqing replied, very well. After Zhou Xiaoxiao departed, Zhou Mushing hesitated and tugged at Jiang Wanqing's sleeve, her eyes filled with uncertainty. What is it, Mushing? Zhou Mushing pouted. Mother, may I not have uncle teach me? Please find me another tutor. Zhou Xiaoxiao, perplexed, asked, but did you not wish for uncle to be your teacher? The idea of having her elder brother instruct Zhou Mushing was not her own. It was Zhou Zigu's suggestion. Why then, Was Zhou Mushing now rejecting it? Zhou Mushing looked up at Jiang Wanqing, her expression earnest. I have come from one place to here. If mother sends me elsewhere again, I do not wish to go. I want to stay here, where the servants amuse me. I am very happy. Jiang Wanqing understood. After all, she was just a 4-year-old child. And being away from her parents, coupled with leaving a familiar environment, would likely cause her great distress. However, this matter was of little consequence to Jiang Wanqing. Zhou Mushing's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, and she quickly bowed again to Jiang Wanqing. Thank you, mother. Jiang Wanqing smiled gently. It is of no concern. As long as our Mushing is happy, nothing else matters. Zhou Mushing looked at Jiang Wanqing with a newfound sense of reliance. Her mother was truly kind to her. Jiang Wanqing continued softly, Now, go play with your grasshopper. At that moment, a maid entered the courtyard, carrying a letter. Madame Su took the letter from Jiang Wanqing and opened the envelope. Upon glancing at its contents, her brows furrowed in disdain. It seems a new debtor has arrived. A debtor? Jiang Wanqing lifted her gaze towards Madame Su, puzzled. Who is this? She understood it to be her sister-in-law, who was already married. However, life had not been easy for her sister-in-law either. Her husband was a frivolous man, and her mother-in-law was demanding. With the power of the household resting firmly in the hands of the matriarch, her sister-in-law often found herself short of funds. Previously, the Marquis of Xingchang would send her money, but after taking charge of the household, Jiang Wanqing had decided to maintain a good relationship, providing a portion of her dowry to her sister-in-law each month. However, since relinquishing the management of the household, she had ceased to provide for anyone associated with the Marquis of Xingchang. Now, it seemed her sister-in-law was once again in need of funds and had written seeking assistance. What a farce. The household's authority no longer rested with her. If anyone sought money, they should approach Zhou Zirong. These leeches all wished to cling to her for sustenance. How utterly distasteful. Jiang Wanqing turned to Madame Su. Tear it up. From now on, any letters from my sister-in-law should be shredded. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Madame Su's face as she readily tore the letter into shreds. Soon, the day of the flower appreciation banquet arrived. Early in the morning, Zhou Zirong appeared at the gates of the Marquis of Xingchang, clad in a resplendent dress, scanning her surroundings with a hint of anxiety. As she mentally scolded Jiang Wanqing for the 20th time, Jiang Wanqing finally emerged, holding Xiaoxiao. Zhou Zirong forced a smile. Sister-in-law, you have arrived. Let us depart swiftly. Jiang Wanqing replied, I apologize for keeping you waiting, but Xiaoxiao is still young, and the carriage cannot jolt too quickly. Perhaps you should take your own carriage ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zirong's expression darkened with irritation. If you had said so earlier, I would not have had to wait here for so long. Now that she was dressed for the occasion, Zhou Zirong was no longer inclined to play along with Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly and coldly remarked, It seems you have forgotten that just a few days ago, you promised to show me respect. Zhou Zirong appeared to recall something, her lips curling upwards. Soon, it will be your turn to pay me respect. Observing Zhou Zirong's confident demeanor, Jiang Wanqing shook her head in exasperation. Is the outcome already so certain? I can still recall the obsequious expression you wore when accepting my garment. You should consider a career in acting. Your ability to change faces is unmatched. Zhou Zirong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of rage, she retorted, Jiang Wanqing, do not be too overbearing. It was merely a dress. Is it necessary to be so calculative? Besides, did you not offer it to me willingly? Just wait. One day, I will have you catering to me. With that, Zhou Zirong climbed into the carriage, and Jiang Wanqing followed suit at a leisurely pace. Madame Su, observing Zhou Zirong's departing figure, spat in disdain before also boarding the carriage. In a lowered voice, she began to grumble. This second young lady has been raised with such poor manners. She does not know how to behave as a proper lady. Claiming that the lady offered her a dress. Was it not she who barged into our courtyard to beg for one? What a farce. She has no idea how much money she has pilfered from the lady's dowry to buy so many dresses. Her wardrobe is filled with an array of dresses, each distinct from the last. Now, having reaped the benefits, she turns her back on others. She asserts that she must command your respect, madam. Without truly intending to provoke Jiang Wanqing, a chilling glimmer sparkles in her eyes, and her lips curl downwards if she dares to cross the line. I shall certainly bestow upon her a grand gift, one that she will remember for eternity. In her embrace, Xiaoxiao, who had initially awoken with a hint of drowsiness, is suddenly alert upon hearing these words. What? Listening to Granny Su, mother knows of the wicked aunt's schemes. What revenge does mother intend for the wicked aunt? I can't wait to see. Jiang Wanqing, attuned to Xiaoxiao's thoughts, cannot help but reveal a gentle smile, playfully poking Xiaoxiao's chubby cheek. This daughter is quite the gossip. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage finally halts at the princess's residence. Jiang Wanqing steps down, cradling Xiaoxiao and gazing at the plaque of the princess's abode. The princess ranks fifth among her siblings, sharing the same mother as the eldest prince, and is the daughter of the favored concubine. Due to the concubine's favor, the current emperor dotes on the sole princess as well. Observing Jiang Wanqing's hesitance, Granny Su quietly inquires, "Madam, is something troubling you?" It is said that the princess's flower-viewing banquet exclusively invites unmarried young ladies and gentlemen of the capital. Why, then, has she summoned me, a married woman with offspring? In the next moment, Xiaoxiao provides an answer. "Mother, the princess desires to be my stepmother. She witnessed my wicked father in a meeting with her royal brother and fell head over heels. In her past life, the princess waited over a decade for my father to marry her, secretly hindering you out of jealousy." Jiang Wanqing furrows her brow upon hearing this. So, she has invited me only to assert her dominance. Yet, why would the princess envy me, given that I have not won Zhou Xiaoxiao's affection? In her final words, Xiaoxiao angrily flails her arms, her dark eyes fixed on the plaque of the princess's residence, unable to conceal her disdain. Jiang Wanqing is infuriated. Zhou Xiaoxiao is truly a heartless wretch, having exploited my worth to its fullest. It is one thing to have me support his illegitimate offspring, but now he seeks for me to shield his mistress. What audacity! Granny Su, sensing Jiang Wanqing's oppressive mood, asks, "Madam, are you unwell?" Jiang Wanqing replies with a cold smile, "How could I be unwell? It is others who bear the burden." Chapter 49. Betrayal of Mother upon entering the princess's residence. Jiang Wanqing discovers that many guests have already arrived for the flower viewing. A quick glance reveals numerous familiar faces among the crowd. The courtyard is adorned with a splendid array of flowers, peonies, roses, chrysanthemums, and orchids, their fragrances wafting through the air. Granny Su remarks softly, "Madam, the flowers here do not compare to those in your own garden." Jiang Wanqing smiles enigmatically in response. Before long, a friend of Jiang Wanqing rushes over, exclaiming, "Wanqing. It has been ages." Jiang Wanqing lifts her gaze, a hint of surprise gleaming in her eyes. "Zhiru, you have come." Chen Zhiru, the eldest daughter of the prime minister's household, is a cherished friend of Jiang Wanqing, having once shared a bond akin to sisterhood. Despite the court's preference for scholarly pursuits over martial ones, this did not hinder their friendship. Chen Zhiru glances at Xiaoxiao in Jiang Wanqing's arms, her eyes twinkling with delight. "Is this your daughter? At long last, you are willing to show her to me. You have been absent from gatherings for over a year, and even when I sent you invitations, you did not attend." Jiang Wanqing feels a pang of embarrassment at the mention of this. Her absence was entirely due to her mother-in-law's demands. Managing the vast estate of the Xinjiang Marquis, she found herself ensnared in numerous trivial matters. By the time she managed to handle them, she was pregnant, and her mother-in-law forbade her from venturing out. With a hint of apology, Jiang Wanqing explains, "I am sorry. Zhiru, it is my fault. Once I became pregnant with Xiaoxiao, my health deteriorated, and I could only manage to care for myself. Now that I have relinquished my responsibilities in the household, I am feeling better and finally have time to attend social events." Chen Zhiru's expression shifts to one of shock. "You have relinquished your authority? Why would you do that? I have heard that the Xinjiang Marquis' estate has been well managed under your care. My mother even encouraged me to learn from you." Jiang Wanqing discreetly glances at Zhou Xiaoxiao nearby before explaining. "My mother-in-law believes my younger sister is of age to begin courtship, so she asked me to transfer my responsibilities to her for her education." Chen Zhiru furrows her brow. Discontent evident. "What kind of reasoning is that? Your mother-in-law is still alive, and you are here. Why should your sister-in-law take over?" Jiang Wanqing shakes her head with a wry smile. "It is merely a case of being unburdened, allowing me the opportunity to attend this banquet." Chen Zhiru nods in understanding. "That makes sense. It has been far too long since I last saw you. However, it seems that all the guests at the princess's banquet are unmarried. You are the only married one, which is rather peculiar." Jiang Wanqing smiles, her eyes reflecting a cold glimmer. "Why has the princess invited me? Is it not for Zhou Xiaoxiao's sake?" Chen Zhiru remains lost in her thoughts for a moment before laughing. "Perhaps it is due to the prestige of the Jingguo Duke's residence. Who doesn't know that the Jingguo Duke's family is currently basking in glory? Your 6 brothers are indeed striking young men. Bah! The Jingguo Duke's family may be in the limelight now, but in the end, it was your father, the prime minister, who submitted petition after petition to elevate them. Why does the emperor harbor suspicion towards the Jingguo duke's family? It is because of your conniving father who cannot keep his mouth shut in front of the emperor. Even your friendship with my mother was encouraged by your father, who sought to extract more useful information from her. In my past life, the investigation into the counterfeit coins in the southern bamboo grove was a matter that concerned my mother. She confided in you. Yet you turned around and discussed it with your deceitful father. This led the prime minister to relentlessly pursue the Jingguo duke's family, causing the emperor to grow increasingly wary of them. My mother treated you as a close friend, yet you repaid her kindness with betrayal. Xiaoxiao glares at Chunjiru with wide, furious eyes, her lips pursed, unable to articulate her thoughts. Nonetheless, her expression suggests that she harbors no goodwill. Chunjiru, noticing Xiaoxiao's displeasure, feels her smile falter. She opens her mouth. Why do I feel like your daughter does not particularly like me? She recalls how, upon returning from the border town at the age of 9, her life there had been vastly different from that in the capital, where numerous rules constrained her. Initially, she found it challenging to adapt to the company of the noble ladies in the capital. Yet, the first person to extend a hand of friendship was Chunjiru, who helped her integrate into that world. However, Jiang Wanqing finds it impossible to reconcile the Chunjiru of her memories with the one Xiaoxiao describes. How could a true friend betray her? How could she malign her third brother, who cherished Go above all else, to the point of sacrificing his hands to prove his innocence? What immense injustice must he have endured? Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth, intending to speak, yet was overwhelmed by a pang of bitterness within her heart. Why? She couldn't help but murmur a question. She longed to inquire of Chunjiru why she had acted in such a manner. Had their years of friendship been nothing but a facade? Chunjiru seemed not to comprehend Jiang Wanqing's words, her brow furrowing in confusion. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Realizing her oversight, Jiang Wanqing met Chunjiru's gaze, locking onto her smiling eyes. With a slight smile, she shook her head. I didn't say anything. I was merely pondering how a child as young as Xiaoxiao could express her emotions. You must have misinterpreted, or perhaps Xiaoxiao is simply unwell. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's explanation, Chunjiru nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I've heard that raising children can be quite challenging. Unable to resist, Chunjiru stepped forward, attempting to grasp Xiaoxiao's hand. However, Xiaoxiao swiftly pulled away from her reach, turning her head towards Jiang Wanqing's embrace. Chunjiru's expression stiffened. It seems Xiaoxiao truly dislikes me. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered. Xiaoxiao is merely a child, Jiru. You wouldn't hold that against her, would you? In response to Jiang Wanqing's inquiry, Chunjiru shook her head vigorously. Of course not. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It appeared that during their interactions, Chunjiru had often brought up her father, seemingly seeking information about him. Initially, Jiang Wanqing assumed it was due to Chunjiru's concern for her father. But now it dawned on her that it was merely a ploy to extract useful information from her. Under Chunjiru's expectant gaze, Jiang Wanqing shook her head, a hint of distress evident in her voice. I haven't heard anything since marrying into the Xinqiang Marquis household. I'm afraid I haven't received any news from my father either. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chunjiru's face. Jiang Wanqing continued, I don't know. I heard that my third brother and his friends went to seek out a chess manual. Upon hearing this, the light in Chunjiru's eyes dimmed once more. Jiang Wanqing's gaze remained fixed on Chunjiru. Had she already developed feelings for her third brother? Chunjiru felt a bit uneasy under Jiang Wanqing's scrutiny and asked, Is something the matter? Do I have something on my face? Jiang Wanqing's lips curled into a smile, a light laugh escaping her. No. I was just curious when you developed an interest in playing Go. Chunjiru, hearing this, lowered her head, her ears tinged with red. The last time I saw your third brother compete, I suddenly found it quite fascinating. Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased. Was it the Go match that piqued your interest, or was it the player himself? Chunjiru was taken aback by Jiang Wanqing's bluntness, her face flushing. Wanqing, if you keep this up, I might just ignore you. Just then, a voice rang out, Your Highness the Princess. Both Jiang Wanqing and Chunjiru turned their attention to the source of the voice. The princess had approached them unbeknownst to them. Jiang Wanqing and Chunjiru both bowed respectfully. After a moment, Jiang Wanqing felt a presence lingering before her. Who would deliberately come to them at this time? The princess remained silent, causing the crowd to hold their breath. Jiang Wanqing, lift your head so I may see you. Upon hearing the princess's command, Jiang Wanqing raised her head, her first clear look at the princess, clad in a yellow royal gown and adorned with exquisite gold hairpins. She appeared as a delicate young girl of about 15 or 16. However, A hint of malice lurked in her brow. You are not particularly striking. How can you claim to be the most esteemed maiden in the capital? I dare say, Chunjiru of the Chancellor's family is more deserving of that title. Jiang Wanqing pressed her lips together, aware that the princess was displeased with her. Not wishing to provoke a conflict, she replied, Your Highness speaks the truth. What a troublesome princess. Xiaoxiao remarked inwardly. The princess, observing Jiang Wanqing's submissive demeanor, wore an expression of displeasure. With a cold laugh, she remarked, Yet you do possess some impressive qualities. The crowd leaned in, eager to hear more. For 3 days, you've managed to bring your newlywed husband to his demise. You are indeed the first noblewoman in the capital to achieve such a feat. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, and the princess, satisfied with their response, continued, Everyone. You may rise. Today, I have invited you all to admire the flowers, so do not hold back. As the crowd stood, Jiang Wanqi was preparing to rise when the princess's voice interjected, Have I allowed you to rise? Her brow furrowed slightly, contemplating her next words. Such arrogance from the princess. Suddenly, a bold voice broke through. Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled with delight upon recognizing the familiar sound. It was her second brother. Oh, my beautiful uncle is here. Uncle, show that wicked princess what for. Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, kicking her legs. The newcomer was dressed in a silver-white brocade robe embroidered with plum blossoms and adorned with a jade pendant, signifying his noble status. His striking features drew attention, slender, almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, his visage akin to a jade crown, undeniably handsome. His eyes, dark as polished gemstones, carried a hint of aloofness, accentuated by a gentle smile that radiated nobility. His long, inky hair was tied back with a delicate silk ribbon, exuding an air of cool elegance that was utterly captivating. He offered a bow to Chunjiru and then gracefully assisted Jiang Wanqing to her feet. The princess, observing Jiang Ao, was momentarily taken aback by his beauty. However, she was displeased by his actions. Who are you? How dare you? The princess took a step back, her lips parting slightly. Jiang Ao of the Jiang family from the Duke of State's residence. Upon hearing this, the princess frowned. Even if you are the second son of the Duke of State, does that grant you the right to be so insolent? Jiang Ao smiled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Insolent? Might I inquire how I have been disrespectful? Your Highness? My sister is the most esteemed maiden in the capital. She is always gracious. It is you who unjustly harass her. The princess, taken aback by Jiang Ao's boldness, pursed her lips. You are quite audacious. Jiang Ao met her gaze with unwavering resolve, his voice rising. Your Highness, I may lack remarkable talents, but I possess the courage to stand up for my sister. If not, let us present ourselves before the Emperor and seek his judgment. I guard the borders with my father for the safety of our realm. I will not allow you to harm my sister in our midst. With a cold laugh, Jiang Ao cast a disdainful glance at the princess. The color drained from the princess's face. After all, it was merely a trivial matter that had escalated unnecessarily. Though she was a favored princess, the Duke of State commanded an army of hundreds of thousands, with the Jiang family at the forefront. Moreover, the eldest son of the Jiang family held a significant position in the court. Even if this reached the emperor's ears, she would gain nothing from it. Taking a deep breath, the princess confronted Jiang Ao. Is this how brazen you are? You show no respect for me, a princess. Chapter 51. Wet garments. The thread in her highness. The princess's words did not go unnoticed by Jiang Ao, who wore a slight smirk. I am Jiang Ao, he mused, and the character Ao was bestowed upon me by the emperor himself. This arrogance is indeed a privilege granted by the emperor. Beside him, Jiang Wanjing could not help but sigh, finding her second brother's pride somewhat excessive. Yet, there was no denying his prowess. At the tender age of 13, he had led 800 soldiers to confront a rebellious small kingdom at the border, vanquishing 2,000 of their troops. From that moment on, he became renowned for his martial exploits. The crowd gasped, astonished at Jiang Ao's blatant disregard for the princess's dignity. For a fleeting moment, the princess, Bai Li Yanqing, found herself at a loss for words. Bai Li Yanqing, have you caused trouble again? I should have listened to mother and prevented you from hosting this flower appreciation banquet. You seem to attract chaos wherever you go. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted her thoughts. It was her elder brother, the Crown Prince Chang'an, Bai Li Chun. The reigning emperor had 4 sons, with the Crown Prince being the favored son of the empress. The only one conferred a title due to her esteemed position in the emperor's heart. Bai Li Chun approached Bai Li Yanqing and scrutinized her with a weary shake of his head. Bai Li Yanqing felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of her authoritative brother and lowered her gaze, pouting slightly. She had not sent an invitation to him for today's banquet. The guests, witnessing the arrival of the crown prince, bowed in respect. "Greetings, your highness," they all murmured. Bai Li Chen glanced around before fixing his gaze on Zhang Ao, saying, "Today is merely a casual flower appreciation banquet, so there is no need for formalities." The guests felt a mix of unease and relief. Bai Li Yanqing then addressed everyone, "There are refreshments inside, if you tire of the flowers. Please feel free to sit and enjoy some tea." The onlookers dispersed, their curiosity momentarily sated. Bai Li Chen turned to his silent sister, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Do try to avoid causing any disturbances today. Father is concerned for you and has sent eunuch Feng Shu along. Do not provoke any trouble." At the mention of eunuch Feng Shu, Bai Li Yanqing's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. She bit her lip and replied, "I merely organized a flower banquet. Why should father send eunuch Feng Shu?" Bai Li Chen's eyes glimmered with inscrutable intent as he spoke softly, "Just make sure there are no mishaps." Bai Li Yanqing raised her brow, casting an unwilling glance at Jiang Wanjing before huffing and turning away. After her departure, Bai Li Chen directed his attention to Jiang Ao and Jiang Wanjing, apologizing. "I am sorry for my sister. She has been indulged too much by both father and mother." Jiang Ao shot Bai Li Chen a glance, suppressing his displeasure, and smiled lightly. "The princess is indeed genuine. Your highness speaks in defense of her, as any brother would." Bai Li Chen paused, then chuckled softly, "That is only natural." With that, he turned to leave, adding after a moment, "You look much thinner. Have the Marquis of Xingchang been unkind to you?" Jiang Wanjing felt warmth in her heart. After 2 years apart, the first words from her brother were filled with concern. She shook her head. "They no longer dare to bully me." Jiang Ao's brow furrowed tightly at her words. "What do you mean they no longer dare? Did they bully you before?" Jiang Wanjing glanced at the distant crowd, now seated at the tables. Jiang Ao found her reasoning acceptable. Who would dare offend the local tyrant? He then lowered his gaze to the little girl in Jiang Wanjing's arms, excitement sparkling in his eyes. "Is this my niece?" "Pretty uncle. Hug, hug, hug." The little voice chimed, and Jiang Wanjing smiled at Jiang Ao, unable to resist suggesting, "Second brother, would you like to hold her? She adores you." Jiang Ao, trembling slightly, reached out to take the child in his arms. The cold demeanor that had defined him melted away the moment he held her, and he forced a gentle smile. "Little one, I am your second uncle." Jiang Wanjing looked at Jiang Ao. "Second brother, there are matters I need to discuss with you." Jiang Ao's attention remained captured by the child. He lowered his head and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Wanjing leaned closer to whisper something in his ear. Jiang Ao's smile faded slightly as he questioned, "Is that true?" Jiang Wanjing nodded. "Whether it is true or not, just follow my instructions later." Without hesitation, Jiang Ao agreed. "All right, I will heed your words." By now, the banquet tables were nearly filled. Jiang Wanjing and Jiang Ao decided not to delay any longer and made their way to the seating area. The tables were arranged for single seating, segregated by gender. Jiang Wanjing, holding the child, chose an empty spot to sit while Granny Su stood behind her. Jiang Ao took a seat across from her. As Jiang Wanjing settled in, Zhou Xiaoxiao could no longer resist moving to sit beside her, lowering her voice to ask, "Sister-in-law, is that your second brother?" "Indeed," Jiang Wanjing replied, glancing at Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was fixated on Jiang Ao. A smirk of disdain crossed Jiang Wanjing's mind. Across the table, Jiang Ao conversed with his old friends, his every gesture captivating attention. Many young ladies stole glances in his direction, eager to see the second son of the Jiang family, whose reputation had preceded him during his 2-year absence. As they observed Jiang Ao, they were unable to avert their gaze. In the midst of lively chatter, a maid accidentally spilled wine on Jiang Ao. She immediately knelt, pleading, "Please forgive me, young master. I will take you to change your clothes." Jiang Ao frowned, exchanging a glance with Jiang Wanjing before looking down at the maid. "It's just a garment. A change will suffice. Lead the way." Chapter 52. The banquet confrontation. Jiang Wanjing scanned the surroundings, but could not locate Zhou Xiaoxiao. She then watched Jiang Ao leave with the maid, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Oh no. In my past life, second uncle was embroiled in unfortunate events after being splashed with water. Mother, the wicked aunt has disappeared too. She must be up to no good against second uncle. Mother, please stop eating. We should go find second uncle." The little one, initially drowsy, suddenly reacted upon seeing Jiang Ao depart. She tugged at Jiang Wanjing's sleeve, desperate to alert her. Jiang Wanjing held the child's hand and lowered her voice intentionally. If your younger sister intends to scheme against your second brother, then I cannot be blamed as the sister-in-law. The little one paused, taken aback, and fell silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Wanjing. Does mother know about the wicked aunt's plans against second uncle? Jiang Wanjing refrained from direct answers, merely nodding before continuing to sip her tea. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone engaged in a game of flying flower orders. However, Jiang Wanjing chose not to join the lively festivities, opting instead to remain quietly in a corner. Her heart filled with apprehension about the unfolding events. On stage, Li Yanting, evidently unwilling to let Jiang Wanjing enjoy her solitude, suddenly called out, "Jiang Wanjing, everyone is playing the flower flying order. Why don't you join us? Since the theme is orchids, why not grace us with your presence?" She continued, "Do not shy away. It is said that you are the foremost noblewoman in the capital. Allow me to test your poetic talents. Let us see if motherhood has dulled your wits." A ripple of laughter swept through the crowd. As Li Yanting pressed on, Jiang Wanjing could only respond with a smile. "Very well, I shall present my humble contribution." Li Yanting smirked, "Excellent. I shall begin." Orchids dance as spring breezes rise, swaying gracefully amidst the verdant haze. Jiang Wanjing replied, "Orchids exude a fragrant allure, standing tall and elegant, reflecting the moon's glow." Li Yanting furrowed her brow and continued, "In the depths of the orchid sanctuary, butterflies and children gather in the shaded green." The exchange of verses continued, with Jiang Wanjing responding artfully, showcasing her poetic prowess. The onlookers' gazes shifted toward Jiang Wanjing, their expressions changing as they recognized her brilliance, even after a year away from such gatherings. Indeed, she was worthy of her title as the capital's foremost lady. Yet, as the lines about orchids dwindled, Li Yanting's irritation became palpable. "I cannot continue. Surely, you cannot conjure more verses about orchids?" Jiang Wanjing, her smile unwavering, sensed the persistent provocation. She had no intention of yielding to the princess's attempts to embarrass her. Why should she appease someone who sought her disgrace? If the emperor had long desired to act against the duke of the state's family, why should she compromise her dignity? If the princess wished to see her humiliated, then she would ensure the royal countenance was trampled underfoot. With resolve, Jiang Wanjing declared, "Orchids stand silently in the deep valley, their elegance unmatched and fragrant. Orchids sway with the emerald leaves, the spring colors filling the valley. Their scent wafts for miles, enticing butterflies to dance." The atmosphere grew tense as Li Yanting's expression darkened. Jiang Wanjing's verses flowed effortlessly, while Li Yanting struggled in vain. Li Yanting shot a glance at Jiang Wanjing, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to confront her. Beside her, Li Chun, perceiving his sister's malice, quickly admonished her in a hushed tone, "Enough. You cannot continue this game. Acknowledge your defeat." Li Yanting's face twisted in anger. "Brother, I am your sister. Why do you side with her?" Li Chen's eyes flickered. His allegiance lay not with Jiang Wanjing, but with the duke of the state behind her. He dismissed Li Yanting and turned to Jiang Wanjing with a bright smile. "Madame Zhou, your literary talents are commendable. My sister, Yanting, concedes, this round belongs to you." Upon hearing Madame Zhou, Jiang Wanjing felt as though she had bitten into a bitter herb. Suddenly, a woman's startled cry pierced the air, seemingly emanating from another courtyard. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and Li Chen and Li Yanting swiftly rose to investigate. Among the guests present at the flower-viewing banquet were the children of nobility. No mishap could be tolerated. Curious young ladies and gentlemen hurriedly followed Li Chen. Suppressing her unease, Jiang Wanjing clutched her companion's hand and followed suit. It had been quite some time since her second brother had arrived. At last, they reached an auxiliary courtyard designated for guests to change their garments in case of accidents. A maid lay on the ground, terror-stricken, gazing ahead. Upon their arrival, the scene before them unfolded. Li Yanting glared at the maid. "Did you not escort the Jiang family's young master to change clothes? Why are you making such a commotion?" The maid glanced around, and upon seeing the assembly, she knelt before Li Yanting and Li Chun, pointing in the direction of her fear. "I am at fault. I saw a dead snake here, and I could not help but scream." The crowd followed her gaze and indeed discovered a 3-foot-long black snake, lifeless on the ground. Li Yanting's eyes flashed with disgust as she scolded, "Today is a flower-viewing banquet. Did we not agree to avoid startling my guests?" The maid hurriedly bowed in apology. Li Chun interjected, "It's fine. Nothing serious has occurred, so let us move on." Just as they prepared to leave, A series of ambiguous sounds reached their ears, muffled feminine gasps mingled with deep masculine growls, unmistakably intimate. Someone ventured, was it not Zhang Ergongzi whose clothes were dampened, prompting him to seek a change here? Indeed, Zhang Ao. I saw it too. The maid spilled wine on him, and she brought him here to change, right? The maid in question was now the focus of everyone's scrutiny. Her face blanched in fear as she knelt, trembling. She bowed again before the princess and explained. At the banquet, I accidentally spilled wine on Zhang Ergongzi, and that is why I brought him here. But on the way, I encountered the dead snake and lost my composure. As the maid's explanation unfolded, the realization dawned on the assembly. The one inside was Zhang Ao. Whispers began to circulate, questioning the image of Zhang's young master, previously regarded as the epitome of youthful allure. How could he behave so brazenly in the presence of the princess? The Duke of the State's reputation was tarnished by Zhang Ao's actions. The young master of the Jiang family truly was a scandalous figure. The crowd began to murmur. Even little Xiao in Jiang Wanqing's arms tugged at her sleeve, worry etched on her face. Oh dear uncle, will he be schemed against again? This cannot be true. It is that wicked ant plotting. Jiang Wanqing maintained a solemn demeanor, silent amidst the chaos. While Li Yanting, sensing an opportunity, seized upon Jiang Wanqing's predicament, taunting. Your second brother is truly well-mannered. Years spent in the border city, and what has he learned? While he may not have acquired the skills of warfare, he certainly seems adept at revelry. Her eyes sparkled with derision. In that moment, even Bai Li Chun refrained from intervening. Jiang Wanqing pressed her lips together and met Bai Li Yanting's gaze. Your Highness, my brother would never act in such a manner. Bai Li Yanting laughed. Oh, what a feeble defense. Who else but your brother could have entered this room? The crowd echoed her sentiments, pointing fingers at Jiang Wanqing. Today's banquet was meant for flower appreciation. How had they ended up in this courtyard? Suddenly, a low voice broke through, and expressions of shock spread across the faces around them. They parted to make way for the speaker. A figure clad in a black brocade robe and draped in a matching cloak stood tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. His features were strikingly handsome, yet his gaze bore a malevolent intensity. With a strong nose and tightly pressed lips, he radiated a sense of severity mingled with dignity. The black robe, embroidered with golden python patterns, lent an air of nobility and mystery. Delicate patterns adorned the collar, cuffs, and hem of the robe, signifying his exalted status. A silk black belt cinched at his waist accentuated his elongated and well-proportioned silhouette. As the man in the black brocade stepped forth from the crowd, he stood silently, his piercing eyes surveying the assembly. Upon meeting his gaze, the onlookers instinctively bowed their heads, fearful of incurring his displeasure. Bai Li Qin regarded the man with a smile, exclaiming, to my surprise, Father has indeed sent Eunuch Fong. Eunuch Fong nodded towards Bai Li Chun and slightly inclined his body, displaying an air of arrogance. Your Highness. The Prince of Cheng'an. Observing Eunuch Fong's lack of decorum, Bai Li Yanting could no longer contain her anger and scolded, You uncouth eunuch. It is only because the Emperor favors you that you were appointed as the Grand Supervisor of the Eastern Depot. How dare you act so haughtily before my royal brother? At her words, astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was Eunuch Fong, rumored to be the Emperor's most trusted confidant, known for his ruthlessness and solitary demeanor. With countless lives weighing on his conscience, Bai Li Chen's expression shifted slightly as he cast a warning glance at Bai Li Yanting, rebuking, Bai Li Yanting. Your lack of decorum has reached new heights, and your insolence knows no bounds. I shall ensure that Mother disciplines you properly. Bai Li Yanting, taken aback, displayed a look of confusion and indignation, retorting, Am I mistaken? He is merely a eunuch. Intimidated by Bai Li Chen's fierce gaze, Bai Li Yanting restrained her discontent and forced a smile, saying, Eunuch Fong, my royal sister lacks understanding. I hope you will not hold it against her. Eunuch Fong, with a hint of self-deprecation, responded, Your Highness, the Prince of Cheng'an, you flatter me. I am merely serving His Majesty's commands, a mere servant without such grand capabilities. Bai Li Chun pressed his lips together, his eyes glimmering with thought. Indeed, Eunuch Fong was but a eunuch. Yet, he was the Grand Supervisor of the Eastern Depot. The tasks that the Emperor could not undertake, he entrusted to Eunuch Fong. In the current political landscape, power was divided among the Jiang family, the Crown Prince, himself, and the Eastern Depot, led by Eunuch Fong under the Emperor's command. If he could win Eunuch Fong's favor, his chances in the struggle for the throne would be significantly strengthened. However, Eunuch Fong was known for his unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, making him difficult to sway. Moreover, Eunuch Fong was a master of manipulation, his heart as cold as ice. He heeded only the emperor's commands, disregarding the sentiments of outsiders, regardless of their royal status. Ultimately, Eunuch Fong's arrogance stemmed from the emperor's favoritism. If he could be allied with, it would be ideal. If not, Bai Li Qin's gaze toward Eunuch Fong momentarily flickered with malice. Eunuch Fong broke the silence, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you all together here?" Bai Li Yinting turned her attention to Eunuch Fong, momentarily lost in thought. He was indeed a handsome man, but alas, merely a dead eunuch. She hastily declared, "Eunuch Fong, your timing is impeccable. Today, someone has committed indecent acts at my flower viewing banquet. It is an affront to my dignity. I wonder if Eunuch Fong will take action?" Eunuch Fong furrowed his brow and scoffed. Indecent acts at the princess's flower viewing banquet? Such audacity is truly remarkable. Bai Li Yinting pointed towards Jiang Wanqing's elder brother, Jiang Ao, raising her chin. It was none other than Jiang Ao. Alas, the Jiang family's century-long reputation will be tarnished by the actions of the second son. Eunuch Fong followed her gesture and turned his gaze towards Jiang Wanqing, who met his eyes with a mix of recognition and apprehension. She had heard of Eunuch Fong's notorious temperament, yet for some reason, his voice sounded strangely familiar. Observing him closely, she could hardly believe he was a eunuch, if one were to keep it a secret. He could easily be mistaken for a scion of a noble family. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that there was a hint of amusement hidden in his gaze as it rested upon her. "Mother, this eunuch is a fraud. His identity seems rather complex. I heard before your death that Eunuch Fong had raised an insurrection leading the remnants of the Jiang army." Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, astonished by the revelations. How could Eunuch Fong be a false eunuch? And furthermore, leading a rebellion? The series of events seemed almost fantastical. Taking a deep breath, she looked back at Eunuch Fong, determined to quell her rising questions. Who exactly was he? Why was he masquerading as a eunuch? And how could he dare to rebel? She vowed to uncover the truth. "Eunuch Fong, if your second brother truly committed acts of disrespect towards the princess at her banquet, he shall certainly accompany me to the Eastern Depot," Eunuch Fong stated with a smile directed at Jiang Wanqing. However, everyone knew that once one entered the Eastern Depot, the outcome was either death or severe punishment. Jiang Wanqing maintained her composure. "Unless witnessed firsthand, how could it possibly be my brother?" Bai Li Yinting interjected mockingly. "Jiang Wanqing, now that doom is upon you, you still dare to quibble. Besides your brother Jiang Ao, no one else dared to leave their seats." Bai Li Yinting's perception of Jiang Wanqing's calm demeanor only intensified her belief that it was all an act. As expected, when Jiang Wanqing glanced at Bai Li Yinting, a flicker of anxiety crossed her face, and she hurriedly implored, "Your Highness, it is merely a flower viewing banquet. Why must we investigate? Perhaps it was just two servants in a compromising position. If the public were to witness it, the one shamed would be the princess." Bai Li Yinting scoffed. "The one who should be ashamed is your brother, Jiang Ao, and your family. Do not attempt to shift the blame onto my royal household. We shall see who should be embarrassed when the truth is revealed." The gathered crowd echoed in agreement. "Indeed. Who is it? Let us open the door and find out." "Jiang Wanqing, or rather Madam Zhou, you should stop trying to cover it up. Everyone present at the flower viewing banquet is aware of the incident. How do you intend to conceal it any longer?" "Enough." Eunuch Fong's voice rang out, silencing the crowd. Bai Li Qin nodded. "Then let us open the door and see who it is." With that, the assembly moved towards the room. As they approached, the sounds of indulgence wafted into their ears, causing the ladies present to cover their faces in embarrassment while the gentlemen eyed the door with heightened curiosity. Beside her, Chen Jiru leaned closer to Jiang Wanqing, offering what seemed to be comfort. "Wanqing, even if your brother has committed such acts, you are to marry into the Xingqiang Marquis' household. It shall not tarnish your reputation." Though her words appeared supportive, they effectively acknowledged Jiang Ao's misdeeds. Jiang Wanqing turned her head, casting a glance at Chen Jiru, yet said nothing. She is not a fool. She understands this conversation. Henceforth, it seems her connection with Chen Jiru will be severed entirely. In the next moment, Eunuch Fong Su stepped forward and forcefully kicked the door open. "Ah!" The man and woman inside the room appeared to awaken suddenly, letting out startled cries. They hurriedly concealed themselves beneath the covers. Bai Li Yinting was the first to step forward, her anger palpable as she addressed the couple hiding under the quilt. "Jiang Ao, you have the audacity to engage in such lewd acts in my residence. Yet now, you only dare to cower in this woman's embrace. Come out." The couple beneath the quilt remained too frightened to emerge. They whispered admonitions, You are still an unmarried girl. Why act so rashly? Bai Li Yanqing cast a sidelong glance at the bed, accusingly stating, Your Highness, I kindly invited them to my flower-viewing banquet, yet they have sullied it in such a manner. I shall certainly reward the maid who dared to climb into bed with him with a scarlet gown. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing struggled to suppress her amusement, curious to see if she would still be so bold if she knew that the woman in that bed was the sister of her beloved. Noticing Jiang Wanqing's indifference, Bai Li Yanqing glared at her in frustration. Jiang Wanqing, if you have any conscience, call your brother out yourself. If we uncover this quilt, he will have no face left. Jiang Wanqing feigned panic. Your Highness, must we really uncover this quilt? Why not let this matter die down? Bai Li Yanqing, inwardly scoffing, thought it amusing that Jiang Wanqing could also be afraid. She then commanded, Bring me that quilt. Eunuch Fangsu gestured, and 2 guards stepped forward, swiftly pulling the quilt away. The 2 naked figures on the bed huddled in the corner, trembling. The onlookers, torn between curiosity and shame, covered their faces with handkerchiefs. When they finally beheld the man on the bed, shock washed over them. Raising their voices in astonishment, they exclaimed, Cousin, how can it be you? Bai Li Chen's expression darkened as well. Eunuch Fangsu chuckled lightly. Well, how could it be the only son of the Duke of Qi? Jiang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief, while the little one in her arms excitedly waved her hands. Hooray, this time it's not the second uncle. Jiang Wanqing quickly covered the child's eyes, not wanting her to witness such an embarrassing scene. The man on the bed momentarily panicked at the sight of so many people. Upon recognizing Bai Li Yanqing and Bai Li Chun, he steadied his composure, his expression tinged with displeasure. Cousin, are you bringing so many people to witness your cousin's humiliation? Chapter 55, Which scoundrel dares to seduce my cousin? Bai Li Yanqing's expression gradually crumbled in disbelief. How can it be you? Wasn't Zhang Ao supposed to be here? Can someone tell me why my cousin Chu Tianxiang is on that bed? Frustrated, she cast another glance at the bed, as if hoping to find Zhang Ao's figure amongst the sheets, but to her dismay, he was nowhere to be found. Chu Tianxiang furrowed his brow and snatched the clothes from the guard, draping them over himself. He then glared at Bai Li Yanqing, snorting, Cousin, I know nothing of this Jiang Air, Jiang San, or Jiang Si. I see only myself here. He was clearly displeased with Bai Li Yanqing's entourage witnessing his misfortune. Eunuch Fangsu snickered, What a grand bed this is. From the back of the crowd, Jiang Wanqing could no longer contain her amusement. She smiled slowly and said, Ah, Your Highness, I warned you that my brother would never engage in lewd acts at your flower-viewing banquet. It seems you insisted on clarifying the matter, thus allowing the young lord to become the subject of ridicule. Chu Tianxiang was the sole heir of the Duke of Qi, and outsiders affectionately referred to him as the young lord. The Duke of Qi was the brother of the favored concubine, and it was due to her favor that he received such great honor. Listening to Jiang Wanqing's words, Chu Tianxiang finally grasped the situation. He pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Li Yanqing. Cousin, you have gone too far. I merely slept with one of your maids. Is it necessary to bring so many people to witness my disgrace? Bai Li Yanqing felt a wave of disgust at being pointed at by him, her brows knitting together. Chu Tianxiang, how dare you? He was taken aback, shocked that Bai Li Yanqing dared to call his name. Meanwhile, Bai Li Chen's face had turned dark. The commotion between Bai Li Yanqing and Chu Tianxiang had brought shame upon the Duke of Qi's household. He barked. All of you, be silent. Bai Li Yanqing was startled into silence, meeting Bai Li Chen's stormy gaze. She inadvertently glanced at Jiang Wanqing standing behind him, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind. She took a few steps forward, standing before Jiang Wanqing, her eyes flashing with suspicion. Jiang Wanqing, are you the one behind this? Jiang Wanqing appeared dumbfounded, before incredulously replying, Your Highness, I assure you, I had no knowledge of this matter. I have said from the beginning that my brother would never do such a thing at the banquet. I have consistently tried to prevent you from opening this door. Observing Jiang Wanqing's innocent expression, Bai Li Yanqing recalled her previous words. Yet, an inexplicable feeling nagged at her, leaving her unsettled. Eunuch Fangsu, watching Bai Li Yanqing's expressive face and Jiang Wanqing's composed demeanor, smiled faintly. He then inquired, Your Highness, should I take the young lord to the Eastern Depot? After all, it was you who claimed the young lord's actions were disrespectful to you at your flower-viewing banquet. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang's face fell. He glanced at Eunuch Fangsu with fear, then turned to Bai Li Chun, his eyes pleading. Cousin, it can't come to that. I merely slept with a woman, and my cousin wants me to go to the Eastern Depot? Who doesn't he know that anyone who goes there either dies or is stripped of their status? Bai Liqian pursed his lips, inhaling deeply, his hands clenching into fists, his gaze flickering. Eunuch Fang Su shot a knowing look at Bai Liqian, his eyes glimmering with amusement. His Highness is correct. Such a trivial matter does not warrant troubling His Majesty. Chu Tianxiang released a breath of relief. Yet the woman hiding behind him could not help but tremble in fear. Bai Li Yanqing, unable to find an outlet for her frustration, was drawn to the commotion. She stepped forward, addressing Chu Tianxiang, "Cousin, step aside. I must see which lowly maid dared to seduce you." Before Chu Tianxiang could react, Bai Li Yanqing pulled him aside. With no longer any cover, Zhou Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. She clutched her belly, attempting to grab the quilt, only to realize it had long been discarded by Bai Li Yanqing. Bai Li Yanqing scrutinized Zhou Xiaoxiao, her fury barely contained, and slapped her directly across the face. "Ouch!" Zhou Xiaoxiao cried out, covering her face and turning her head, refusing to show herself. The situation before her was beyond her expectations. Zhou Xiaoxiao had not anticipated that events would unravel in such a manner. The person who should have been in her bed was not Jiang Ao, but rather, how is it that the person before me is someone I do not recognize? My brother asserts that everything has been arranged, that all is under control. Yet, a twinge of panic stirs within Zhou Xiaoxiao. Just moments ago, I heard Bai Li Yanqing refer to this man as her cousin. It seems he is indeed the young lord of the Duke of Qi's household. In that instant, Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart is filled with both fear and astonishment. Surely, being with this young lord is preferable to being with Jiang Ao. She suppresses the dread welling inside her and sneaks a glance at Chu Tianxiang beside the bed. His expression has cracked, revealing a hint of shock. What manner of man is this corpulent figure, with squinty eyes and large ears? How could she have submitted to such an unattractive man? Just moments ago, she distinctly remembers entering this room and encountering Jiang Ao. Bai Li Yanqing observes Zhou Xiaoxiao's restless gaze and sneers coldly, her fury palpable. "You audacious wretch! How dare you commit such an act and still attempt to hide?" With that, she delivers a resounding slap to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Jiang Wanqing raises an eyebrow, sensing it is time for her to make an appearance. Suddenly, her face transforms into an expression of profound sorrow, devoid of tears as she clutches her chest, wailing, "My second sister. How could you find yourself on the young lord's bed? What have you done? What shall we do now?" Chapter 56. It is you who schemed against me. Bai Liqian and Gong Fang Su glance at Jiang Wanqing, their expressions darkened. What a display of theatrics. The little one kicks her legs in innocence, exclaiming, "Mother, your tears are far too phony. At least shed a few worthless ones." Jiang Wanqing purses her lips in confusion. Could her acting truly be so lacking? She casts a sidelong glance at Granny Su. "Granny, please, gather my second sister's clothes." "Yes, madam." Granny Su replies solemnly, swiftly collecting the garments from the floor and tossing them to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao glares at Jiang Wanqing with resentment, feeling the disdainful, curious, and scornful gazes of those at the door upon her. She lowers her head in shame. Were it not for Jiang Wanqing's earlier cries, these people may have merely assumed she was some bed servant. Yet now, they all know she is related to Jiang Wanqing, and she can no longer be dismissed as a mere servant. Hearing Jiang Wanqing's lamentations, Bai Li Yanqing retorts sarcastically, "Is this the decorum of your Duke's household? Your brother is not lecherous, yet your sister has engaged in such shameless acts. What fine rules your household upholds." Jiang Wanqing ceases her crying, staring blankly at Bai Li Yanqing, seemingly astonished. "Your Highness, what do you mean? How could my second sister's mistakes tarnish the reputation of our Duke's household? Everyone clearly saw that my elder brother was not present in this room." Bai Li Yanqing snorts dismissively. "You call this wretched girl your second sister? Is she not a part of your household?" The term wretched drains Zhou Xiaoxiao's face of color, feeling utterly insulted. Bai Liqian glances indifferently at Zhou Xiaoxiao, as if awaiting an explanation for the presence of the woman upon the bed. Gong Fang Su stands with arms crossed at the door, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, scrutinizing Jiang Wanqing as if she were prey. Facing the curious gazes of the assembly and Zhou Xiaoxiao's pleading looks urging Jiang Wanqing to keep the truth concealed, Jiang Wanqing raises her head and meets Bai Li Yanqing's gaze. She speaks slowly. "Your Highness, have you forgotten? There is but one legitimate daughter in the Duke's household, and I have 6 elder brothers." Bai Li Yanqing furrows her brow. "But I distinctly heard you refer to this wretch as your second sister." Jiang Wanqing casts a sidelong glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao on the bed before explaining, "This is my late husband's second sister, the second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang. What connection does she have to our Duke's household?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao despairingly shuts her eyes. It is over. Everything is over. Why does the reality before her differ so vastly from her expectations? Was it not Jiang Ao who should be in that bed? Was she not supposed to coerce Jiang Ao into giving her a title at this very moment? Yet now, this grotesque figure lies before her. She cannot bring herself to submit to such a man for the rest of her life. Zhou Xiaoxiao casts a furtive glance at Chu Tianxiang, feeling as if the feast's contents are about to resurface. To make matters worse, the onlookers begin to murmur amongst themselves. The Marquis of Xingchang truly possesses fine breeding. His daughters surpass even those from the flower houses. They are adept at climbing into beds. The daughters of the Marquis of Xingchang are indeed something to behold. Surely, if the old Marquis learned of this, he would be furious. Ha ha ha. While the old Marquis may be unable to act, that long-deceased young Marquis surely could. The laughter of the crowd is painfully grating. Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes widen in alarm. No, this is not how it is. She suddenly cries out. That is not true. It was this man who forcibly brought me into this room. He compelled me. Chu Tianxiang, upon hearing this, stands in anger, disregarding his disheveled appearance as he strides towards Zhou Xiaoxiao. Without a shred of pity, he delivers a slap to her. Zhou Xiaoxiao cries out in pain, clutching her reddened cheek in disbelief, staring at Chu Tianxiang. How dare this grotesque man strike her? She retorts. What? Do you dare to act but not to admit it? It was you who forced me. Chu Tianxiang scoffs in amusement. Huh? Wretched girl. You were the one who flirted with me days ago, claiming you would wait for me at the flower viewing banquet. You invited me into this room. You willingly surrendered yourself. Now, you twist the tale and claim I forced you? Not even the courtesans could match your audacity. Zhou Xiaoxiao stands there, dumbfounded, her eyes wide as she gasps. When did I ever flirt with you? Do not slander me. She had never met this Chu Tianxiang before. How could it be that she had supposedly been involved with him for ages? Jiang Wanqing silently observes this chaotic spectacle, her eyes cold and piercing. This Chu Tianxiang was the man she had deliberately sought for Zhou Xiaoxiao. After all, he is well versed in all vices. Moreover, he has a legitimate wife. Bai Li Yanting exchanges glances with Bai Li Chun, their eyes flashing with intrigue. Then, Bai Li Chun turns to the crowd at the door. I do not wish to hear any idle gossip regarding today's events. Now, please, everyone, depart and enjoy the flower viewing. Bai Li Chun had not anticipated that Zhou Xiaoxiao was connected to the Marquis of Xingchang. Now that he knows, all he can do is silence the crowd. Alas, if only it were that simple. The guests at this banquet are nobility. They would never pass up such an opportunity for gossip. The assembly, still unsated by the spectacle, must reluctantly take their leave. Bai Li Yanting watches Zhou Xiaoxiao and Chu Tianxiang deflecting responsibility from one another, a flicker of disgust crossing her features. She had not expected that such a disreputable individual would turn out to be the second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang, the sister of that man. As Zhou Xiaoxiao and Chu Tianxiang continue their dispute, she is met with another slap, collapsing onto the bed. Her peripheral vision inadvertently catches Jiang Wanqing's mocking expression. In that moment, her heart sinks, and she can no longer concern herself with her dignity. Thus, clad only in a thin garment, she rises from the bed and approaches Jiang Wanqing, fury blazing in her eyes. Jiang Wanqing, was this your scheme? Was it you? Jiang Wanqing cradled the small child and took a step back, as if startled. At the same moment, Mama Su stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing gazed at Zhou Xiaoxiao with a look of utter grievance and slowly spoke. Second sister, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that I knocked you unconscious and brought you here? Chapter 57. Why should I be a concubine? Zhou Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth and retorted angrily. Though you did not knock me out, the person who should be here is Jiang Ao, not him. She pointed disdainfully at Chu Tianxiang, who approached with a frosty glare. Advancing step by step, he grasped Zhou Xiaoxiao's delicate neck with one hand, articulating each word with cold venom. Wretched woman, you are the one who seduced me. And now, you still wish to entice others? You yearn to share his bed? It is too late. You are already mine, Chu Tianxiang. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt an increasing struggle for breath. The proximity of his unsightly form mingled with the odor of sweat, rendering her breathless. Soon, her face turned crimson from the lack of air. It was Bai Li Chen, unable to bear the sight, who finally intervened, exclaiming, Chu Tianxiang, enough. Do you truly wish to face the consequences of your actions before Lord Fengshu? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang reluctantly released Zhou Xiaoxiao. The mere mention of Lord Fengshu held a certain ominous weight. Meanwhile, Fengshu leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with an amused expression. Bailey Yanqing glanced at the disheveled Zhou Xiaoxiao and then at Chu Tianxiang, a flicker of disgust passing through her eyes. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Now, we have one from the Duke's household and one from the Marquis of Xingchang's family, creating such a scandal in my residence. What shall we do?" Chu Tianxiang shrugged, evidently dismissive of the situation. Zhou Xiaoxiao shot him a look of disdain, unwilling to lower herself to such an unsightly creature. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, it was evident he had been drained by the courtesans of the flower house. Fang Shu observed the two in silence before finally suggesting, "If you are unsure of how to proceed, perhaps it would be best to take you both to my east factory." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang hastily gathered his clothes and concealed himself behind Bailey Chun. Zhou Xiaoxiao, alarmed, raised her voice, "You want me to be a concubine? On what grounds?" Bailey Yanqing cast a cold glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao, stating, "He is already wed. Do you expect him to divorce his wife for a woman of your ilk?" Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, noting how Bailey Yanqing seemed to protect Chu Tianxiang's wife. "How hypocritical. When you pressured my mother to become a secondary wife, you did not speak with such moral conviction. You do not wish for Chu Tianxiang to marry Zhou Xiaoxiao, not because of principle, but because he has wed the daughter of a royal merchant. Bailey Chin's ambitions to claim the title rely upon her family's wealth. Even if this troublesome princess has affections for Zhou Zhigu, it holds little significance in the struggle for succession." The small child glanced between Bailey Yanqing and Bailey Chun, shaking her head disapprovingly. Jiang Wanqing understood now. It was all due to the value of Chu Tianxiang's wife. Mama Su nodded in agreement. Feeling the tension, Bailey Chun chose to leave. Chu Tianxiang quickly followed suit, noticeably trembling as he passed Fang Shu. Bailey Yanqing, with an unspoken expression, glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao before sighing and departing alongside Bailey Chen. Concerned that the child might be traumatized by the scene, Jiang Wanqing hurriedly led her towards the flower-viewing banquet. As they exited, Jiang Wanqing noticed Bailey Yanqing and Chu Tianxiang conversing outside. "Cousin, are you truly not being set up to share a bed with her?" "Absolutely not. This woman pursued me just days ago, but I was unaware she was from the Marquis of Xingchang's household. She was so forward then, and now she acts as if she has no connection to me. It was she who invited me here, and she was the one who offered herself upon entering." Bailey Yanqing appeared skeptical, taking note of Jiang Wanqing's presence and promptly falling silent. Jiang Wanqing pretended not to hear their exchange and turned away. After walking for a while, she felt something was amiss. As Fang Shu noticed Jiang Wanqing stopping, he too paused, smiling. "Why have you halted, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Wanqing scrutinized Fang Shu, finding his smiling eyes oddly familiar, as if she had encountered them before. She recognized the man before her as a ruthless figure, notorious for his merciless actions, and had no intention of inciting his ire. Instead, she stepped aside. "Please, Lord Fang, I carry a child and cannot move swiftly." Fang Shu chuckled. "Everyone describes me as ruthless, yet here you are, unbound by my influence. To plot against a young lady like this, TSK. Jiang Wanqing raised her head abruptly, fixing her gaze on Fang Shu. "Why the tension? I assure you, I harbor no intentions of hostility unless provoked. Had she not sought to harm my family, I would not have acted against her." Fang Shu nodded in acknowledgement, "A commendable principle, Miss Jiang. I hope you remain steadfast in this mindset." "What?" Jiang Wanqing responded, perplexed, not fully grasping his meaning. Fang Shu smiled. "Do not allow others to take advantage of you." With that cryptic remark, he departed, leaving Jiang Wanqing in a state of bewilderment. This Lord Fang was not quite as he was rumored to be. Carrying her confusion, Jiang Wanqing continued towards the flower-viewing banquet. Yet she still needed to ensure her elder brother was well before she could leave. Upon entering the flower hall, she found a crowd gathered, pointing at something of interest. Jiang Wanqing approached, cradling the child, and saw Jiang Ao in the center, diligently painting a floral tableau. The surrounding voices were filled with admiration. She had thought her brother was merely skilled in warfare, but his artistic talent was indeed remarkable. Today's accolades would likely belong to the Jiang siblings. As the praises echoed, Bailey Yanqing and Bailey Chen approached from a distance. "What are you all gathered around to see?" Chapter 58. There are always villains wanting to steal flowers. The crowd stood in reverence as Bailey Chun and Bailey Yanqing arrived. Bailey Chun waved his hand, radiating warmth. For today's flower viewing banquet, there is no need for excessive formality. Bailey Yanqing scanned the area, quickly spotting Jiang Ao among the throng. She approached with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Jiang Ao, where have you been?" Jiang Ao, still holding a brush, gestured towards his nearly completed painting. A hint of surprise in his demeanor. Where? I've been here painting, captivated by the beauty of the flowers. Bailey Yanqing's gaze lingered with skepticism. Stepping closer to observe the artwork, it was indeed a nearly finished piece. Doubts lingered in her mind as she and Bailey Qin exchanged glances. They needed to uncover whether Chu Tianxiang had been set up. Noticing their scrutiny, Jiang Ao suddenly chuckled softly. In a moment of confusion, he remarked that he had indulged in a bit too much wine earlier, resulting in a slight headache. Initially intending to change his attire, he was captivated by the beauty of the flowers from afar and contemplated a leisurely stroll. Was this not permissible? Had he transgressed the rules of the flower viewing banquet? At that moment, someone nearby interjected, clarifying that there was no breach of decorum, merely an awkward cough from another individual. The first speaker promptly fell silent, casting a cautious glance at the expression of His Highness, the Prince of Qing'an. The unfinished words left Jiang Ao with a puzzled countenance, expressing his innocence. What had transpired? Had he missed something significant? Bai Liqin scrutinized Jiang Ao's expression, observing the genuine bewilderment etched upon his features. He breathed a sigh of relief, assuring him that nothing of consequence had occurred. He then addressed the assembly. Very well, since this is a flower viewing banquet, let us all enjoy the blossoms. Other matters should be weighed carefully before being spoken. The crowd dispersed accordingly. As the Prince of Cheng'an, Bai Liqin had numerous responsibilities and soon departed. Bai Liqin, after exchanging mere pleasantries, also took her leave early. Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Ao retreated to a secluded corner. Jiang Wanqing exhaled softly, relieved that her second brother was unharmed. She inquired, "Second brother, you didn't leave any incriminating evidence, did you?" Jiang Ao feigned anger, glancing at her forehead. "Do you still doubt your second brother? Rest assured, I did not enter that room, and I discreetly placed the medicine given to me by elder brother in there. It is said that the colorless and tasteless drug can temporarily cloud one's reason. However, I am curious, how did you manage to pique Chu Tianxiang's interest in Zhou Xiaoxiao?" Jiang Wanqing chuckled, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes as she slowly explained, "This was largely thanks to elder brother. The garment worn by Zhou Xiaoxiao is a unique creation from Tianyi workshop. Elder brother had someone don that attire along with a mask, deliberately engaging Chu Tianxiang early on, and even made arrangements for the flower viewing banquet with him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ao's brow furrowed slightly, uncertainty etched across his face. Tentatively, he queried, "But sister, isn't this a bit excessive? Are we truly going to ensnare a young lady of the inner quarters?" Jiang Wanqing lowered her head, letting out a soft laugh. When she raised her gaze once more, a grave expression adorned her features. "What if I told you that Zhou Xiaoxiao was initially targeting you? Someone had intended to drug you." Jiang Ao's expression shifted dramatically, his brow knitting together. "Surely not." Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth. "Why wouldn't it be? Do you think I advised you against entering that room for no reason? Do you believe elder brother provided you with that medicine without purpose? Had you stepped into that chamber today, you would have undoubtedly fallen victim to that despicable drug." Jiang Ao's face darkened. The audacity of someone attempting to drug him was infuriating. Yet he looked up at Jiang Wanqing. "Sister, how do you know this?" Jiang Wanqing met his gaze, articulating each word, "Because I overheard the scheming between Zhou Zigu and Zhou Xiaoxiao." "The plotting of Zhou Zigu and Zhou Xiaoxiao?" Jiang Ao furrowed his brow. "Isn't my brother-in-law dead?" Jiang Wanqing shook her head. "No, he faked his death. He is very much alive, residing comfortably in a house in the southern part of the city with his old flame." Jiang Ao's expression shifted from shock to fury as he clenched his fists. "That despicable scoundrel! How dare he deceive you? I will deal with him at once." Jiang Wanqing sighed, quickly restraining Jiang Ao. She had refrained from discussing this matter with him earlier, fearing his impulsive reaction. Jiang Ao, feeling her grip on his arm, turned to her. "Do you still wish to defend that scoundrel?" Jiang Wanqing shook her head. "Second brother, this matter is not as simple as you think. We must not alert the enemy." Jiang Ao discerned the complexity in her words. What did it mean? Jiang Wanqing continued to explain. "This situation is lengthy." Jiang Ao interrupted. "Then let us keep it brief." Just as Jiang Wanqing prepared to speak, she glanced down at the small child in her arms, hesitating. Finally, she said, "You can ask elder brother about it later. He will provide you with answers, but please, do not act rashly. We must decide after consulting him." Though Jiang Ao was often reckless in protecting those he cherished, he was not devoid of intellect. He nodded. "Very well, I shall inquire of elder brother. However, I will not let those who wronged you go unpunished. Even if I cannot retaliate now, I will settle this score in due time." Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze. In this life, with the little one around, her second brother would finally be free of disgrace. Young Master Zhang Ao. A sudden voice called out. Zhang Ao, puzzled, asked, and you are? The young lady before him, amidst a gathering of women, was not particularly striking, her appearance best described as unremarkable, notably marred by a conspicuous mole on her face. She offered a slight bow. I am Xue Feier, daughter of the royal merchant Xue family. Xue Feier? He was unfamiliar with her. Before Zhang Ao could respond, Xue Feier extended a pouch toward him. Young Master Zhang Ao, I hope you will accept this pouch. Jiang Wanqi was about to interject but felt the small child in her arms squirming restlessly, clearly distressed. What to do? How did this wicked woman entangle herself with her handsome uncle? Chapter 59. The calm before the storm. Jiang Wanqing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xue Feier. The latter appeared ordinary, yet she consistently wore a simple smile. Jiang Wanqing was aware that Xue Feier's sister, Xue Fang'er, was the wife of Chu Tianxiang. However, based on the child's words, it seemed that Xue Feier was not someone to be underestimated. Zhang Ao returned the pouch to Xue Feier. Embarrassed, though I am a rough man, I understand that this pouch is not a mere trinket to be given away. Xue Feier insisted, reoffering the pouch. What if I said that I have feelings for young Master Zhang Ao? Oh no, Uncle has narrowly escaped a wicked aunt, only to encounter this scheming woman. According to the previous narrative, Uncle's reputation was ruined by Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Xue Feier did not genuinely care for him. She was infatuated with Yi Chongning instead. Yi Chongning, with a noble lineage and striking looks, would naturally never consider someone like Xue Feier. Xue Feier deliberately suppressed the Yi family, forcing them to borrow money from the Xue family to gain status. Yi Chongning, a scholar with a wealth of knowledge, would have easily achieved success in the examinations. Knowing this, Xue Feier sought to eliminate him as a rival. She even hired someone to break Yi Chongning's leg on his way to the exam, pretending to be a hero who came to his rescue, thus closely attending to him. Unfortunately, with a broken leg, Yi Chongning became a cripple and lost his chance at the examinations. Disheartened, and feeling indebted to Xue Feier for her supposed rescue, he agreed to marry into the Xue family. Years later, after Xue Feier inadvertently revealed this plot while intoxicated, Yi Chongning, unable to accept the truth, killed her in a fit of rage. Thus, this tale became a scandal among the capital's populace. How could such a wicked woman take an interest in Uncle? Alas! The little one furrowed her brow, sighing deeply, seemingly lamenting the unfairness of her uncle's fate. As Jiang Wanqing cast her gaze back at Xue Feier, a chill ran down her spine. Though the woman's features were plain, her simple smile belied a sinister nature. Such a person could resort to breaking another's leg and shattering their future, all in a bid to ensnare the one she desired. The thought was terrifying indeed. Observing the bewildered expression on Jiang Ao's face, Jiang Wanqing promptly took the pouch from his hands and handed it to Xue Feier. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Xue Feier's eyes as she awkwardly chuckled. Is that so? The future wife of Master Jiang Ao must truly be unfortunate. Jiang Ao frowned and sighed. Dear sister, marrying me can't be that miserable, can it? Jiang Wanqing retorted with a light scoff. Isn't that how our mother endured? Jiang Ao scratched the back of his head, contemplating, and it seemed to make sense. He then declared, in that case, I shall seek a female general in the future. That way, I can tend to both family and soldiers. Jiang Wanqing beamed. Then I wish you success in finding your female general, brother. Jiang Ao lowered his head, his ears turning crimson. Actually, I might find her soon. Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened in excitement. Is there truly a situation? Who is she? What is my sister-in-law like? Jiang Ao ruffled Jiang Wanqing's hair. Why ponder so much? It's all hypothetical at this point. Jiang Wanqing pouted. TSK, brother, you should learn from elder brother. Jiang Ao, with a serious expression, proclaimed, my goal is to reclaim the border territories before considering family matters. Jiang Wanqing shook her head helplessly, realizing the pattern. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she said earnestly, in the future, keep your distance from Xue Feier and refrain from conversing with her. Jiang Ao, puzzled, asked why. Could it be that mother also sensed something amiss with that wicked woman? He looked at Jiang Wanqing with a hint of excitement. Jiang Wanqing cleared her throat, knowing she could not reveal that she had heard his inner thoughts. She continued, you have your female general in mind. Why provoke unnecessary distractions? Furthermore, she is related to Xue Fang'er, who is the wife of Chu Tianxiang. Birds of a feather. It's best to maintain your distance. Jiang Ao nodded, finding her reasoning sound. He then embraced the little one in Jiang Wanqing's arms. All right, brother understands. Oh dear, I haven't held our little one properly yet. Sweetheart, I am your second uncle. Watching Zhang Ao playfully tease the little one, Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but think of the scholar named Yi Chongning. If Xue Feier were dissuaded from her feelings for her brother, might she develop an affection for Yi Chongning instead? She had heard of Yi Chongning before. Her mentor, Mr. Wuchen, had once praised him. Yet, she never imagined that in his previous life, Yi Chongning would squander his potential so foolishly. He should have been a remarkable young man. With this thought, Jiang Wanqing felt it was unwise to disregard Yi Chongning entirely. Since she had heard the little one's inner thoughts, perhaps she could save one's soul. Jiang Wanqing did not linger long at the flower viewing banquet, allowing Jiang Ao to amuse the little one for a while longer. After all, upon returning home, they were likely to face a tempest of turmoil. As they disembarked from the carriage, Jiang Wanqing spotted Mama Su at the entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings. When Mama Su finally caught sight of Jiang Wanqing, she hurriedly approached. Madam, you've been holding the young miss for quite some time. Shall I take her? Jiang Wanqing, feeling her arms growing sore, willingly handed the little one to Mama Su and inquired, "What is the situation in the manor?" Mama Su lowered her gaze, her expression shifting slightly. The old lady inquired about the accompanying maidservants, but it seems no one brought their personal maidservants into the princess's estate today. So hers is unaware of what transpired. I managed to slip out early. The old lady is likely waiting for you to inquire. Jiang Wanqing understood and consoled. No matter. It is her daughter who should feel ashamed, not us. The management of the estate now rests in the second young lady's hands, which is not our concern. Chapter 60. It was the second sister who climbed the bed voluntarily. Holding the little one, Jiang Wanqing entered the front hall with Mama Su. Before she could steady herself, a cup was hurled at her feet. Mama Su quickly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Wanqing, seemingly unfazed by the old lady's fury. Fearing that she might harm Jiang Wanqing and the little one, Jiang Wanqing composed herself, pulling Mama Su behind her, and raised her gaze to the irate old lady Zhou, who was stomping her cane in anger, unable to contain her fury. Jiang Wanqing bowed slightly, questioning, "What has caused such great anger, mother?" Old lady Zhou's sharp gaze scrutinized Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing quickly bent her waist and lowered her eyes. "Mother, please observe clearly. I have not bullied my sister." Old lady Zhou was clearly unconvinced. The pointed out Mama Su lowered her head, her expression troubled. "Old madam, it's not that I do not speak, but rather that there is nothing to say." Observing the two, each hinting at something different, only fueled old lady Zhou's anger further. With a cold laugh, she exclaimed, "What do you mean there is nothing to say? I see that you have bullied my daughter. You fear my reprimand and dare not speak." Jiang Wanqing raised her head, feigning a look of panic. "Mother, I truly did not bully my sister." Seeing Jiang Wanqing's demeanor, old lady Zhou became more convinced that Jiang Wanqing had done something inappropriate. Thinking of her daughter, who had never shown such sorrow, old lady Zhou's agitation intensified. "If you haven't bullied her, then speak." With that, old lady Zhou slammed her cane down again, visibly enraged. Jiang Wanqing hesitated. "If I were to explain, I hope mother will not be angry. Otherwise, perhaps we should call for a doctor, as I fear for your health." At the mention of a doctor, old lady Zhou was taken aback. What could be so serious as to require a doctor? She lost her composure and pressed, "Just speak. I can handle it. There's no need for a doctor." Old lady Zhou could not fathom what circumstance would necessitate a doctor. Seeing her impatience, Jiang Wanqing slightly pursed her lips and slowly said, "Second sister was caught in bed with the young lord of the Duke of Qi's family during the flower viewing banquet." Caught in bed. Caught in the act. Old lady Zhou comprehended each word clearly, yet found it difficult to grasp how they connected. The young lord of the Duke of Qi's family was none other than Chu Tianxiang, the son of her brother-in-law. She had even attended his wedding banquet and remembered him as a mountain of a man, notorious for his debauchery. Because of this, no noble lady would marry him, and he ended up marrying the daughter of a wealthy merchant. Now, Jiang Wanqing was accusing her daughter of consorting with such a disgraceful character. How could she dare? Old lady Zhou glared at Jiang Wanqing, scolding, "Jiang Wanqing, she is still your second sister. You brought her to the princess's estate. How dare you slander your sister and ruin her reputation?" The surrounding maidservants and young attendants, caught in this scandalous revelation, dared not speak or express their feelings. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, save for old lady Zhou's voice. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing bowed her head and wept silently. "Mother, I swear I am not lying. I had no idea that my second sister harbored feelings for the young lord of the Duke of Qi. The room at the flower viewing banquet had an enormous bed. The young gentlemen and ladies at the flower banquet observed everything with keen clarity. Upon hearing the news, old Madame Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, her complexion oscillating between pale and flushed. What do you mean by a large bed? Could it be that they were actually caught in the act? Old Madame Zhou exclaimed incredulously, what nonsense is this? How could someone like young Master Zhou Xiaoran possibly be interested in her? Jiang Wanqing, with a resigned expression, replied. I was initially skeptical as well, but everyone witnessed it. They were on the same bed. Moreover, it was young Master Zhou who publicly stated that he had been in contact with her recently. Upon hearing this, old Madame Zhou hesitated. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoran had been leaving the house frequently in recent days, but was it not to purchase attire for the flower banquet? Jiang Wanqing seemed surprised. Mother, you were unaware? I had prepared the outfit for second sister long ago. A heaviness settled in old Madame Zhou's heart. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoran had deceived her? Yet, considering someone like Chu Tianxiang, how could Zhou Xiaoran possibly take an interest? Besides his respectable status, he lacked other admirable qualities. How could Zhou Xiaoran engage in such reckless behavior? Nonetheless, no matter her character, she would not publicly disgrace the Marquis of Xingchang during the flower banquet where so many were present. The thought of this sent a chill down old Madame Zhou's spine. In an instant, her eyes closed, and her body stiffened as she slumped back, her cane clattering to the ground. It seemed she had fainted from anger. Madam, the maidservants rushed forward. Jiang Wanqing wore a worried expression. Mother, now that the situation has unfolded, being angry serves no purpose. It would be better to consider how to proceed. Jiang Wanqing hoped fervently that old Madame Zhou would not succumb to her anger, for if she were to die, how would she continue to enjoy the unfolding drama? With this thought, Jiang Wanqing cast a glance at Granny Su. Granny Su stepped forward and pressed her fingers firmly against old Madame Zhou's philtrum. After a moment, old Madame Zhou slowly opened her eyes, glaring at Jiang Wanqing. Have you conspired against your second sister? Jiang Wanqing wore an expression of innocence, shaking her head vigorously. Mother, you are mistaken. The affection between second sister and young master is evident to all present at the banquet. Moreover, with so many guests, how could I possibly frame her? Granny Su chimed in. This matter has nothing to do with the madam. Old madam, you may freely inquire among the young gentlemen and ladies present at the banquet. It was young master who declared before everyone that he had been in contact with the second miss, hence their meeting at the flower banquet in the princess's residence. Chapter 61. It's all my brother's doing. Upon hearing this, old Madame Zhou gripped the chair tightly, her pupils contracting. Then, with a forceful slap on the table, she stood up abruptly, swaying as her servants assisted her out of the hall. After old Madame Zhou departed, Granny Su turned to Jiang Wanqing and asked, Madam, did the old madam harm you just now? The teacup had nearly been thrown at Jiang Wanqing. Upon recalling this, Granny Su's expression turned grim. Jiang Wanqing shook her head. Granny Su muttered in complaint, even if she disregards you, the old madam should at least consider the young ladies. She could have seriously injured you with that cup. Second miss brought this upon herself with her malice, so why should all the blame fall upon you? Jiang Wanqing remained unperturbed, offering comfort. It's fine. Neither Xiaoxiao nor I were hurt. Let us go and witness the unfolding drama. I am curious to see how the old madam will address Zhou Xiaoran. With that, Jiang Wanqing exited the front hall and hurried toward Zhou Xiaoran's quarters, eager for the latest gossip. Old Madame Zhou moved slowly, allowing Jiang Wanqing to catch up. Just before reaching Zhou Xiaoran's courtyard, they heard Zhou Xiaoran's frantic shouts from outside. Get away. All of you, leave me alone. Are you here to mock me? You wretched beings. I knew it. Not allowing you to join me at the flower banquet has surely left you resentful. Jiang Wanqing noted Zhou Xiaoran's spirited outburst, indicating that Chu Tianxiang was indeed lacking. Old Madame Zhou stepped into the courtyard ahead, with Jiang Wanqing closely behind. They were about to enter the room when Zhou Xian emerged, covering her face, tears welling in her eyes. She froze upon seeing old Madame Zhou and Jiang Wanqing, then stammered an explanation. Mother, sister-in-law, I merely wish to comfort second sister, but she appears so heartbroken. I do not know what has transpired. Old Madame Zhou cast a dismissive glance at Zhou Xian before entering the room. Jiang Wanqing observed the red marks on Zhou Xian's face and frowned, offering gentle advice. For now, stay in your courtyard. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself. Zhou Xian was not favored in this household and often bore the brunt of Zhou Xiaoran's frustrations. Zhou Xian looked at Jiang Wanqing, nodding with a look of innocence. Oh, mother, third aunt may seem delicate, but her cunning is the deepest among the aunts. Hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Jiang Wanqing paused. Within this household, every individual seemed entwined in deceit. What good could come from the Zhou family of Marquis Xingqiang, except for the treasure she held in her arms? Xiaoxiao was not from the Marquis of Xingqiang, but from her own Duke of Zhen Nation's household. Jiang Wanqing decided not to dwell on Zhou Zian any longer and stepped inside. Upon entering, she found that nearly everything breakable had already been smashed. Zhou Ziran sat at the edge of the bed, curled up, her once exquisite makeup now a tear-streaked mess. Old Madame Zhou cautiously inquired, "What has happened?" "Speak to your mother. If someone has wronged you, I will certainly seek justice." With that, old Madame Zhou cast a pointed glance at Jiang Wanqing, convinced in her heart that Jiang Wanqing had bullied Zhou Ziran, intending to slander her. Perhaps Zhou Ziran had exchanged a few words with Chu Tianxiang at the flower banquet, leading Jiang Wanqing to twist the truth. Zhou Ziran remained silent, agitation growing within her as she glared at Jiang Wanqing. She then rose from the bed, striding toward Jiang Wanqing. Granny Su sensed the escalating tension and quickly positioned herself in front of Jiang Wanqing. Zhou Ziran, intent on confronting Jiang Wanqing, was restrained by Granny Su. With resentment in her eyes, Zhou Ziran shouted at Jiang Wanqing, "It's you. It must be you. It clearly isn't Chu Tianxiang. Why should it be him? It should be Jiang Ao. Only someone like Jiang Ao deserves him. What is Chu Tianxiang that he should insult me?" I could see clearly at the princess's residence what transpired. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing looked at me with a smile. If this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Wanqing, how could that be? Why did she smile like that? Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing displayed a concerned demeanor. Attempting to soothe her, "Second sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Everyone at the banquet knows of your mutual affection with young master. Soon, you shall become his concubine." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziran halted her movements, her body stiffening. Shaking her head, she murmured, "Concubine? I am merely a concubine. I am the second miss of the Marquis of Xingqiang, destined to be the primary wife. I refuse to be a concubine." After speaking, Zhou Ziran glared fiercely at Jiang Wanqing. "In my bed, it shouldn't be the changing clothes Jiang Ao. How did it become Chu Tianxiang?" The old matriarch Zhou, being experienced, quickly deduced what had transpired from Zhou Ziran's few words. Could it be that her daughter truly intended to climb into bed with someone, and mistakenly so? Who on earth taught her such behavior? The old matriarch's face darkened with fury as she rushed toward Zhou Ziran. With a resounding slap, she struck without hesitation. Zhou Ziran had already received several slaps from Chu Tianxiang earlier, leaving her face asymmetrical. Now, with the full force of the old matriarch's slap, her face became somewhat more balanced. Covering her face, Zhou Ziran looked at the old matriarch, tearfully complaining, "Mother, you hit me too. I was already struck by Chu Tianxiang today. Instead of comforting me, you hit me." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch felt an urge to slap Zhou Ziran several more times. She scolded sharply, questioning, "Did you really engage in such shameless acts with Chu Tianxiang in the princess's residence?" Startled by the old matriarch's shout, Zhou Ziran froze momentarily. After all, she was an unmarried girl. Now, upon reflection, she began to feel a twinge of shame. Observing Zhou Ziran's reaction, the old matriarch understood all too well. Her face darkened further as she chastised, "How could my family, the Marquis of Xingqiang, produce such a shameless person? Did I ever teach you to climb into bed with someone? You are the second young lady of the Marquis of Xingqiang. Why would you willingly degrade yourself like this?" Zhou Ziran, already infuriated, was now subjected to the old matriarch's scolding. With a sense of urgency, the old matriarch raised her hand again, delivering another slap to Zhou Ziran. Jiang Wanqing, observing from the side, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this is about to unravel." Zhou Ziran glared hatefully at the old matriarch while the latter cast a furtive glance at Jiang Wanqing, her demeanor slightly guilty. Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth, seemingly ready to voice her indignation, but the old matriarch quickly interrupted, scolding, "Enough. You engage in such actions and still wish to blame your elder brother? What? Did your brother send you dreams, and you dare to lay blame on him? Do you sincerely wish for your brother's demise to achieve peace?" Realizing the warning in the old matriarch's eyes, Zhou Ziran belatedly comprehended her previous words. She had nearly exposed herself in front of Jiang Wanqing. Casting a glance at Jiang Wanqing, she noticed the latter's expression remained unchanged, which allowed her to release a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, a sense of resentment began to swell within her. It was clearly Zhou Zigu who had told her to do this. Now that events had not unfolded as Zhou Zigu had predicted, why should she be the one to bear the consequences? Presently, all the blame rested solely on her shoulders. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's claim that Zhou Zigu had instructed her, the old matriarch's anger subsided somewhat, her tone softening. Did you truly have dealings with Chu Tianxiang? At the old matriarch's inquiry, Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively retorted, how is that possible? How could I possibly like such an ugly creature? The old matriarch looked perplexed, then why? Zhou Xiaoxiao bit her lip and whispered something in the old matriarch's ear. The old matriarch's face changed dramatically. When her gaze fell upon Jiang Wanqing, the fury in her eyes was barely contained. She instinctively exclaimed, Jiang Wanqing, did you set your sister up? Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly, chuckling lightly, Mother, has my second sister lost her wits, or are you growing forgetful? My second sister willingly dallied with the young prince. Am I to knock her unconscious and deliver her to him? Moreover, in front of so many people. It was the young prince who claimed that my second sister had long been involved with him. Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively defended herself. How could I possibly have anything to do with Chu Tianxiang? The person in that room should have been him. It should have been Jiang Ao. Upon hearing Jiang Ao's name, a flicker of malice flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. She then questioned, I am curious. Why does my second sister insist that the person in the room should have been my second brother? My second brother has been in the border town all this time and does not even know my second sister. Why must it be him appearing in that room for it to be reasonable? Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively explained, that is naturally because. Before she could finish, the old matriarch forcefully tugged at Zhou Xiaoxiao's sleeve. Was it truly such a coincidence that the person who should have appeared in the room, Jiang Ao, just happened to be Chu Tianxiang? Yet, in front of so many, Chu Tianxiang stated that he had long been involved with her. She had never even met him. Jiang Wanqing interjected, Second sister, I understand your desire for a higher marriage, but you should not have secretly interacted with the young lord. Furthermore, the young lord already has a legitimate wife. As the second young lady of the Marquis of Xingchang, how could you be a concubine? Fortunately, the young prince seems to favor you. I trust he will treat you well. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch cast another dubious glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Although Zhou Xiaoxiao claimed that Zhou Zigu had coaxed her into that room, intending to make her and Jiang Ao an item, how had it then turned into Chu Tianxiang? Moreover, Jiang Wanqing insisted that Chu Tianxiang had publicly declared his connection with Zhou Xiaoxiao. It seemed unlikely that such a statement was false. The old matriarch's heart began to waver. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoxiao sought a higher marriage and thus sought other avenues? However, in the next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao clutched the old matriarch's sleeve, her face a mask of despair. Mother, please save me. I do not want to marry. I do not want to marry. What can Chu Tianxiang offer me besides a more favorable status? How can I, the second young lady of the Marquis of Xingchang, become a concubine? Jiang Wanqing added fuel to the fire. Second sister, now that you say you do not wish to marry, why did you initially provoke the young prince? Now, before so many at the banquet, the young prince professes love for you. How could those young masters possibly compete with him? Besides, you and the young prince have already consummated your relationship, and with so many witnesses, even if you do not wish to marry, it is too late. Jiang Wanqing's words struck Zhou Xiaoxiao like daggers, and her complexion turned pale in an instant. She realized that her hopes of marrying into the noble families of the capital were now shattered. Who would desire a girl who had lost her reputation? Zhou Xiaoxiao helplessly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming silently down her face. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's despondent expression, the old matriarch's demeanor shifted once more. She cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Wanqing. Was it true that Zhou Xiaoxiao had dealings with Chu Tianxiang, or had her own daughter been schemed against? The old matriarch's sharp gaze scrutinized Jiang Wanqing, questioning, since it was you who took your second sister there, why did you not properly care for her at the banquet and allow her to make such mistakes? Jiang Wanqing feigned a look of grievance, hastily defending herself. I took the little one. The journey was naturally slow, and I could not catch up to my second sister. With just my 2 eyes on the little one, how could I also keep an eye on my second sister? Moreover, I never expected my second sister would dare to act so recklessly at the princess's banquet. Sitting on the ground, Zhou Xiaoxiao wept silently, casting a hateful glare at Jiang Wanqing. The old matriarch sighed deeply, speaking wearily. Now that such a situation has arisen, Xiaoxiao, whether you wish to marry or not, you must. Jiang Wanqing spoke at an opportune moment, given the recent events. The Marquis of Xingchang's residence is bound to host a joyous occasion soon. Mother, I shall prepare in advance for the wedding of my second sister. The daughter-in-law has taken her leave. After saying this, Jiang Wanqing turned and departed. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who sat despondently on the ground, lifted her gaze towards the old matriarch Zhou, pleading, "Mother, I refuse to marry. I will not be a concubine." The old matriarch Zhou's eyes flickered. And then she questioned, "Have you indeed had prior dealings with Chu Tianxiang?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao nearly gasped for breath. She quickly cried out in defense. "Why do you, mother, choose to believe such words? I have truly never met that Chu Tianxiang. I do not understand why he would claim at the banquet that we had dealings beforehand." She felt more wrong than Dou Yi herself. How could a respectable young lady, who had never stepped outside her door, be accused of secretly meeting with men? The old matriarch Zhou understood her daughter well. She knew Zhou Xiaoxiao was not lying. Ultimately, she was a woman of a secluded household. With her eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of resentment flashed across her gaze. She spoke slowly. "If you truly do not know Chu Tianxiang, then your affair with Jiang Ao must have been discovered early on, thus leading to this situation with Chu Tianxiang." Zhou Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and demanded, "Who dares to plot against me?" Of course, it must be Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Ao is her elder brother. Only she would scheme for Jiang Ao. The old matriarch Zhou harbored similar suspicions. Yet she pondered, the Duke of Town's residence has no ties to the Chu family. Why would Chu Tianxiang assist them? The Chu family is the maternal family of His Highness the Prince of Cheng'an, and now that your brother is serving His Highness, there is no reason for the Chu family to conspire against us. The more she thought, the more perplexed she became. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao could not concern herself with such matters any longer. She tugged at the hem of the old matriarch's skirt, looking up at her with pleading eyes. "Mother, I do not wish to marry Chu Tianxiang." The old matriarch Zhou sighed deeply. "Why did you not inform me beforehand about your dealings with your elder brother?" After a pause, she continued, "Now that matters have come to this, you have no choice but to marry Chu Tianxiang. Only then can the Marquis of Xingchang maintain some semblance of dignity. Though a concubine, at least you would be a concubine of the Duke of Qi's household." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao collapsed helplessly onto the ground, despair evident in her eyes. The thought of being bound to someone like Chu Tianxiang filled her with aversion. Hatred seeped into her voice. All of this is Jiang Wanqing's fault. It is entirely Jiang Wanqing's doing. Old Madame Su could not contain her curiosity. "Madam, are you truly intending to arrange a marriage for the second young lady?" Jiang Wanqing scoffed. "Naturally not. The management of affairs now lies with my second sister herself. Besides, you saw how Chu Tianxiang treated Zhou Xiaoxiao at the banquet. It is uncertain whether he would even take her as a concubine. It is simply unfortunate that Zhou Xiaoxiao is not a clever girl. She has already become Chu Tianxiang's possession. In front of everyone, she still thinks of another man. Is this not slapping Chu Tianxiang in the face? Now, Zhou Xiaoxiao has lost her innocence. The only path left is to marry Chu Tianxiang. If Chu Tianxiang does not want her, Zhou Xiaoxiao will only have a white silk to end her own life. For now, we must see if Chu Tianxiang is in the mood to marry her. However, if Zhou Ziga speaks on her behalf, it is still possible. Such a significant event occurred today. I believe that tonight, Zhou Zigu will undoubtedly come." Night fell, and the Marquis of Xingchang's residence was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Jiang Wanqing left the child in Mou's care. Donning a night attire, she made her way to Zhou Xiaoxiao's rooftop. Skillfully lifting a tile, she spotted Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Zigu entangled in a heated discussion. "Elder brother, why have you pushed me into this fire pit? Did you not say that the person in that room would be Jiang Ao? Why is it Chu Tianxiang?" "Second sister, this matter is indeed beyond my expectations. Now that the die is cast, you must endure this." "I refuse. I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang. How can I marry someone as a concubine?" From a distance, Jiang Wanqing observed Zhou Zigu's dark and sullen countenance. It seemed this scheme had backfired, leaving him in a foul mood. Zhou Xiaoxiao, however, persisted. Grasping Zhou Zigu's arm, "Do you truly wish to push your own sister into the fire pit?" Zhou Zigu, now slightly impatient, retorted, "Enough. You could not even successfully entice Jiang Ao. The man was brought to the room, and the drugs were administered. Did you not see clearly before you slept that the man was not Jiang Ao? Chu Tianxiang and Jiang Ao have distinctly different builds." Zhou Xiaoxiao felt deeply wronged. "I distinctly remember that the one with me was Jiang Ao." Shaking her head, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with despair. She wanted to say more to Zhou Zigu, but Jiang Wanqing, weary of this back and forth, closed the tile again. As for what Zhou Zigu had mentioned about being busy with other matters, could it be that new schemes were brewing? It seemed she needed to alert her elder brother. Jiang Wanqing suppressed her doubts and turned to leave. Old Madame Su had already prepared the bathing water. She assisted Jiang Wanqing in removing her outer garments. Just as she was about to continue, Jiang Wanqing interjected. Old Madame Su, there is no need to attend to me today. I wish to be alone for a while. Please check on Xiaoxiao. I am worried. Old Madame Su paused her actions and replied, Understood, madam. I have placed the warm water next to the bath. It is late at night and still quite chilly. Do not soak for too long. With that, old Madame Su exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Jiang Wanqing stepped behind the screen, removing her clothing until only a close-fitting white undergarment remained. She then stepped into the bath, submerging her entire body in the warm water. Holding her breath for a full minute, Jiang Wanqing finally surfaced. The warm water eased the tension and fatigue from her body. A layer of rose petals floated atop the water, accentuating Jiang Wanqing's fair skin. Jiang Wanqing endeavored to reflect on the recent events, filled with fear that she might inadvertently fail to protect her family. At that moment, she heard some commotion. Frowning, she called out, Old Madame Su, did I not say I wish to be alone for a while? There is no need for service here. Her instincts warned her that something was amiss. Suddenly, a dagger pressed against her face. She instinctively sank deeper into the water. Peering at the dagger's owner, her eyes narrowed. Master Feng Shu, have you come to investigate a case in my chamber? Or do you possess a proclivity for spying on others while they bathe? Dressed in black night attire, Master Feng Shu's complexion was alarmingly pale. Jiang Wanqing sensed that he might be injured, perhaps quite severely. He then seized her delicate neck, a smile playing on his lips. Though it was unsettling, Master Feng Shu parted his thin lips, applying slight pressure. A eunuch? Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her gaze inadvertently drawn to a certain area of his person. Suddenly, she recalled that Xiaoxiao had mentioned this Master Feng Shu was a false eunuch. Jiang Wanqing let out a cold laugh, wrapping her hand around the wrist that gripped her arm, and looked up at him. Pray tell, Master Feng Shu, what brings you to my quarters? Guards, search this place. You cannot enter. Our Lady is still bathing. Suddenly, a cacophony of lively voices erupted from outside the door, causing Jiang Wanqing to furrow her brows. She cast a glance at the attire of the eunuch Feng Shu and her eyes flickered with growing suspicion. Dressed in such garb and attracting a throng of pursuers, he must have done something rather dubious. Feng Shu, too, turned his gaze to assess the commotion outside. A multitude of individuals wielding torches gathered, seemingly intent on breaching the room. Without a moment to ponder, Feng Shu leapt into Jiang Wanqing's bathtub. Jiang Wanqing's heart raced in alarm. How audacious! However, Feng Shu embraced her from behind, one hand gripping her neck. His face pressed close to hers as he whispered in a low, delicate voice, Miss Jiang, last time I concealed your secrets. This time, you must return the favor. A flash of murderous intent gleamed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. This insufferable false eunuch dared to be so brazen. Her hand instinctively reached for the hairpin atop her head, intending to strike him fiercely. Yet, her gaze caught sight of the jade pendant, lying close to her garments. And she recalled her master's words. If ever in need of assistance, she could seek Feng Shu's help. After all, he commanded a quarter of the court's power. If she hoped to safeguard the Duke of Jinggua's estate in the future, it would be prudent to rely on Feng Shu. With a smile, Jiang Wanqing declared, Feng Shu, if I do not conceal you, perhaps you may spare my life today, but tomorrow, I shall surely find myself in dire straits. Feng Shu released his grip on her neck, leaning against the edge of the tub, panting heavily, his gaze fixated on Jiang Wanqing. His words remained reckless, Miss Jiang. You are a beauty beyond compare. It would be truly regrettable for you to suffer such a fate. I, the overseer, could not possibly allow it. Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled with irony. How convenient to profess concern while plotting my downfall. Feng Shu's lips curled into a smirk as he glanced toward the door, inhaling sharply before retreating into the tub. The next moment, a loud crash resonated as the door was forcefully kicked open. Jiang Wanqing's expression hardened as she peered toward the entrance, concealing herself beneath the surface of the flower petals in the water. She admonished, How dare you? I am the lady of the Marquis of Xingchang, a daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. You dare intrude upon my abode? The intruders, standing behind the screen, discerned the situation within. The leader spoke, My lady, forgive us. I am the commander tasked with safeguarding the capital. Today, there are reports of intruders breaching the imperial city, and we observe that the culprits appeared to be targeting the Marquis of Xingchang, hence our intrusion for your safety. The commander persisted. If we investigate, we will ascertain the truth. Beside her, Mama Su was filled with concern. She promptly interjected, Commander, I have been stationed outside the ladies' chamber. I can assure you, there are no intruders. The commander cast a dispassionate glance at Mama Su before addressing the room. My lady, at this hour, why are you still bathing? Should not the rest be preparing for slumber? Jiang Wanqing responded with a laugh. I soiled my clothing while nursing a child. Is it not permissible to take a bath before bed? What of you, Commander? Does your wife not nurse children? In the presence of his subordinates, the commander's expression darkened momentarily. He then replied, I apologize, my lady. Rest assured, I shall enter alone to check for intruders. With that, he made to step behind the screen. Mama Su, realizing she could not stop him, was startled and quickly stepped forward. Seizing a garment from the rack and holding it before Jiang Wanqing in the tub, she surveyed the surroundings, confirming their privacy before exhaling in relief. Jiang Wanqing cast a cold glare at the commander, her anger barely concealed. Can you see clearly, Commander? Shall I summon your subordinates to join us? Upon hearing this, the commander hastily bowed, lowering his gaze. I beg your pardon, my lady. Now that we see there are no intruders, we are reassured. We are merely performing our duty. I hope for your understanding. With that, the commander exited the room, instructing some of his men to search the other quarters of the Marquis of Xingchong, while others followed him outside. Once the room was clear, Jiang Wanqing's countenance stiffened, knowing that a certain someone still hid within her bath. Mama Su, please fetch me some hot water from the kitchen. I wish to soak a bit longer. Mama Su nodded and departed, closing the door behind her. Come out now. With a splash, Fang Shu emerged from the water, his alabaster skin revealing an unusual flush. His delicate features were adorned with crimson rose petals, and his lips glistened with droplets, presenting a striking visage. If one were to claim he was the second most beautiful person in the capital, few would dare contest that assertion. Jiang Wanqing swallowed hard. Fang Shu, noticing her transfixed gaze, chuckled softly. If you continue to stare, I might just pluck out your eyes. Jiang Wanqing snapped back to her senses. The words that described Fang Shu, cunning, ruthless, and cold, were all too fitting. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing met Fang Shu's gaze and declared, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a ghost of elegance. Fang Shu's smile faltered, and he replied, surely, Miss Jiang has forgotten? I am but a eunuch, not a beauty. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Wanqing glimpsed her jade pendant nearby, emboldening her resolve. She fixed her gaze on Fang Shu's stunning face and slowly spoke. If I say you are a beauty, then you are indeed one. Beauties exist for admiration, and you, Fang Shu, are no mere eunuch. Feeling mischievous, Jiang Wanqing stepped closer, her voice sultry. Have you not been told not to gaze too long into a woman's eyes? Otherwise, you might just fall for her. Fang Shu's expression remained inscrutable, yet unbeknownst to Jiang Wanqing, the tips of his ears grew warm. After a moment, he pushed her away. Madam Jiang, I am merely a eunuch. Unperturbed, Jiang Wanqing leaned against the edge of the tub, raising a finger to caress Fang Shu's chin, a sly smile gracing her lips. I have stated that beauties are for appreciation. Now that we are being candid, why not yield to me? Jiang Wanqing mused that if Zhou Xiaoxiao dared to keep a mistress behind her back, what harm would it be for her to keep a man? Besides, Fang Shu was not only beautiful, but wielded considerable power as the head of the Eastern Depot. Fang Shu listened to her words, his gaze flickering with intrigue. With a chuckle, Miss Jiang remarked, do you know that the last person who uttered such words to me has already met with a fatal end? Jiang Wanqing leaned closer, her large, innocent eyes sparkling with mirth. I once said, beneath the peony blooms, to die is to be an enchanting ghost. The sudden proximity of Jiang Wanqing made Lord Fang Shu somewhat uneasy. The bathtub was not particularly spacious, and their bodies were nearly touching. As the foremost beauty of the capital, her stunning visage was beyond question. In such a scenario, even if Lord Fang Shu were a true eunuch, he might have felt a stir of emotion. A hint of helplessness flickered in Lord Fang Shu's eyes as he pondered how Jiang Wanqing had come to be in such a state. Leaning closer, Jiang Wanqing noticed his brow furrowing slightly, and she asked, is that the scent of blood? Are you injured? Lord Fang Shu blinked, retorting, so, do you intend to kill me? Even if I am wounded, I could still eliminate you before you make a move. Jiang Wanqing pressed her lips together and replied, since you are acquainted with Master Wuchen, I shan't take your life for his sake. Upon hearing her words, Lord Fang Shu suddenly shut his eyes and sank beneath the water. This time, Jiang Wanqing lost her playful demeanor and hurriedly grasped his body, calling out, hey, Lord Fengshu. Just then, a voice from outside the room interrupted. Madam, I am coming in. Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, her gaze flickering, apprehensive that she could not conceal her predicament from Su Mama. As Su Mama entered the bathing chamber, she was taken aback to find Jiang Wanqing in the tub, cradling a man. The bucket of hot water she carried spilled onto the floor in shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, Madam, what? Just as she stepped closer to assist Jiang Wanqing, she caught sight of the man's face and instinctively recoiled, her complexion paling. Madam, he is Lord Fengshu, the notorious killer. Jiang Wanqing offered a wry smile. At present, he is merely an unconscious little demon. Please, lend me a hand. Su Mama nodded and stepped forward to assist Jiang Wanqing in lifting Lord Fengshu from the tub. After removing his outer garments, they managed to place him upon the bed. Once they completed the task, both women were left gasping for breath. Su Mama, still shaken, hesitantly inquired, Madam, do you truly wish to save him? Jiang Wanqing gazed at Lord Fengshu's pale, weakened face and resolutely nodded. She needed him. She needed the power he wielded. Her connections with the crown prince were tenuous, and Prince Cheng'an, to whom Zhou Xiaoxiao had allied, was far from an ideal choice. Thus, it seemed that only Lord Fengshu's prospects appeared more promising. Su Mama's eyes were filled with doubt. Madam, can you manage alone? She contemplated the implications of Lord Fengshu's volatile temperament. The fewer who knew of this night's events, the better. If he were to learn that Su Mama was privy to such knowledge, there was no telling how he might react. After Su Mama departed, Jiang Wanqing secured the doors and windows. She then retrieved a medicine bottle and settled upon the bed. Observing Lord Fengshu, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, she noted his furrowed brow, indicative of discomfort. Jiang Wanqing lifted the covers and unfastened his inner garment. As suspected, her pupils constricted at the sight, a wound perilously close to his heart. Extracting the arrow would pose a significant challenge. Jiang Wanqing's eyes narrowed as she thought. You owe me a monumental favor. Such an injury might be daunting for others, but for someone like Jiang Wanqing, accustomed to tending to soldiers' wounds on the battlefield, it was hardly insurmountable. Skillfully, she procured a piece of thread, tied it to the arrowhead, and carefully extracted it. Following this, she adeptly applied medicine and bandaged the wound. By the time she finished, a light sheen of sweat adorned her brow. She observed Lord Fengshu sleeping soundly, scrutinizing his features and finding them increasingly familiar. Suddenly, an image flickered in her mind. Just as Jiang Wanqing's hand was about to reach out again, Lord Fengshu unexpectedly opened his eyes, a guard and unmistakable malice glimmering within them. He grasped her wrist with a firm grip, the force causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Hadn't you lost consciousness? How can you muster such strength? When Lord Fengshu's gaze landed on Jiang Wanqing, the murderous intent in his eyes diminished somewhat, but he remained wary, questioning, Miss Jiang, what are your intentions? Jiang Wanqing's tone grew cooler. You are hurting my hand. Is this how you repay your savior? Upon noticing the bruises forming on her wrist, Lord Fengshu released his grip, his earlier suspicions evaporating as he rubbed his own wrist. He then glanced at her. You were unconscious. Yet you woke up as I treated your wound. The medical fee is 1,000 taels. Will you settle it now, or keep a tab? Perplexity flickered in Lord Fengshu's eyes as he lowered his gaze, realizing that his upper garments had been unfastened. The arrow embedded in his chest had been removed, and the bandaging was executed flawlessly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he seized Jiang Wanqing's hand once more, fixing her with a fierce stare. Who permitted you to remove my clothing? Jiang Wanqing was taken aback before shaking off his grip with a cold laugh. How could I treat your injury without undressing you? Surely, you do not intend to evade the payment of this 1,000 taels? Had it not been for your dire condition, I would not have given a second glance at such an ordinary physique. She surmised that perhaps Lord Fengshu was wary of her discovering that he was not a true eunuch. She added, rest assured, I only removed your clothing to treat your wound. Beyond that, I had no interest in your form. A mere eunuch's body holds no allure. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Lord Fengshu's expression softened considerably. Noticing this, Jiang Wanqing scrutinized him further. His skin was unusually fair, perhaps owing to his habitual donning of dark brocade garments. His physique was well-proportioned, muscles not overly pronounced yet exuding strength. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his abdomen, likely due to pain from his injury. Lord Fengshu sensed Jiang Wanqing's gaze and smirked, his eyes darkening playfully. Miss Jiang, did you not just claim I have an ordinary physique? Yet now, Your eyes seem to be glued to me. He appeared momentarily speechless, evidently taken aback by her audacity. How shameless, he thought, incredulous at the implication that she might attempt to touch him. A rare flicker of anger crossed his features as he retorted, Jiang Wanqing, do you treat all men this way? Lord Feng Shu was typically known for his affable demeanor. The angrier he became, the more his smile seemed to soften, earning him the moniker of the Smiling Tiger. Jiang Wanqing was surprised that while the princess had so openly mocked him without consequence, he seemed incensed by her words. She momentarily pondered. Could the merciless Lord Feng Shu truly harbor intentions of harming me? Jiang Wanqing paused, a smile dancing in her eyes as she appraised him, teasing. It seems Lord Feng Shu is hardly a man at all. The esteemed eunuch Feng cast a cold glance at Jiang Wanqing, though his expression had softened slightly compared to before. He steadied himself against the edge of the bed and pressed a hand to his chest as he sat up, donning his outer garments with an air of frailty still lingering about him. Miss Jiang, rest assured, I shall personally deliver the 1,000 taels of silver, he declared. Jiang Wanqing, however, raised an eyebrow with a smirk, shaking her head. Who said it was 1,000 taels of silver? Eunuch Feng halted his dressing, turning his head to regard Jiang Wanqing. She flashed a grin and continued. It is, in fact, 1,000 taels of gold. Eunuch Feng's expression darkened, his countenance reflecting a mix of incredulity and exasperation. Even the great Hua Tuo would not stoop to such mercenary dealings. Did the Duke not furnish you with a sufficient dowry? Yet now you have fallen into the clutches of wealth. Jiang Wanqing arched an eyebrow. Do you not believe your life is worth 1,000 taels of gold, Eunuch Feng? He pressed his lips together, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. He then donned the last piece of his nocturnal attire. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wanqing felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing an ominous foreboding. Alas, it seemed there would be a day when she would need to seek Eunuch Feng's assistance again. Thus, she remarked, since it is your first time, I shall extend you a favor and offer a 50% discount, so it will only be 500 taels of gold. Do remember to come to me for medical consultations in the future. Eunuch Feng's lips twitched slightly. He turned and took measured steps toward Jiang Wanqing, who felt an imposing aura bearing down upon her, prompting her to retreat step by step until her back met the wall, leaving her with no escape. Jiang Wanqing lifted her gaze, straining to meet Eunuch Feng's eyes. You wouldn't dare to harm your savior, would you? Eunuch Feng tilted his head, reaching out to grasp her delicate neck between his fingers. His thin lips parted slightly. Miss Jiang, when I see a beauty I admire, I wish to keep her close for admiration. Yet when I see such a slender neck, I cannot help but fantasize about snapping it. The sound must be utterly enchanting. A chill raced down Jiang Wanqing's spine, a wave of revulsion washing over her. Fortunately, he did not apply any pressure, and she remained oblivious to his murderous intent. Gazing into Eunuch Feng's eyes, she felt an impenetrable mystery surrounding him. Haven't we met before? Jiang Wanqing mused, lost in thought. Suddenly, Eunuch Feng released her neck and stepped back, moving to the window to open it. Before departing, he cast another glance at Jiang Wanqing, lowering his eyelids. Miss Jiang, remember to secure your windows next time. Not everyone is as honorable as I. With that parting remark, Eunuch Feng vanished into the depths of the night. Jiang Wanqing scoffed. Honorable? Huh. What kind of gentleman intrudes upon another's chamber to spy while they bathe? She reached to touch her neck, still feeling the lingering warmth of Eunuch Feng's grip. Her curiosity deepened regarding his true identity. Claimed to be a close minister to the emperor, yet would rebel in the future, a powerful eunuch yet a mere pretender. Now, he had infiltrated the imperial city's bureau. What secrets did he seek to uncover? Surely, the bureau harbored the royal family's clandestine affairs through generations. Madam, are you asleep? Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow. At this hour, why was Mama Su seeking her out? Chapter 67. A final farewell to mother-in-law. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Mama Su cradling the small child, whose cries echoed through the air. Concern flashed across Jiang Wanqing's eyes. What has happened? Mama Su wore a troubled expression as she explained, the young lady has been restless and crying. I had no choice but to bring her from Moyu. Jiang Wanqing took the child into her arms, her heart aching at the sight of the little one's red-rimmed eyes, clearly indicating previous distress. Seeing mother is such a relief. Wah, mother, I want to stay with you. I don't want to be apart. I just had a nightmare. Seeing you being taken away by bad people, it scared me so much. Jiang Wanqing's heart softened. She gently patted the child's back, soothing her. From now on, mother will never leave you alone again. In no time, the child fell asleep in Jiang Wanqing's embrace. Mama Su glanced over Jiang Wanqing's shoulder. Madam, has that person left? Jiang Wanqing nodded. Yes, let us not speak of this matter again. By the way, have the visitors from earlier departed? Before she could utter the word assassins, Mama Su perceived the warning in Jiang Wanqing's eyes and immediately sealed her lips. Bowing respectfully, Mama Su exited the room. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Wanqing had yet to rise when she was roused by a commotion outside her door, accompanied by Mama Su's irate retorts. The sounds of their dispute made it impossible for Jiang Wanqing to continue her slumber. With a heavy sigh, she suppressed her irritation and glanced at the child beside her, who was frowning, evidently disturbed by the ruckus. Jiang Wanqing herself had been restless the previous night due to Eunuch Feng's encounter, and now, just as she was about to find solace in sleep, this uproar arose. Determined to put an end to the disturbance, Jiang Wanqing covered the child's ears and called out, "Someone!" Before long, a maid entered the room, bowing respectfully. "Madam," she greeted. Jiang Wanqing frowned and inquired, "What is the commotion outside? Why is it so noisy?" "The old lady is urging you to come out immediately. Mama Su is inquiring about the situation, and the maid cannot provide a satisfactory explanation. Hence, Mama Su is now arguing with her." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanqing glanced out the window, noting the darkness outside, and scoffed. Suppressing her displeasure, she commanded, "Assist me in changing and washing up. I must see what is going on with my mother-in-law." The maid complied without further ado, helping Jiang Wanqing prepare. They moved with utmost care, fearful of disturbing the sleeping child. Soon, Jiang Wanqing was ready, and she pushed open the door to step outside. There, she found Mama Su with her hands on her hips, confronting the maid from the old lady's side. The maid, at a loss in the face of Mama Su's resolve, attempted to force her way through. "If the old lady wishes to summon the madam, I shall do it myself." Seeing the maid's attitude ignited Mama Su's fury, prompting her to roll up her sleeves. In the midst of their quarrel, the maid suddenly noticed Jiang Wanqing's presence and called out, "Madam." The maid's utterance startled Mama Su momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the maid broke free from Mama Su's grasp and hurried to Jiang Wanqing's side. She bowed and began to complain, "Madam, you have finally appeared. The old lady wishes to see you at once. Yet this old maid here has no manners and insists on obstructing me from delivering the message." Mama Su shot a glare at the insolent maid. "When did I ever say you cannot see her? I merely stated that once the madam awakens, I shall inform her." With that, Mama Su stepped closer to Jiang Wanqing and lowered her voice. "It is still dark. Summoning you at this hour cannot bode well. If it were truly urgent, they would have sent for a doctor instead of troubling you." She then turned to the maid. "Who do you think you are, instructing people from my household?" The young maid found herself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of fear in the presence of Jiang Wanqing. She bowed her head, and with a troubled expression, she implored, "I ask for your understanding, madam. It is simply that the old matriarch is urging me urgently." Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly. "Very well. I shall make a trip to see what matters the old matriarch wishes to discuss." As the morning dew hung heavily in the air, Granny Su, unable to quell her concern, draped a cloak over Jiang Wanqing's shoulders. Thus, Jiang Wanqing accompanied the maid to the courtyard of the old matriarch Zhou. Upon arrival, she noticed several servants standing at the entrance. Wishing to see old matriarch Zhou, she instructed the servants to announce her presence. However, an elderly maid informed her that the matriarch had yet to awaken and requested Jiang Wanqing to wait. Jiang Wanqing was both amused and exasperated. "The old matriarch has not yet risen, yet she sends for me? Is it possible that the maid miscommunicated her message? Truly absurd, to disturb someone's peaceful slumber at such an early hour merely for amusement." The elderly maid was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a retort from Jiang Wanqing. Without further ado, Jiang Wanqing strode directly into old matriarch Zhou's chamber. The elderly maid, witnessing this bold move, attempted to intervene, exclaiming, "Madam, the old matriarch is still asleep." Jiang Wanqing shot the maid a cold glance before hastening to the side of old matriarch Zhou's bed. The matriarch, startled by Jiang Wanqing's audacity, opened her eyes and scolded, "What is the meaning of this?" With utmost respect, Jiang Wanqing bowed and feigned a submissive demeanor, expressing her concern. "Mother, you summoned me in haste this early morning, yet your servants barred my entry. I feared you were unwell." Old matriarch Zhou's expression darkened, It seemed she was being unjustly cursed. She retorted sharply, I am not ill. Do you wish for my misfortune? Jiang Wanqing, maintaining her faade of concern, replied, Oh, mother, where are your thoughts wandering? If you are indeed well, that is all that matters. I only thought that if you were ill, we ought to summon a physician. Upon receiving your call, I feared I might be seeing you for the last time. As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing theatrically dabbed at non-existent tears with a handkerchief, appearing sincerely distressed. Old matriarch Zhou's countenance darkened further. Last time? What nonsense. Yet, Jiang Wanqing's appearance of worry rendered it difficult for her to chastise. In that moment, Jiang Wanqing grasped the situation. Old matriarch Zhou seemed intent on establishing new rules for her. Initially, when she learned of Jiang Wanqing's pregnancy, she had been somewhat lenient. Now that the child was born and it was a girl, she sought to enforce her authority anew. The old matriarch's expression darkened further as she lowered her voice to interrogate. Jiang, are you unwilling? A smile spread across Jiang Wanqing's face as she responded, Mother, what do you mean? Before the birth of little Xiao, was I not at your service every day? How could I possibly be unwilling? Old matriarch Zhou's expression softened slightly, reminiscing about the days when Jiang Wanqing tended to her. She then turned to Jiang Wanqing and stated, Very well, from now on, you shall attend to my needs. Feigning ignorance of the underlying implications in old matriarch Zhou's words, Jiang Wanqing turned to the nearby maids and, in a sudden fit of anger, chastised. Is it because you have not cared for mother properly that she has called for me? She declared, This month's wages will be halved for all of you. The maids stood frozen, astonished by Jiang Wanqing's unexpected reprimand. Almost instantly, she reverted to her gentle demeanor, reassuring the old matriarch, Do not worry, mother. I have already admonished these people. They will certainly take good care of you from now on. As little Xiao still needs me, I shall take my leave now that you are well. Once Jiang Wanqing departed, old matriarch Zhou was left in a state of bewilderment, pointing at Jiang Wanqing's retreating figure and glancing at the maid beside her, filled with confusion. Anger bubbled within her chest as she exclaimed, How could Jiang Wanqing be so disrespectful and curse me? To have her attend to me, yet she turns her back and leaves. What kind of daughter-in-law behaves in such a manner? The maid quickly sought to placate old matriarch Zhou, offering, Old matriarch, you must teach her a lesson for such disrespect. The maid secretly harbored resentment for Jiang Wanqing's arbitrary decision to have their wages. Seizing the opportunity to criticize Jiang Wanqing, she pressed her advantage. Old matriarch Zhou glared in the direction Jiang Wanqing had taken, her fury barely contained. Granny Su approached her, concern etched on her face. Madam, what did the old matriarch summon you for? Jiang Wanqing scoffed. What else could it be? She seeks to establish rules for me to serve her. Old matriarch Zhou frowned. Advising, Madam, you must not continue to indulge her as before. The household is not lacking in maids. There is no need for you to attend to her personally. Jiang Wanqing abruptly interrupted Granny Su, who was taken aback, realizing, You actually refused her? In the past, Jiang Wanqing had devoted herself tirelessly to earn the title of a good daughter-in-law. Granny Su, having witnessed the changes, understood that old matriarch Zhou was intent on testing Jiang Wanqing's resolve. To her surprise, after the birth of little Xiao, Jiang Wanqing had first declined to use her dowry to support the Xingchang Marquis house, then relinquished her authority over the household, and now she was disregarding old matriarch Zhou's unreasonable demands. Granny Su stood momentarily speechless. Madam, your transformation is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, she preferred the current version of Jiang Wanqing. For at least now, she would not be bullied by others. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Let us consider it a past folly. Has little Xiao awakened? Granny Su glanced towards the back of the house. Jiang Wanqing then exhaled in relief. The sky had brightened, and breakfast was being prepared. With her tiredness dissipated, she proceeded to partake in the morning meal. In the front hall, a simple breakfast of plain porridge accompanied by a few side dishes awaited her. As Jiang Wanqing sat down to eat, Mou approached her and bowed. Jiang Wanqing paused her meal, raising an eyebrow. So, you have indeed constructed a secret passage for your clandestine rendezvous. Who is the man, and where does this passage lead? Mou, unable to suppress a nervous gesture, replied. Following the earlier description, we have identified a man named Yu Shouqing. Further inquiries revealed that he was once a childhood companion of old matriarch Zhou, residing next door. He currently holds a 5th-rank official position. Years ago, to secure a connection with the Xingchang Marquis house, old matriarch Zhou's brother, now the head of the Song family, sought to marry her into the Marquis family. Jiang Wanqing, intrigued, picked up a piece of side dish and continued. So it is confirmed that the man in the old matriarch's room is indeed Zhou Xiaoxiao? Mou nodded. Yes, I have clearly seen his face. It is indeed Zhou Xiaoxiao. I have also assigned someone to keep watch over him. Now that we have clarified this matter, should we report it? Report it? Jiang Wanqing shook her head and waved her hand. No, we shall hold our ground. With Zhou Xiren's reputation already tarnished, if old matriarch Zhou suffers further disgrace, I fear it may pose a threat to little Xiao. One must either wait until I part ways with Zhou Zigu and leave before revealing this matter, or discreetly ensure that Zhou Zigu sees the truth and takes the drastic step of executing his own mother. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, there is no need for him to meet the old lady at a specific time. After all, my elder brother has provided ample manpower to keep a close watch on the situation. Should any unforeseen events arise, we will be informed. If Zhou Laolao were to pass away so easily, how could I possibly reconcile that with my own tragic demise following the slanderous accusations from my mother-in-law? A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Mou nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing recalled something and looked up at Mou. She continued, please have someone investigate a certain individual, Yi Changning. He is likely preparing for the imperial examination and has already garnered some recognition. If his family is being deliberately suppressed or if he encounters an assassination attempt, ensure his safety and inform me. Mou raised her eyebrows in curiosity. Who is Yi Changning? Chapter 69. Enemies on a narrow path. After the banquet, Jiang Wanqing remained preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Changning. Having been praised by her master, Mr. Wuchen, Yi Changning must possess some talent. If this individual can navigate the path of officialdom successfully, it would indeed be advantageous for me in the future. Moreover, that Xuefei'er had originally shown interest in my second brother. Now that I have intervened, she may very well redirect her affections toward Yi Changning. I have already altered many events that were destined to unfold. Numerous causal relationships have been disrupted. If I can prevent some tragedies that I am aware will occur, it would certainly be a positive outcome. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brows and sighed softly. Meanwhile, Mou looked on in confusion. When did the lady become acquainted with Yi Changning? How did she know he would be targeted for assassination? Yet, she kept these questions to herself. Mou nodded and replied, yes, my lady, I will arrange for someone to keep watch. Once Mou departed, Jiang Wanqing contemplated the prospect of a leisurely meal. Before long, a maid entered, bowing respectfully before presenting a letter to Jiang Wanqing. Madam, this is an invitation from the Chun family of the Prime Minister's residence. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow and opened the letter. Upon closer inspection, it was an invitation from Chun Jiru, requesting her company for a shopping outing today. How intriguing. She was curious to see what kind of intentions the weasel had while visiting the hen. It had been quite a while since she had indulged in some enjoyment. During her time managing the Xingchang Marquis, she hardly had the leisure to go out and have fun. Now, however, she had ample time for such pursuits. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Wanqing awaited the awakening of Xiaoxiao before setting out with Mama Su and Mou. Coincidentally, the meeting location chosen by Chun Jiru was Tianyi Studio. As Jiang Wanqing looked down at Xiaoxiao in her arms, she thought, with spring fading, the scorching summer was soon to arrive, making it an ideal time to craft a few summer garments for Xiaoxiao. Upon arriving at Tianyi Studio, they found Chun Jiru already there, accompanied by a maid, admiring the newly arrived clothing styles in the shop. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed to Jiang Wanqing. Linking arms with her, beaming, I was hoping you wouldn't refuse my invitation this time. Jiang Wanqing discreetly took a step back and explained, how could I? In the past, I was simply overwhelmed with matters and unable to leave. Now that I have relinquished my managerial duties at the Xingchang Marquis, I finally have the time to venture out. Chun Jiru glanced at the child in Jiang Wanqing's arms and praised, Xiaoxiao is growing ever cuter. She resembles you so much. However, Xiaoxiao turned her head away, displaying an apparent disinterest in Chun Jiru. Chun Jiru chuckled helplessly. It seems this child truly dislikes me. Jiang Wanqing gently patted Xiaoxiao as a gesture of comfort before asking, what prompted you to invite me today? Chun Jiru stepped closer, linking arms with Jiang Wanqing. Her demeanor particularly affectionate. With a slight smile, she said, during the banquet at the princess's palace, I felt a distance between us. I wanted to invite you out for a shopping trip, just as we used to before your marriage. Jiang Wanqing replied with a forced smile, did we? Perhaps my focus has shifted entirely to Xiaoxiao now. With that, Jiang Wanqing subtly loosened her grip on Chun Jiru's arm while pretending to browse the clothing. Chinjiru's eyes glimmered with determination as she continued. By the way, I haven't yet asked you about the incident involving the second daughter of the Xingchong Marquis at the princess's residence. How will the two families handle it? Jiang Wanqing paused before responding. Now that the managerial responsibilities rest with my second sister, I should not interfere. The course of action will depend on my mother's wishes. Chinjiru felt a momentary pause in her thoughts, eager to inquire further, but Jiang Wanqing picked up a piece of fabric and turned to Mama Su, asking, Mama, what do you think of this material? Mama Su examined it carefully and replied, it suits the madam perfectly. Chinjiru's expression darkened momentarily. Yet she quickly reverted to her cheerful demeanor. Jiang Wanqing halted her actions and turned to Chinjiru, who, with a hint of grievance, murmured, Wanqing, is there some misunderstanding between us? I feel as though you no longer treat me with the same closeness. Jiang Wanqing appeared momentarily taken aback before smiling softly. How could that be? It's just that you have reached an age where suitors are to be considered. It's best to limit interactions with young men. Chinjiru's displeasure was unmistakable. Despite her overt hints, Jiang Wanqing remained unyielding. Chinjiru's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm still young regarding marriage. Besides, what is our relationship? Your third brother is my third brother. Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly. What do you mean by still young? Even if you are not in a hurry to marry, your father, as a prime minister, will surely be eager to see you wed. Sister Jiru, you should not wait for my third brother, even if you wish to. Will your father consent? With that, she gestured toward the previously chosen fabrics. Addressing a nearby attendant, she instructed, pack all these materials and send them to the Xingchong Marquis. Tianyi Studio not only sold ready-made garments, but also high-quality fabrics. Although it was under Jiang Wanqing's name, she disliked the idea of matching outfits with others. She had hired a tailor to craft custom clothing for her at the Xingchong Marquis. Just as the attendant was about to gather the selected fabrics, an inappropriate and arrogant voice interrupted, those fabrics are mine. The princess demands them. Jiang Wanqing and Chinjiru exchanged surprised glances. The only person bold enough to refer to herself as a princess could only be Bai Li Yanqing. The attendant, caught in a dilemma, glanced between Bai Li Yanqing and Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing mused to herself, what a narrow path for rivals. She was the first to speak up, Your Highness. I had my eye on these fabrics first. Jiang Wanqing genuinely liked those materials. However, she could not simply let this opportunity slip away without a fight. Bai Li Yanqing regarded Jiang Wanqing with disdain, a mocking smile playing on her lips as she coldly retorted, and what of it? This princess will pay 10 times the price. 10 times the price. Jiang Wanqing could hardly contain her amusement. The fabrics I selected earlier are of the finest quality, sourced from the latest offerings in Jiang'an. Each bolt is valued at 1,000 taels of silver. Yet, the esteemed princess expresses her intent to acquire these textiles at 10 times the price. How could this not be seen as a clever maneuver to extract 9,000 taels of silver from her? The attendant glanced between Jiang Wanqing and the princess, his eyes reflecting a hint of indecision. One was his employer, while the other belonged to the royal family. Both were not individuals he could afford to offend. He cautiously addressed the princess, Your Highness, these fabrics are all newly tributed from Jiangnan, each batch valued at 1,000 taels. If you are to pay 10 times, that amounts to 10,000 taels of silver. Bai Li Yanqing cast a disdainful glance at the few bolts Jiang Wanqing had indicated, her tone dripping with contempt. With a scoff, she declared, they are merely a few bolts of fabric. Even at 10 times the price, this princess can certainly afford them. The attendant, sensing Jiang Wanqing's gaze upon him, understood that such a decision should ultimately rest with the owner. Jiang Wanqing turned to Bai Li Yanqing, smiling as she said, since Your Highness is willing to pay 10 times the price, I shall not deprive you of what you desire. With that, she pointed to several other bolts of fabric, prominently displayed, and each worth a fortune. She then looked at the attendant and instructed, please prepare the previous fabrics for the princess. I shall take these few instead. Jiang Wanqing was acutely aware that Bai Li Yanqing was merely attempting to provoke her. It was evident that anything she coveted today would not be easily relinquished by the princess. As expected, just after Jiang Wanqing finished speaking, Bai Li Yanqing interrupted, wait. Both Jiang Wanqing and the attendant turned to her, with a hint of confusion in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Might I inquire what Your Highness thinks? Bai Li Yanqing raised her chin, calmly pointing at the fabrics Jiang Wanqing had just indicated. I will take those as well. Chinjiru, standing nearby, could not help but gasp, murmuring, if all these fabrics are purchased at 10 times the price, it will cost an immense amount of silver. Bai Li Yanqing, having overheard, Sneered, I buy what I like. Why should I concern myself with the price? I can afford it. The attendant, catching Zhang Wanqing's subtle look, cautiously continued, Your Highness, do you wish to purchase these additional fabrics at 10 times their value? They are significantly more expensive than the previous ones. Before he could finish, Bali Yanting frowned, impatiently interrupting, They are merely a few bolts of fabric. Does my Grand Princess's residence not have the means to afford them? Zhang Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she suppressed a smile, gently reminding, Your Highness, if you purchase these fabrics at 10 times the price, it may become burdensome. Otherwise, you may allow me to take the remaining bolts. Bali Yanting, misinterpreting Zhang Wanqing's words as stemming from jealousy over her coveted fabrics, felt a surge of delight. Zhang Wanqing assessed the fabrics, calculating in her mind. The initial 7 bolts, each costing 1,000 taels, totaled 70,000 taels of silver at 10 times the price. The 3 additional bolts she pointed to, each valued at 1,000 gold, would amount to 30,000 gold at the same markup. Altogether, that would be 30,000 gold and 70,000 silver taels. She had only indicated 3 additional bolts because she was well aware that Bali Yanting could afford this sum. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Wanqing's lips as she shook her head, feigning regret. No, although I hold a fondness for these fabrics, I shall not deprive your highness of what you cherish. The little one in Zhang Wanqing's arms gleefully chuckled. Ha! Foolish princess, has mother deceived you? This Tianyi workshop is indeed mother's establishment, and the foolish princess has unwittingly gifted her so much silver. Bali Yanting, focused only on Zhang Wanqing's expression of defeat, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Turning to the attendant, she commanded, Wrap them all up for me. The attendant promptly complied. Bali Yanting tilted her head, her face beaming with pride. Zhang Wanqing, sometimes you should understand whether you are worthy of certain possessions. If you lack the means, do not encroach upon them. Encroach? Perhaps she was not referring to the fabrics, but rather to Zhou Zigu? Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. Did she truly believe Zhou Zigu was such a prize? She was not interested. Glancing at Qinjiru beside her, Bali Yanting smirked and asked, Qinjiru, did you come here today with Zhang Wanqing? I have heard that before her marriage, you were quite close. Qinjiru's expression shifted slightly. Even if she were Navi, she could sense that Bali Yanting held disdain for Zhang Wanqing. At the previous flower viewing banquet, and now at the Tianyi workshop, Bali Yanting was intentionally making things difficult for Zhang Wanqing. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wanqing, biting her lip before replying. I haven't been in touch with Wanqing for some time. Since she joined the Marquis of Xingchang's household, we have lost contact. Today's encounter is merely coincidental. After a moment's hesitation, Qinjiru chose to distance herself from Zhang Wanqing. Once she spoke, she dared not meet Zhang Wanqing's gaze again. After all, Bali Yanting was someone she could not afford to offend, and Zhang Wanqing was not someone she truly cared for. Given that Zhang Wanqing had grown somewhat estranged from her, why should she jeopardize her own standing for her? Bali Yanting, observing Qinjiru's reaction, seemed to see through everything. Looking at Zhang Wanqing, her expression turned even more mocking. Zhang Wanqing, is this all you are capable of? Zhang Wanqing's eyes were indifferent. Even though she had known from the little one that Qinjiru was intentionally approaching her, in this moment, her heart could not help but feel a twinge of sadness. Just then, the attendant's voice rang out. Your Highness, your fabrics are ready. The total amounts to 30,000 gold and 70,000 silver taels. Bali Yanting's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 71. The silent suffering Bali Yanting had raised her voice earlier, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop towards her. Upon seeing her astonished expression, the attendant patiently explained, previously, the fabrics were valued at 1,000 taels of silver each. You offered 10 times that, totaling 70,000 taels. The 3 additional bolts are each valued at 1,000 gold, so at 10 times, that amounts to 30,000 gold, resulting in a total of 30,000 gold and 70,000 silver taels. Had it not been for the sincerity in the attendant's eyes, Bali Yanting might have thought he was jesting. However, 30,000 gold was an astronomical sum. She struggled to suppress her rising fury and questioned, what kind of fabric demands 30,000 gold? The attendant, maintaining his composure, replied, Your Highness, I previously mentioned that the price of these 3 bolts may be beyond your means. Moreover, Tianyi workshop is highly sought after by the nobility of the capital. This is a newly sourced white silk from Jiangnan, famously said to be worth a foot of silk for a foot of gold. Only these 3 bolts have emerged from all of Jiangnan, and they are now here at my Tianyi workshop. Bali Yanting pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing observed the onlookers, keenly aware of their intrigue. "Your Highness," he said with a hint of concern, "if you find it burdensome to bear the cost of 30,000 taels of gold, it may be best to forego this transaction. I imagine the upkeep of the Grand Princess's residence is quite demanding, and producing such a sum may pose a challenge." Li Yanqing cast a cold glance at Jiang Wanqing. Regardless of the wealth of the princess's estate, it was not feasible to simply produce 30,000 taels of gold on a whim. The daily expenses of the princess's household were substantial, and such a sum would likely deplete the entire treasury. However, seeing the smile on Jiang Wanqing's face made by Li Yanqing feel as if she were the subject of mockery, she glanced around at the audience, noting that some had attended previous gatherings at the princess's residence. This realization intensified her desire to maintain her dignity before Jiang Wanqing. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Yanqing gritted her teeth and declared, 3,000 taels of gold and 70,000 taels of silver. I can certainly afford it." Qin Jiru covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Truly, Your Highness, you are remarkable. That is indeed 30,000 taels of gold and 70,000 taels of silver." Others nearby chimed in with admiration. "This is white silk. Only the princess is worthy of such exquisite fabric." As the praises echoed around her, Li Yanqing felt her earlier irritation dissipate. With a haughty snort, she turned to Jiang Wanqing, her eyes gleaming with pride. "I fear I may disappoint you, Jiang Wanqing, for I can indeed procure this trifling sum of 30,000 taels of gold." At that moment, a smile finally graced Jiang Wanqing's face. Valuable items truly belong in the hands of those who recognize their worth. 30,000 taels of gold is no small matter. How many garments must Tian Yifang sell to cover that? In that instant, Jiang Wanqing regarded Li Yanqing with newfound appreciation. A servant approached, announcing, "Your Highness, your items have been packaged." As for the payment, Li Yanqing signaled to her maid, who stepped forward with a large stack of banknotes. The servant counted and hesitated. "Your Highness, this amount is insufficient." Surrounded by many spectators, Li Yanqing was determined not to lose face. The servant's expression conveyed uncertainty. Tian Yifang was not known for extending credit. Jiang Wanqing interjected, "No need for concern. Your Highness may not be aware of Tian Yifang's policy against credit. However, with so many witnesses present, the princess's residence would never default on this debt." Li Yanqing's expression darkened at this remark. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, "And you seem quite familiar with Tian Yifang's rules? Are you implying that I cannot afford this sum?" Jiang Wanqing quickly shook her head, a smile barely contained. "Not at all. How could I think such a thing of you, Your Highness? I am grateful for your patronage." Now it was Li Yanqing who felt perplexed. "Why would you be grateful to me?" Qin Jiru, standing nearby, shared her confusion. Jiang Wanqing covered her mouth in feigned surprise and slowly explained, "I forgot to mention that Tian Yifang is, in fact, my establishment." The revelation struck like lightning. Both Li Yanqing and Qin Jiru widened their eyes in disbelief. The most profitable shop in the capital belonged to Jiang Wanqing. In an instant, Li Yanqing realized what this meant. Pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Wanqing, she seethed, "Jiang Wanqing, are you playing tricks on me?" Jiang Wanqing looked innocently baffled. "Your Highness, when have I ever deceived you?" Li Yanqing's frustration boiled over. "If this shop belongs to you, why sell to me at 10 times the price?" Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly and surveyed the crowd before answering softly, "Your Highness, it was I who first coveted these fabrics, and it was you who insisted on purchasing them at 10 times the price. How can you claim I have tricked you?" Li Yanqing found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was her own decision. Yet she had been unaware that Tian Yifang was Jiang Wanqing's enterprise. Qin Jiru glanced at Jiang Wanqing with a hint of reproach. Despite their long acquaintance, she had never heard Jiang Wanqing mention that Tian Yifang was her property. Li Yanqing trembled with rage. Had she truly just relinquished such a vast sum of gold? Before she could formulate a plan, Jiang Wanqing interjected earnestly, "The onlookers here believe that this white silk is perfectly suited for Your Highness, as you yourself have stated. One must possess worthy items befitting one's station, and the princess, being of the highest nobility, deserves nothing less than the finest white silk, even if it comes at a slight cost. From this day forth, I shall regard you as my patron, for fine goods are worth their weight in gold." A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Li Yanqing's eyes. What a cunning ploy! Though Jiang Wanqing's words appeared complimentary, they were laced with the implication of public scrutiny. With so many witnesses present, retreating from the purchase would be impossible. By elevating herself to such lofty heights, Bai Lianqing realized that there was no turning back. With a chilling glint in her eyes, she vowed, "Rest assured, I will deliver every single tael of gold to Tian Yifang." Chapter 72. Song Nansheng takes the initiative to appear. Bai Lianqing's fury did not go unnoticed by the audience. However, she had already placed herself in a position of prominence. Even if she wished to retract her commitment, the opportunity had slipped away. Jiang Wanqing remained unfazed by Bai Lianqing's anger, merely chuckling lightly. "Not to worry. We trust that your highness will honor this debt." Bai Lianqing emitted a cold huff, glowering at Jiang Wanqing before turning to leave. The spectators began to disperse as well. Jiang Wanqing maintained her serene demeanor. She was neither a troublemaker nor easily intimidated. Standing awkwardly in place, Chen Jiru now wore an expression of embarrassment as she turned to Jiang Wanqing, offering an explanation. "I apologize, Wanqing. I spoke hastily in the heat of the moment." Jiang Wanqing turned to assess Chen Jiru. Even now, she wore an innocent faade. In truth, Jiang Wanqing realized she had been deceived by that very guise in the past. With a smile, Jiang Wanqing remarked, "Was it truly a moment of desperation? Or were you simply afraid of offending the princess because of me?" Chen Jiru's face darkened at this insinuation, and she retorted, "After all these years, how could you think so poorly of me?" Jiang Wanqing's eyes turned icy. "You know in your heart what the truth is." Chen Jiru bit her lip, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Upon opening her eyes, she explained, "Yes, I was indeed afraid of offending the princess. Your family had already incurred her wrath at the flower viewing banquet, and you further deceived her into purchasing your fabrics at 10 times the price, which only exacerbated the situation." Pausing, Chen Jiru's face flushed with anger. "I treated you as a friend, yet how have you repaid me? You never mentioned that Tian Yifang was your establishment." Jiang Wanqing, hearing this, couldn't help but smile in disbelief. This shop had been given to her by her mother as a dowry when she married. After more than a year apart, how could she have mentioned it? Chen Jiru pursed her lips, seemingly about to say more. Jiang Wanqing possessed a pair of calm and discerning eyes, and she spoke softly, "As you wish. It seems we shall refrain from frequent interactions. It would spare you the risk of offending Her Highness the Princess due to my presence." The underlying sense of detachment in Jiang Wanqing's words did not escape Chen Jiru's notice. She shook her head, her eyes glimmering with unspoken sentiments, and hurriedly explained, "No, it is not like that, Wanqing. After all these years of friendship, must we truly sever our ties over such a trivial matter? If I were to lose my connection with you, how would I ever extract useful information from the Duke's household in the future?" Yet, Jiang Wanqing's resolve was unwavering. Her tone decidedly frosty. "If you wish to maintain some dignity for our years of friendship, I suggest you silence yourself at once." Su Momo exchanged a glance with Mou, and they quickly followed suit. Once outside Tianyufang, Su Momo finally voiced her confusion. "Madam, were you not always on the best of terms with Miss Chen? How have we arrived at this point?" Jiang Wanqing paused, gazing at the wide-eyed child in her arms. She could not reveal that she had heard the child's innermost thoughts, so she explained, "Before Bai Lian, she distanced herself from me out of fear of the princess. I, Jiang Wanqing, have no need for such a false friend." Upon hearing this, Su Momo nodded in agreement, then asked, "Earlier, you intended to stroll with Miss Chen. Now that you have parted ways, shall we continue our outing?" Jiang Wanqing had already begun to walk towards a nearby jewelry shop. "Whether I am accompanied or not, do you think I would forego visiting these shops?" Before her marriage, Jiang Wanqing had always enjoyed the bustle of life. Her maternal family was one of the wealthiest in Jiangnan, and whenever she ventured out, it was either to shop or on her way to shop. Upon entering a store renowned for its exquisite jewelry, Jiang Wanqing looked at the child in her arms with a tender smile, saying, "Darling, I have decided that each year, I shall buy you jewelry, and by the time you marry, it will all be your dowry. But I don't want to get married." The child protested vehemently. "What if I encounter a man like that scoundrel father? I want to stay with you forever." The child's face was contorted in resistance, her fists raised as if to express her discontent. Jiang Wanqing inwardly cursed Zhou Zigu 100 times for casting such a long shadow over the child's life. Nonetheless, she gently coaxed, "If you do not find a suitable husband, then I shall take care of you for all your days." Upon hearing this, the child, who had been restless, finally quieted. "Then I will stay with you forever." Jiang Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Su Momo, observing this, could not resist teasing, "Madam, Miss is still so young. Why worry so much?" Jiang Wanqing replied, "She is my only child. I must be more attentive. Then Jiang Wanqing turned to the shop assistant. Please bring out your finest jewelry or your most treasured pieces. The assistant, recognizing a wealthy patron, smiled broadly and said, Miss, please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you. As the assistant went behind the curtain to retrieve the goods, Jiang Wanqing surveyed the displayed jewelry but found nothing of particular interest. Just then, Su Momo tugged at Jiang Wanqing's sleeve, her gaze directed elsewhere. Following her lead, Jiang Wanqing turned to see none other than Song Nanxing entering the shop. Dressed in a dark green embroidered gown, with her hair styled in the fashion of an unmarried maiden, Song Nanxing exuded an air of elegance. Her attire crafted from fine materials and adorned with exquisite hairpins. With just a hint of makeup, she looked captivating. This was the first time Jiang Wanqing had scrutinized Song Nanxing from such proximity, and her eyes narrowed as realization dawned upon her. It was no wonder Zhou Zigu remained infatuated with such beauty. However, should she wish to harm herself or her family, Jiang Wanqing would show no mercy, regardless of appearances. That wicked woman dares to appear before my mother, the child in her arms exclaimed. In the last life, she never showed up when that scoundrel brother succeeded. Why has she come to my mother now? The little one became increasingly agitated at the sight of Song Nanxing. Jiang Wanqing reached out to soothe her, intending to disregard Song Nanxing. After all, without the child's presence, she would not recognize Song Nanxing today. Just as Jiang Wanqing turned away, she distinctly heard someone call out, Miss Jiang. Hearing her name, Jiang Wanqing hesitated, realizing that the person was indeed addressing her. Turning to face Song Nanxing, she regarded her with a hint of confusion. Are you calling for me, miss? Song Nanxing approached with a demure demeanor, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she curtsied slightly. Jiang Wanqing remained composed, deliberately speaking with measured elegance. I have married into the Marquis of Xingchang's household and am now Mrs. Zhou. You should address me as such, Mississippi. With every word Jiang Wanqing uttered, Song Nanxing's expression darkened. The satisfaction Jiang Wanqing felt increased with each change in Song Nanxing's demeanor. It was indeed a fortuitous day, not only to thwart the princess but also to unsettle Song Nanxing. Jiang Wanqing understood that the title of Mrs. Zhou, which she deemed inconsequential, was precisely what Song Nanxing held dear. After all, what woman would willingly remain unnamed and unacknowledged, especially when considering bearing a man's children? Song Nanxing's displeasure quickly faded, replaced by a smile as she warmly addressed Jiang Wanqing. Mrs. Zhou, I am Song Nanxing, your cousin from the South Village. Due to my frail health since childhood, my aunt has cared for me, bringing me to the Marquis' household to grow up alongside cousin Zhou. After he married, my condition worsened, leading my aunt to send me to the South Village to recuperate. I learned that this estate belongs to you, Mrs. Zhou, and I thank you for your kindness. Jiang Wanqing's eyes glimmered with understanding. She was well aware of what Song Nanxing spoke of, yet she pondered the true motive behind Song Nanxing's visit today. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing handed the child to Su Momo and, with familiarity, took Song Nanxing's hand, beaming. So you are the cousin I've heard so much about. I've been told of your beauty, and indeed, you do not disappoint. However, since you are family, there is no need for formalities. Just call me sister-in-law. Although your cousin is no longer with us, I will gladly accept the title of sister-in-law. Song Nanxing's lips twitched slightly, a shadow of gloom crossing her eyes. But Jiang Wanqing did not miss these fleeting expressions. Stifling her amusement, she reveled in the thought of having Song Nanxing, who shamelessly consorted with Zhou Zigu, address her as sister-in-law. Yes, sister-in-law, Song Nanxing replied, a practiced smile gracing her face. Madam, I have procured the exquisite items you wish to see. At that moment, the attendant, arriving leisurely, abruptly interrupted the silent exchange between the two women. Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing this, hastily released Song Nanxing's hand. As she turned, she picked up a handkerchief and discreetly wiped her hands in a direction that Song Nanxing could not see. Jiang Wanqing held a certain disdain for Song Nanxing. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon the array of jewelry displayed on the table, which included various hairpins, hair sticks, earrings, and bracelets. At the forefront was a set of imperial green jade ornaments, which irresistibly captivated Jiang Wanqing's attention. She could not help but exclaim, "This set of jade jewelry is remarkable." The attendant, upon hearing her, promptly gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Madam has splendid taste. This set is indeed the treasure of our shop. The exquisite imperial green is a rare find." Jiang Wanqing extended her hand to examine the jewelry before turning to Song Nanxing, asking, "Sister, Are you also here to purchase jewelry? Song Nansheng, upon seeing the imperial green jade headpiece, felt a flicker of astonishment in her eyes and nodded. Yes. Having been secluded for so long, I thought it would be nice to venture out. Jiang Wanqing slowly curled her lips into a smile, playfully toying with a golden hairpin. Turning back to Song Nansheng, she teased, as you are a little ant, it is only fitting that you offer a token of greeting on our first meeting. Song Nansheng glanced at the small child in the arms of the old matron and smiled, replying, that is only proper. Let us see which one the little one prefers. And I shall buy it as a gift for her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing took the child from Su Momo's arms and looked back at Song Nansheng. Do you truly mean it? Whatever the little one grabs, you will buy for her. Song Nansheng looked at the assortment of jewelry on the table, which consisted of numerous gift boxes containing trinkets. Aside from the shop's treasure, any box the little one randomly selected would merely contain items of little value. With this thought, Song Nansheng chuckled, of course. Whatever the little one chooses, I shall procure. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow and, holding the child, approached the table. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the eager little one, her eyes filled with affection. This clever child surely knew what was most valuable. Song Nansheng and Su Momo drew closer, while the attendant observed curiously. Amidst the gathering of onlookers, the little one stretched out her hands, pointing directly at the imperial green jade headpiece. Jiang Wanqing stepped closer, and just as the little one was about to touch the jade headpiece, Song Nansheng's heart raced. She hurriedly stepped forward, naturally picking up the golden hairpin from the gift box in front of the headpiece and placing it in the little one's hand. Gently, she said, "Oh dear, does our little one fancy this hairpin?" Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, impressed by Song Nansheng's actions. However, in the next moment, the little one tossed the golden hairpin onto the floor and reached vigorously for the imperial green jade headpiece. Naughty child. Humph. Little one wants to choose the most expensive. Little one wants to spend all your money, so you can never eat a big chicken leg again. Hearing the child's thoughts and feeling her determination, Jiang Wanqing found herself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, as a mother, she must support her daughter. Thus, she stepped forward, and the little one joyfully hugged the headpiece, her expression radiating satisfaction. The attendant complimented, "Miss has exquisite taste." Su Momo, noticing the fleeting look of distress on Song Nansheng's face, grinned, "Miss, you are wonderful. It seems you're discerning. I will serve you well in the future." With a feigned innocence, she smiled and said, "Oh dear, what should we do, sister? The little one has accidentally chosen the shop's treasure amongst so many items. As her little aunt, you wouldn't be unable to afford it, would you? If sister lacks the funds, it would not be an issue." Upon hearing this, Song Nansheng let out a sigh of relief. Really? Although unaware of the price, she assumed the treasure would indeed require a substantial sum. Fortunately, Jiang Wanqing had no intention of making her pay. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Wanqing, with her wide, innocent eyes, earnestly stated, "Of course it's true. The money shop is right next door. Sister can borrow some funds if needed." Chapter 74. The first confrontation. Song Nansheng, upon hearing this, gradually grasped the situation. Her eyes reflected disbelief as she opened her mouth to ask, "What did you just say?" Jiang Wanqing covered her lips, unable to conceal her mirth, jesting, "Could it be that not only is your health poor, but your hearing is also compromised?" After saying this, she stepped closer to Song Nansheng's ear and spoke loudly, "Thank you for your affection towards little one. On our first meeting, you are willing to acquire the treasure of the shop for my daughter. When little one grows up, I shall surely tell her how kind Sister Nansheng has been to her. Rest assured, sister, you need not worry about the funds. The money shop next door can provide loans. When you venture out next, just remember to bring the money to repay them, but do ensure to pay back promptly. The longer you delay, the more interest accumulates." Song Nansheng stood momentarily stunned. Jiang Wanqing was truly unreserved. To suggest she borrow money from the money shop to buy something for her daughter? How audacious. Before Song Nansheng could fully process Jiang Wanqing's words, Su Momo, cradling the little one, joyfully remarked, "If Miss is borrowing from the money shop for the first time and is unsure how to proceed, I would be happy to accompany you." The attendant, witnessing a customer interested in the shop's treasure, felt an uncontrollable surge of joy at the prospect of earning a share of the profit. He raised his voice, praising Song Nansheng, "Miss, you truly dote on your younger kin. Today, your generosity to procure the shop's treasure is admirable." The other ladies and madams, who had been browsing the jewelry, turned their attention to Jiang Wanqing upon hearing this. "Goodness, this is the treasure of Wanyatang. It must be worth a fortune. What is this? I heard that the princess has bought all the white silk from Tianyafang. What? The white silk? That fabric is worth its weight in gold. It appeared that today, all the patrons were significant clients. Although the treasure of Wanyutang could not compare to the white silk, it was still undoubtedly valuable. They could merely gaze upon it. Upon hearing that a certain lady was purchasing the treasure for her younger cousin, they recognized the woman beside her as the wife of the Marquis of Xingqiang. Yet they wondered who this miss was. I heard she is the cousin of the Marquis of Xingqiang. The murmurs of the crowd reached Jiang Wanqing and Song Nanqing's ears. The attendant looked at Song Nanqing with an expectant expression. A chill swept through Song Nanqing's heart, and her eyes turned cold. Was Jiang Wanqing doing this on purpose? If she had not recognized Jiang Wanqing's earlier reaction, she would have suspected that Jiang Wanqing was intentionally trying to embarrass her. Now, with herself elevated to such a prominent position and the matter shared with so many, everyone was convinced she was buying the item. If she were to refuse now, would it not spread that the cousin of the Marquis of Xingqiang was untrustworthy? Song Nanqing's lively eyes flickered, and a smile blossomed at the corners of her eyes and brows. She spoke slowly, "Sister-in-law, if not, I shall present a gift to Xiaoxiao on another day. Today, I truly did not bring enough silver. Moreover, even if I were to borrow from the neighboring bank, they would still charge interest. There is no need for that." This explanation was just right. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flashed with mild surprise. She had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Song Nanqing could remain composed and provide such a convincing excuse. It was no wonder that Song Nanqing had managed to remain hidden for over a decade in her past life. Before Jiang Wanqing could respond, a nearby attendant quickly interjected. No worries, no worries. Our Wanyutang has a good relationship with the neighboring bank. Today, since this young lady is purchasing our prized item, we can arrange for the bank to waive the interest. If not, may I run an errand for this young lady? Song Nanqing regarded the attendant with a smile. Though it did not reach her eyes, the attendant felt as though there was a hint of an elusive chill in her gaze, making him uncertain if he had misinterpreted it. He could not help but lower his eyes, pondering if he had misspoken. Jiang Wanqing waved her handkerchief, her profound eyes tinged with a semblance of amusement. She slowly articulated, "Sister, look, the attendant has gone to such lengths. If you continue to decline, it would truly be ungracious towards him." Upon hearing this, Granny Su and Mou exchanged glances. Mou was the first to speak. "Cousin, you just mentioned gifting a present to the young lady, and now you say you have no money. The attendant has already stated that they will handle it, and the bank will not charge you interest. If you still refuse, it would be hard to justify." Granny Su nodded repeatedly, indeed. If cousin had previously stated that regardless of what the young lady chose, it would be her gift, she should have made that clear early on. To now refuse after repeatedly promising is merely seeking amusement at the expense of the lady and the shopkeeper. Listening to the exchanges between Granny Su and Mou, those around them began to comprehend the situation, nodding in agreement. The old matron referred to her as cousin, suggesting a distant connection to the Marquis of Xingqiang's household. To attempt to curry favor with such a prestigious family while hesitating to part with silver was unacceptable, having previously promised a gift to this younger generation. How could she now retract? Surely, it would not be a matter of inconsistency. In that moment, the eyes of the crowd turned toward Song Nanqing, filled with a hint of disdain. Song Nanqing bit her lip, the softness on her face solidifying into an icy resolve. The current scenario left her with no choice but to make a purchase. With a fleeting smile returning to her face, she said, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I am indeed willing to buy this gift for Xiaoxiao. Since the attendant has stated there will be no interest, let him fetch the money." The gentle smile on Song Nanqing's face concealed an undercurrent of fury. How could Jiang Wanqing scheme against her to such an extent? Upon hearing Song Nanqing's words, Jiang Wanqing hastily turned to the attendant. She promptly instructed, "Did you not hear the young lady express her intention to buy? Hurry to the neighboring bank and fetch the money for her." The attendant, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly and hurried away. Song Nanqing's heart raced. She had yet to inquire how much silver was needed. Surely, the shopkeeper would offer a discount. She cast a glance at the imperial green jade headpiece, hesitating. The headpiece indeed appeared increasingly luxurious. She wondered how much silver it would truly require, leaving her uncertain. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing stepped closer, taking Song Nanqing's hand. Her face radiated warmth. "Sister, you truly care for Xiaoxiao. If your cousin were aware, he would surely find peace in knowing that such a loving aunt watches over her." Song Nanqing's lips twitched slightly. She had no intention of being affectionate. She should have consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Originally, She had intended to witness Jiang Wanqing's misfortune. Little did she know, she would inadvertently present Jiang Wanqing with an imperial green jade headpiece. Thinking of this, Song Nanshan's expression darkened further. Jiang Wanqing quickly covered her mouth, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister, why do you look so unhappy? Is it because you feel burdened by gifting Xiaoxiao this jade headpiece?" As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing picked up her handkerchief, feigning tears. "Oh, sister, if you are reluctant to spend for Xiaoxiao, I assure you, no one will criticize you. As long as you hold love for Xiaoxiao in your heart, your deceased cousin would surely rejoice for you." Song Nanshan coughed lightly, forcing a smile. "What are you saying, sister? I naturally care for Xiaoxiao, and spending on her is nothing." Jiang Wanqing lowered her handkerchief, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity. "But why did your face appear so dark just now?" Song Nanshan took a deep breath, maintaining her smile. "Sister, I have always been weak in health. Perhaps I am feeling a bit unwell." Jiang Wanqing glanced at Mou, who immediately understood and rushed off to fetch a chair. Jiang Wanqing promptly assisted Song Nanshan into the chair. Song Nanshan, upon hearing this, shook her head. "Oh, how can I accept this? I am not that frail. If Jiang Wanqing were to leave, I would surely run into Brother Zigu." Jiang Wanqing took Xiaoxiao from Granny Su and approached Song Nanshan, her expression sincere. "Sister, there is no need for such formality. I can still take Xiaoxiao out for a stroll." A flicker of resentment passed through Song Nanshan's eyes. How had she not realized before that Jiang Wanqing was such a troublesome character? Jiang Wanqing regarded Song Nanshan as if she were a mere clown. She was well aware of what Song Nanshan feared. Today, the princess has unwittingly cost 30,000 taels of gold and has allowed this wicked woman to gain an imperial green jade set. Oh dear, how clever my mother is. Xiao Zhao's thoughts echoed intermittently. Jiang Wanqing glanced down to see Xiao laughing joyfully. Song Nanshan looked up, momentarily captivated by Xiao Zhao's smile. Yet, for some reason, she felt an undercurrent of mockery in that smile. Jiang Wanqing also turned her gaze to Song Nanshan. "It seems Xiao is quite fond of you, sister. Look how happily she smiles at you." Song Nanshan forced a smile. Indeed, this child is truly well behaved. How could she not be fond of me, considering I have paid the price of an imperial green jade headpiece? At that moment, the attendant returned with a stack of silver notes. The crowd turned to look at the source of the sound. Song Nanshan, upon seeing the thick bundle of silver in the attendant's hands, could not conceal her expression, which darkened instantly. Realizing there were so many people around her, she forced a smile. The attendant placed a contract and seal before Song Nanshan, explaining, "Miss, the total is 5,000 taels of silver. You only need to sign here." Song Nanshan's head shot up. How much? She could hardly breathe at the thought. 5,000 taels for such a trinket. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing observed Song Nanshan's suppressed displeasure and internally scoffed. This 5,000 taels would serve to settle the accounts for the monthly allowances from her dowry that had been given to Song Nanshan. Her belongings. If she is unwilling to part with them, no one can deceitfully take away. Jiang Wanqing lowered her head and affectionately kissed the small child. "Oh dear, my precious daughter. Grant your mother a kiss." Jiang Wanqing could not suppress her laughter as she glanced at Song Nanshan. "Ah, I merely intended to have my sister express a gesture of goodwill by casually gifting a small present, yet unexpectedly, she insisted on bestowing this extravagant jewelry worth 5,000 taels of silver. I shall remember my sister's kindness towards her." Upon hearing this, a fleeting chill crossed Song Nanshan's eyes. Truly laughable. What do you mean by insisting on gifting? That is an extravagant sum. Was she feverish to offer such a valuable present? The surrounding crowd erupted in praises for Song Nanshan. She suppressed all her displeasure upon hearing this, merely smiling faintly. "If she likes it, then it is my intention." Song Nanshan clenched her hand hidden within her sleeve, her nails nearly piercing her flesh, yet her expression remained composed. Jiang Wanqing felt quite satisfied today. Just stepping out for a day, she had garnered so much gold and silver. Song Nanshan's gaze flickered. Just as she was about to mention that her health was fine and that she wished to visit the Marquis of Xinjiang's residence, a maid dressed in the attire of the Marquis's household entered the shop. Upon spotting Jiang Wanqing, the maid approached her and performed a respectful bow. "Did the old lady summon me? Could it be that this time she is genuinely on her last breath?" Jiang Wanqing asked, neither cold nor warm. "What has happened with the old lady?" The maid quickly shook her head, her face filled with urgency. "No, it's not the old lady. It's young Master Mushing." "What happened to Mushing?" Song Nanshan's face showed a hint of excitement as she hurriedly approached the maid for questioning. The crowd around them was startled by Song Nanqing's reaction. Chapter 76. Detained by the casino. Song Nanqing's face was still etched with worry. Seeing the maid's silence, she quickly admonished, "What has happened to Mushing?" The maid appeared momentarily stunned. The crowd fell silent. Only then did Song Nanqing realize that perhaps she had overreacted a bit. Her expression became slightly unnatural. Jiang Wanqing's eyes glimmered with a knowing smile. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "It seems my sister is not only concerned about our little one, but also quite worried about Mushing. However, is it perhaps excessive concern for Mushing?" A flicker of panic crossed Song Nanqing's eyes, but she strove to maintain her composure. With a slight smile, she calmly explained, "Because both little one and Mushing are the children of my cousin and sister-in-law, and Mushing is the heir of the Marquis of Xingqiang, naturally, I am more concerned for him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing raised her gaze, her demeanor languid and relaxed. "Cousin, you truly are a product of your upbringing beside our matriarch, so attentive to the affairs of the Marquis of Xingqiang." Song Nanqing bit her lip, feeling slightly uncomfortable. She worried whether Jiang Wanqing might sense something amiss, yet thoughts of Shou Mushing occupied her mind, rendering her oblivious to other concerns. Song Nanqing shifted the topic, "Sister-in-law. I grew up under my aunt's care, so I naturally worry about her and my cousin. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Do you not care about Mushing?" She directed the conversation back to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing remained unfazed. With so many servants attending to Mushing at the Marquis of Xingqiang's residence, it is surely impossible for anything to have gone amiss. After saying this, Jiang Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at the maid. "Now, what exactly has transpired?" The maid hesitated, glancing at the onlookers, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Then, stepping closer, she leaned in to whisper something into Jiang Wanqing's ear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's gaze flickered, and her expression shifted slightly. Beside her, Song Nanqing grew anxious. "You maid. When sister-in-law inquires about Mushing, why do you hesitate?" She feared Jiang Wanqing would not treat Mushing well. After all, he was not her biological child. Mushing was her only son, and after giving birth to him, she had suffered greatly and could bear no more children. He was her sole support. If Jiang Wanqing were to treat him harshly because he was not her own, and something befell him, how could she win Zhou Zigui's heart? Now, when asking about Mushing, the maid still hesitated. Song Nanqing's heart filled with additional worry. Thinking of this, she gazed at Jiang Wanqing with a hint of reproach. The maid, being new, did not recognize Song Nanqing. "Madam, the old lady is also waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Song Nanqing's face displayed a hint of shock. She could barely contain herself. What on earth happened to Mushing that had alarmed the old lady? Song Nanqing began to feel increasingly uneasy. She approached Jiang Wanqing again. Looking at the maid with a questioning tone, what exactly happened that it would disturb the old lady? The maid was taken aback and glanced at Jiang Wanqing. "Madam, this young lady is," Jiang Wanqing leisurely explained. "This is the cousin from the Marquis of Xingqiang." The maid quickly lowered her head and slightly curtsied to Song Nanqing. "Greetings, young lady." However, Song Nanqing grew impatient. "You must first tell me what has happened to Mushing. He is the only male heir of the Marquis of Xingqiang now." The maid's face filled with difficulty, glancing at Jiang Wanqing with a look of inquiry. Given the circumstances surrounding Mushing, how could she remain calm? After a moment's hesitation, Song Nanqing's worry surfaced, prompting her to insist, "Come now, sister-in-law, do tell me without further delay. Otherwise, I shall be left in constant worry." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing sighed. Then she glanced at the maid. "Since the young lady is so worried, you should tell her. I cannot bring myself to say it." The maid turned to look at Song Nanqing, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. "The Wuyo Pavilion?" Song Nanqing's eyes widened in confusion. Then she exclaimed, "What audacity does the Wuyo Pavilion have to detain the young master of the Marquis of Xingqiang?" The maid appeared at a loss for words. Seeing this, Song Nanqing shot back. "What kind of expression is that? Who are you showing that face to?" The maid inhaled deeply and raised her voice. "I dare not show any disrespect. The Wuyo Pavilion is the largest casino in the capital, and young Master Mushing lost a significant sum there. Now, he is being held by the Wuyo Pavilion, and the Marquis of Xingqiang cannot produce the silver for his release. Thus, they sought out the madam." The maid, who had been serving in Jiang Wanqing's courtyard, naturally thought for Jiang Wanqing's sake. Now, raising an unrelated son, he was doing such foolish things. Previously, the madam had supplemented the grand household of the Marquis of Xingqiang with her dowry. Now, it seemed the Marquis had produced a gambler. How much silver would the madam need to sustain the extravagant expenditures of the Marquis? Irritated, the maid realized that the cousin continued to press her for answers. With no time to shield young Master Mushing from embarrassment, it was already too late. The maid privately thought that rather than letting young Master Mushing disappoint everyone, it might be better to revoke his status as an adopted son. Song Nanxing, upon hearing this, was utterly shocked. It seemed unbelievable. Mushing was merely a child. How could he have fallen into such vice? At this moment, the crowd surrounding them began to murmur, discussing Zhou Mushing. Song Nanxing caught snippets of their hushed conversations and shot a furious glare at the maid, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Biting her teeth, she remarked, "Why would such matters be disclosed before outsiders?" The maid appeared surprised, a hint of impatience in her eyes. "Isn't it you, Miss Biao, who has been persistently inquiring? I had long whispered to Madame that such matters are certainly not for outsiders. Yet you, Miss Biao, keep pressing, even claiming concern for the younger generation, which compelled Madame to allow me to speak with you. The shop's territory is rather vast. If you wish to know more, how else can I express it?" Chapter 77. The revelation. Upon hearing this, Song Nanxing was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, the implications of the maid's words dawned upon her. Was she truly the outsider in question? How utterly ridiculous. After all, she was the biological mother of Mushing. At that moment, Song Nanxing felt a sting of humiliation. She realized that sending Zhou Mushing to be raised by Jiang Wanqing was indeed a poor decision. Her gaze fell upon the small child in Jiang Wanqing's arms. Her eyes flickered several times, and a cold smile formed within her heart. Yes, the other party already had her own child. How could she possibly treat someone else's child with kindness? The little one stared up at Song Nanxing with innocent, wide eyes, babbling and waving her small hands. Humph. What is this wicked woman staring at? What ulterior motives does she have? Ha! She even wants to raise the bad brother for mother. Good luck with that. Dream on about becoming a top scholar. Mother already knows that the bad brother is the child of the scoundrel father. Just wait and see how my mother drives you bad people away. The little one occasionally clenched her tiny fists, convinced she appeared fierce, though in reality, she was utterly adorable. Jiang Wanqing sighed and glanced at the maid. Let us go see Mushing. We cannot allow the young master of the esteemed Xingchang Marquis household to be detained in a gambling den. After saying this, Jiang Wanqing seemed to recall something else. She turned to the shopkeeper of Yu Hall and instructed, "Send all the jewelry that was on the table earlier to the Xingchang Marquis household." The shopkeeper, unable to suppress his smile, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, madam, rest assured, it will be delivered safely. What a bountiful fortune this is." Meanwhile, Granny Sue inquired about the total amount of silver and subsequently handed over the banknotes. After doing so, Granny Sue realized her pocket was now empty. Jiang Wanqing then exited Yu Hall, heading leisurely towards Wuyo Pavilion, with Song Nanxia following closely behind, albeit with a hint of urgency and worry in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, let us hasten our steps. We should arrive sooner. Wuyo Pavilion is a gambling den, a place filled with all sorts of people. What if Mu Sheng is led astray or bullied? What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing halted, a playful glint in her eyes. "Sister, why do I sense that you are more concerned for Mu Sheng than I, his mother?" Song Nanxing paused, looking up at Jiang Wanqing, a fleeting panic evident in her gaze. Then, with a hint of urgency, she replied, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I treat both Mu Sheng and Xiaoxiao equally. I even sent a set of headpieces for Xiaoxiao. However, Mu Xing is the only male heir of the Xingchang Marquis household, naturally. I have more reason to worry about him." Jiang Wanqing shook her head. "How can you say he is the only male heir?" Song Nanxing was taken aback, confusion flashing in her eyes. "What do you mean, sister-in-law?" Jiang Wanqing sighed, a faint sorrow gracing her features. "I have high hopes for Mu Sheng, yet he has behaved in such a manner. If the old lady becomes angry, it is possible that the clan will adopt several more children. The old lady would never do such a thing." Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, a hint of jest in her gaze. "Are you so certain, sister-in-law?" "That is not what I meant. It is well known that Mu Sheng is the young master of the Xingchang Marquis household. To suggest replacing him so soon seems rather hasty." Song Nanxing suppressed a rising tide of resentment. Jiang Wanqing dared to suggest that others might take her son's position as Marquis. The old lady was fully aware that Mu Sheng was the only biological male heir of the Xingchang Marquis household. How could anyone dare to adopt another child without hesitation? It was evident that only Jiang Wanqing held such thoughts. Indeed, if a child were not one's own, it would be easy to neglect. The more Song Nanxing pondered, the more she felt her discontent regarding the decision to entrust Mu Sheng to Jiang Wanqing grow. She had believed Jiang Wanqing would be a good guardian. Yet how much time had truly passed since then, and already Mu Sheng had turned out this way. As her thoughts spiraled, anger surged within her, and a chilling intensity glimmered in her eyes. Ultimately, she forced a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, let us hurry to Wuyo Pavilion." Jiang Wanqing pursed her lips and nodded. The group resumed their path towards Wuyo Pavilion. Wuyo Pavilion was the largest gambling den in the capital, its affiliations a mystery to all. However, no one dared to cause trouble there. Those who had previously attempted unrest rarely lived to see the next day. Among its patrons were the impoverished, the wealthy, and even noble science. As incidents involving nobility occurred, the fear of causing a scene had grown over time. Wuyo Pavilion was a realm of both heaven and hell. Yet the influx of gamblers continued unabated. The allure of its opulence masked the undercurrents of power, wealth, and fate. Upon entering Wuyo Pavilion, it felt as though one had stepped into a world brimming with temptation and peril. The lavish decor greeted the eye, with treasures piled high. The dealer remained composed and skillful, managing the game deftly, while players cheered or wore furrowed brows. The casino was bustling, filled with noble youths, wealthy merchants, and wandering heroes, all seeking the chance for overnight riches. Their expressions were tense, their gazes resolute, each embracing the belief of victory as they plunged into this gambling extravaganza. However, most of those who frequented this place were men. The appearance of Jiang Wanqing and the others, being women, inevitably drew attention, if only momentarily. For gamblers, the chips on the table were far more alluring. Song Nanxing surveyed her surroundings, her concern intensifying with each glance. She suddenly realized what she had said and feared Jiang Wanqing might catch on. Quickly, she offered an explanation. "I apologize, sister-in-law, having grown up with Brother Zigu. I sometimes feel as though he is still alive, which is why I inadvertently mentioned him." Jiang Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at Song Nanxing. The latter's hidden thoughts were hardly concealed. "Who dares to speak of dealing with my Wuyo Pavilion?" came a haughty voice from above, as a figure clad in red descended the staircase with an air of arrogance. Chapter 78. Mistaken for the real mother, Jiang Wanqing and the others turned towards the source of the voice. The expansive gambling den was divided into 3 levels, with a grand spiral staircase at its center. A woman in red slowly made her way down from the 2nd floor. When she finally stood before Jiang Wanqing and the others, her striking features became evident. Clad in a sheer red gown adorned with silver-threaded chrysanthemums, her alluring figure was tantalizingly obscured beneath the fabric. Her delicate waist evoked an irresistible allure, while her beauty was breathtaking in its own right. Her skin was as smooth as silk, her face resembling a peach blossom, and her brows and eyes were like exquisite paintings. A petal of red peach blossom rested between her brows, and her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled at the back, leaving a single lock cascading onto her chest. Her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating wisdom and cleverness, while the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she had encompassed the entirety of the gambling den in her gaze. What a strikingly alluring woman she was. Jiang Wanqing nodded politely at the enchanting figure before her and inquired, "May I ask who this young lady is?" Jiang Wanqing was well aware that the woman before her possessed an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting she was indeed a remarkable person within the Wuyo Pavilion. It was likely that the people in Wuyo Pavilion had already recognized her as someone from the Marquis of Xingchang's household upon their arrival. Yet they still chose to send forth this captivating woman. Presumably, the manager of Wuyo Pavilion was none other than the lady before her. The woman glanced at Jiang Wanqing, her red lips parting slightly. "Wuyo Pavilion, Yanyangzi." Meanwhile, Song Nanxing, having waited for quite some time only to find herself faced with a mere woman, could no longer contain her frustration. Yanyangzi lifted her gaze with a hint of disdain as she regarded Song Nanxing. Covering her lips with a hand, she laughed and said, "Could it be that you are the young mistress of the Marquis of Xingchang?" Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment crept onto Song Nanxing's face. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wanqing, feeling a surge of indignation within her. Nevertheless, she had to concede to one undeniable truth. "I am not." Yanyangzi paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, her tone laced with mockery. "If you are not the mistress of the Marquis of Xingchang, then what is the urgency for? One might think you are the child's biological mother." Song Nanxing's expression froze. Indeed, she was Mu Sheng's biological mother. Stealing a furtive glance at Jiang Wanqing, her dissatisfaction only deepened. If it weren't for Jiang Wanqing's intervention, how could she have found herself in such a predicament? Now, with her own child in danger. She had no reason to step forward. Anger bubbled within her clenched fists hidden in her sleeves. She then turned her gaze back to Yan Yangzi and pointed at Jiang Wanqing, declaring, "Though I am not, she is indeed the mistress of the Marquis of Xingqiang." Yan Yangzi followed Song Nanqing's gesture to observe Jiang Wanqing, scrutinizing her with a curious gaze. The brilliance of her astonishment was skillfully concealed, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Indeed, this lady possesses the skin befitting the mistress of the Marquis of Xingqiang. As for you, Yan Yangzi's voice trailed off, her gaze shifting back to Song Nanqing, her tone dripping with disdain. You merely resemble a maid. Song Nanqing's heart sank at the words, a chill flickering in her eyes. She was no stranger to beauty. She had her own modest renown. To be reduced to the appearance of a maid in the eyes of this person was undoubtedly a slight. Truly, a person of lowly status. Song Nanqing struggled to suppress the fury rising within her chest and turned to Jiang Wanqing. "Sister-in-law, we have arrived at Wuyo Pavilion, and the most pressing matter is Mu Sheng." Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings. Although the gamblers were engrossed in their chips, the moment the striking Yan Yangzi appeared, some gazes began to wander her way, inevitably scrutinizing Jiang Wanqing and her companions as well. Jiang Wanqing then addressed Yan Yangzi. "Yan Yangzi, this is hardly the place for conversation." Yan Yangzi nodded. "Very well, let us relocate to a more suitable venue for discussion. Please, follow me." With that, Yan Yangzi made her way toward the staircase. Ascending to the third floor, Jiang Wanqing, along with the little one, followed suit, as did Mama Su and Mo. Song Nanqing, seeing no other option, trailed behind with her maid. The group arrived at a private room where they could observe the entire scene below. Yan Yangzi leaned against the window, gazing at the throng of frenzied gamblers, a smirk playing on her lips. Turning to Jiang Wanqing, she asked, "Are you the Lady Zhou of the Marquis of Xingqiang?" Jiang Wanqing replied softly, "I prefer you to call me Miss Jiang of the Duke's Manor." The mention of Miss Jiang momentarily startled Jiang Wanqing, as she realized she had long been referred to as Lady or Mistress Zhou by others. Yet, she had no desire for the trappings of the Zhou family. The only one who called her Miss Jiang was the ruthless Grand Eunuch Fong, who still owed her 1,000 taels of gold. "Miss Jiang?" she said apologetically. "I beg your pardon, but I did not quite catch what you said earlier." Yan Yangzi responded slowly. "Your young master indeed came to our gambling den of his own accord. We did not coerce him in any way." Before Jiang Wanqing could react, Song Nanqing interjected, "You speak nonsense. Mu Sheng is still very young, not yet 5 years old. How could he come to a gambling house on his own?" Yan Yangzi's expression momentarily faltered, her eyes glinting with coldness, yet her smile remained. "Wuyo Pavilion receives countless visitors daily. If this young lady does not believe me, she may freely ask anyone here. We at Wuyo Pavilion never engage in coercive dealings." For some reason, despite Yan Yangzi's smiling demeanor, Song Nanqing felt an unsettling edge beneath her words, which instilled a profound sense of fear. Biting her lip, she retorted defiantly, "Regardless, Wuyo Pavilion is your domain, so your words hold sway." Jiang Wanqing, however, seized the moment to interject, "Sister, your statement is flawed. Wuyo Pavilion has risen to be the foremost gambling establishment in the capital. Surely it must adhere to certain principles to have achieved such success." Chapter 79, Sister, do you have the funds to redeem Mu Sheng? Song Nanqing was torn between anxiety and indignation, yet could not express a trace of resentment towards Jiang Wanqing. The turmoil in her heart was suffocating. She wished nothing more than for Jiang Wanqing to vanish from existence. Had she known better than to heed Shou Zigong's advice to entrust Mu Sheng to Jiang Wanqing, she would have refused. Now, with her beloved child in peril, she found herself unable to step forward. It was clear that the people of Wuyo Pavilion had orchestrated a cunning plot to detain Mu Sheng. Yet Jiang Wanqing continued to defend them. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. Yan Yangzi cast a surprised glance at Jiang Wanqing, seemingly taken aback by her unexpected defense. She then spoke. "I have only heard of a 7th young lady from the Duke's Manor, Miss Jiang. Why do you refer to her as sister?" Jiang Wanqing replied with a smile. "She is the cousin of the Marquis of Xingqiang. Now that I am wed into the Marquis' family, she may rightfully call me sister-in-law." Yan Yangzi glanced at the little one nestled in Jiang Wanqing's arms, fast asleep. "Is this your daughter? She resembles you quite a bit. I dare say she will grow into a lovely young lady." Jiang Wanqing cast a gentle gaze at the little one before turning her attention back to Yan Yangzi. "Thank you for the compliment. The two women seamlessly overlooked Song Nanqing's prior words, while Song Nanqing, visibly exasperated, thought it absurd that Jiang Wanqing could engage in such light-hearted banter while her son was held captive by Wuyo Pavilion. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, this is hardly the time for idle chatter. We must focus on finding Mu Sheng." Before Jiang Wanqing could respond, Yanni Yangzi interjected mockingly, "My dear lady, you are truly concerned about another's child. Could it be you are indeed the child's biological mother? I have heard that young master is an adopted child." Song Nanqing's face stiffened, her pupils dilating as if caught in a web. She hurriedly retorted, "I am still an unmarried girl. What nonsense are you spouting? I grew up in the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Mu Sheng is the only young master of the Marquis of Xingchang. Is it wrong for me to care? Unmarried girl?" The alluring lady recited each word deliberately, her gaze measuring Song Nanqing inch by inch, her deep-set eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. It was rather amusing. Despite being mothers, they still had the audacity to claim they were unmarried maidens. Song Nanqing felt somewhat uneasy under the lady's scrutinizing gaze, her eyes evasively darting away. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing decided not to linger any longer and inquired, "Dear lady, since you have conveyed a message to the Marquis of Xingchang's residence, it seems you harbor no ill intentions towards Mu Sheng. Now that we are here, please state your price. How much do we need to pay to take Mu Sheng away?" Upon hearing this, a smile danced at the corners of the lady's eyes. She extended a single finger and declared, "Miss Jiang, you are a forthright person, so I will not beat around the bush. This is the amount." "Beside them?" Granny Su inquired, 100 taels? Song Nanqing sighed in relief. 100 taels was manageable. However, the lady shook her head with a smile. "Our Wuyo Pavilion conducts substantial business. 100 taels is too little." Mo exchanged a glance with Granny Su before asking, "Could it be 1,000 taels of silver?" Granny Su gasped, as her monthly earnings barely totaled a few taels. How could young Mu Sheng, not yet 5 years old, possibly spend money so extravagantly? Song Nanqing's expression darkened further. The lady, caught between laughter and tears, retorted, "It is not 1,000 taels of silver. It is 1,000 taels of gold." Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows, a smile glimmering in her eyes. It appeared that Zhou Mu Sheng harbored significant ambitions. If he was willing to gamble 1,000 taels of gold, it was hardly surprising he could lose that amount as well. However, in an instant, Jiang Wanqing's visage shifted back to one of concern, while Granny Su and Mo stood frozen in disbelief. That was indeed 1,000 taels of gold. Song Nanqing's face contorted with frustration, her deep-set eyes shimmering with suppressed emotions, her icy demeanor flickering momentarily. With a cold laugh, she exclaimed, "Is Wuyo Pavilion so desperate for money that you would swindle a child, not yet 5 years old? How could a mere child possibly lose 1,000 taels of gold?" Jiang Wanqing remained silent, her expression betraying a hint of difficulty as she gently patted the little one, coaxing him to sleep. In response to Song Nanqing's accusations, the alluring lady remained unfazed. After a pause, a mocking glint appeared in her eyes as she stated, however, "I wonder if I were to report the young master of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence to the authorities, would the reputation of the Marquis still hold? What future awaits this young master then?" Upon hearing this, Song Nanqing felt a surge of anger and instinctively took a step back, her eyes reflecting a relentless coldness. Her brows tightly knitted. She could not afford to gamble. After all, Mu Sheng was her only child. All of her aspirations and glory rested upon Zhou Mu Sheng. If Mu Sheng were reported to the authorities and entangled in gambling affairs, it would undoubtedly affect his future prospects. With her lips tightly pressed, Song Nanqing's eyes brimmed with unyielding resentment. She vowed that once Mu Sheng achieved success, and she became the lady of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence, she would ensure this woman would pay for her insolence. Then, glancing at Jiang Wanqing, she appeared troubled, saying, "Sister-in-law, about that 1,000 taels of gold." Jiang Wanqing's expression mirrored her distress. She furrowed her brows and sighed, her tone tinged with urgency. "Sister, what shall we do? I currently have not a single coin to spare." Song Nanqing's pupils constricted. Jiang Wanqing sighed deeply, shaking her head. "All these years, I have supported the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. I have no surplus funds left. Furthermore, the money spent on jewelry this month has exhausted all that I had." At that moment, Mo opened her purse, revealing its emptiness. Song Nanqing cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Wanqing. How could Jiang Wanqing be out of money? Was she truly unwilling to redeem Mu Sheng? Or had all her dowry indeed been spent on the Marquis of Xingchang's residence this year? But how could Jiang Wanqing's substantial dowry be depleted so quickly? In a moment of indecision, Jiang Wanqing cradled the little one, her expression filled with concern. She then suggested, "Sister, do you have any money left? After all, you have gifted little Xiao 3,000 taels of gold for his headpiece. Since he has received a gift, you cannot neglect Mu Sheng. Sister, just take out 1,000 taels of gold to redeem Mu Sheng. Consider it his gift from you. When Mu Sheng grows up, he will undoubtedly honor you." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshan's vision darkened, and she was momentarily taken aback with disbelief. Chapter 80. Then let us come to redeem him next month. Turning to Jiang Wanqing, she gazed in incredulity. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Wanqing feigned innocence, her eyes wide. She replied, "Sister, if you do not wish to part with the money, just say so. On our way here, you seemed so concerned, yet now, when asked to contribute 1,000 taels of gold, you continuously hesitate." Song Nanshan's face darkened as she struggled to maintain her composure, finally saying, "But sister, this is your son. Are you truly willing to leave Mu Sheng here at Weiyo Pavilion?" Jiang Wanqing's expression turned helpless, her eyes clouded with sorrow. "Although I know he is my son, the truth remains that I do not possess any money. This month's funds have already been spent. If I must provide money, I can only wait until next month." Having said that, Jiang Wanqing fixed her gaze on Song Nanshan. "Since you could afford 3,000 taels of gold for little Zhao's headpiece, how is it that you cannot produce 1,000 taels of gold now?" Finally, Jiang Wanqing added softly, "Is it that you truly cannot manage it? Or is it that you simply do not wish to?" Though Jiang Wanqing's voice was low, it struck a chord with Song Nanshan. Her heart tightened. Earlier, Jiang Wanqing had deceived her into purchasing the translucent jade for 3,000 taels of gold. Now, when asked to spend 1,000 taels of gold to redeem Mu Sheng, she was unwilling. Song Nanshan felt an overwhelming urge to hurl that translucent jade at Jiang Wanqing's face. A sense of frustration welled within her. She was determined to see if Jiang Wanqing would still wish to redeem Mu Sheng if she herself did not provide the 1,000 taels of gold. Even if it meant borrowing, it was necessary. Otherwise, how could she entrust her son to Jiang Wanqing's care? As the alluring lady observed the unfolding drama, she interjected, having seen enough of the two women's back and forth. "You two have been discussing for quite some time. Is it truly impossible for either of you to produce 1,000 taels of gold?" Both Jiang Wanqing and Song Nanshan turned to the alluring lady, each noting the impatience etched on her face. Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, casting a glance at Song Nanshan before sighing. "Since you are unable to provide the money, it seems I must step in." Song Nanshan's eyes flickered with hope. Jiang Wanqing was willing to pay. The alluring lady sighed with relief, grateful that she could finally send the child away. She then addressed Jiang Wanqing. "One hand gives money, the other releases the child. I will only return him upon receiving 1,000 taels of gold." A smile gradually spread across Jiang Wanqing's face. "Naturally, that is no issue." Song Nanshan also felt a weight lift from her heart, but the next moment, Jiang Wanqing's actions caused her heart to race. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the alluring lady. "Then we shall meet again in the future." With that, she cast a look at Granny Su and Mou and added, "Let us depart." Yeniatsi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jiang Wanqing, who was preparing to leave, and inquired, "Wait, how can you depart without taking the person with you?" Beside her, Song Nanshan's face also bore a hint of panic. She quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, sister-in-law, we have yet to retrieve Mushing. How can we leave like this? Did you not just say that you would handle this matter?" Song Nanshan was perplexed. Just a moment ago, Jiang Wanqing had promised to redeem Mushing, yet now she was poised to leave without him. Hearing their pressing questions, Jiang Wanqing paused her steps and explained slowly, "I intend to use 1,000 taels of gold to redeem Mushing, but as I mentioned, I have exhausted this month's funds. At present, I am unable to produce a single coin. Naturally, I will redeem him. However, I will return next month to do so. I kindly ask Yeniatsi to take care of our young master from the Xinchang Marquis for this month, ensuring he does not continue gambling." Upon hearing this, Yeniatsi's lips twitched slightly. It was her first encounter with such a mother, one willing to leave her child in a gambling den for an entire month. Though he was an adopted child, he was still just a child. Yeniatsi sighed inwardly, recognizing Jiang Wanqing as a formidable character. Nonetheless, since she was willing to pay the 1,000 taels of gold, it was merely a matter of providing a child with a meal. Thus, Yeniatsi nodded. "Very well. As long as Miss Jiang is assured to leave the child in my care, I have no objections." Jiang Wanqing smiled faintly. That is acceptable. After all, he is but a white-eyed wolf. I do not concern myself with such matters. However, she feared that even if she intended to proceed as such, others might not grant her that opportunity. Song Nanxing, visibly anxious, interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be allowed." Yeniatzi raised an eyebrow, a smile in her eyes. "The mother has agreed. What right do you, a mere relative, have to object?" Jiang Wanqing wore a troubled expression as she turned to Song Nanxing. "Sister, this is the best solution at present. Yeniatzi's willingness to assist us is already commendable." Song Nanxing bit her lip, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her cold gaze. When she lifted her head again, her eyes had regained their calmness. She spoke softly, "Sister-in-law, that is not my intent, however. Mushing is the young master of the Xinqiang Marquis. If he remains here in Wuyo Pavilion for a month, his reputation among other noble families may be irreparably tarnished." Jiang Wanqing shot a cold glance at Song Nanxing. "What would you have me do? I cannot produce such a sum at this moment. I have entrusted Yeniatzi to care for Mushing well. Once next month arrives, I will bring the money to redeem him. It is not as though I will neglect him." Song Nanxing, in her urgency, insisted, "That is not my meaning." Jiang Wanqing sighed. Given Mushing's current actions, should he not be taught a lesson? He must recognize his identity. He cannot simply exploit the privilege of being the young master of the Xinqiang Marquis to act as he pleases. If this occurs again, I would not hesitate to adopt another child from the clan. Upon hearing this, Song Nanxing's expression changed drastically. Chapter 81. The Theft of Bridal Jewelry. Song Nanxing glared at Jiang Wanqing, her demeanor growing colder. What was Mushing's identity? He was, after all, the young master of the Xinqiang Marquis. If it were not for Jiang Wanqing's interference, she and Mushing would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Now, she even threatened to take another child in an attempt to undermine Mushing's position. The anger within Song Nanxing surged. She could no longer tolerate Jiang Wanqing continuing to act as Mushing's mother. If Mushing were truly confined in Wuyo Pavilion for a month, his future would be utterly ruined. Suppressing her loathing for Jiang Wanqing, Song Nanxing spoke resolutely. "I will cover the 1,000 taels of gold. I cannot bear to see Mushing remain in Wuyo Pavilion." Jiang Wanqing's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed, Song Nanxing had taken the bait. In comparison to Mushing's future, what did 1,000 taels of gold amount to? Yeniatzi crossed her arms, impatience flickering in her eyes. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "You are toying with me. One moment you have money, the next you do not. I'm afraid it has now become 2,000 taels of gold." Song Nanxing's pupils constricted in disbelief as she stared at Yeniatzi. "Are you robbing us? It was just 1,000 taels of gold. How has it suddenly doubled?" Yeniatzi leaned against the windowsill, surveying the scene below. With a flick of her hand, she smirked. "How is this robbery? Was it not you who played tricks first? My time is precious. 1,000 taels of gold is but a trifle. Do you know how much gold I handle in a single instance stick estimation here at Wuyo Pavilion?" Pausing, Yeniatzi straightened up, fixing her gaze on Song Nanxing with a hint of menace. "You may report me to the authorities, but you should ponder the consequences of offending Wuyo Pavilion. No one who has crossed Wuyo Pavilion has ended well. This is Wuyo Pavilion. My words are the law." Beside them, Mo seized the moment to explain. In the past, some noble youths caused disturbances in Wuyo Pavilion, only to meet sudden and untimely deaths. Even if it was known that Wuyo Pavilion was behind it, there was no evidence. The master behind Wuyo Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, and no one can shake its foundation. If the young lady wishes to offend Wuyo Pavilion, she ought to consider young Master Mushing. Upon hearing this, Song Nanxing's countenance darkened further. Unwillingly, she cast a reluctant glance at Yeniatzi. Was there truly no way out? She could not gamble with Mushing. After all, he was her only child. No accidents could occur. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing spoke indifferently, "Sister. He is merely an adopted son. The events of today are consequences of his own actions. Is it not reasonable for him to pay a price?" Song Nanxing felt her anger spike upon hearing this. She turned to Jiang Wanqing, her eyes glimmering with frost, and gritted her teeth as she addressed Yeniatzi. "I will provide the 2,000 taels of gold. Sister-in-law need not mention adopting other children. He is already the young master of the Xinqiang Marquis and deserves to be treated as such." Jiang Wanqing replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes, "Sister, if you truly possess the funds, why not produce them sooner? Why allow Yeniatzi to inflate the price by an additional 1,000 taels?" Yeniatzi found the situation amusing. observing the irony of an unwed girl expressing concern for a child, while the mother remained indifferent. Taking a deep breath, Song Nanxing removed 2 jade bracelets from her wrist. Turning to Jiang Wanqing, she explained, "Sister-in-law, I am indeed out of money. However, these jade bracelets should suffice to pawn for 2,000 taels of gold." Upon hearing Song Nanxing's words, Jiang Wanqing's gaze fell upon the jade bracelets in her hands. Her expression shifted, and her pupils dilated. Were these not the dowry bestowed upon her by their mother? They were a pair of intricately carved jade bracelets, appearing as a single ornamental piece from a distance. Yet upon closer inspection, they revealed 5 intertwined bangles. The craftsmanship was exceptionally difficult. 100 imperial green bracelets had to be sacrificed to produce just these 2. Thus, this pair was of immense value. However, this bracelet has been kept in the storeroom all along. How is it that it has now found its way into Song Nanxing's possession? At this moment, Xiaoxiao yawned and became more alert. She looked up at Jiang Wanqing and sensed that her mother seemed to be upset. Who has made mother angry? Following Jiang Wanqing's gaze, Xiaoxiao glanced over and spotted the familiar pair of jade bracelets. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression changed dramatically. "Mother, that wicked woman is wearing your jade bracelet. That scoundrel father and that vile grandmother have secretly taken your dowry from the storeroom to use. In the last life, all your wedding jewelry was gradually pilfered by them." Xiaoxiao's face was filled with indignation. She waved her small hand vigorously towards Song Nanxing, attempting to snatch the bracelet away. Jiang Wanqing, however, was left speechless. She had thought that the people from the Marquis of Xingchang's residence could not sink any lower. Yet here they were engaging in such petty thievery. How shameless. Meanwhile, Granny Su noticed the bracelet and her expression subtly shifted. She wanted to remind Jiang Wanqing, but upon seeing her already grim countenance, she could only shake her head helplessly, growing increasingly disdainful of Song Nanxing. How could she use the lady's dowry jewelry as collateral? The beautiful lady looked at the jade bracelet in Song Nanxing's hand with admiration. Indeed, it was a fine piece. Yet whether it was worth 2,000 taels of gold still required an expert's appraisal. Someone. Upon her command, a young servant entered the room. Glancing at the servant, she pointed at Song Nanxing. "Take her to Master Chiyu and have him assess the value of this bracelet." After hesitating for a moment, Song Nanxing followed the servant out of the room. Once Song Nanxing departed, Granny Su immediately spoke up with excitement. "Madam, that bracelet clearly belongs to her. How dare she?" Jiang Wanqing lowered her eyelids, an icy glint in her eyes. Perhaps Song Nanxing was unaware that the bracelet had been taken from her dowry by Zhou Xiaoxiao to curry favor with her. Jiang Wanqing then lifted her gaze towards the beautiful lady, regardless of how much she values the jade pendant. "I am willing to offer double the gold to redeem this bracelet." Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, the beautiful lady displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Double the price? That's quite a sum of gold. Are you not jesting with me? Just a moment ago, Jiang Wanqing had claimed she lacked the funds to redeem the son of the Marquis of Xingchang." In response to the beautiful lady's skepticism, Jiang Wanqing simply replied, "You are a businesswoman, and surely you would not turn down a profitable venture." The beautiful lady was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced her lips. "Indeed, if there is an opportunity for more gold, why should I refuse? Let us wish for a pleasant partnership." With the beautiful lady's agreement, Jiang Wanqing felt a wave of relief. That pair of bracelets was exceedingly rare, a family heirloom of the Duke's residence, worth far more than mere thousands of taels of gold. Jiang Wanqing looked at the beautiful lady. "Once this matter is settled, I will ensure the double payment is delivered, and I hope the bracelet will return in perfect condition." The beautiful lady nodded. "That is certainly agreeable. Payment upon delivery, of course." Just then, the beautiful lady remembered Song Nanxing's departure and hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Since Miss Zhang has become my esteemed client, and we share such a rapport, I shall share a piece of information with you." Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. The beautiful lady was offering her information? "What news do you have?" The beautiful lady lowered her gaze and explained. "The young lady who just left claimed to be an unmarried girl, but I perceive that she appears to have borne a child. It seems she is quite concerned for the young master of your esteemed residence, far beyond what is typical." She left her statement hanging. Although the beautiful lady was unaware of the nature of their relationships, these 2 points piqued her curiosity. Jiang Wanqing smiled. "As expected of a woman with keen observation, you have discerned both matters quite astutely." Realizing that Jiang Wanqing was already aware of the situation, the beautiful lady confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing was an intelligent person. She clapped her hands and called out, "Someone." A young servant pushed the door open and approached her. "What is your command, my lady?" The beautiful lady lowered her gaze. "Please bring the young master of the Marquis of Xingqiang here, and tell him that his mother has come to fetch him." The servant acknowledged her request and promptly left. Jiang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. "What? You intend to release him before assessing the value of that bracelet?" The beautiful lady covered her mouth and chuckled. Shortly after, the servant returned with Zhou Mushing. The moment Zhou Mushing laid eyes on Jiang Wanqing, his small face instantly filled with tears. After all, he was still a child. In such a strange place as Wuyo Pavilion, it was impossible for him not to feel afraid after being there for so long. Jiang Wanqing quickly handed Xiao Xiao over to Granny Su and rushed to Zhou Mushing, her expression fraught with worry. She examined him closely and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Why did you sneak out alone? Did you not realize how worried your mother would be?" Jiang Wanqing's demeanor perfectly embodied a mother's concern for her child. Had the beautiful lady known that Jiang Wanqing intended to keep Zhou Mushing in Wuyo Pavilion for a month to avoid paying 1,000 taels of gold, she might have believed that Jiang Wanqing truly cared for Zhou Mushing. However, witnessing this scene, one could only admire Jiang Wanqing's acting skills. Zhou Mushing cautiously scrutinized Jiang Wanqing, his eyes filled with wariness and a hint of fear. Noticing that Jiang Wanqing did not scold him, he felt a surge of anxiety and whispered, "Mother, are you not angry with me?" Jiang Wanqing gently ruffled Zhou Mushing's hair and sighed. "Why would your mother blame you?" Zhou Mushing opened his mouth and began to explain. "I asked Zhao Si where the most fun place is, and he said it's Wuyo Pavilion. Hearing its name, I thought it must be a place to forget worries. So I asked Zhao Si to bring me here, but I didn't bring enough money." Jiang Wanqing paused for a moment upon hearing this, then crouched down to meet Zhou Mushing's gaze, her expression full of concern. "It is my fault for not realizing that you were troubled, which led you to seek refuge in Wuyo Pavilion. As for the money lost, it is just that, lost. As long as my child is happy, that is all that matters. Tell me, are you happy here?" Zhou Mushing looked directly at Jiang Wanqing. Hearing her question and seeing no trace of reproach on her face, he nodded vigorously. "I am very happy, happier than at the Marquis of Xingqiang's residence. The servants there only played with me to amuse me, but here at Wuyo Pavilion, they treat me like an adult and play with me." A flicker of sarcasm flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. What a fool. Those people played with Zhou Mushing not because they genuinely cared, but because they knew he was from the Marquis of Xingqiang's residence and possessed wealth. However, was this not the very outcome she desired? Jiang Wanqing took Zhou Mushing's small hand, her expression earnest. "Did I not say that as long as you are happy? That is enough. Even if you stay here every day, as long as you are content, what does it matter if we lose a little silver?" However, Jiang Wanqing paused and sighed. Observing Zhou Mushing's expression, it was filled with a sense of sympathy. With a hint of helplessness, she said, "Your grandmother is intent on forcing you to pursue an official career, fearing that you might grow complacent in this carefree pavilion. Your mother has long informed your grandmother that even without the need for such studies, you remain a child of the Marquis of Xingqiang, with no worries about food and clothing in the future. Yet, your grandmother refuses to heed my words and insists on pressuring you. I truly do not wish for our Mushing to endure such hardships." As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing's face reflected increased sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Mushing felt a pang of guilt. He had not anticipated such kindness from Jiang Wanqing. He promptly reassured her, "Mother, in the future, I will heed grandmother's wishes." "Sparing you any distress?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Wanqing interjected, her gaze suddenly lifting. Zhou Mushing was taken aback, confusion evident in his dark eyes. "Why, mother?" Jiang Wanqing's brows furrowed with sadness. "Mushing, you have left your biological parents to come to the Marquis of Xingqiang. I already feel deeply indebted to you. How could I allow you to remain unhappy here? Curse be it." The act had nearly gone too far, almost leading the boy astray. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered as she continued, "You may still come here to play in the future, but we must do so in secret, without your grandmother's knowledge. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushing's pupils contracted slightly, excitement lighting his face. "Really?" Jiang Wanqing nodded affirmatively. "Of course." Zhou Mushing's heart fluttered with joy. Yet beneath that joy lay a tinge of disappointment. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "But what if I lose a lot of money?" Jiang Wanqing gently ruffled Zhou Mushing's hair. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the courtesan Yin Yangzi, whose lips twitched slightly. She had finally encountered someone capable of turning black into white. Jiang Wanqing's acting skills were truly unparalleled. Had she not been present, Yin Yangzi might have been moved to tears by Jiang Wanqing's performance. When Yin Yangzi met Zhou Mushin's puzzled little eyes, her gaze glimmered. Indeed, your mother cares for you greatly, having brought a substantial amount of money to redeem you. Jiang Wanqing had indeed used double the gold to redeem the jade bracelet, thus redeeming Zhou Mushing as well, she thought to herself, not entirely lying. Jiang Wanqing rose, taking the small child from the nurse and handing him to Mou. Upon hearing this, Nurse Su nodded and led Zhou Mushing out of the room, followed closely by Mou. Once only Jiang Wanqing and Yin Yangzi remained in the room. Yin Yangzi blinked and asked, "Such cunning applied to a child seems rather ruthless, does it not?" Jiang Wanqing responded with a cold laugh. "If you were aware that a child, upon growing up, could drain your lifeblood and tear you apart, would you still treat that child kindly?" Yin Yangzi paused, seemingly intrigued. But how could anyone foresee how a person will treat them in the future? She then added, "Since you are a businesswoman, let us discuss a transaction." Yin Yangzi, covering her mouth with a smile, said, "You dismissed your servant and that child merely to converse with me about this? Speak, what kind of transaction do you desire?" Yin Yangzi was indifferent to whether Jiang Wanqing had a heart of stone, as long as it did not impede her ability to earn money. Although Zhou Mushing was pitifully schemed against, he currently occupied the position of a young master in the Marquis of Xingchang's household, living comfortably and lavishly, far better than most. She had no inclination to burden herself with the troubles of another's child. Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth. "I will additionally provide you with 10,000 taels of silver. And in the future, you will send someone to accompany Zhou Mushing to gamble, fostering his addiction." Yin Yangzi furrowed her brow. "If he loses, who will bear that cost?" Jiang Wanqing raised her gaze to Yin Yangzi, a hint of evasion in her eyes. "Ahem, that small amount, even if it comes from the 10,000 taels, is inconsequential. Naturally, the Marquis of Xingchang will be responsible for any substantial debts accrued in the future." Upon hearing this, Yin Yangzi's expression hardened. Slowly, she smirked. "This deal seems rather unprofitable for me. Currently, it's merely 1,000 taels of gold, and you are already hesitant. Will the Marquis of Xingchang truly take on more debts later?" Jiang Wanqing nodded, reassuring her, "You need not worry about this, Yin Yangzi. The Marquis of Xingchang will certainly not neglect him. After all, Zhou Mushing is the only male heir of the Marquis of Xingchang." Yin Yangzi fell silent, contemplating for a while before shaking her head. "I still feel that this transaction does not quite add up." Jiang Wanqing understood, but could not clarify her concerns to Yin Yangzi. From her perspective, the situation was indeed challenging. Thus, Jiang Wanqing added, "What if we include a promise from the 7th Miss of the Duke of Jin's household? I can fulfill any request within my capabilities." "Deal." Yin Yangzi readily agreed, without hesitation. The mention of the Duke of Jin carried weight. It implied that Jiang Wanqing could indeed secure assistance in the future. Jiang Wanqing sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Yin Yangzi remained curious about Jiang Wanqing's earlier comment regarding the child growing up to drain her blood and consume her flesh. She asked, "Earlier, you mentioned that the child would bring you misfortune when he grows up. Is that the reason for your treatment of Zhou Mushing?" Jiang Wanqing's gaze flickered. Her expression icy. She could never reveal the truth. That child would not only drain her blood but also ensure her own demise. Moreover, she had no desire for him to become the heir of the Marquis of Xingchang. She aimed to select from several children, identifying the most outstanding one. Thus, her discontent with him was quite straightforward. Yin Yangzi, hearing this, appeared even more puzzled. "But did you not coax Zhou Mushing into gambling precisely because you were dissatisfied with him as the heir? Or are you dissatisfied with the Marquis of Xingchang?" Unable to make sense of it, she chose to dismiss the thought, feeling that Jiang Wanqing harbored many undisclosed matters. At that moment, a sound came from outside the room. Yin Yangzi called out, "Come in." In the next moment, a servant entered, accompanied by Song Nansheng, who looked somewhat excited as she gazed at Yin Yangzi. "I have brought 2,000 taels of gold. May I have Zhou Mushing in return?" Yin Yangzi scrutinized Song Nansheng, finding her face oddly familiar, as if she had seen her recently. Had she sent her to the Marquis of Xingchang? With a hint of inquiry and concern, she asked, "Is that true? How is Mushing? He hasn't suffered, has he?" Jiang Wanqing replied with a gentle smile, "Sister, if you wish to know, why not accompany me to the Marquis of Xingchang to see Mushing?" "To the Marquis of Xingchang?" Song Nansheng hesitated, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. She feared that Jiang Wanqing might treat Mushing poorly since he was not her biological child. After all, she had witnessed how harsh Jiang Wanqing could be with Mushing in the carefree pavilion. Just because of a lack of funds, she had genuinely considered leaving Mushing there. However, recalling Zhou Zigu's prior warnings against her visiting the carefree pavilion, Song Nanxing's desire to go to the Marquis of Xingchang became conflicted. Should she go or not? Jiang Wanqing noticed the conflict on Song Nanxing's face. I have been married to the Marquis of Xingchang for over a year and have only heard about a cousin living in the southern village. I have yet to meet her. Now that you are here, how can you not visit the Marquis of Xingchang to see the old lady? Song Nanxing cast a glance at Jiang Wanning. It was evident that she had been swayed by Jiang Wanning's words to some extent. However, a flicker of hesitation lingered in her heart. As she finally acquiesced, a radiant smile illuminated Jiang Wanning's face. If only Mother were to know, she would surely be overjoyed. After saying this, Jiang Wanning cast a sidelong glance at the courtesan. Dear courtesan, it seems that Mu Sheng has caused you some trouble today. We shall take our leave now. The courtesan, perched on the windowsill, shot a glance at both Jiang Wanning and Song Nanxing before her gaze drifted towards the crowd below. Engrossed in gambling, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Indeed, you have added quite a bit of inconvenience. Nevertheless, I hope that in the future, you may still take care of my business. The 2,000 taels of gold was a trifling matter. Ordinarily, there would be no need for her to intervene personally. Contemplating this, the courtesan cast another curious glance at Jiang Wanning. Today was not entirely devoid of gains. At the very least, Miss Jiang proved to be an intriguing individual. Beside her, Song Nanxing felt a chill in her heart as she shot a resentful glance at the courtesan. How audacious of her! She had bestowed upon the courtesan 2,000 taels of gold, and now it was being dismissed as a mere inconvenience. That was 2,000 taels of gold. Song Nanxing eyed the courtesan's somewhat reckless attire with increasing disdain. One could not help but wonder if her various lucrative ventures were derived from selling her allure. Now, she was hoping for them to come back to tend to her business. How absurd. Did she truly expect Mu Sheng to come here to gamble? In contrast to the silent Song Nanxing, Jiang Wanning spoke calmly. Opportunities for collaboration will always present themselves. Farewell, courtesan. With that, Jiang Wanning turned to leave, and Song Nanxing followed closely behind. Within a short span of time, their carriage halted before the gate of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. It was only at this moment that Song Nanxing, gazing at the plaque of the Marquis estate, felt a twinge of trepidation. She remembered Zhou Zigu's warning about not venturing into the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. Yet now, her concern for Mu Sheng overshadowed her fears. Otherwise, she feared she would no longer be willing to let Mu Sheng remain in Jiang Wanning's care. As Jiang Wanning alighted from the carriage, Song Nanxing was assisted down by her maid. Granny Su, holding a small child, awaited Jiang Wanning at the entrance of the Marquis residence, while Mou stood nearby. As Jiang Wanning approached, Granny Su moved forward, lowering her voice. The moment we disembarked, the old lady sent someone to take young Master Mu Sheng away. And now she is in the front hall awaiting your arrival for questioning. Questioning? Jiang Wanning scoffed inwardly. It was more likely a reprimand. She then turned to Song Nanxing. Sister, let us proceed to the front hall. Song Nanxing, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhou Musheng, nodded without hesitation. The group traversed the stone path and rock garden, arriving at the front hall of the Marquis residence. As they neared, the sound of wailing filled the air. Jiang Wanning recognized it as Zhou Musheng's voice. Casting a glance at Song Nanxing, she noted the latter's expression stiffen with worry. Song Nanxing's steps quickened, nearly overtaking Jiang Wanning. It was only when her maid subtly tugged at her sleeve that Song Nanxing snapped back to reality, pausing to fall behind Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning halted, glancing at Song Nanxing. Sister, you truly care for Mu Sheng. Hearing Jiang Wanning's words, Song Nanxing felt her anxiety intensify. I merely heard the child's cries. It made me anxious. Why is he still crying here in the Marquis residence? Could it be that the people from Wuyo Pavilion are still pursuing him? With that, Jiang Wanning pressed onward towards the front hall, and Song Nanxing hurried to keep pace beside her. As they approached, they could clearly discern the reason for Zhou Musheng's tears. The old lady held a wooden ruler in her hand, while Zhou Musheng stood before her, receiving blows. Being a child not yet 5 years old, he could not help but cry when faced with such pain. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Nanxing instinctively moved to intervene. But a glance at Jiang Wanning made her reconsider. She had already revealed too much today. She could not afford to raise Jiang Wanning's suspicions. In contrast, Jiang Wanning swiftly stepped forward, shielding Zhou Musheng behind her. Gazing at the tear-streaked face of Zhou Musheng, she confronted the old lady. Mother, as Mu Sheng is the only grandson of the Marquis of Xingchang, why must you punish him so harshly? The old lady continued to strike Zhou Musheng, her heart brimming with resentment, oblivious to the presence of others in the room. It was only when Jiang Wanning pulled Zhou Musheng behind her that the old lady finally registered her surroundings. Her sharp gaze scrutinized Jiang Wanning, and she scolded, "Jiang, what are you doing?" The old lady was already irked by earlier matters, and upon learning that Zhou Musheng had lost 1,000 taels of gold, her fury intensified. Though she cherished Zhou Musheng as the sole grandson, she was not one to overly indulge him. She felt it necessary to impart some discipline. Jiang Wanning, cradling the small child, wiped Zhou Musheng's tears away with one hand and bowed to the old lady with the other. Zhou Musheng bit his lip, looking up at Jiang Wanning with gratitude. He had not expected that it would be Jiang Wanning who had come to redeem him, to speak on his behalf, and to stand against his grandmother for him. As Zhou Musheng stared at Jiang Wanning in admiration, he failed to notice his biological mother watching from a distance. Meanwhile, Song Nashing observed Zhou Musheng's affectionate demeanor towards Jiang Wanning, and a chill washed over her. The sympathy she had felt for Zhou Musheng being punished vanished in an instant. The old lady, hearing Jiang Wanning daring to argue with her, widened her eyes in disbelief. "You dare to speak to me in such a manner. If you had properly guided Musheng, he would not be in this situation. You neglect him day after day. What do you intend to do?" Unfazed by the old lady's reprimand, Jiang Wanning firmly shielded Zhou Musheng behind her, raising her chin defiantly. "Since Musheng is my child, I shall care for him well. After all, he has merely lost 1,000 taels of gold. Is it necessary for you to be so enraged? As the young master of the Marquis of Xingchong, even if he leads a life of mediocrity, he shall never suffer from hunger or want. All he needs is to be happy. He is but a child. Why should he bear such pressure? Moreover, she would soon be hiring a tutor for Musheng, and he would have little time to frolic about. Allowing him to enjoy some leisure now should pose no issue. If he were happy at the Marquis residence, why would he need to seek solace at Wuyo Pavilion?" The old lady stared at Jiang Wanning, seemingly astonished by her blatant favoritism towards Zhou Musheng. In Jiang Wanning's arms, the small child yawned, his eyes heavy with sleep. "Truly, she is my mother. Had I not known that my mother was already aware of the wicked nature of my brother, I might have been moved to tears upon hearing such words. Oh, just look at my brother. He seems genuinely touched. Humph, my mother belongs solely to me. No one can claim her, not even my wicked brother." Jiang Wanqing paused, detecting a hint of jealousy in Xiaoxiao's tone, and raised an eyebrow. She glanced down at her beloved daughter, her eyes filled with affection. "My dear daughter, I shall protect you for the rest of my life." Meanwhile, Zhou Musheng lifted his head, gazing at Jiang Wanqing with a look of profound emotion. In that moment, he felt that Jiang Wanqing ought to be his true mother. A flicker of sentiment crossed his eyes as he could not help but call out, "Mother!" Not far off, Song Nanxing could no longer contain herself. How could her son address another woman as mother? Swiftly, she stepped forward, grasping Zhou Musheng's hand and leading him to the matriarch of the Zhou family. It turned out that she was his own mother. A mix of astonishment and anxiety filled her gaze as she faced the old matriarch. Upon her arrival, the old matriarch also expressed surprise. Song Nanxing bowed slightly, addressing her as aunt. Then she turned her attention back to Zhou Musheng. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that he seemed to have gained some weight, a tinge of dissatisfaction flickering in her eyes. However, given the present circumstances, there was little room for further discussion. She simply stated, "Musheng, you were in the wrong today. You made your grandmother angry, and you must apologize to her." Zhou Musheng sniffed, lowering his gaze. "I already know I was wrong, and I have apologized to grandmother." Having finally reunited with Song Nanxing, Zhou Musheng should have felt joy. Yet, he was taken aback when his mother immediately dragged him to apologize to his grandmother. He recalled how Jiang Wanqing had defended him so fiercely in front of his grandmother. Yet, his mother had been present as well, allowing his grandmother to strike his palm. In light of this comparison, Zhou Musheng felt a twinge of resentment towards Song Nanxing. She had left him alone in the Marquis of Xingchong's residence, never caring whether he was happy or not. Conversely, Jiang Wanqing had always worried that he would feel lonely in the Marquis' residence. Zhou Musheng looked up at Song Nanxing again, confusion dancing in his eyes. Did his mother truly love him, or merely desire an obedient son? He continued, "You have apologized, yet you have not gained your grandmother's forgiveness." At that moment, Jiang Wanqing stepped forward, pulling Zhou Musheng protectively to her side. Meeting Song Nanxing's gaze, she appeared displeased. "Sister, regardless of Musheng's faults, it is my duty as his mother to discipline him. There is no need for your intervention. Moreover, grandmother has already chastised Musheng. Her anger should have subsided. Do you not realize that Musheng might be frightened?" Or do you wish for him to endure another punishment? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushing instinctively moved closer to Jiang Wanqing. When he glanced up at Song Nanxing again, fear crept into his expression. Did his mother truly want his grandmother to strike him? Song Nanxing noticed the fear in Zhou Mushing's eyes and was momentarily taken aback, her pupils constricting. How could her son choose to draw near to Jiang Wanqing and distance himself from her? After all, she was his mother. Attempting to maintain her composure, Song Nanxing forced a smile and said, "Sister, I merely wish for Mushing to recognize his mistakes." A cold glint flickered in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Was it truly about making Mushing aware of his faults, or was it an attempt to curry favor with the old matriarch, fearing that she might lose affection for him? Jiang Wanqing retorted sharply, "Sister, Mushing is the young master of the Marquis of Xingchang's residence. He is not some cousin you can meddle with. Remember, he bears the surname Zhou, while you are a Song." Song Nanxing's expression twisted with indignation. The thought of Zhou Mushing's affection for Jiang Wanqing ignited a fire within her. Why should she not have a say? She was the one closest to Mushing. Enough. The old matriarch's voice cut through the tension. Her gaze bore down on Song Nanxing, wary of her uttering anything inappropriate. Recognizing the warning in the matriarch's eyes, Song Nanxing quickly sealed her lips, realizing she had almost revealed too much. Turning to Jiang Wanqing, she showed a flicker of resentment. Jiang Wanqing, observing the exchange between the old matriarch and Song Nanxing, smiled with amusement. "Sister, do enlighten us on how you could be the closest to Mushing, even if you share a bond with Zhou Lang since childhood. Does that somehow surpass my standing as his legitimate wife? I am his mother." Song Nanxing's pupils contracted, her eyes filled with bitterness. She had always believed she was meant to be Zhou Lang's wife. She was indeed Zhou Mushing's mother. How could she not be considered the closest person to him? Yet, the current situation left her without the power to voice her thoughts. Song Nanxing glanced at Zhou Mushing, who was tightly clutching the hem of Jiang Wanqing's dress, his small body hidden behind her, seemingly finding safety only in her presence. The old matriarch interjected with a laugh. "Come now, Jiang. Nanxing speaks this way because she has known Zhou Lang since childhood. Regardless of the reasons, you all have the same goal. What's best for Mushing, correct?" Song Nanxing's expression turned cold as she shot Jiang Wanqing a sidelong glance, her heart filled with scorn. If she truly cared for Mushing, why had she repeatedly obstructed efforts to redeem him? With her displeasure mounting, Song Nanxing remarked, "If you genuinely consider yourself Mushing's true mother, why did you refuse to pay the 1,000 taels of gold to redeem him at Wuyo Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, the old matriarch paused, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Wanqing. "Is this true, Jiang?" Zhou Mushing raised his head, looking at Jiang Wanqing with a hint of confusion. He had previously heard others say that it was Jiang Wanqing who saved him. Why was his mother now claiming that Jiang Wanqing had refused to redeem him? The ability to transform the dark into light. At that moment, she retorted, "If I were unwilling, how could I possibly have offered that money to redeem Mu Sheng?" Song Nanxing wore a helpless expression, feeling somewhat exasperated by Jiang Wanqing's eloquence. Just as she was about to speak again, the elderly matriarch, Madame Zhou, slammed her hand on the table. "Enough. Silence, all of you." Both Jiang Wanqing and Song Nanxing exchanged glances before closing their mouths, ceasing their discourse. Madame Zhou lifted her gaze towards Jiang Wanqing. "Did I not tell you? Since Mu Sheng cannot apprentice under Master Wuchen, having your elder brother as a mentor would suffice. Why have we heard nothing further?" At the mention of this, Zhou Musheng felt a pang of anxiety. He cast a furtive glance at Jiang Wanqing, fearing she might divulge his reluctance to be apprenticed under their uncle. If their mother were to hear of it, she would undoubtedly scold him. With this thought, Zhou Musheng anxiously looked at Song Nanxing, but Jiang Wanqing sighed. Mother, I initially intended for my brother to guide Musheng. However, he has been quite busy lately. But fret not, I have already identified another suitable teacher for Mu Sheng who will be visiting soon." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou furrowed her brows, displeasure etched on her face. "Do not casually select a mentor for Mu Sheng. He is the only heir of the Xingchang Marquisate. His tutor must be of exceptional caliber." Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Of course, I will choose a mentor who is both excellent and one that Mu Sheng will appreciate." Hearing this, Madame Zhou finally exhaled, but then cast a reproachful glance at Song Nanxing, her eyes filled with admonition. She surveyed the two, not wishing to keep Song Nanxing around to create further complications. If Jiang Wanqing were to sense anything amiss, it would spell trouble. Song Nanxing's gaze flickered, yet her thoughts diverged from what Madame Zhou presumed. She had observed Zhou Musheng's demeanor towards Jiang Wanqing and felt a flicker of panic. She feared that Zhou Musheng might end up viewing Jiang Wanqing as a maternal figure. Before she could voice her refusal, Jiang Wanqing spoke up first. This time, Song Nanxing refrained from countering her words and cautiously glanced at Madame Zhou's expression. Tentatively, she ventured, "Aunt, I have missed you dearly. Might I stay here for a few days?" Chapter 87. Let your second brother marry Zi Qi. Madame Zhou narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Song Nanxing. She was puzzled by Song Nanxing's intentions. Had they not previously agreed that she would not appear at the Xinqiang Marquis? Was this the implication from Zigu? Or was it simply that having witnessed Mu Sheng at the gambling house, she grew concerned for him? Jiang Wanqing's lips curled into a smile as she remarked, "With the second sister preparing for marriage, why not have good fortune come in pairs? I have heard that my cousin is still unmarried. I could assist her in finding a suitable husband." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou's previously amiable demeanor darkened. Song Nanxing's eyes mirrored her surprise as she hastily interjected, "Sister-in-law, I do not require this." Zhou Musheng's expression was one of confusion. Had their mother not already found a father for them? Why then was there a need for further marriages? Such a cunning scheme for mother. Is this to introduce a suitor to father's little concubine in front of grandmother? The small child in Jiang Wanqing's arms yawned while speaking. Amidst the collective fatigue, Madame Zhou timely interjected, "Nanxing, since this is your first meeting with Mu Sheng, why not take him downstairs?" Song Nanxing raised her brows in surprise. She had not anticipated her aunt would so directly dismiss her. Yet, it was fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity for her to bond with Mu Sheng. She bowed to Madame Zhou and took Zhou Musheng, who was somewhat reluctant, by the hand and departed. Before leaving, Zhou Musheng cast a lingering glance at Jiang Wanqing, which made Song Nanxing's heart sink. She quickened her pace, pulling Zhou Musheng along. Jiang Wanqing, too, was puzzled. Why would Madame Zhou wish to separate Song Nanxing and Zhou Musheng? The intent was all too obvious. Jiang Wanqing then inquired, "Does mother have any further instructions?" Madame Zhou's expression was stern, her demeanor far from pleasant. She then addressed Jiang Wanqing. "The young lord from the chief family has conveyed that he is unwilling to take your sister as a concubine." Jiang Wanqing's pupils constricted slightly. However, this news was somewhat expected. After all, at the previous banquet, they had shared a bed. And Zhou Ziki had openly entertained thoughts of other men before the esteemed Chu Tianxiang. What reasonable man could tolerate such behavior? Nevertheless, Jiang Wanqing's countenance bore a hint of anxiety. "The young lord is unwilling? What shall we do? He had claimed my sister's virtue in front of dozens of guests. If he now rejects her, who else would accept her?" Madame Zhou's expression paled as she shot Jiang Wanqing an annoyed glare. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting my daughter is now undesirable?" Internally, she couldn't help but scoff, for it seemed that was indeed the case. Madame Zhou snorted. "Given your sister's current state, I believe the family matters should fall to you. Why not go to the chief family and persuade the young lord to marry your sister as a concubine?" The thought of her daughter, a lady of the esteemed Xinqiang Marquis, being reduced to a concubine for another man was appalling to Madame Zhou. Upon realizing this was her mother's intention, Jiang Wanqing quickly deflected, "Mother, even if my sister is currently in a difficult position, should she later marry, we still have the third sister to manage the household. There is no need for me to take charge." Madame Zhou frowned in displeasure at Jiang Wanqing. Her dissatisfaction grew. "What? Is the authority of the Xinqiang Marquis such a hot potato that you refuse to take it on? You are to handle it." Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, explaining, "I did not mean it that way. It was you who stated that I would only be entrusted with the household affairs once I recognized my mistakes. And I still do not believe I have erred." Madame Zhou's expression stiffened. Surely, she would not be reduced to begging Jiang Wanqing to take charge of the household? "Very well then, if you refuse to manage it, so be it. However, you must speak to the chief family on behalf of your sister." Jiang Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly. Was she to undertake a task that was both thankless and embarrassing? Zhou Ziki had the audacity to sleep with the young lord, yet lacked the courage to face the consequences, and now she was to clean up after Zhou Ziki's mess. Jiang Wanqing then said, "If I were to go, I fear the young lord may not heed my words. Perhaps it would be better for mother to visit the duke and discuss this matter." Madame Zhou fell silent. It was embarrassing for a daughter to openly offer herself in front of so many, and for her to seek a formal recognition from the duke would undeniably be humiliating. Now, Jiang Wanqing had grown bold, unwilling to fulfill any of her mother's requests. The dislike in Madame Zhou's gaze was barely contained. She remarked, "If you are unwilling to go, it matters little. Your second sister is not particularly fond of the young lord anyway. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. Sure enough, the next words from Madame Zhou caused her composure to unravel. At the banquet of the princess's residence, your second sister became infatuated with your second brother at first sight. It would be better for the Zhou and Jiang families to unite through marriage. Jiang Wanqing widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such words could escape the lips of the old matriarch of the Zhou family. The little one in her arms started to kick her legs restlessly. Oh, this wicked grandmother. Is she being too excessive? Does she intend for my second uncle to become a pawn? That wicked aunt does not deserve my handsome, charming, and exquisite second uncle. Absolutely not. I refuse. Mother, let us ignore this wicked grandmother. Sensing the agitation of the little one, Jiang Wanqing helplessly lowered her gaze. Even the little one recognized the absurdity of the situation, making it clear how ludicrous the old matriarch's words were. How could she still have the audacity to speak such nonsense? Noticing Jiang Wanqing's continued silence, the old matriarch spoke again, laden with reproach. Jiang, you are now a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. You must consider the Zhou family's interests in everything. Do not be so selfish. Jiang Wanqing lifted her head, meeting the old matriarch's gaze with a cold expression, enunciating each word. Mother-in-law, while no one desires my second sister, my second brother is still sought after by many. You cannot force someone unwanted upon him. Chapter 88. Do not venture into the storehouse. The old matriarch's eyes widened at these words, and she instinctively slammed her palm on the table, rising in anger to glare at Jiang Wanqing. What did you just say? In that moment, Jiang Wanqing shed all pretense. If they were plotting against her family, then remaining silent would only invite further disrespect. How dare Zhou Ziki insult her second brother with such filth? Facing the old matriarch's fury, Jiang Wanqing remained composed, coolly stating, perhaps age has dulled your hearing, mother-in-law. My second sister has lost her purity before so many, and it is already generous of the family not to provide her with a white silk shroud. Yet you still wish to marry such a person to my second brother. Exactly. My second uncle is a valiant young general. The little one chimed in. His future wife should either be a female general or a refined lady of noble birth. The old matriarch's piercing gaze fixated on Jiang Wanqing. With a cold chuckle, she remarked, how well I remember your former obedience. It certainly contrasts with your sharp tongue now. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Mother-in-law, do not misinterpret my words. If you treat me like your own daughter, I shall regard you as my own mother. However, even the most docile of rabbits possess their reverse scales, and mine happens to be the entire residence of the Duke of the State. The old matriarch pressed her lips together, her eyes dimming. Are you suggesting that I have treated you poorly? Jiang Wanqing cradled the little one in one arm, while the other hand covered her mouth as she laughed. My mother has indeed treated me well. She knew of Zhou Lang's early demise and chose a fine son for me. In my first year after marrying into the Marquis' residence, she entrusted me with the management of household affairs. My mother has been exceedingly kind. Although Jiang Wanqing spoke with a smile, the old matriarch felt a disquieting undertone to her words, as if they were laced with mockery. She scrutinized Jiang Wanqing, wondering if she had discovered the secrets regarding Zhigu. However, judging by Jiang Wanqing's demeanor with Song Nanxing, it seemed unlikely. If Jiang Wanqing had learned the truth, she certainly would not be speaking so calmly. After a moment, the old matriarch asked, if you are unwilling to marry your second sister to your second brother, then you must negotiate the marriage with the Duke of Qi's residence. Her displeasure was palpable. She had already conceded ground, and should Jiang Wanqing persist in her stubbornness, she would bear the consequences. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered before she nodded. Very well. I shall discuss matters with the Duke of Qi's residence. Let her come to propose. But I hope mother-in-law will not regret this decision. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's agreement, the old matriarch raised her brows in surprise. Did she truly agree? Given Jiang Wanqing's earlier demeanor, she had assumed she would refuse. Then Jiang Wanqing continued, I am, after all, the daughter-in-law of the Xingchang Marquis' residence. Our fates are intertwined. I was merely irate at the actions of my second sister just now. Please do not hold it against me. The old matriarch's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. This reasoning could indeed excuse Jiang Wanqing's earlier irrationality. With a sigh of relief, the old matriarch relented. Very well, prepare for this matter promptly. Jiang Wanqing, holding the little one, bowed respectfully to the old matriarch. Today, it is certainly too late. I will prepare thoroughly before making a visit. I borrowed some silver from my cousin, and I have no cash on hand. I intend to go to the storehouse to select a piece of jewelry to pawn in order to repay her. Storehouse. The old matriarch's attention snapped to Jiang Wanqing. There is no need to select jewelry from the storehouse. Since Nanxing has redeemed it, it is meant for Mukin, and there is no need for repayment. A sense of urgency gripped the old matriarch. If Jiang Wanqing went to the storehouse, would she uncover the secret? Jiang Wanqing frowned and sighed. But based on my cousin's demeanor earlier, it was evident she expected repayment. I shall repay her. The old matriarch waved her hand dismissively. I will handle this matter. Do not concern yourself with it. Jiang Wanqing, however, remained resolute. No, I dislike being in debt to others. Moreover, Mukin is my child. It is unreasonable to expect my sister to repay it. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's brow furrowed tightly, her dissatisfaction with Song Nanxing growing. Mukin was Song Nanxing's child. Yet she was reluctant to repay such debts. Now, Jiang Wanqing had sparked a desire to visit the storehouse. What should she do? That place was off limits. After a moment of internal struggle, the old matriarch finally conceded. Is it not just 1,000 taels of gold? I shall give it to you as a gift from Mukin. With a subtle glance at an attendant nearby, the old matriarch soon summoned a large stack of banknotes. At the old matriarch's gesture, the attendant presented the banknotes to Jiang Wanqing. As Jiang Wanqing accepted the heavy stack, she could not help but smirk inwardly. This old woman was quite wealthy, yet still pinching pennies over trifles. Looking towards the old matriarch, Jiang Wanqing hesitated before speaking. Actually, it is not 1,000 taels of gold, it is 2,000. The old matriarch's expression shifted dramatically. 2,000 taels of gold. Are you trying to deceive me? Jiang Wanqing feigned innocence. Mother-in-law, I would never deceive you. You may verify this with my cousin or the courtesans at Wio Pavilion. Otherwise, I shall go to the storehouse and retrieve a piece of dowry to sell. As she spoke, Jiang Wanqing prepared to leave. The old matriarch quickly called out, Wait, I shall give you another 1,000 taels of gold. As those words escaped her lips, the old matriarch immediately regretted them. She feared that Jiang Wanqing might uncover the secret of the storehouse, while also worrying about depleting her own savings. Jiang Wanqing clutched the banknotes tightly, her eyes narrowing. It was surprising to discover just how wealthy the old matriarch was. She halted, gazing at the old matriarch, who was now looking at the attendant with a troubled expression. Old madam, the remaining funds in that box are insufficient for even 1,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's gaze shot up to the attendant. How could this happen? As I spoke, the old lady Zhou finally realized that her money had long been given to Zigu. Seeing this, Jiang Wanqing understood that the old lady Zhou was truly out of funds. She promptly said, Mother, there is no need to feel troubled. I shall go to the storeroom and select some jewelry. Without allowing the old lady Zhou a moment to react, she left the room. The old lady Zhou watched Jiang Wanqing's hasty departure, and with a sudden realization, she gritted her teeth and muttered, It's all Song Nanxing's fault. Why did she come to the Marquis' residence uninvited? She has forced Jiang Wanqing to rush to repay her. The storeroom must not be accessed. Chapter 89. A lesson in humility after leaving the front hall. Jiang Wanqing did not head towards her own courtyard, but rather towards Zhou Muxing's quarters. Granny Su followed closely by her side, her brow furrowed with confusion. Madam, shouldn't we be going to the storeroom now? She inquired. Upon hearing this, she added, Then why are we here at young Master Muxing's? Jiang Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Tell me, what do you think Song Nanxing feels, having seen Zhou Muxing's dependence on me and calling me mother? She paused, turning to Granny Su with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Precisely. Our task is simply to prevent Song Nanxing from scolding him and to comfort Muxing. Over time, the scales in Zhou Muxing's heart will surely tip in our favor. The anguish of being betrayed by one's own flesh and blood must be far more painful than that inflicted by a foster child raised for 18 years. With such thoughts, Jiang Wanqing hastened towards Muxing's courtyard. However, before they could reach his quarters, Jiang Wanqing and her entourage heard the sound of Zhou Muxing crying, accompanied by Song Nanxing's intermittent reprimands emanating from within the house. Outside, only a familiar maid stood guard, indicating that the other servants had been sent away. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Granny Su with a confident demeanor and then strode towards the courtyard, raising her voice. Are you all deaf? The young master is crying, and no one is comforting him. Upon seeing Jiang Wanqing storming towards them, the maid quickly raised her voice. Madam, what brings you to this courtyard? This seemed to serve as a signal for Song Nanxing inside. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Zhou Muxing's cries ceased. Jiang Wanjing cast a dispassionate glance at the maid. In this vast courtyard, how is it that you are the only one here? Where are the other servants? The maid's expression soured as she appeared to search for an excuse. I sent them to clean elsewhere, she replied. Jiang Wanjing scoffed coldly. Just you alone? How could you take care of the young master like this? You let him cry? Your wages for this month will be docked. The maid's face turned pale, her grievances unvoiced. Jiang Wanjing approached the door, intending to push it open, only to find it locked. The maid quickly interjected, Madam, the young master wishes to be alone. Jiang Wanjing narrowed her eyes at the maid, who immediately fell silent, lowering her gaze. Jiang Wanjing exchanged a knowing look with Mou, who stepped forward and forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, Song Nanqing stood momentarily stunned, having thought Jiang Wanjing would leave after hearing the maid's explanation. Instead, she was taken aback by the door being kicked in. The atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Wanjing surveyed the scene. Zhou Muxing knelt before Song Nanqing, his tear-streaked face a picture of distress. On the table lay a ruler. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Jiang Wanjing remarked, The maid said Muxing wanted to be alone. I wonder why my cousin is here. Could it be that you two have faced punishment from mother and wish to reflect? Song Nanqing, seemingly caught off guard, quickly waved her hands in denial. No, I just wanted to keep Muxing company. Jiang Wanjing handed the child to Granny Su and moved forward to lift Zhou Muxing. She squatted before him, inspecting his small hands, which were red and swollen. Connecting the dots with the ruler on the table, she understood the situation. Gently, she asked, Are there any other places where you are hurt? Zhou Muxing sobbed softly, his tear-filled eyes fixed on Jiang Wanjing as he shook his head. Then he cautiously glanced at Song Nanqing. Jiang Wanjing stood up, and as Song Nanqing smiled, about to explain, Jiang Wanjing swiftly slapped her across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. That slap was fueled by all the pent-up frustration Jiang Wanjing had endured, leaving a distinct red imprint on Song Nanqing's face. In disbelief, she covered her burning cheek, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes, before adopting a look of grievance. Sister-in-law, why did you hit me? Jiang Wanjing pointed at Zhou Muxing's hand, and then at the ruler on the table, her voice raised in admonishment. As his mother, I could never bring myself to strike Muxing. How dare you, a mere cousin, lay a hand on him? Look at how swollen his hand has become. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Wanjing squatted down again, grasping Zhou Muxing's hand with a heartbroken expression. Does it hurt, my dear Muxing? It is all Mother's fault for not protecting you well before your grandmother, and now failing to shield you here. Why do they all wish to bully my poor Muxing? Only I, as your mother, truly care for my child. As she spoke, Jiang Wanjing's tears flowed freely, leaving Zhou Muxing momentarily stunned. He reached out to wipe away her tears. His own eyes began to glisten with moisture as he said, Mother, please don't cry. Suddenly sensing something, Zhou Muxing looked up at Song Nanqing. Seeing the depth of emotion in her eyes, he timidly withdrew his hand, feeling a surge of resentment towards her. Despite just having faced punishment from his grandmother, his mother seemed to be punishing him too. It appeared as though his mother cared little for him. In contrast, Jiang Wanjing had always protected him, standing up for him before his grandmother and mother alike, even willingly parting with her own money just to see him happy. But what about his own mother? Zhou Muxing cautiously regarded Song Nanqing, disappointment clouding his gaze. Witnessing the tender scene between mother and child, Song Nanqing felt overwhelmed and quickly tried to explain, Sister-in-law, I merely wish to educate Muxing properly. I do not want my cousin's child to, before she could finish. Jiang Wanjing rose again, delivering another slap across Song Nanqing's face while scolding. When did it become your place to educate him? Your cousin is dead. I am still alive. And as his mother, I have the right to educate him. Chapter 90. I should be the lady of the Marquis' residence. Just as Song Nanqing stood up, Jiang Wanjing's slap sent her crashing back to the ground. With her face turned, her expression was hidden, but from a distance, Jiang Wanjing could sense that Song Nanqing must be wishing for her demise, given the palpable atmosphere of resentment surrounding her. Zhou Muxing, who had been crouched behind Jiang Wanjing, stepped forward at that moment, placing himself in front of Song Nanqing. He looked up at Jiang Wanjing with tear-filled eyes, pleading, Mother, please don't hit on me. It was my disobedience that caused everyone's anger. All the blame lies with Muxing. Jiang Wanjing observed the scene, raising an eyebrow. It seems that the bond between mother and child is undeniable. Zhou Muxing does indeed harbor some affection for Song Nanqing. Jiang Wanjing bent down, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and looked directly at Zhou Musheng. Musheng, when others say you are disobedient, they are speaking nonsense. You have done remarkably well. Zhou Musheng's eyes widened in surprise, a look of confusion washing over him. Jiang Wanqing affectionately ruffled his hair, and in that moment, his heart leaned toward her. He hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Wanqing before lowering his gaze to Song Nansheng, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, after a moment of indecision, he made his way to Jiang Wanqing's side. Song Nansheng's pupils constricted, shock coursing through her as she struggled to comprehend that Zhou Musheng would choose Jiang Wanqing over her for the sake of a pig trotter. After all, Musheng was her own son. How could this happen? She forced a smile and struggled to stand, looking at Zhou Musheng with a warning glint in her eyes. Musheng, your body is no longer suited for indulging in such rich meats. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Wanqing swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Song Nansheng covered her face, feeling the sting of pain radiate across her skin, while she struggled to suppress her rising anger. She glared at Jiang Wanqing, her voice dripping with resentment. Cousin, you must provide a reason for this assault. I am still a guest of the Xingqiang Marquis. Your repeated reprimands are becoming excessive. Zhou Musheng was taken aback, casting a fearful glance at Jiang Wanqing. He had anticipated that she would strike his mother again. Yet, the thought of his mother's disdain for his weight made his spirits plummet. Jiang Wanqing's gaze turned icy as she addressed Song Nansheng. This is my final warning. Cousin, do not interfere in my upbringing of Musheng. He is my child. You have all caused him distress today. I merely wish for him to enjoy his favorite braised pig trotters. Why must you be so harsh on him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Musheng's heart swelled with gratitude, and he looked up at Jiang Wanqing, filled with emotion. Throughout the day, he had felt her favoritism toward him. Meanwhile, Song Nansheng stood frozen, watching Jiang Wanqing and the others fade from view, her composure finally cracking. In a fit of frustration, she swept all the teacups from the table to the floor. Glaring in the direction Jiang Wanqing had departed, her eyes filled with hatred. Enough of this. I cannot endure such a life any longer. I should be the mistress of the Xingqiang Marquis. Why must I live in such oppression? Song Nansheng's grievances, however, did not reach Jiang Wanqing's ears. Yet even if they did, Jiang Wanqing could surmise the source of her discontent. She looked down at the obedient Zhou Musheng, who was holding her hand, and felt immense satisfaction. She could sense that Zhou Musheng was now more inclined to be close to her than to Song Nansheng. A maid soon brought forth a generous serving of braised pig trotters and placed it on the table. Jiang Wanqing observed Zhou Musheng, who was eagerly swallowing, his gaze fixated on the dish. With a resigned smile, she said, "All right, go ahead and eat. It was specially prepared for you." Zhou Musheng, upon hearing this, sat down and eagerly reached for the pig trotters. Jiang Wanqing, noticing the grease on the corner of his mouth, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She couldn't help but cover her nose with a handkerchief. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Musheng had developed a habit of overeating when he was unhappy, especially relishing meat. He had already surpassed his peers in size, and Jiang Wanqing felt increasingly pleased, her gaze glimmering. If Zhou Musheng could refrain from causing trouble, she would permit him to enjoy a life of indulgence. However, if he allied with Song Nansheng against her, she would show no mercy. Unable to resist, Jiang Wanqing asked, "Musheng, do you believe your mother treats you well?" Zhou Musheng paused his eating, looking at Jiang Wanqing with utmost seriousness. "Of course. My mother is the best to me, even better than my grandmother." Jiang Wanqing chuckled softly. "As long as you understand that, it is sufficient. Your mother does well by you. I do not expect you to reciprocate her kindness in full, a fraction will suffice." Zhou Musheng blinked, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Jiang Wanqing affectionately ruffled his hair. "Continue eating. If you're still hungry, the small kitchen has more." Zhou Musheng beamed at this, then turned to the maid carrying the pig trotters. "Take me to the small kitchen." The maid exchanged a glance with Jiang Wanqing, who nodded, and then led Zhou Musheng away. Once they had departed, Jiang Wanqing glanced down at the little one, who was pouting slightly, displaying a hint of discontent. Jiang Wanqing pinched the child's cheek playfully. "Oh dear, who made our little one unhappy?" The child pouted, "Stupid mother. Do you only like the bad brother? Don't you like me? Even though I know mother is pretending to be nice to the bad brother, I don't want mother to be nice to other children. Wah, mother can only love me." As the child's complaints continued, a tear glistened in their eyes. Jiang Wanqing suddenly understood. The child was feeling jealous. She gently pinched the child's nose and said affectionately, "Mother loves you the most. You are my one and only. Humph. Then I will reluctantly forgive you. Mother. How does mother know what I'm thinking? Am I that obvious when I'm unhappy? The child's dark eyes were filled with curiosity. At that moment, a young servant entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Wanqing seated, he immediately knelt before her. Madam, it was truly Master Mu Sheng who wished to go to Wuyo Pavilion. I did not lead him there. Losing 1,000 taels of gold was not my fault. Zhao Si pleaded pitifully, fearing Jiang Wanqing's wrath. Chapter 91. Night intrusion into the boudoir, seeing Zhao Si kneeling on the ground. Looking as if he had soiled himself, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. I never said you did anything wrong. Why are you in such a hurry to admit fault? Zhao Si's initial panic began to subside as he looked at Jiang Wanqing in disbelief. Was it possible that he had done something right? But it was 1,000 taels of gold. He hesitated and asked, Madam, are you not angry with me? Jiang Wanqing glanced at Granny Su, who immediately understood and retrieved a silver ingot from her pouch, handing it to Zhao Si. He accepted the silver, feeling a mix of trepidation and astonishment as he stared at Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing continued, I've said it before. As long as you can make the young master happy, that is what matters most. Although you lost 1,000 taels of gold, the fact that Mu Sheng is happy is sufficient. As Zhao Si absorbed her words and felt the weight of the silver in his hand, he suddenly understood. He immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, madam. I will make sure to keep the young master happy. I will also tell him how good you are to him. Zhao Si realized that as long as he made Master Mu Sheng happy by any means necessary, that was all that mattered. As long as the young master felt that it was all for his happiness, that was enough. Jiang Wanqing waved her hand. All right, you may leave now. Zhao Si, filled with excitement, bowed several times before turning to leave. Jiang Wanqing then turned her gaze towards Mou and remarked, We must keep a closer watch on Song Nansheng and Zhou Mushing. Yes, madam, Mou replied. Jiang Wanqing gently pinched her brow, suddenly recalling that Xiaoxiao had mentioned that in her past life, Song Nansheng appeared after 18 years. However, this time, she had surfaced well before that mark. It seemed that her intervention had altered the course of events compared to her previous life. Pressing her lips together, she commanded, Spread the word that once we arrive at the Duke of Qi's residence, I will inventory my storeroom. Mou responded, Yes, madam. But should we not visit the storeroom first? Jiang Wanqing shook her head, a trace of coldness flickering in her eyes. As she spoke, the chill in her gaze became increasingly difficult to conceal. If pressed, they might resort to desperate measures. It was clear that neither Song Nansheng nor the old matriarch Zhou would simply acquiesce. Yet, Jiang Wanqing was curious as to why Zhou Zigu had chosen to remain hidden this time. It seemed that she would need to pay a visit to the old matriarch Zhou that evening. In the dead of night, the Grand Marquis of Xingchang's residence was exceptionally quiet. The maids and servants had already retired for the night. Jiang Wanqing had changed into a dark outfit suitable for stealth. She deftly leaped over several courtyards and arrived at the old matriarch Zhou's quarters. After a brief reconnaissance, she confirmed that the old matriarch was indeed in the Buddhist hall. This time, however, there were no strange men present, only Song Nansheng. Outside, Song Nansheng's maid and the old matriarch's wet nurse stood guard. Jiang Wanqing skillfully climbed onto the roof, lifting a few tiles to peer inside. She saw the old matriarch kneeling in prayer, while Song Nansheng knelt before her. The old matriarch raised her brow and stood, looking down at the kneeling Song Nansheng with a disdainful reprimand. Do you realize you nearly jeopardized my son's grand plan? We have gone to great lengths to stage Zigu's death. Do not let your folly undo all our efforts. Song Nansheng quickly shook her head. No, aunt. Jiang Wanqing has not discovered my relationship with Mushing. Otherwise, she would have torn our facade apart long ago. Jiang Wanqing observed Song Nansheng's face, which, despite being thickly coated with makeup, could not conceal the redness and swelling. The old matriarch sighed and glared at Song Nansheng. Had you not called me aunt, I would have struck you down, forcing you to redeem Mushing against your will. Now, it seems that word has reached us from Jiang Wanqing's courtyard. Once she arrives at the Duke of Qi's residence, she intends to inventory her storeroom. If she discovers that we have appropriated a significant portion of her dowry, what shall we do? In her final words, the old matriarch's gaze towards Song Nansheng grew increasingly loathsome. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. From the old matriarch's tone, it was evident that they had taken quite a bit of her dowry. Suppressing the anger that simmered within, she continued to observe the unfolding scene below. Song Nansheng's expression shifted as she hesitantly spoke. I have not seen Zigu for 2 days. It seems there has been an issue with his affairs, and he has been preoccupied with that matter. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered with surprise. Wasn't Zhou Zigu currently managing the counterfeit coin issue? Had something gone awry with the elder brother's operations? Detecting the urgency in the old matriarch's voice, Song Nansheng dismissed her concerns. And when Jiang Wanqing married into the Marquis of Xingchang's residence, she brought an enormous dowry of 100 carriages. Even if she inventories it, can she truly account for everything? Besides, she only intends to pawn a piece of jewelry to repay her debts. Perhaps she won't even inspect it closely. Listening to Song Nansheng's words, the old matriarch's expression softened slightly. Observing this change, Song Nansheng tentatively added, "And I wish to remain in the Marquis of Xingchang's residence." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch grew excited. "You dare to say that? Are you afraid Jiang Wanqing might uncover the truth?" Song Nansheng hurriedly explained, "Aunt, it's not like that. I fear that Mushing may be led astray by Jiang Wanqing. Just look, Mushing has even dared to visit Wuyo Pavilion. Moreover, shouldn't Mushing restrain herself when it comes to food?" Jiang Wanqing, having lost interest in continuing to listen, closed the tiles and turned to leave. Just as she was about to shed her dark attire, a sudden sharpness in her gaze caught her off guard, a sense of danger creeping in. Upon seeing the figure, she raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why are you here? Lord Fengshu, have you truly developed a habit of sneaking into women's chambers at night?" Chapter 92. I want you to be my concubine. Lord Fengshu was being choked by Jiang Wanqing, yet he showed no signs of anger. His phoenix eyes appraised her with a hint of jest. "Now that I am here, does the lady intend to summon others to witness this? Tomorrow, the capital will surely be abuzz with the scandal of Miss Jiang being seen with a eunuch." "Eunuch?" Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly. Lord Fengshu genuinely seemed to relish playing the role of a eunuch. Jiang Wanqing fixed her gaze on him, gradually relaxing her grip on his neck, reaching instead for the collar of his garment. Lord Fengshu's expression shifted slightly as he grasped her hand. Raising an eyebrow, he teased, "Miss Jiang, you cannot possibly harbor an interest in a eunuch?" Jiang Wanqing clicked her tongue. "Indeed, for Lord Fengshu's beauty is renowned. Who does not know? Yet, I am quite curious." She paused, leaning closer to him, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, "I wonder if a eunuch understands matters of love? If you were not a eunuch, I would certainly have you as my concubine." At her words, Lord Fengshu's gaze flickered, a glint of coldness passing through his eyes. Then, he shifted positions with Jiang Wanqing, gripping her delicate neck with a firm hold, and said ominously, "Miss Jiang, have you forgotten? I am Lord Fengshu. Known for my ruthlessness, I would not hesitate to take your life if it suited my purpose." Jiang Wanqing was forced to tilt her head back, her expression defiant. Yet she still managed to smile as she replied, "I have long said that I admire only your beauty, Lord Fengshu, even beneath the peony. I would die a romantic." Hearing this, the coldness in Lord Fengshu's gaze dissipated, and he released her. Jiang Wanqing rubbed her neck, thinking to herself that this man truly enjoyed choking people. With a smile, she remarked, "Lord Fengshu, should I not be treated better by my savior?" Lord Fengshu's demeanor shifted, and he scoffed, "A savior who charges me 1,000 taels of gold?" At this, Jiang Wanqing suddenly remembered and extended her hands towards him, lifting her chin and blinking her eyes playfully. "What of the 1,000 taels of gold?" Lord Fengshu smirked, his tone suggestive. "Shouldn't Miss Jiang check on the injured party's well-being? If they are not fully healed, your medical skills may be lacking." And that 1,000 taels of gold could, upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing scrutinized Lord Fengshu and then chuckled, "You can sneak into a woman's chamber at night. It is evident that your health is quite robust." Lord Fengshu raised an eyebrow. "Do not worry, I will not owe you anything." With that, he produced something from his sleeve and placed it in Jiang Wanqing's hand. When she saw the object, her eyes widened in astonishment. "A jade ornament intricately carved with silk threads? How did it come to be in your possession?" Jiang Wanqing looked at Lord Fengshu, her expression filled with confusion. Wasn't this the item Zhou Mushing had pawned to Yin Yangzi? How had it ended up in Lord Fengshu's hands? What was the connection between Lord Fengshu and Yin Yangzi? Pondering this, Jiang Wanqing's expression grew serious, her eyes filled with doubt. Is it truly as simple as a mere acquaintance? A woman of such allure as Yin would willingly forfeit her own interests to bestow a bracelet upon another? It seemed that Lord Feng discerned the perplexity in Jiang Wanqing's eyes and began to elucidate. The Eastern Depot oversees many matters in the Wuyo Pavilion. Being the foremost gambling house in the capital, shares a certain affinity with the depot. After a brief pause, Lord Fong cast another glance at the intricately carved jade bracelet and stated, "This bracelet is of considerable value. It must be safeguarded diligently this time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing lifted her gaze to Lord Fong, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She felt as though his words bore a deeper significance, while the bracelet indeed held great worth. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, eluding her grasp. She sensed that she had overlooked something vital. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Lord Fong produced a stack of silver notes and placed them in her hand. Jiang Wanqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "You have already gifted me the bracelet. Why then bestow upon me 1,000 taels of gold? Surely, this bracelet exceeds that value." She firmly believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, nor does anyone simply bestow wealth without cause. The weight of the money in her hand felt scalding. Her brow furrowed slightly. Did this imply that he sought to intrude further into her private life? With a forced smile, she replied, "Lord Fong, I am, after all, a woman of the Zhou family. It is rather inappropriate for you to repeatedly enter my chamber." Lord Fong's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped closer to Jiang Wanqing, bending slightly to meet her gaze. He spoke softly, "Did you not say you admired my beauty? In light of my life-saving grace, I am more than willing to let you gaze upon it to your heart's content." Just as Jiang Wanqing prepared to refuse, she noticed Lord Fong straightening up, his demeanor suddenly icy and devoid of humor. His gaze held a weighty significance. "Miss Jiang, it would be prudent not to decline, for you are now privy to my secret. You must either perish or align yourself as one aboard my vessel. I have no desire to turn against my benefactor." Jiang Wanqing regarded Lord Fong, sensing the lethal intent that had momentarily surfaced. She understood that he was not jesting. She realized that Lord Fong harbored ambitions of usurpation. If she were to ally with him, their combined strength would be formidable. Her mentor had also bestowed upon her a jade pendant, enabling her to seek Lord Fong's assistance. However, uncertainty clouded her judgment as she scrutinized him. She could not fathom this false eunuch, laden with secrets. Was collaboration with such a person truly devoid of peril? Lord Fong's voice, low and magnetic, broke her reverie. "Miss Jiang, are you still hesitating?" Jiang Wanqing lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him, and deliberated her words. "If I were to align myself with you, Lord Fong, would you ensure my protection in the days to come?" "Naturally," Lord Fong replied without a hint of hesitation. This response left Jiang Wanqing bewildered. Why had he shown her such clemency despite her repeated offenses? She sensed that perhaps Lord Fong was being overly kind to her. She did not believe it was love that prompted such behavior. Otherwise, how could he have remained indifferent while she met a tragic fate in her past life? Yet, why this leniency now? Jiang Wanqing regarded Lord Fong, her mouth opening slightly. "Lord Fong, who exactly are you?" Chapter 93. Seeking recognition from the courtesans for my younger sister Lord Fong echoed Jiang Wanqing's inquiry, murmuring, "Who am I?" Jiang Wanqing nodded. "Yes, who are you? Should we not, as comrades, comprehend the truths that bind us? Why the pretense of being a eunuch? Why the rebellion? Why treat me with such kindness?" As he lifted his brow once more, ready to leap from the window, Jiang Wanqing called out suddenly. She felt her cheeks flush from his previous remarks. It had always been she who teased him, yet now his expression darkened. And he asked coldly, "It seems this jade bracelet holds little value for you, Miss Jiang." Jiang Wanqing shook her head, explaining, "It is not that. This bracelet is not merely jewelry, but a token. It was a gift from the last emperor to my mother, who was told that should she bear a daughter, she would become the crown princess. This bracelet symbolizes that promise. Regrettably, my mother only gave birth to me 5 years after the emperor's passing, and now, a new dynasty reigns." Upon hearing this, Lord Fong's expression softened slightly. Jiang Wanqing elaborated on the significance of the bracelet, detailing its loss and how it ended up at the Wuyo Pavilion. "So, what do you intend to do?" Lord Fong's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Miss Jiang, you truly are a lover of wealth." "No," Jiang Wanqing firmly rejected that label, asserting, "My possessions are not to be trifled with. Those who dare touch them must pay double." Lord Fong raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wanqing slapped her forehead. "How did I not think of that?" With a shake of his head, Lord Fong, exuding a sense of resignation, leapt from the window. Jiang Wanqing watched him depart, her expression serious, her eyes glinting with determination. It seemed she must pay a visit to her elder brother to investigate the true nature of Lord Fong. In the 3rd month of spring, a light mist enveloped the air. Suddenly, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky. Jiang Wanqing ceased her musings and closed the window. Tomorrow would bring a fierce confrontation. As she finished her breakfast, the old matriarch sent someone to urge her repeatedly. A maidservant stood before Jiang Wanqing, bowing slightly. Madam, the old matriarch insists that if you are to visit the Duke of Qi's residence, you must arrive early, lest you offend propriety. Merely propriety, Jiang Wanqing scoffed. If rules were to be observed, how could Zhou Xiaoxiao be allowed to indulge in an affair with the young master of the Duke of Qi's house? However, Jiang Wanqing concealed her disdain, picking up a handkerchief to dab her lips. Let us proceed. With that, Jiang Wanqing and her entourage exited the house. Perhaps due to last night's gentle rain, the fresh greenery in the courtyard exuded an aromatic fragrance, moistening the earth. The gates of the Duke of Qi's residence were even grander than those of the Marquis of Xingqiang. Seated in the carriage, Granny Su lifted the curtain, gazing at the Duke of Qi's residence with a hint of hesitation. She turned to the small Jiang Wanqing beside her and tentatively asked, "Are you truly going to undertake this task for the old matriarch? How could she send you to such an embarrassing errand?" Jiang Wanqing cradled the small one in her arms and smiled. "Regardless, it is the reputation of the Marquis of Xingqiang that is at stake, not mine." With a resigned sigh, Granny Su disembarked the carriage and approached the Duke of Qi's residence for discussions. The details of their conversation remained a mystery, but Granny Su's countenance darkened significantly. Jiang Wanqing, perplexed, inquired, "What troubles you?" Granny Su appeared both furious and embarrassed. The young servant said that the young master of the Duke of Qi's residence visited Chunfeng Tower last night and has yet to return. Chunfeng Tower? Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Granny Su pursed her lips. Jiang Wanqing's gaze flickered. It seemed Chu Tianxiang was indeed full of surprises. No wonder he had appeared so haggard the last time they met. Living in Chunfeng Tower, how could he possibly be in good health? Uncertain of the future, one wonders whether Ziki will come to regret her choice of husband. Seeing Jiang Wanqing in silence, Grandma Su hesitantly suggested, "If not, shall we seek out the lady of the Duke's residence, or perhaps the young mistress?" Jiang Wanqing shook her head, declaring, "No, we shall go directly to Chunfeng Tower." Upon hearing this, Grandma Su's expression changed dramatically. She hesitated, saying, "You wish to go to Chunfeng Tower? Is that not detrimental to your reputation?" Jiang Wanqing smiled lightly. The Marquis of Xingqiang's household is already steeped in disgrace. What does reputation matter? Moreover, I am willing to sacrifice my reputation to secure a rightful standing for my younger sister, confronting the young lord at Chunfeng Tower. Others will commend me as a sister-in-law who stands up for her family. If we were to visit the Duke's residence, the Duke's lady and the young mistress would likely prove difficult to deal with. Xuefei'er is such a character. Her sister is probably even worse. And Chu Tianxiang is merely a debauched scion. There is nothing to fear. With that, Jiang Wanqing commanded, "To Chunfeng Tower." The carriage halted at Chunfeng Tower, and Jiang Wanqing cradled her child as she descended. She then strode directly towards the establishment. Perhaps due to the morning hour, the place was not overly crowded. A courtesan intercepted Jiang Wanqing, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Madam, have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" Jiang Wanqing cast a glance at the woman before smiling and inquiring, "Is this not Chunfeng Tower?" The woman, taken aback, nodded. "Indeed, this is Chunfeng Tower. Could it be that you are unaware of the nature of this establishment? Did you mistake it for an inn?" At this, the courtesan could not suppress a laugh. Assuming Jiang Wanqing had confused Chunfeng Tower for a common tavern. After all, which respectable lady would visit such a place while holding a child? Jiang Wanqing's eyes darkened slightly. "All I know is that I have come to Chunfeng Tower." The woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the child in Jiang Wanqing's arms. Seemingly incredulous that a mother would come here, she reiterated, "This is a brothel, not an inn." Jiang Wanqing regarded the woman, her dark eyes revealing no hint of uncertainty. "I am well aware that this is a brothel." Hearing this, the earlier inquisitor covered her mouth, a flicker of wariness in her gaze. She then asked, "Surely you are not bringing the child to catch someone in the act? Are you here to cause a scene?" Upon saying this, she glanced at her accompanying maid and whispered, "Fetch the landlady, and inform her that someone has arrived with a child to stir trouble." The maid, looking flustered, nodded and hurried off. Jiang Wanqing observed the woman's exaggerated reaction, bemused. "I am not here to cause a disturbance. I merely seek someone." The woman, momentarily taken aback by this statement, blinked several times, a smile gradually appearing. "Every lady who enters Chunfeng Tower claims to be searching for someone. If we were to assist each one, would we still have a business here?" In her view, Jiang Wanqing and her entourage were merely troublemakers. Fortunately, it was daytime. She had ample time to deal with such ladies. With a hint of resignation in her tone, the woman regarded Jiang Wanqing with a touch of sympathy. Who dares to act so brazenly in my Chufeng Tower? Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. The woman, referred to as Lin Yang, was the one conversing with Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing followed the voice to assess the landlady. The landlady, though not young, still possessed a certain charm befitting her former status as the courtesan of Chunfeng Tower. Dressed in dark, ornate garments, she exuded an air of dignity and composure. Upon reaching Lin Yang's side, the landlady gestured towards Jiang Wanqing and her party. The landlady scrutinized Jiang Wanqing and her companions closely, her gaze lingering on the child for a long while before she sighed. Madam, if you cannot manage your husband, it is ultimately your own affair. Why must you trouble my humble establishment? Is it necessary to bring a child to witness such folly? Within your household, your husband is, of course, under your purview. Yet here, in Chunfeng Tower, this is my domain. Should you cause a ruckus here, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Her words carried a hint of menace. In response, Jiang Wanqing calmly stated, My husband has long since passed away. Observing her composed demeanor, the landlady assumed Jiang Wanqing had grown indifferent to her husband's demise. However, her gaze softened as she regarded the adorable child in Jiang Wanqing's arms. Surely, if a lady bore a child, she had no reason to fear for her status? With men, one merely needed to turn a blind eye. Jiang Wanqing, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, Madam Landlady? The landlady stepped closer to the child, her expression softening. This little one is indeed charming. Yet, madam, it is vital to hold tightly to your power and progeny. The more you try to control a man, the more he will wish to rebel. Even if he is unfaithful, appearances must be maintained. Do not expect a child to awaken a man to his responsibilities. This era is inherently unjust to women. There are many willing to bear children for men. It is crucial to grasp what you have. The landlady's heartfelt words seemed to resonate with Jiang Wanqing, who realized the landlady likely believed she was jesting. However, her husband was truly deceased. Jiang Wanqing found herself intrigued by the landlady, who recognized the injustices of the world yet chose to conform to them. The landlady appeared to be a rational individual, yet her acceptance of such inequities was disheartening. Jiang Wanqing inquired, Since you acknowledge the inherent unfairness of this age towards women, have you never considered how to rectify such injustices? Why must women live in dependence on men? Can we not live as we desire? The landlady fell silent for a long moment, her gaze filled with curiosity. Pain and sorrow flickered in her eyes, shimmering like reflections upon water. Finally, tranquility returned. A smile graced the landlady's lips. Realizing the misunderstanding, Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened slightly as she clarified, Madam Landlady, my husband is truly deceased. His grave grass stands over a meter tall. The landlady's expression shifted, her realization dawning. She scrutinized the child in Jiang Wanqing's arms and asked again, But this child appears to have been born only recently. Given your youth, how could your husband? She paused, then continued, If your husband has indeed passed away, why have you come to Chunfeng Tower? Who are you searching for? Thus, Jiang Wanqing chose to reveal the truth. I am the young mistress of the Marquis of Xingchang. The landlady's face reflected astonishment, as did that of Lin Yang and the surrounding maids. Lin Yang furrowed her brows and glanced at Mama Lu. Realizing the situation, she spoke up, Mama Lu, I am aware of the Marquis of Xingchang's estate. I have heard that the young Marquis passed away unexpectedly just 3 days after his wedding. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Jiang Wanqing, revealing a hint of sympathy. To marry and lose her husband within 3 days is indeed tragic. Many have whispered that Jiang Wanqing bears the curse of a husband killer. At that moment, Mama Lu's expression grew serious as she scrutinized Jiang Wanqing. Are you truly the lady of the Marquis of Xingchang's estate? There was a note of uncertainty in her tone. She could not fathom why. If Jiang Wanqing were indeed the Marquis's wife, she would come here now that he had passed. Stepping forward, Su Mama produced a plaque. Look closely. This signifies the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Our lady is the 7th Miss of the Duke of Jinghua, and she is also the lady of the Marquis of Xingchang. Mama Lu merely glanced at the plaque before bowing respectfully to Jiang Wanqing, saying, Madam, it seems I have failed to recognize your status, and I apologize for that. The plaque bore the insignia of the Duke of Jinghua. If someone were impersonating a member of the Marquis of Xingchang, it could be plausible, but to impersonate someone from the Duke of Jinghua would be a foolhardy endeavor. Mama Lu's heart raced. How fortunate it was that Jiang Wanqing did not take offense. It seemed she was accustomed to such matters. With a sigh of relief, Mama Lu hesitantly inquired, "May I ask whom you seek?" Jiang Wanqing met Mama Lu's gaze and replied clearly, "I am looking for the young master Chu Tianxiang of the Duke of Qi's estate." What? Mama Lu's expression cracked slightly at the mention of the name. The lady of the Marquis of Xingchang was here to seek out the young master of the Duke of Qi? This was a situation that required explanation. Fortunately, it was still morning, and most of the ladies in the Spring Breeze Pavilion were resting. Only Mama Lu and a few onlookers lingered at the entrance. With an expression of concern, Mama Lu said, "Madam, the young master is indeed a frequent visitor here, but he is known for his temper. It is typically unwise to disturb him at this hour." Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly. "No matter, I shall seek him out." With that, she stepped into the Spring Breeze Pavilion, prompting the onlookers to follow, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. How did the lady of the Marquis of Xingchang come to have such a connection with the young master of the Duke of Qi? The young mistress of the Duke had yet to confront him, yet here was the Marquis's wife arriving. What would the late young Marquis think if he knew? As the crowd grew, Mama Lu, observing the scene spiraling out of control, hurried after Jiang Wanqing. "Which room is Chu Tianxiang in?" she asked. Mama Lu paused, hesitating for a moment. "Madam, are you truly intent on seeking Chu Tianxiang? What could you possibly see in someone like him?" Her words were delicately phrased. Yet it was clear she held a low opinion of Chu Tianxiang. The rumors swirling outside had influenced her thoughts. How outrageous. Su Mama interjected, unable to contain her dismay. She could not allow anyone to equate her lady with that Chu Tianxiang, as it was a grave insult. Fearful of the Duke of Jinggua's influence, Mama Lu pointed towards a room on the second floor. "Please be cautious, madam. The young master despises being disturbed during his slumber. There was once a girl here who disturbed him and met a tragic end." Su Mama gasped at the revelation. How could Chu Tianxiang be so callous towards life? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes as she exchanged a glance with Mou, who nodded and proceeded towards the second-floor room, taking a wine jug from the table with her. The onlookers watched Mou's every move. She kicked the door open and entered the room, and moments later, the sounds of an intense uproar echoed from within. "Who dares to pour water on me while I am asleep? I will kill you." The fury in the voice was unmistakable, indicating that the owner was quite enraged. As Chu Tianxiang's last bellow reverberated, Mou emerged from the room. Some spectators, familiar with the Spring Breeze Pavilion, shook their heads knowingly. This maid had likely sealed her fate by daring to spill wine on the young master. Mama Lu's face paled. She glanced at Jiang Wanqing, her expression laden with complexity. To offend Chu Tianxiang is not something easily forgiven, even for someone of your stature from the Duke of Jinggua. He will not let this go lightly. "Thank you for your warning, Mama Lu," Jiang Wanqing replied, her demeanor calm and composed. However, a cold smile played on her lips. She relished the thought of Chu Tianxiang causing a ruckus. The more chaos he stirred, the more animosity he would harbor towards Zhou Ziki. If the two were at odds, would the alliance between Prince Cheng'an and Zhou Zigu remain unshakable? In the next moment, a furious Chu Tianxiang stormed out of the room, fastening his belt as he glared menacingly at the crowd below. "Who barged into my room?" The onlookers exchanged glances, retreating a step, their eyes wide with trepidation. Filled with rage, Chu Tianxiang scrutinized the group near the entrance, recognizing that they lacked the audacity to commit such an act. His gaze then shifted to the cluster of courtesans in the center of the hall. In his fury, he failed to notice Jiang Wanqing among them. He hurried down the stairs, confronting Mama Lu with a fierce glare. "Mama Lu, you are the madam of this establishment. If you cannot provide me with an explanation, I shall dismantle this place." His words dripped with menace. Mama Lu's eyes flickered with fear as she involuntarily glanced towards Jiang Wanqing. "Mama Lu, I am speaking to you, yet you dare look at others." As Chu Tianxiang followed her gaze and spotted Jiang Wanqing, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Upon seeing Mou beside her, he broke into a mocking laugh, pointing at her. With a stern expression and a piercing gaze, he exclaimed, "It was you, you shameless wretch, who barged into my room and splashed water on me, was it not?" Although Chu Tianxiang could not clearly discern the appearance of the person who had drenched him moments ago, he was acutely aware of their attire. In response to his accusation, Mou did not flinch in the slightest. Calmly nodding, she replied, "Indeed, it was I. My lady wishes to see the young master, but alas, he remains asleep. In this desperate situation, I had no choice but to employ such a method to rouse him." Chu Tianxiang, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Was it truly because her mistress desired to see him that this insolent woman had the audacity to douse him with water and kick open his door? Grinding his teeth, he retorted, "You know I am the young master, and yet you dare to treat me this way? Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life? Why must the young master be so incensed?" Jiang Wanqing interjected at that moment. Angered, Chu Tianxiang shifted his gaze to her. Noticing that Jiang Wanqing was cradling a child, he suddenly realized that the shameless woman he referred to earlier must be the very person standing before him. Furrowing his brow, he scoffed coldly. "Is it you who wishes to meet me? Although the ladies of Chunfeng Tower are all exceptionally beautiful, I have never had the pleasure of a married woman. Are you so eager to visit the residence of the Duke of Qi?" Jiang Wanqing remained unperturbed, merely raising an eyebrow and challenging. "Do you truly mean that, young master?" Taking a step closer to Jiang Wanqing, Chu Tianxiang's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. He had not previously scrutinized her closely, but now he could see that she was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. A thought crossed his mind. Her daughter might be even more striking. Jiang Wanqing stepped back, meeting his gaze with determination. "If that is the case, I shall have my elder brother report your actions to the Duke's residence tomorrow. I wonder if the Emperor is aware of the young master's behavior, abducting a married woman in broad daylight." Seeing the formerly timid young lady now speaking so boldly, Chu Tianxiang was momentarily stunned, and then he felt a surge of anger at himself for being intimidated by such a petite woman. His eyes turned icy, filled with disdain as he sneered. "Who is your elder brother? Does he have the authority to report to the Duke's residence? I shall gladly acknowledge him as my elder brother, for he is merely a minor official. What storm could he possibly stir?" Chu Tianxiang dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Jiang Wanqing, observing his nonchalance, let out a cold laugh. Beside them, Mama Su raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Young master, our eldest son is a rising star in the court and also the young master of the Duke of Zhen's residence." Initially, Chu Tianxiang scoffed at the mention of a rising star, but his expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the Duke of Zhen's name. He turned to Jiang Wanqing, slowly piecing together the image of her from the banquet at the princess's residence. With a hint of certainty, he inquired, "Are you the seventh Miss Jiang Wanqing of the Duke of Zhen's residence?" Chu Tianxiang's demeanor grew serious. Although his father held a high position in court and bore the title of Duke of Qi, it was primarily due to his aunt being a favored consort. However, the Duke of Zhen's title was earned through merit and held real power, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers at the border. A single command could potentially alter the course of the dynasty. The distinction between the Duke of Qi and the Duke of Zhen was significant. Jiang Wanqing met his gaze and nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Could it be that the young master has forgotten? "We encountered each other at the banquet in the princess's residence." The mention of the banquet caused Chu Tianxiang to furrow his brow. That gathering had nearly stripped him of his dignity. He scrutinized Jiang Wanqing, pondering what business she had with him now. "Even if you are of the Duke of Zhen's residence, the wife of the Marquis of Xingchang, does that justify sending someone to kick down my door and drench me in water?" In response to his accusation, Jiang Wanqing calmly explained, "I asked for your understanding. Young master, the situation was urgent and left me no choice." Chu Tianxiang smoothed his damp hair, furrowing his brow in frustration, yet he felt compelled to suppress his anger. After all, the person before him was a miss of the Duke of Zhen's residence. His father had advised him to avoid conflict with them. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of ruthlessness evident. Had Jiang Wanqing merely been the wife of the Marquis of Xingchang, he would have dealt with her decisively. In irritation, he questioned, "We have no grievances between us, so why seek me out? Was it necessary to douse me with water?" Chapter 97. I merely suggested she become a concubine. In response to Chu Tianxiang's confusion, Jiang Wanqing smiled sweetly. "Naturally, it pertains to the marriage between the young master and my younger sister from the Marquis of Xingchang." Her words brought back memories of the events that had unfolded at the banquet, and Chu Tianxiang's complexion darkened, resembling that of a bruised liver. It had been a long time since he had faced those friends, fearing their ridicule for the embarrassment he had suffered. Little did he know that sleeping with a lady from the Marquis of Xingchang would prove to be more troublesome than with a courtesan from Chunfeng Tower. He would rather abstain entirely. Even if a lady from the Marquis of Xingchang were to offer herself, he would refuse. Chu Tianxiang's eyes narrowed dangerously. He scanned the crowd gathered at the door, then turned to Jiang Wanqing, feigning ignorance. "I do not comprehend your ladyship's intentions. I am not acquainted with the young lady from the Marquis of Xingchang." What a statement of unfamiliarity. Jiang Wanqing observed his demeanor and recognized his intentions. He likely sought to distance himself from Zhou Xiaoxiao in front of the onlookers, confident that he would not dare speak the truth out of respect for the reputation of the Marquis of Xingchang. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Wanqing was not so easily intimidated. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, she adopted a woeful expression. Her eyes reddened as she lamented. Does the young master now claim to be unfamiliar with my younger sister from the Marquis of Xingchang? Yet, at the princess's residence, everyone saw. "Zhou madam," Chu Tianxiang interjected sharply, interrupting her. Lowering his voice, he urged, "Have you lost your senses? How dare you mention the princess's residence in front of so many people?" Fear gripped him. He dreaded that Jiang Wanqing would reveal everything. If the truth were exposed, it would be a scandal of monumental proportions, leaving him, a young master of a distinguished duke's residence, utterly humiliated before the entire capital. Yet Jiang Wanqing appeared oblivious to his distress, continuing to clutch her handkerchief as she wept. "My younger sister suffers so. As her sister-in-law, I have neglected her. Zhou Lang, you must go, otherwise our family will be bullied." Hearing her words, Chu Tianxiang felt a mix of rage and fear, yet he was powerless to retaliate. However, he truly had no desire to marry that wretched woman. Having become his person, it is quite audacious to mention another man in front of so many witnesses. Isn't it akin to openly donning a cap of shame? Particularly when that man is none other than the second son of the Duke of the State, a person one cannot afford to offend. It is utterly exasperating. To have slept with a lady from the Marquis of Xingchang's household feels more abhorrent than a mouthful of maggots. Within Chu Tianxiang's heart, an overwhelming sense of frustration brewed. The onlookers at the entrance were bewildered, initially believing that Jiang Wanqing had some connection with Chu Tianxiang. However, it now appeared that Jiang Wanqing had come on behalf of the young lady from the Marquis of Xingchang's household. Given Chu Tianxiang's character, speculation arose among the crowd that perhaps he had taken liberties with the young lady and was now unwilling to take responsibility. Just as the spectators were thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. The noise drew the attention of Jiang Wanqing, Chu Tianxiang, and others toward the entrance, where a figure clad in a black brocade robe and a matching cloak appeared, Lord Feng Shugu. He lazily surveyed the hall, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "Isn't Chunfeng building supposed to conduct business at night? Why is it open during the day? And now, even female guests have arrived?" As he spoke, Lord Feng approached Jiang Wanqing, regarding her with a somewhat mocking smile. Jiang Wanqing, still feigning distress with her handkerchief, was startled when Lord Feng exclaimed, "Isn't this the seventh young lady of the Duke of the State? Who dares to let the seventh young lady suffer such indignities? The Duke, after all, is a hero who protects the nation. Today, if Miss Jiang voices her grievances, I shall take it upon myself to address them." Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered. She was uncertain how Lord Feng had fortuitously appeared at this moment. However, his tone suggested he was there to assist her. After all, they were now allies in this matter. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxiang had stiffened upon Lord Feng's arrival and was now sweating coldly at the implications of his words. He had previously been warned by His Highness, the Prince of Chengyan, about the importance of not offending Lord Feng. Otherwise, even his father could not shield him from the consequences. He opened his mouth several times, yet found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Wanqing spoke first. "Lord Feng, you are aware that during the banquet at the princess's residence, everyone witnessed the affection shared between the young master and our second daughter from the Marquis of Xingchang's household. I have merely come to seek a formal acknowledgement from the young master regarding my sister, yet he claims not to recognize her. How can one so easily forget such sentiments?" Lord Feng tilted his head, his elongated eyes glancing at Chu Tianxiang with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Young master, while you may disavow the ladies of Chunfeng building, remember that she is the second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang. You ought to think this through." The phrase "disavow the ladies" and the mention of the second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang with Chu Tianxiang sent ripples of gossip through the crowd. Chu Tianxiang wore a mask of sincerity. Although he was reluctant to accept the situation with Zhou Xiaoxiao, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, it was merely an additional mouth to feed. All the blame he endured from Lord Feng and Jiang Wanqing was mentally transferred onto Zhou Xiaoxiao. Jiang Wanqing lowered her handkerchief, looking at Lord Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Feng, for advocating on behalf of my sister." Lord Feng cast a glance at Jiang Wanqing, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. He said nothing further and turned to leave. Once Lord Feng departed, Jiang Wanqing turned to Chu Tianxiang and inquired, "Since the young master has agreed to take responsibility for my second sister, when shall the wedding take place?" Free from Lord Feng's constraints, Chu Tianxiang scoffed. "It's merely a concubine. Let her prepare her belongings to move into the Duke of Qi's residence." Chapter 98. The daughter's favorite person is not me, her mother. Upon hearing concubine, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could the second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang be reduced to a concubine? Yet what of it? Did you not hear Lord Feng's words? The second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang had already entangled herself with the young master of the Duke of Qi's household. For such a woman, should the young master choose to accept her, that would be more than sufficient. Indeed, what does it matter that she is a lady of the Marquis of Xingchang? After all, young Master Chu is still the young master of the Duke of Qi's household. To grant her the title of concubine is already a considerable concession. The murmurs of the spectators gradually reached Jiang Wanqing and Chu Tianxiang's ears. Listening to the crowd, Chu Tianxiang felt an increase in annoyance. He raised his chin. Looking at Jiang Wanqing with arrogance, "Madame Zhou, I am indeed willing to show some consideration for the Duke of the State. However, you are aware of what the second daughter of the Marquis of Xingchang did that day. She has brought me such shame. For me to grant her the title of concubine and allow her to enter my home is already a gesture of goodwill toward the Marquis of Xingchang." His final remarks reflected his disdain for the Marquis of Xingchang, especially as he gazed at the young Jiang Wanqing, who might have to remain in that household alone for a lifetime. The thought made him shake his head, feeling it was a lamentable waste. Such a beauty, confined to a household without an audience, would indeed be a tragedy. The spectators, absorbing Chu Tianxiang's words, began to speculate over every nuance. Ultimately casting sympathetic glances at Jiang Wanqing, she picked up her handkerchief, dabbing at the non-existent tears at the corner of her eyes, and sighed heavily, expressing her dismay. "Since I have already married into the Marquis of Xingchang's household, I am now one of them, naturally tasked with serving the family and managing my sister's marriage." Observing Jiang Wanqing's forlorn demeanor, Chu Tianxiang could not help but furrow his brow, but still retorted, "Allowing that second daughter to become a concubine is my final bottom line. If she is unwilling, that is her affair. I will not concern myself further." Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled. A concubine status would suffice. After all, it would provide an explanation for the old matriarch Zhou. As for whether Zhou Ziki could ascend further in status as a concubine, that would depend on her own abilities. However, seeing Zhou Ziki's current demeanor, she would likely be unwilling even to be Chu Tianxiang's secondary wife. Nonetheless, Jiang Wanqing still feigned excitement. "How could you treat my second sister in such a manner? First, you must allow her to enter the residence." Chu Tianxiang raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Wanqing. He had not anticipated that she would truly agree to such terms. He had expected her to persist longer. Since she had acquiesced, it was indeed for the best. He was eager to see how that woman would dare to entertain thoughts of another man once she entered his home. Chu Tianxiang adjusted his attire, nodded at Jiang Wanqing, and left with a pleased demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing, watching Chu Tianxiang's retreating figure, picked up her handkerchief once more, turning her back to the onlookers and dabbing at her eyes, feigning tears. "Mother, even if you must cry, do so with some grace. Your smile could hang 2 strings of candied hawthorns. Yet, it is a relief. The wicked aunt need not marry my second uncle after all." Little Xiaoxiao joyfully waved her hands and merrily kicked her tiny feet. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth that threatened to turn upward. This week's madam was truly a good person, having married into the Marquis of Xingchang's household. She lost her husband and was left to manage the vast estate while caring for a daughter. Now, she had to arrange a marriage for her ill-behaved sister. What had the young ladies of the Marquis of Xingchang's household done to invoke such disdain from young Master Chu Tianxiang? Surely, the second young lady of the Marquis's household could not be less desirable than the women of Chunfeng Tower? The thought of a legitimate daughter of a Marquis becoming a concubine was utterly unimaginable. This time, even the reputation of the Duke of Jinghua would suffer a blow. One could only wonder what the Duke's household was thinking, allowing someone to be sent to the Marquis of Xingchang. How outrageous. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua is not someone you can gossip about. Suddenly, a stern voice rebuked. After all, the young lady of the Duke's household had yet to voice her disapproval. Who was the fool meddling in affairs that did not concern him? Cautiously, Jiang Wanqing stepped away from the young nobleman and exited Chunfeng Tower. Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened. She had been enjoying her performance, finally managing to stifle her laughter per the novel's instructions, hoping to spread her grievances far and wide. Yet, her second brother had interrupted her. The little one in her arms, however, became particularly restless. Uncle, uncle, I want uncle to hold me. Uncle, uncle, catch Xiaoxiao. Listening to the cheerful thoughts of the little one, who was so eager to see her second brother, even Jiang Wanqing could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Was she to be overshadowed by her second brother, even as her own mother? They were siblings after all, sharing the same mother, and their appearances could not differ too much. Yet, she had never seen Xiaoxiao cling to her like this. Jiang Wanqing pouted in displeasure. Why, my most beloved daughter, my most cherished person, is not me. What's wrong? Is my second brother here, and he want to even look at me? Feeling a hand gently ruffle her hair, Jiang Wanqing looked up to see Jiang Ao's magnified face before her. His stunning features were indescribable. No amount of adjectives could do them justice. Fine. She admitted it. Her second brother, as a man, was even more handsome than herself, the most esteemed young lady in the capital. Second brother, Jiang Wanqing called lazily. Jiang Ao smiled and pinched her cheek. What's the matter? I'm here, and you're still not happy? His hand, roughened by calluses, bore the marks of years spent in the border town. Yet, beneath the mask of experience, his face remained unscathed. Uncle, uncle, Uncle S here. Xiaoxiao is so happy. The little one in Jiang Wanqing's arms excitedly reached out towards Jiang Ao, her smile radiating even more brightness. Jiang Ao finally noticed Xiaoxiao, swiftly taking her from Jiang Wanqing's embrace and cradling her in his arms. His eyes held a glimmer of affection. Xiaoxiao, do you still remember your second uncle? Although Jiang Wanqing could not hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts at that moment, she could see the joy reflected in the child's beaming smile, indicating just how happy she was. Jiang Wanqing helplessly shook her head, her gaze softening as she looked at Xiaoxiao. The people before her were all those she cherished dearly. Jiang Ao surveyed the surrounding young ladies. When he had first entered, the hall had not been so crowded, but now it was nearly overflowing. He turned to Jiang Wanqing, pursed his lips, and suggested, Sister, let us find a quieter place to talk. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. The group then departed from Chunfeng Tower. Jiang Ao led Jiang Wanqing to a riverside tavern. On the third floor, they could fully appreciate the view outside. Jiang Ao held the child as they entered the room, while Granny Su and Mou waited outside. At last, peace settled around them. Jiang Wanqing observed Jiang Ao, who had been entertaining Xiaoxiao throughout their journey. She sighed. You certainly have patience when it comes to amusing Xiaoxiao. But tell me, what were you doing at Chunfeng Tower earlier? Jiang Ao rubbed his nose, a hint of discomfort in his eyes. I was handling some matters for our elder brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wanqing asked, Is it related to the situation in the south of the city? Jiang Ao raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. How did you know? Did our brother tell you? Jiang Wanqing clarified. No, I deduced it. As expected, my sister is as clever as ever. Jiang Ao's eyes reflected a hint of struggle. Ultimately, he spoke, Elder brother shared everything with me. All that should and shouldn't be said. Jiang Wanqing pressed her lips together, glancing at Xiaoxiao with a serious demeanor. Since second brother knows, you must understand that these matters must not be disclosed. Xiaoxiao remained unaware that she could hear them. Jiang Wanqing also had no intention of confiding in her. After a pause, she continued. I guessed it this time because the concubine's daughter of Zhou Xiaoxiao came and overheard her speaking with the old lady, mentioning that Zhou Xiaoxiao has not been seen for several days. So I wondered if there was an issue with the copper coin case. Jiang Ao did not catch the latter part of her statement. His mind fixated on the phrase concerning the concubine's daughter entering the house. A shadow crossed his face, and he could not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. That Zhou Xiaoxiao, had it not been for his connection to Xiaoxiao as her father and your nominal husband, I would have killed him. Jiang Wanqing knew Jiang Ao never spoke lightly. He genuinely contemplated taking action against Zhou Xiaoxiao. Jiang Wanqing calmly reassured him, Second brother, if you wish to confront Zhou Xiaoxiao, it must be done with my direct involvement for it to carry any significance. Jiang Ao quickly covered Xiaoxiao's ears, frowning disapprovingly. What are you talking about? A young lady like you shouldn't speak of such things, especially in front of Xiaoxiao. Jiang Wanqing pursed her lips, feeling a sense of helplessness. With a smile, she quipped, Second brother, have you forgotten who it was that slew dozens of ferocious wolves in the borderlands and saved you from within the pack? Jiang Ao was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth. That was because I led 500 soldiers to slay 10,000 enemy troops, utterly exhausted, and you saved me. Although Jiang Ao was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge the truth. The epitome of a noble lady from the capital. This poised and dignified woman could indeed dispatch scores of wolves in the wild. Even their father had once remarked that had Wanqing been a boy, the title of Major General of the Duke of Jinghua would have rightfully belonged to her. Jiang Ao's gaze flickered as he regarded his sister, now a mother, exuding tenderness. His resolve strengthened. Since he had earned the title of Major General, he would wield his red tassel spear to protect this family. Jiang Wanqing felt somewhat uneasy under Jiang Ao's penetrating gaze. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Second brother, while I did save you, we are siblings. Even if you wish to express your gratitude, it would be futile. The emotional atmosphere Jiang Ao had created dissipated in an instant. Jiang Wanqing then earnestly inquired, "Let us discuss the copper coin case. What does elder brother intend to do, and what did he assign you to handle?" A trace of coldness passed through Jiang Ao's eyes. With a smile, he remarked, "It was merely a design that orchestrated a landslide, resulting in the demise of everyone within. Naturally, we have obliterated the majority of the copper coins found there, and even the corpses have been meticulously dealt with. Since it was a landslide, government officials will undoubtedly investigate. Thus, what can Zhou Ziga do under the watchful eyes of so many? Only the majority of the copper coins were destroyed?" Jiang Wanjing inquired further, "What then became of the remaining coins?" Jiang Ao cast a glance at Jiang Wanjing, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "You truly are my sister, asking the right questions. We have returned their own tactics against them. The remaining copper coins, along with the tools, have been placed in a cave under a deed belonging to the Prince of Cheng'an. Tomorrow, my elder brother will inadvertently discover that location." Jiang Wanjing inhaled sharply. As expected of my elder brother, he is indeed one to repay every slight. Jiang Ao's expression turned serious. Furrowing his brows, he stated, "These matters are solely between my elder brother and me." Jiang Wanjing, however, disagreed. "No, the estate in the south of the city is part of my dowry. If you and my elder brother meddle too much, Zhou Zigu will surely grow suspicious." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ao considered her point. He then pulled out a jade pendant from his waist and casually tossed it onto the table, speaking lazily, "If you insist on proceeding, take this with you." Jiang Wanjing's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the pendant. The jade pendant resembled a willow leaf, radiating a vibrant green hue. While it appeared to be merely a precious ornament, Jiang Wanjing understood its true significance. This pendant commanded 3,000 elite warriors. It was said that these 3,000 warriors could match an army of 100,000. Jiang Wanjing recognized this as her father's most closely guarded secret. Yet now, her elder brother was presenting this pendant to her. Jiang Wanjing's eyes flickered, but she shook her head resolutely. "This was given to you by father for protection on the battlefield. I cannot accept it." Jiang Ao sighed helplessly. "I wish I could keep this pendant, but it was not meant for me. Father instructed me to give it to you. I simply forgot during the last banquet." "What?" Jiang Wanjing's eyes widened in disbelief. She bit her lip and questioned, "Elder brother, you are destined to inherit father's position. This pendant is more suited for you. How could father give it to me? Even if he consented, you should not. Then should I not agree?" Jiang Ao interrupted, countering, "Is that how you think of your second brother?" Jiang Wanjing shook her head, chuckling, "Haha, that is not quite my meaning." Jiang Ao playfully smacked Jiang Wanjing's forehead. "Besides, both father and I are men. We can protect ourselves, along with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the border town. You, dear sister, are different now. You have Zhou Xiaoxiao, with the 3,000 warriors at your command. We can rest assured." At the mention of Zhou Xiaoxiao, Jiang Wanjing glanced at her younger sibling, who was nibbling on her fingers in Jiang Ao's arms. Her heart softened. Zhou Xiaoxiao had not enjoyed a safe upbringing in her past life. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect her. Thus, she accepted the jade pendant, no longer resisting. Seeing Jiang Wanjing take the pendant, Jiang Ao let out a sigh of relief. While teasing Zhou Xiaoxiao, he added, "With these 3,000 warriors, you will have the freedom to act as you wish." Jiang Wanjing's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she required more eyes to keep watch over their adversaries. The few individuals her elder brother had provided previously were already insufficient. At this moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Both Jiang Ao and Jiang Wanjing turned towards the door. "Come in." As the words left their lips, the door swung open, revealing Granny Su and Mou. Mou swiftly shut the door behind them. Stepping forward, Granny Su explained, "Madam, just now. Mou and I saw Lord Zhou Zigu and that woman from the outer chamber enter the adjacent room. We quickly turned our backs and averted our eyes. They did not notice us. Zhang Ao was the first to react, rising swiftly. Furrowing his brows, he exclaimed, "That scoundrel Zhou Zigu actually dares to appear now, and to flaunt his mistress. He truly does not care for his own reputation." Jiang Wanjing stood up as well, grasping Zhang Ao, who was on the verge of exploding, and soothingly said, "Calm down, elder brother. They cannot escape. They will meet their end sooner or later. We must endure. Our grand plan is yet to be fulfilled." Observing Jiang Wanjing, who had been deceived and betrayed, remaining so composed, Zhang Ao shook his head in confusion. "Sister, are you not angry?" Jiang Wanjing paused, then revealed a bittersweet smile, explaining, "Of course, I am angry. I am human, after all, with my own emotions. But what can I do now? Should I take my sword and slay him? He is the lord of the Xinjiang Marquis. If I were to kill him, I would be imprisoned as well. Moreover, dying so easily would be too lenient for him. In my past life, Zhou Zigu's family conspired against the Duke of State. How could I settle those past grievances with his mere life? The Duke's family did not meet a good end in their previous life. The same fate should befall the Xinjiang Marquis. The suppressed hatred in Jiang Wanjing's eyes was palpable. Zhang Ao, noticing the dark aura surrounding her, feared that she might descend too deeply into her vendetta. The earlier animosity he had felt dissipated, replaced by a look of pity and concern as he approached her. Embracing her shoulder, he softly said, "If you wish to cry, do so. Your brother will avenge you. Here, you remain the esteemed daughter of the Duke of State." In the next moment, Jiang Wanjing pushed Zhang Ao's broad shoulder away, her expression one of disdain as she raised an eyebrow. "Cry? In my presence, there is only bloodshed, not tears. I must offer Zhou Zigu as a sacrifice." As she spoke, Jiang Wanjing abruptly fell silent, her gaze flickering towards Xiaoxiao in Zhang Ao's arms. A sense of trepidation washed over her. Would it be inappropriate to speak so of her own father in front of Xiaoxiao? Zhang Ao, however, appeared reassured, a radiant smile gracing his features as he concurred, "Indeed, you should unleash the ferocity you once displayed when you vanquished dozens of wolves, and eliminate that arrogant Zhou Zigu." Quickly, Jiang Wanjing snatched Xiaoxiao from Zhang Ao's embrace, covering her ears. Zhang Ao watched her careful actions, furrowing his brows slightly. "Xiaoxiao is still so young. She cannot understand our words." Jiang Wanjing shook her head. No, she must not hear such talk of violence, especially against her father. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ao, Jiang Wanjing knew that Xiaoxiao, barely 2 months old, held the soul of a 5-year-old child. She comprehended much more than they realized. Xiaoxiao's round eyes darted between Zhang Ao and Jiang Wanjing. "I don't want a bad father or a bad grandfather. I just want my mother. The bad father never cared for me a single day. It was my mother who tirelessly nurtured me. If possible, I wish I were not the daughter of a bad father. I only want to be my mother's daughter. Mommy, hug me." Seeing Xiaoxiao's pitiful expression melted Jiang Wanjing's heart instantly. She leaned her face against Xiaoxiao's cheek. "However, dear Xiaoxiao, without your bad father, you would not exist. Although detesting your wicked father, mother still favors little Xiao." A shadow of gloom flickered in Jiang Wanjing's eyes. In this lifetime, no one shall obstruct the path of mother and daughter. At this moment, Granny Sue interjected, "Madam, why not eavesdrop on what the Marquis is discussing with that woman, and what nefarious schemes he may be plotting?" Chapter 101. Has Jiang Wanjing discovered us? Zhang Ao, overhearing Granny Sue's words, appeared momentarily bewildered. He inquired in confusion, "How can we listen to the conversation between Zhou Zigue and that woman? Their meetings are naturally clandestine, and their words are not meant for others to hear." Granny Sue kindly explained, "Second young master, this tavern is the Madam's property, a part of the dowry bestowed upon her by the late matriarch." Zhang Ao scratched his head. "Is that so? With so many assets at home and my prolonged absence, I naturally remain oblivious to these matters." Jiang Wanjing, cradling little Xiao, moved to the wall and adeptly opened the partition. Suddenly, the voices from the adjacent room became distinctly audible to everyone present. However, the scene next door could only be discerned by one who leaned in closely. Jiang Wanjing, holding little Xiao, raised her gaze and saw Song Nanxing entangled with Zhou Zigue. With a flick of his hand, Zhou Zigue inadvertently sent Song Nanxing tumbling to the ground, her palm grazed and bleeding. Zhou Zigue's expression turned alarmed as he rushed forward to assist her. Yet, Song Nanxing forcefully shook off his hand. If you are so heartless towards me, why concern yourself with my well-being? I might as well take a white silk and end it all, thus paving your way. Zhou Xiaoxiao wore a serious expression, grasping Song Nanqing's face. He spoke in a low tone. Sheng, do not let me hear such words again. You are my woman. In life, you belong to me, and in death, you shall be mine as well. In the adjacent room, Jiang Wanqing and the others struggled to suppress their urge to retch. Zhang Ao's face reflected his dismay. They all battled against their nausea, continuing to listen. Jiang Wanqing kept her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Song Nanqing attempted to push Zhou Xiaoxiao away, but he only pulled her closer. With tears in her eyes, Song Nanqing lamented, "You profess your love for me, yet you fret over money. If you do not spend on me, do you truly love me?" Zhou Xiaoxiao appeared troubled. Sheng, I have encountered some difficulties recently and cannot procure the gold you desire. I assure you, once my situation improves, I will compensate you. Upon hearing this, Song Nanqing reluctantly acquiesced. Then, a thought struck her, and her expression hardened. Are you blaming me? Am I not also worried about Mu Sheng? You did not see how the Jiang family has twisted that child into various shapes. Zhou Xiaoxiao sighed deeply, then helped Song Nanqing to her feet, suppressing his discontent. He spoke steadily. How could I blame you? I apologize, Sheng. I have been faced with some vexing issues and did not intend to take it out on you. Jiang Wanqing observed this scene of mutual animosity with a cold smile. It appeared that when life ceased to be poetic and idyllic, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Song Nanqing, too, squabbled like ordinary folk. Zhou Xiaoxiao furrowed his brow. I will handle this matter. I can approach the pawnbrokers for a loan. However, when he noticed the bracelet on Song Nanqing's wrist, his brow knitted in concern. Where is your bracelet? Song Nanqing averted her gaze, biting her lip as she explained. It was all Yin Yangzi's fault for urging me to redeem Mu Sheng. I had no money, so I had to pawn the bracelet. Zhou Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted. You spent thousands of gold taels on a headdress for Jiang Wanqing's child, yet you pawned a bracelet for Mu Sheng? Do you not realize that bracelet was part of Jiang Wanqing's dowry? Song Nanqing stood frozen, while Zhang Ao, just a wall away, simmered with indignation. What do you mean Jiang Wanqing's child? Is little Xiao not also Zhou Xiaoxiao's child? A flicker of coldness passed through Jiang Wanqing's eyes. He is unworthy of being a father to little Xiao. Mother, do not be angry. Little Xiao is already accustomed. I know that the wicked father only favors the wicked brother. Thus little Xiao has never harbored any expectations. Jiang Wanqing lowered her gaze, meeting little Xiao's innocent big eyes. Her heart aching anew. Gritting her teeth, she cast a cold glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Song Nanqing grew agitated. Husband, the day I pawned the bracelet. Jiang Wanqing saw it. If the bracelet is indeed her dowry, might she uncover something? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked down at Song Nanqing, brow furrowed. Did anything seem amiss that day at the Jiang residence? He then sighed in relief. There was no anomaly. She did not notice. If she had, she would have surely flown into a rage. Besides, her dowry was so vast. How could she remember every piece? It was merely a pretty bracelet. Such items abound in the world. Upon hearing this, Song Nanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jiang Wanqing, realizing she could glean no further useful information, ceased her surveillance. Meanwhile, Mo remained vigilant. Jiang Wanqing asked, Second brother, what troubles you? Jiang Ao's eyes reddened. That beast dares to use your dowry to please a concubine. In their brother's eyes, Jiang Wanqing had always been cherished. When had she ever endured such indignities? Jiang Wanqing pressed her lips together, stepping forward with a slight smile. It's all right, second brother. Am I not compelling them to return what is mine? Jiang Ao, however, was on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, I merely feel that I have failed to protect you. Father and I remain in the border town hoping for our family's safety. Yet these vile creatures in the capital dare to humiliate you thus. Zhou Xiaoxiao feigned death to escape, reveling with a concubine, forcing his sister to subsidize the Marquis of Xingchang's household with her dowry, allowing the concubine to reside in his sister's home, and even compelling her to support the concubine financially. Now, he secretly misappropriated his sister's dowry, using it to curry favor with the concubine, while making his sister maintain the concubine. What kind of base minds would dare to degrade their own sister so? Jiang Ao raised his head, anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at the wall separating them. Jiang Wanqing suddenly shuddered. Where did that killing intent come from? Chapter 102. If I cannot be the main wife. Being a secondary wife is also acceptable. Jiang Ao's demeanor momentarily reminded Jiang Wanqing of that time when he led 500 soldiers into fierce combat against 10,000 foes. Exuding a ferocity akin to that of a vengeful spirit from hell, Jiang Wanqing gently placed little Xiao into Jiang Ao's arms, striving to soothe him. Second brother, they will have their comeuppance. That day will surely arrive. We seek not only Zhou Zigui's life, but also those who conspire against our family. At Jiang Wanqing's words, Jiang Ao emerged from his fury, feeling the softness of little Xiao in his embrace. He gazed deeply at Jiang Wanqing, acknowledging her growth. Sister, you have matured significantly. I must learn from you. No wonder father often remarks that you are better suited to leadership than I, as I lack a degree of your steadiness. Jiang Wanqing shook her head. Second brother, you only lose your composure when the safety of our family is at stake. Regardless, we must ensure the well-being of our family. Their eyes met, each understanding the other's thoughts. Once Song Nanxing and Zhou Zigui departed the neighboring compartment, before Jiang Wanqing could disembark from the carriage. The household staff spotted her and hurried to her side. Madam, the old matriarch has been waiting for you for quite some time. Jiang Wanqing paused. If the old matriarch is indeed concerned about Zhou Ziqi's marriage, why does she not take action herself? However, one simply did not wish to part with that moment of meeting. Contemplating this, Jiang Wanqing led a group of attendants towards the old lady's quarters. The old lady sat quietly in her chair, eyes closed. Upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes slightly. Jiang Wanqing glanced around, but did not see Song Nanxing's figure. The old lady slowly opened her eyes, her sharp gaze scrutinizing Jiang Wanqing. She then spoke. Jiang family, how did you fare with the task I entrusted to you? What did they say at the Duke of Qi's residence? Jiang Wanqing bowed respectfully to the old lady, lowering her gaze as she replied, the young master has agreed. But he insists that my sister must go to the Duke of Qi's residence herself. The old lady frowned, visibly displeased. Did they not discuss the matter of the betrothal? They expect your sister to visit unaccompanied? Jiang Wanqing suppressed a cold laugh within her. It was merely a title of a concubine. What was there to discuss regarding a betrothal gift? In pleasant terms, it was a concubine, but in harsher light, it was just a maid to be used for pleasure. Moreover, everyone was aware that the second sister had already pledged herself to the young master, and her remaining in the household was detrimental to the reputation of the Xingchang Marquis and could also affect Mu Sheng. Upon hearing that the reputation of the Xingchang Marquis and Mu Sheng was at stake, the old lady's expression shifted, showing signs of contemplation, yet she remained somewhat irate. Nevertheless, we cannot allow your sister to go to the Duke of Qi's residence alone. Jiang Wanqing reassured her. At that time, she can be carried in a sedan chair, entering through the side gate of the Duke of Qi's residence. Of course, Jiang Wanqing intended to foot the bill for the sedan chair, merely allowing the old lady to believe it was the Duke of Qi's arrangement. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, the old lady's expression softened. Finally, with a sigh, she remarked, though she may not become the lady of a grand household, being a secondary wife of the Duke's residence can be considered a modest achievement. It is a pity that Ziqi must bear this. Secondary wife? Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. She had never claimed that it would be a title of a secondary wife. It was merely the old lady's own assumption. Jiang Wanqing concurred. Sister Ziqi is quite clever. I believe that once she arrives at the Duke of Qi's residence, she will naturally win the young master's favor. The old lady inhaled deeply and cast a glance at Jiang Wanqing. If that is the case, then you shall accompany me to Ziqi and discuss this matter with her. Zhou Ziqi frowned at the prospect, fearing that her visit to Zhou Ziqi would inevitably lead to chaos. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to join the old lady, and thus she followed in her footsteps to Zhou Ziqi's courtyard. Zhou Ziqi's courtyard was eerily quiet. The maids at the entrance were working cautiously, clearly wary of provoking Zhou Ziqi's ire. However, the arrival of the old lady compelled all the maids to pause their tasks and pay their respects. The old lady turned to Zhou Ziqi's personal maid and inquired, how is Ziqi faring these days? Hearing this, Zhou Ziqi's heart ached slightly. After all, she was her own daughter. Get out. Go away. I knew you would come to gloat over my misfortune. What? Seeing my current predicament. Do you think you can marry into a better place? Zhou Ziqi's hysterical voice echoed. The old lady raised her cane heavily, admonishing, what does Zhou Zian wish to achieve? With that, the old lady hurriedly entered Zhou Ziqi's room, and Jiang Wanqing promptly followed. Inside, Zhou Ziqi was clad in a simple gown, barefoot on the floor, clutching the bed's edge, having just struck Zhou Zian 3 times. It was evident that Zhou Ziki had abruptly risen from her bed to confront Zhou Zian. Zhou Zian, on the other hand, covered her face, head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. The old lady swiftly stepped forward, pushing Zhou Zian aside, scolding, "Do you not realize your second sister is in a foul mood? Why come here to gloat and add to her distress?" Zhou Zian's eyes were red, tears brimming and threatening to spill. In a voice filled with indignation, she protested, "Mother, I did not intend to. I know second sister is upset and has not eaten or drunk, so I came to offer her some company and help alleviate her mood." Meanwhile, Zhou Ziki glared at Zhou Zian, pointing a finger at her and sneering, "Why did you not say that earlier? Zhou Zian, when did I discover that you were such a good actress? Were you not just mocking me?" Zhou Zian shook her head, covering her face, but tears continued to fall. In the next moment, she knelt before the old lady and Jiang Wanqing, crying, "Mother, sister-in-law, I truly meant no harm. I just wanted to care for second sister." "Vile creature, do you dare to feign innocence before my mother?" Zhou Ziki yelled. Seeing Zhou Zian still kneeling and putting on a show, Zhou Ziki stepped forward, ready to strike again. Jiang Wanqing signaled to Mou, who stepped in front of Zhou Zian, pulling Zhou Ziki back. The old lady was immediately unsettled. "Jiang Wanqing, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Zian dares to bully my daughter. What is wrong with Ziki teaching her a lesson?" Jiang Wanqing quickly clarified, "Mother, I mean no offense. I merely wish to remind you that we are here for a serious matter." Upon this reminder, the old lady finally recollected herself. She moved closer, embracing Zhou Ziki's back and comforting her gently. Yet, Zhou Ziki continued to glare fiercely at Zhou Zian. "Vile woman, do not think you can keep up this charade. Just a moment ago, were you not all high and mighty? Watch me tear your mouth apart." Zhou Zian trembled on the ground, looking innocent as she cried, "Second sister, it is my fault. It is all my doing." Yet, the more Zhou Zian pleaded, the angrier Zhou Ziki became. Jiang Wanqing noticed the growing fury in Zhou Ziki's eyes. The fragile Zhou Zian, leaning against a nearby chair, struggled to stand up, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Wanqing before reluctantly departing. Jiang Wanqing was puzzled. According to Zhou Ziki's character, she should have disdained falsehoods. Zhou Ziki claimed that Zhou Zian had mocked her, but just moments ago, Zhou Zian had appeared so submissive. How could she have been the provocateur Zhou Ziki described? However, Jiang Wanqing glanced at the small child in her arms, who was still munching on her fingers, and suddenly recalled that the child had mentioned Zhou Zian was cunning. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing pondered? Perhaps it was indeed as Zhou Ziki had said? Yet, at this moment, Jiang Wanqing could not dwell on such thoughts. The old lady was helping Zhou Ziki to lie down on the bed. But seeing that Zhou Zian had vanished, Zhou Ziki redirected her pent-up anger towards Jiang Wanqing. With a cold glare, Zhou Ziki remarked, "What? You two have come to gloat over my misfortune? Anyone can laugh at me, but you cannot. Jiang Wanqing, you are the complete fool. Do you not know what my brother?" Zhou Ziki was abruptly cut off by a painful exclamation as she turned to see her mother gripping her wrist tightly. The old lady's eyes held a warning. Zhou Ziki, realizing she had nearly let something slip, became more cautious. Jiang Wanqing observed the two's poor acting and smiled. "I wonder what second sister was about to say. What is wrong with your brother? Is he not already dead? Or do you wish to discuss tales of your brother's past with me?" Listening to Jiang Wanqing's words, Zhou Ziki observed the naive expression on her face and suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Laofuren, concerned, cast a wary glance at Zhou Ziki, fearing she might utter something inappropriate, her expression turning serious. Zhou Ziki regarded Jiang Wanqing as if she were a mere jest. After a considerable while, she managed to suppress her laughter. Witnessing Jiang Wanqing's gullibility, Zhou Ziki felt a strange sense of relief within herself. At least, compared to Jiang Wanqing, she was in a far better position. A hint of impatience flickered in the old lady's eyes as she forcibly guided Zhou Ziki to the bed. Once Zhou Ziki was lying down, she was startled and sat up abruptly, confusion evident in her gaze. "Qi Guogong's mansion? What do you mean, mother?" Zhou Ziki felt as if all her strength had been sapped away, collapsing back onto the bed, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Wanqing. "Is it you, Jiang Wanqing? Is it because you cannot tolerate me? Is it because you resent me for seizing your position as steward? Is that why you want to hasten my departure from home?" Jiang Wanqing stepped forward, holding her small sibling, her face a mask of concern. "Sister, what are you saying? The Xingqiang Marquis can certainly support a younger sister. It is our mother who wishes for you to marry into Qi Guogong's mansion." Jiang Wanqing showed no leniency. Although she had initiated the discussions with Qi Guogong's mansion, it was clearly the old lady's intention. Zhou Ziki looked incredulously at Zhou Laofuren, desperation flickering in her eyes. Mother, are you truly going to marry me off to a worthless man like Chu Tianxiang? Zhou Laofuren's gaze flickered as she explained after a long pause. Ziki, you and he have already crossed the line. You must marry now. I believe it would be better to act sooner rather than later today. You shall go to Qi Guogong's mansion in a small sedan chair. Zhou Ziki was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. You want me to go to Qi Guogong's mansion in a sedan chair? What about the formal betrothal gifts? What about the grand wedding procession? She had never wished to marry Chu Tianxiang, and now she was being asked to go to Qi Guogong's mansion in such a manner. Was this not a deliberate humiliation? Jiang Wanqing gently reminded her, second sister, Chu Tianxiang has a legitimate wife. His first wife is the daughter of the first imperial merchant. You will not be the main wife, so where would the grand procession come from? Besides, you have already made quite the scene at the princess's banquet. Zhou Ziki's expression hardened, her eyes fixed on Jiang Wanqing. Then I shall not marry. I will grow old in the Xingchang Marquis. I will make sure you are unhappy. You will not be able to rid yourself of me. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Laofuren. Given that Zhou Ziki had lost her virtue before marriage, if this situation were not addressed, it would tarnish the reputation of the Xingchang Marquis and hinder Mu Sheng's future. This could not be allowed to continue. Zhou Laofuren grasped Zhou Ziki's arm, determination gleaming in her eyes. Ziki, you must marry into Qi Guogong's mansion. You have to marry. Zhou Ziki wore a look of profound sorrow, gazing at Zhou Laofuren in disbelief. Mother, how can you treat me this way? Did you not hear Jiang Wanqing? She is willing for me to stay in the Xingchang Marquis. Why must you drive me away? Am I not a legitimate daughter of the Xingchang Marquis? Do you want me to become a concubine? Although Chu Tianxiang was a young lord, he already had a legitimate wife. If she went to Qi Guogong's mansion, she would only be a concubine. After a moment, Zhou Ziki's voice turned cold. If I must go to the Xingchang Marquis as a concubine, then it should be that wretched Zhou Zian who goes. Foolish. Zhou Laofuren scolded, her finger jabbing into Zhou Ziki with annoyance. Had you known this day would come? Why did you act so recklessly before? So many people know you are already tied to the young lord, even if you do not wish to marry. You have no choice. In the entire capital, what noble family would want a woman who has lost her virtue before marriage? Zhou Ziki's complexion paled instantly, yet her eyes still held a glimmer of defiance. She murmured, I refuse to marry just like that. I cannot become a concubine. Jiang Wanqing observed coldly, believing Zhou Ziki was merely reaping what she had sown. Had Zhou Ziki not harbored ambitions towards her elder brother, would she be in such a predicament now? Zhou Laofuren felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes filled with reluctance as she sighed. After all, you are more beautiful than Chu Tianxiang's legitimate wife. If you can win the young lord's favor, it may not be so bad. Win Chu Tianxiang's favor? Zhou Ziki's mind involuntarily conjured his image, and she immediately felt nauseated. Such a person made her sick to her core. How could she possibly seek to please Chu Tianxiang? Jiang Wanqing, witnessing Zhou Ziki's reaction, gasped in surprise. Sister, you aren't pregnant with the young lord's child, are you? Mama Su chimed in. When the lady was pregnant with the young miss, she also suffered from constant nausea. Zhou Laofuren stared at Zhou Ziki in disbelief. Is what Jiang Wanqing said true? Are you really carrying Chu Tianxiang's child? Zhou Ziki turned to her mother, replying, how could that be? I have only been with Chu Tianxiang for a few days. How could I possibly be pregnant? After speaking, she glared fiercely at Jiang Wanqing, grinding her teeth. You are talking nonsense. I will tear your mouth apart. Jiang Wanqing feigned an apologetic expression. My apologies, sister. Did not the young lord mention at the princess's banquet that you were already with him before the evening? That is why I assumed you were with child. Zhou Laofuren remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixated on Zhou Ziki's abdomen. Finally, she spoke. Ziki, after lunch, you shall go to Qi Guogong's mansion. Zhou Ziki's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, are you truly so eager to cast me out of the house? Zhou Laofuren sighed, her eyes filled with reluctance. What your sister said is not without merit. Even if you are not pregnant now, who can guarantee that in half a month, you will not be? After all, you two have already crossed the line, and you did not take any precautions. If a child were to come, it would ultimately bring disgrace. Hearing this, Zhou Ziki looked down at her abdomen, silence enveloping her for a long time. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, as if she realized there was no turning back. The only path left was to Qi Guogong's mansion. With a cold laugh, Zhou Ziki remarked, even if I am willing to go, the proper etiquette must be observed. As a legitimate daughter of the Xinqiang Marquis, how could I simply go in a small sedan chair? Jiang Wanqing stifled a laugh, knowing that Chu Tianxiang had not prepared a sedan chair for Zhou Ziki. If she were to discover that she was responsible for arranging even that, it would surely infuriate her. Zhou Laofuren, unsure of how to explain to Zhou Ziki, turned her gaze to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing then elaborated, "Second sister, if we follow the customs, it would take a long time for you to go to the Guogong mansion. What if, by then, you are indeed showing? Moreover, people will be curious why a young lady from the Xinqiang Marquis is becoming a concubine to the young lord of Qi Guogong's mansion. Could it be that the second sister is not afraid of the matters concerning the princess mansion being divulged by those with ulterior motives, thus becoming a subject of ridicule?" Zhou Ziki scoffed and glanced at Jiang Wanqing. Though she spoke with bravado, a tinge of fear lingered within her heart. After all, many attended the banquet that day. Even if those young masters and ladies remained silent, what of the maids and servants? Jiang Wanqing's expression remained unchanged, her smile gentle. "Second sister, you must weigh your options. Regardless of my feelings towards you, I will still consider the interests of the Marquis of Xinqiang." With that, Zhou's matriarch's gaze flickered. She has not been to the city for a long time, so she went out shopping. Jiang Wanqing mused. Perhaps she is hastening to redeem her bracelet at Wuyo Pavilion. Nevertheless, maintaining her facade of hesitation, Jiang Wanqing continued, "Since my cousin has matters to attend to, I shall wait until I find a new tutor for Mu Sheng before seeking her for repayment." Contemplating further, she decided to allow them a bit more time. Otherwise, they might return with some counterfeit items to pad her dowry. Jiang Wanqing then bowed respectfully to Zhou's matriarch. "Mother, please exert your efforts to console my sister. I shall go find Mu Sheng now." With that, Jiang Wanqing paid no heed to Zhou Ziki's murderous glare and exited her room. Just as Jiang Wanqing and her entourage departed from Zhou Ziki's courtyard, a figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner, dropping to her knees before Jiang Wanqing. "Please, sister-in-law, save my life." Jiang Wanqing focused her gaze, recognizing Zhou Ziyan. Chapter 105. "You have all forced my hand," Jiang Wanqing appraised Zhou Ziyan. Noting her attire lacked the refinement of Zhou Ziki's. Indeed, it appeared to be a style from 2 years prior in the capital. Yet, Jiang Wanqing distinctly remembered never being harsh regarding the clothing of the two young ladies during her tenure as steward. Their garments had been custom-made according to their measurements. Observing Zhou Ziyan weep profusely, Jiang Wanqing signaled to Granny Su, who promptly stepped forward to assist Zhou Ziyan to her feet. Only then did Jiang Wanqing inquire, "Third sister, what is the meaning of this? Has someone in the household wronged you, to speak in such a manner?" Zhou Ziyan sobbed, her face a portrait of grievance, extending her hands to reveal her sleeves. Underneath lay unmistakable bruises. "Sister-in-law, look, these scars were left by second sister." Zhou Ziyan lamented. "Please, save me." Jiang Wanqing regarded Zhou Ziyan's injuries with a flicker of compassion. "Mother, do not believe third aunt. If she were truly kind, she would have already helped you. She enjoys your dowry while coldly witnessing your misfortunes, ultimately marrying Prince Ankong, leaving us to bear the ridicule of the Duke of Jinghua." Jiang Wanqing glanced down, noticing the little one, who had been dozing, had opened his eyes. His large, dark orbs scrutinized Zhou Ziyan, evidently displeased. In that instant, Jiang Wanqing understood. "How can you expect me to save you when you have shown such indifference to me? Moreover, second sister is to be married soon, so you need not fear her any longer." Since Zhou Ziyan had previously disregarded her, Jiang Wanqing too would reciprocate that indifference. Zhou Ziyan's expression stiffened. Taken aback by Jiang Wanqing's words, she recalled how, in their past interactions, her sister-in-law had always been amiable. Now, having revealed her wounds, why did her sister-in-law remain unmoved? Zhou Ziyan glanced at her numerous scars, her eyes flickering. Though some were indeed marks left by Zhou Ziki's actions, the majority were self-inflicted to evoke sympathy from Jiang Wanqing. She could not allow her suffering to be in vain. Zhou Ziyan blinked and said, "Sister-in-law, you saw how second sister dared to strike me in front of you, even accusing me to our mother. Though she is to be wed, she will certainly have our mother keep an eye on me. The household is under our mother's management, and I fear, as she reached the climax of her distress, tears flowed down her cheeks as if they were worthless." Jiang Wanqing, however, wore a worried expression. "Third sister, I sympathize with your plight, yet that is our matron. I must heed her words." Zhou Ziyan looked at Jiang Wanqing incredulously, unable to believe she would claim to obey their matron. Especially when Jiang Wanqing had previously dared to confront their mother, resulting in the latter stripping her of her steward duties. Zhou Xian opened her mouth, still reluctant to relent. Sister-in-law, please let me stay by your side. I could help you with Mu Sheng or the little one. Jiang Wanqing firmly replied. You are the third miss of the Marquis of Xingchang. Regardless of circumstances, it is not your place to tend to the children. Third sister, please remain in your own courtyard. In a couple of years, our matron will surely find you a suitable match. At this proclamation, Zhou Xian's complexion paled further. With Zhou Ziki marrying Chu Tianxiang as a secondary consort, how could their matron possibly allow her to marry into a better situation? She might well be betrothed to an old man. No, this cannot be. Zhou Xian gazed at Jiang Wanqing with a complex expression, parting her lips as if to speak. However, Jiang Wanqing interrupted. Enough, third sister, I must go check on Mu Sheng. With that, Jiang Wanqing cradled the little one, and they departed. Zhou Xian watched Jiang Wanqing's retreating figure, a sense of dissatisfaction slowly dawning on her youthful face, mingled with a hint of resentment. She murmured, Sister-in-law, you could have saved me, yet you choose to stand by and watch me suffer. Ah, truly, no one can be relied upon. You have all forced my hand. Jiang Wanqing and her entourage proceeded directly to Zhou Musheng's courtyard, where Zhou Musheng was amusing himself with Zhao Si in the garden. Musheng, Jiang Wanqing called out suddenly. Zhou Musheng, squatting on the ground, quickly stood upon seeing her, his eyes reflecting a hint of panic as he awkwardly greeted, Mother. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in his demeanor. Stepping closer, she observed Zhao Si, who bowed before taking his leave. Zhou Musheng glanced at Jiang Wanqing, then quickly lowered his head, anxiously asking, Mother, did you call for me about something? Jiang Wanqing looked down at Zhou Musheng and nodded. Indeed, I have secured a tutor for you, and starting tomorrow, you will begin your studies with him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Musheng visibly relaxed. Jiang Wanqing frowned. Previously, he would have been displeased at the prospect of studying with a tutor, yet today he appeared remarkably obedient. Jiang Wanqing smiled and affectionately tousled Zhou Musheng's hair. During these days, be sure to behave around your grandmother and cousin. If your grandmother decides to punish you, I may not be able to protect you. Zhou Musheng kept his head down, muttering, Understood, Mother. Jiang Wanqing sensed something was off but chose not to comment further. After advising Zhou Musheng once more, she departed the courtyard. As she exited, Jiang Wanqing encountered Zhao Si and halted him with a question. Why does the young master seem down today? Jiang Wanqing's eyes narrowed. Did he visit my courtyard? Very well, I understand. Please keep him company. After Zhao Si left, Granny Su remarked, Today, everyone knows you visited the Duke of Chi's residence. Why would young Master Musheng seek you out? Moreover, the young master did not mention any matters concerning you. Su Mama seemed to have realized something, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Chapter 106. The lady's garment taken away. Has Master Musheng arrived today? The maid nodded. Yes, Master Musheng came. But when I told him you had gone out today, he left. Jiang Wanqing frowned deeply. He left just like that? The maid looked slightly confused. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing's eyes gradually filled with a chilling intensity. What a remarkable coincidence. She had left the residence today, and Musheng had just happened to seek her out. Moreover, the old lady had conveniently sent her maid away. Jiang Wanqing then turned to the maid and asked, Did the old lady call for you? What was the matter? That explanation was indeed unassailable. However, how could the finances of the Marquis of Xingchang possibly cover the summer garments for all the maids and servants? Beside her, you noticed Jiang Wanqing's furrowed brow. She then lowered her voice and whispered something in Jiang Wanqing's ear. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the maid kneeling on the floor. It's fine now, you may leave. The maid nodded and departed. Just as she closed the door, a shadow clad in black suddenly intruded through the window. You observed this and smiled. Madam, the person has arrived. Jin Lin is one assigned to Master Musheng. Jin Lin walked respectfully before Jiang Wanqing and bowed. Madam. Seated in her chair, Jiang Wanqing looked up at the masked man and inquired, You have been following Musheng. So what exactly did he do when he came to my courtyard? Jin Lin hesitated for a moment, his eyes filled with uncertainty, unsure of how to begin. Finally, he retrieved something wrapped in red cloth from behind him. Madam, Master Musheng took this item. I dared not open it. Please handle it yourself. Jiang Wanqing furrowed her brows. What could possibly be concealed beneath that red cloth? In a swift motion, snatched it from Jin Lin's hands, saying, Jin Lin, when did you become so indecisive? Curiously, she examined the package and began to unwrap it. However, before she could unveil it entirely, Su Mama rushed forward. seizing the package from MOU's grasp. Startled, MOU exclaimed, "Mama, I haven't even seen what it is." With a hint of coldness in her demeanor, Su Mama declared, "This is the lady's garment." "What?" MOU gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. How could Zhou Musheng have taken the lady's clothing? Jiang Wanqing's eyes glistened with a frigid light. She knew her intimate garments all too well. She never anticipated Zhou Musheng would dare to be so audacious. Jin Lin explained, "Master Musheng came with a servant. On the way, the maid from your courtyard was sent away by the old lady. And the young servant was also dismissed by Master Musheng. He entered your room alone and took your intimate garments. Afterward, Master Musheng wrapped the clothing in red cloth and placed it in Song Nanqing's room. Coincidentally, last night, Song Nanqing visited Master Musheng's courtyard. I wonder if this matter is related to her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing had formed a rough hypothesis. Meanwhile, Su Mama appeared furious, scolding. "How can Master Musheng scheme against you, madam? If Song Nanqing used Zhou Musheng's hand to take your garment, what could possibly be her intention but to tarnish your reputation?" Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered as she contemplated what Song Nanqing was truly scheming. How peculiar, in my previous life. It was indeed a wicked ancestor who concealed my mother's garment and handed it to an outsider, leading to the revelation of this matter. The wicked ancestor, while falsely accusing my mother, pretended to be compassionate, claiming to believe in her, causing my mother to feel even more grateful and guilty. How is it that this time, it is the wicked brother's mother engaging in such actions? A small figure gazed innocently at the red package in Su Mama's hands. Listening to the unvoiced thoughts, Jiang Wanqing suddenly understood. These individuals indeed intended to sully her reputation. Unfortunately, she would never feel a shred of guilt or gratitude towards the Zhou family in this lifetime. In her previous life, it was solely the old lady's doing since Song Nanqing was not present in the residence. Now, reflecting on it, this time it was Song Nanqing who personally orchestrated this affair. Perhaps, in her previous life, it was Song Nanqing who had suggested this scheme to the old lady. With this realization, Jiang Wanqing's disdain for Song Nanqing deepened. If Song Nanqing truly cared for Zhou Zigu, she could have clarified her feelings from the start. Instead, she chose to witness Jiang Wanqing entering the Zhou family, only to later feel wronged and seek to disturb her peace. And Zhou Musheng, Jiang Wanqing thought. She generously provided for Zhou Musheng, even spending from her dowry for his sustenance. Initially, she believed him to be merely a child, not worth pursuing to the bitter end. As long as he acted like a carefree noble youth, she could easily turn a blind eye. But now, Zhou Musheng, following Song Nanqing's lead, dared to steal her intimate garments and attempt to frame her. She could not hold anyone else accountable. Seeing Jiang Wanqing silent, Su Mama assumed her heart had softened. She promptly said, "Madam, you cannot let Master Musheng off just because he is a child. If today's garments are taken by malicious individuals, your reputation could be irreparably damaged." Meeting Su Mama's anxious expression, Jiang Wanqing smiled. "Do not worry, to me, Zhou Musheng is no different from Song Nanqing." Upon hearing this, Su Mama relaxed her grip on the red package. Beside them, MOU furrowed her brow and asked, "Now that we know their intentions, madam, what should we do?" Jiang Wanqing took the red package and handed it to Jin Lin. He hesitated momentarily, unsure whether to accept it, as it was after all Jiang Wanqing's intimate garment. Jiang Wanqing spoke, "Jin Lin, I need you to do one more thing." Chapter 107. The cousin appears to have given birth after some hesitation. Jin Lin accepted the red package. He looked at Jiang Wanqing. "Madam, please instruct me. You are to wait until Song Nanqing confirms it. Then take out the garment and replace it with Song Nanqing's clothing, finally selecting an item with Song Nanqing's name on it." Upon hearing this, Jin Lin's ears flushed slightly. After all, they were women's intimate garments, yet he still replied, "Yes, madam." It was indeed a challenge for him to handle women's intimate garments. MOU, upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's strategy, bore an expression of admiration. "What a brilliant plan, madam. This way, no matter how they attempt to tarnish your reputation in the future, all the blame will fall upon Song Nanqing, since it bears her name. After so many hands have touched an intimate garment, how could it still be worn?" However, Jiang Wanqing interjected, "No." Hearing her words, both MOU and Su Mama turned to her, their eyes filled with confusion. "Madam, why not?" they asked in unison. Jiang Wanqing then elaborated. "If they insist on slandering me in the future, the garment must be preserved. Every item I possess is meticulously recorded. Should they attempt to accuse me, I will have proof to refute them. We shall see what they have to say then." Su Mama and MOU exchanged glances, both acknowledging the soundness of her reasoning. truly worthy of being my mother, always possessing a way to resolve matters. However, why was mother, so astute, deceived by those people in her past life? Could it be that the unfortunate events of that life were merely a fleeting dream? Yet, they felt so achingly real. In her small eyes, a glimmer of curiosity shone as she yawned, soon succumbing to drowsiness. Zhang Wanqing's expression faltered. If only Xiaoxiao believed it was just a dream, then perhaps all the misfortunes were but illusions. She hesitated, unsure of how to reveal to Xiaoxiao that she could hear all her thoughts. The events that haunted Xiaoxiao's dreams were, in fact, unfolding before them. Thus, Zhang Wanqing chose not to visit the storeroom that day. The following day, Zhang Wanqing arrived early at the entrance of Song Nanqing's courtyard. As Song Nanqing hurried out, she was met with the sight of Zhang Wanqing, her smile freezing momentarily. "Cousin Zhang, what brings you here?" she inquired. Zhang Wanqing regarded Song Nanqing, her gaze flickering. "To the southern residence? What business do you have there?" Song Nanqing's voice rose slightly, revealing her unease. Realizing her overreaction, she forced a smile, adding, "I merely wondered why my sister-in-law would want to visit such a distant place." Observing Song Nanqing's unmistakable panic, Zhang Wanqing speculated whether he was still harboring intentions regarding the bamboo grove in the southern city, perhaps wishing to continue minting coins there. A chill crept into Zhang Wanqing's eyes at the thought, though her face betrayed none of it. "I heard there was a collapse in the bamboo grove near the southern residence, and it seems there were injuries. Since that area is within my domain, I thought it prudent to take a look," she explained. Upon hearing that it was merely a visit, Song Nanqing sighed in relief. She opened her mouth to speak, but Zhang Wanqing interrupted with a playful smile. "Sister, the Marquis of Xingchang is now managed by my mother-in-law. You can't expect to receive silver every month as before. You ought to be more frugal with your spending." Zhang Wanqing's eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery at the thought of managing her own household while using her dowry to support others. She would not repeat such folly. "I simply seek a bit of tranquility. Do you wish to accompany me to the southern residence? If not, I shall go alone," she declared, feigning to depart. "Wait, cousin, I will go," Song Nanqing quickly called out, hurrying to join Zhang Wanqing. Unable to halt Zhang Wanqing's pace, she fell in step beside her. However, when they arrived at the carriage, Song Nanqing noticed a throng of burly men following behind. An instinctive wariness flickered within her. Once they boarded the carriage, Song Nanqing cautiously asked, "Sister-in-law, why bring so many strong men to the southern city?" She couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Zhang Wanqing had uncovered her affair with Zhou Xiaoxiao? The presence of so many men hinted at possible retribution. The thought cast a pall over Song Nanqing's countenance. Seated beside Zhang Wanqing in the same carriage, she realized she had no opportunity to discreetly warn Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhang Wanqing flashed a cryptic smile, teasing, "You will understand once we reach the southern residence." She occasionally glanced outside the carriage curtain. As Zhang Wanqing observed, Song Nanqing lowered the curtain, momentarily lost in thought. "No, it's just been so long since I've been to the market." "Oh, it appears that your health is truly poor, which is why you must remain in the southern residence," Zhang Wanqing remarked with a hint of sympathy. Song Nanqing felt a wave of unease wash over her. Zhang Wanqing seemed to embody the guise of a smiling tiger. Suddenly, Zhang Wanqing added, "You appear to have been pregnant before." Song Nanqing stiffened. Had Zhang Wanqing discovered her secret? With a hint of trepidation in her voice, she stammered, "Sister, what do you mean by that?" The notion that Zhang Wanqing might suspect her relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao intensified her anxiety. Was she intending to eliminate them both? In that instant, a subtle defiance radiated from Song Nanqing as she regarded Zhang Wanqing, her demeanor akin to a startled rabbit. Zhang Wanqing's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly covered her lips, exclaiming, "What am I saying? Clearly, my cousin is unmarried. How could I speak so indiscreetly? It would tarnish her reputation." At that moment, Song Nanqing scrutinized Zhang Wanqing once more, noting the sincere apology etched on her face. Gradually, the tension in her heart eased. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "What did you mean by your earlier remark?" She had initially feared Zhang Wanqing had uncovered something, but now it seemed she had merely misspoken. Zhang Wanqing clarified, "Though I refer to you as my cousin, I am aware that you are a few years my senior. I intended to say that women of your age among peers have often embraced motherhood. Yet, I recalled your gentle demeanor towards Mu Shang, reminiscent of how I was with Xiaoxiao in my youth. With both thoughts colliding, I misspoke. I hope you do not take offense at my clumsy tongue." Upon hearing this, Song Nanqing exhaled with relief. She had maintained a careful concealment of her relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao, and it seemed Jiang Wanqing had not penetrated her defenses. For over a year, Jiang Wanqing had diligently managed the affairs of the Marquis of Xingqiang, sending her financial support monthly. If it weren't for Zhou Qi's reckless behavior in provoking Jiang Wanqing, they would not find themselves in such perilous straits now. A cold glimmer appeared in Song Nanxing's eyes, yet her face maintained a smile. I bear no grudge against what you said, sister. My concern for Mu Sheng arises from the fact that he is the sole heir of the Marquis of Xingqiang, growing up under my aunt's care. I shared a bond with my cousin, which naturally deepens my regard for him. As she concluded, Song Nanxing sensed an awkwardness in her words, quickly adding, I also care for Xiaoxiao. The jade hairpin I gifted her was a token of my affection. Song Nanxing deliberately mentioned the gift she had bestowed upon Xiaoxiao, hoping to garner favor in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Jiang Wanqing chuckled, her face alight with joy. Song Nanxing assumed her amusement stemmed from the memory of the jade hairpin. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wanqing scrutinized Song Nanxing with a thoughtful gaze. Otherwise, my sister would inevitably perish in this southern village, unable to escape her fate. I have heard that she is the savior of Xigu, and I must ensure that my cousin lives joyfully, for only then can I find peace. Song Nanxing instinctively furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed her features. With a slight tug at her lips, she remarked, Cousin, you truly enjoy playing matchmaker. However, I have already found someone who captures my heart, so there is no need for you to engage in such futile endeavors. Someone who captures your heart? Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She turned to Song Nanxing, eagerly inquiring, Pray tell, which young gentleman has won your affections? If not, I shall personally intervene on your behalf and ensure your desires are fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Song Nanxing shook her head repeatedly, her expression tinged with bitterness. Given my current state, why should I burden others unnecessarily? Cousin, if I can live out my days under my aunt's care, watching Mu Sheng grow up, I shall find contentment. Although the one I cherish has married, his heart remains with me, and that is sufficient. The desolate look upon Song Nanxing's face elicited a twinge of pity from Jiang Wanqing, though the latter remained oblivious to the true nature of her cousin's plight. Was not her last statement a blatant provocation? Why must she feign such a pitiful demeanor? Jiang Wanqing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Nodding in agreement, she replied, Indeed, it adds to the burden. Considering your frail constitution, I wonder how many more years you can endure. Yet, your beloved remains youthful and healthy, destined to grow old with another woman. This thought pains me on your behalf. Huh? Mother, you truly are a shrimp-hearted pig. Jiang Wanqing's little one could not suppress a laugh. However, Song Nanxing's countenance grew strained, a blend of grievance and ire. Yet, given her current circumstances, she could only stifle her feelings. In the end, Jiang Wanqing, realizing her earlier insensitivity, looked at Song Nanxing with wide-eyed innocence. Covering her mouth, she said, I apologize. Dear cousin, that was not my intention. You have often spoken of your poor health, and it led me to believe you might not have long to live. A person as wonderful as you surely deserves a longer life. Please do not be angry with me, dear sister. Jiang Wanqing blinked, for calamities may linger for centuries. Song Nanxing must survive to savor the trials life has in store for her. While Song Nanxing's expression was far from pleasant, it could hardly be described as good. Yet, she forced a smile and replied, Sister, I know your intentions are benign. I shall not take offense. For a fleeting moment, Song Nanxing wondered if Jiang Wanqing was deliberately adding to her distress. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing appeared to recall something, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she hastily declared, Cousin, you must move out of the southern residence at once.